A desolate, snow-covered landscape stretched before Zeke. Jagged peaks clawed at a sky the color of ash. He was alone, the biting wind a constant companion. From a crevice in the ice, a cloaked figure emerged. Their voice, though muffled, carried an undeniable chill. They accused Zeke of attempting to escape. The figure pressed Zeke, demanding the location of an ancient relic. Zeke, his face streaked with sweat and grime, offered a pained smile. He was clearly injured and exhausted. He retorted with a single, bitter word. Idiot. His captors reacted with fury. One of them, enraged, called him an arrogant bastard. Another, however, remained focused on the task at hand. He instructed his companion to contact the main squad and confirm their coordinates, mentioning that they had captured the Northern Phantom. The coordinates were confirmed. A grim determination settled over the faces of the three figures as they prepared for their next move. They had suffered greatly at the hands of their target, the Northern Phantom. One of them, his face partially obscured by shadow, voiced his thoughts. He believed they deserved some measure of retribution for their hardships. The Northern Phantom, wounded and prone on the ground, was addressed with a chilling threat. They wouldn't stop until he begged for death. A decision was made. They would determine who would strike first, time being of the essence. With a sudden burst of energy, one of the figures launched a devastating attack. His comrade watched, a grim expression on his face, as the attack unfolded. The Northern Phantom braced himself for the inevitable, a look of grim determination etched onto his features. The impact was brutal. Zeke Draker, the first of the Draker line to fail his awakening, found himself on the precipice of death. His body, ravaged by a brutal battle, was failing him. A single defiant thought echoed in his mind. I will not. A surge of purple energy pulsed from within him, a desperate, final exertion of his will. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he strained against the encroaching darkness. His final moments were filled with regret. Let this end with me not being able to do anything about it, he thought, resigned to his fate. The narrative of his life flashed before his eyes. Zeke Draker, the Draker household's first failed awakener. Then, a blinding light consumed him. The weight of his failure, the rejection of his family, the bitterness of his struggle, all of it culminated in this final, desperate act. The words, "Is me, Zeke Draker," formed in his mind, a final acknowledgement of his identity before oblivion. But death did not claim him. Instead, a torrent of memories washed over him. He recalled his birth into the prestigious Dragonslayer household, a family that valued strength above all else. Because he was born with a body that couldn't use aura, he failed to awaken his powers, a fundamental requirement for a knight of his lineage. His inability to awaken his powers led to his expulsion from the family. I was treated as trash and chased out of my household, he reflected bitterly. This rejection fueled his relentless pursuit of strength, a desperate attempt to survive in a world that had cast him aside. Driven by this desperation, Zeke dedicated himself to becoming stronger. I did everything I could to become stronger to survive. He trained relentlessly, pushing his body and spirit to their limits. His arduous journey was punctuated by a cryptic statement, a prophecy whispered by someone he had encountered along the way. Someone once said this. As Zeke recalled these words, a blinding flash of light engulfed him once more. He felt an immense power surge through his veins, a power unlike anything he had ever known. A voice, echoing from the depths of Zeke's soul, offered a cautionary whisper. If all you pursue is strength, then you'll have nothing in the end. Golden coins, shimmering with an ethereal light, spiraled down around him. But Zeke, his hands clenched, felt something else entirely. He looked down at a golden coin, resting in his palm. It bore the image of a dragon. A bitter curse escaped his lips. Such bullshit. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a sinister grin splitting their face. Sweet. It's heads. He lunged forward, a dark energy crackling around him. Zeke braced himself, the words echoing in his mind. Is only said. He glared at his attacker, his eyes blazing with newfound power. By those who are strong. Zeke, the young man branded a failure by his own family, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. His eyes, blazing with an unnatural light, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. Before him stood a figure, sword drawn, ready to strike. The words hung heavy in the air. Those who are weak are weak. It was a brutal truth, a philosophy that governed this world, and Zeke knew it all too well. His opponent lunged, the glint of steel, a harbinger of Zeke's impending doom. The weight of his failure pressed down on him. The cold reality of his world echoed in the words that followed. Will be trampled on by the strong, and what belongs to them will be stolen. The finality of the blow was undeniable. The words, that is the truth of this world, serve as a grim epitaph to Zeke's struggle. He fell a defeated man. A single word escaped his lips. Tisk. Resignation settled over him. He thought, guess I won't be able to escape. But then, something unexpected happened. A gasp escaped him. WF. Did he just reattach his arm back? From the shadows, a group of figures emerged, their faces obscured by dark cloaks. One of them muttered, an irregular, how gross. Two figures, cloaked and hooded, stood amidst a swirling snowstorm, their faces grim. One, older and more weathered, addressed his companion. "Whatever the case," he stated, his voice low and gravelly, "he'll probably die if we cut his head off." The scene shifted abruptly. A young man, Zeke, his face streaked with dirt and blood, stood defiantly amidst a flurry of snow and motion. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. Zeke moved with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur against the backdrop of the blizzard. He fought back against a group of attackers, their swords flashing in the dim light. The battle concluded. Zeke stood amidst a pile of fallen bodies, his own sword planted firmly in the ground, surrounded by the weapons of his defeated foes. His expression was one of grim determination. He knelt, his breath ragged, a single word escaping his lips. "Damn it." Zeke clutched at his side, blood welling up between his fingers. His face was a mask of pain and exhaustion. He looked down at his bleeding hand, a grim acceptance settling over his features. "Looks like I'll be dying soon." Zeke Draker, the healer, lay bleeding amidst a battlefield strewn with fallen swords. His breath hitched, a ragged gasp escaping his lips. Despite his failure to take revenge, a grim satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He had, however, managed to steal the relic the Emperor coveted. A small victory in the face of utter defeat. Zeke clutched the relic, a dark, crystalline shard pulsating with an inner light, shaped vaguely like a dragon's head. It was the Emperor's ultimate prize, now his. His vision blurred, his body failing. A single word escaped his lips, a whisper lost to the wind. "Sorry." His lifeblood seeped into the earth, staining the snow-dusted ground crimson. A final thought echoed in his mind. "Alicia." Then, a blinding flash of golden light erupted, engulfing him. The intense light coalesced into a colossal, shadowy form, vaguely reptilian, its eyes burning with an ancient power. A voice, echoing from the heart of the light, boomed. "Your strong will can awaken an ancient power." The vision intensified, revealing the source of the power, the soul of an elder dragon, bound to the will of the persistent. Zeke Draker, the first of his line to fail the awakening, knelt amidst a whirlwind of golden energy and shattered swords. His body, bloodied and broken, bore witness to his final, desperate struggle. An urgent measure was initiated. The question hung in the air, a silent challenge against the fading light of his life. "Zeke Draker, do you agree?" His vision blurred. Zeke could barely make out the ethereal glow surrounding him. The weight of his failure pressed down, a crushing burden. As whispers of death faded into a strange, insistent voice. He heard nonsensical words, yet a strange calm settled over him. "Quiet down. Do as you please," he thought, accepting his fate. The Awakener's agreement was confirmed. An irreversible, promised power began to surge within him. The countdown had begun. 5, 4, 3, 2. That was what happened. The final moments of Zeke's life, before the impossible occurred. Zeke Draker awoke with a gasp, his mind still reeling from the trauma of his death. He looked down at his hands, a 10-year-old small frame, and a thought struck him. But after regaining consciousness, I look like this. Confusion clouded his gaze as he stared at his hands. The question formed in his mind. Did I go back to the past? The boy's eyes widened, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. He muttered to himself, "This is so hard to believe." Despite the disbelief, a sharp pain shot through him, a visceral memory of his death. He winced, the sensation still vivid. I can still feel the sensation of the sword being stuck into my stomach vividly, though. The young Zeke found himself in a lavish bedroom, the opulence a stark contrast to his past life. He recognized the location instantly. This is the Cradle. The words Draker Household Training Institution, the Cradle, and the Dragonslayer family, Draker confirmed his suspicions. He was back in his family's training grounds, 20 years in the past. A narration box explained the Draker household's history, one of the 3 great transcendent houses, known for their legendary dragon-slaying prowess. The image depicted Tarakin Draker, a legendary figure, slaying the evil dragon Bahamut 1,000 years prior, a pivotal moment in the continent's history. The narration continued, explaining that Tarakin's descendants established the current Draker household, inheriting his legacy of dragon slaying. A phalanx of young men, clad in identical dark uniforms accented with gold braid, stood arrayed before a swirling vortex of crimson energy. Their faces were impassive, their eyes glowing with an unnatural violet light. The central figure, slightly taller and more imposing than the rest, seemed to command their attention. An unseen narrator's voice echoed, explaining, perhaps it's because they were the descendants of the Dragonslayer Draker, but all of the descendants of the Draker bloodline had the blessing of aura and were able to easily awaken their high-level aura and became knights. The image shifted to focus on a pair of crossed swords, their hilts adorned with intricate gold detailing, resting on a crimson surcoat. The swords were clearly symbols of knighthood. The scene changed abruptly. A young boy, Zeke Draker, lay asleep in a bed. A message appeared. The administration system is restarting. Zeke awoke with a start. a look of confusion and alarm on his face. He muttered. He questioned himself. Did I mishear that? A series of system messages flashed before his eyes, confirming. The soul of the Awakener has been confirmed. The soul of the Chosen Awakener, having received the will of the Elder Dragon and being merged completely, has been confirmed. You have obtained authority to a part of the system. Another system message appeared. Nice to meet you, Zeke Draker. Followed by activating status window viewing. Zeke, still processing the information overload, wondered aloud. Did an artifact get activated? There are tons of magic video-like things. The status window opened before Zeke Draker's eyes, a translucent blue rectangle shimmering into existence. The window displayed his profile. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Healer. Rare. Title, the one who received the blessing of the Ancient Dragon. His class skills included healing, composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. He also possessed beginner-level skills in precise stab, slash, and critical strike, along with a locked draconian skill requiring 10 karma points to unlock. His current karma points were 0. Zeke observed the interface, his fingers tracing the ethereal surface. He mused that it was similar to the magic videos he'd seen. He continued to explore the menu, noting that navigation was intuitive and easy. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered something else. Zeke pondered the implications of his class and skills, a question forming in his mind. The status window reappeared, highlighting his class as Healer, Rare, and his title, the one who received the blessing of the Ancient Dragon. His class skills were listed again, along with the mention of a draconic language not used in the current age. He remembered his master's prior explanation of this system. A flashback revealed that in the ancient world, people categorized themselves into classes based on their strengths. Each class had specialized techniques known as skills. Zeke, being a healer, had access to the healing skill. A voice, perhaps his master's, sarcastically called him an idiot. Zeke Draker, the young man whose very essence was at odds with his family's legacy, lay near death. His healer's touch, a stark contrast to the Draker family's renowned swordsmanship, had been honed through years of relentless training. Even so, he found himself on the precipice of oblivion. He pondered, a grim determination etched on his face. The events leading to this point were a blur, but one thing was clear. His life, though tragically cut short, had been anything but ordinary. In any case, according to the status window that appeared before his death, he had already achieved the status of a healer. He resolved to test the veracity of this status window, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The moment he became a healer in his past life was vividly recalled. It was when he was in his 20s, right after the Ether Hall was unlocked. This realization solidified his resolve. The implications of this were profound. It meant a surge of energy enveloped him, a radiant purple light emanating from his body. He was reborn, his past life's experiences now a part of his present reality. His eyes snapped open, glowing with an otherworldly light. The transformation was complete. A powerful energy pulsed outwards, a testament to his newfound abilities. Zeke Draker, the healer, was ready to begin his journey. A young boy, no older than 10, stood amidst swirling purple energy. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he declared, I knew it. My Ether Hall is already unlocked. The energy pulsed, a silent affirmation of his words. A sense of understanding washed over him. He had achieved something momentous. His back was to the viewer, revealing a muscular physique far beyond his years, though now fading. A narration box appeared. Even though my trained body no longer exists. The image shifted to show the boy's face, now younger, his expression resolute. Another narration box completed the thought. I've returned to the past with my skills and memories. He walked, a faint glow emanating from his leg. The narration box explained his advantage. As compared to who I was before my regression, I'm in a much more advantageous position. He sat on a bed, examining a glowing blue interface. He mused, and in order for me to make use of this, I need to find out what I have at my disposal first. A servant approached the door, hesitantly asking, Master Zeke, may I come in? Zeke, startled, reacted internally. It's useless to act like you're not there. Zeke frantically tried to navigate the interface, muttering, ugh, I still haven't read it all. How do I turn this off? Zeke, a young boy with wide, frightened eyes, could only utter a desperate, wait, as a looming figure announced, I'm coming in. An older man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, his face etched with worry, questioned Zeke's actions. I can't believe you're not prepared yet. What on earth are you thinking? The man's identity was revealed, Decker, Zeke's exclusive servant. Zeke's surprised reaction was palpable. Zeke, still visibly shaken, questioned, prepared? Prepared for what? Meanwhile, a powerful, shadowy figure emerged, his voice echoing with authority. He incredulously asked, Are you seriously asking me that, Master Zeke? Zeke recoiled at the sight of the figure, his fear evident. His thoughts drifted to his childhood fear of Decker. He reflected, Come to think of it, I was really scared of Decker when I was young, while I have the mind of a 32-year-old. Despite his adult mind, the ingrained fear remained. He admitted, I guess I can't help but feel the fear that's engraved into my body. Suddenly, Zeke activated his class skill, Compose Mind. A wave of energy washed over him, leaving him momentarily stunned. A notification appeared before Zeke, detailing a newly acquired class skill, Compose Mind. This skill ensured his mental state would remain unshaken, regardless of the circumstances. Zeke, observing the skill's automatic activation, muttered to himself about its convenience. He was already aware of the upcoming evaluation test. Meanwhile, Decker, seemingly concerned, addressed Zeke, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming event and questioning whether Zeke was even paying attention. Zeke confirmed he was listening. The scene then shifted to show a pool of blood on the floor, suggesting a recent violent event. Decker clarified that the important event was the Pancration evaluation test. The image showed Zeke, wounded and crying, the weight of the situation clearly visible on his face. All Drakers from the age of 7 are subjected to a rigorous training regimen known as the Cradle. This 5-year program emphasizes strict basic training, preparing young Drakers for the challenges ahead. Each year, instructors evaluate students through intense competitions, testing their swordsmanship and their ability to fight without rules. While instructors typically choose opponents, students may select their own combatants if both parties agree. The lack of rules often leads to injuries, and some students do not survive these trials. The outcome of these brutal competitions determines the class each student will join within the academy. The children, facing this life-or-death struggle, fought with everything they had. The day of Pancration had arrived. This annual event was a significant trial for the young dragon slayers. A vast arena stood before them, a circular battleground surrounded by tiered seating. A lone figure stood in the center, awaiting the commencement of the trials. Head instructor Pan Mark addressed the assembled Dragon Slayer candidates. He confirmed that this was the final stage of their evaluation. The young Dragon Slayers responded with enthusiastic affirmation to their instructor. Pan Mark, pleased with their eagerness, declared the start of the final trials. He urged them to prepare themselves. Among the candidates, whispers circulated. Zeke Draker's presence caused a stir. His peers questioned his audacity in returning after the humiliation of the previous year. One candidate expressed his disbelief at Zeke's participation, considering how he would have fled if he were in Zeke's position. Another questioned how Zeke, a direct descendant, could still be here. Unbeknownst to them, Zeke could hear their hushed comments. He simply responded with a quiet, "I can't hear you all." A young man, Zeke, stood rigidly at attention, his posture betraying a nervous energy. He responded with a crisp, "Yes, sir." From a raised platform, a taller figure, clad in military attire, addressed him. "Get ready." The officer's hand shot forward, a sharp command echoing through the air, "Begin." Zeke reacted instantly, but his movement was clumsy, his body lacking the grace and precision of a trained warrior. He stumbled. He tried to regain his balance, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Pain shot through his body, a searing agony that left him gasping for breath. His vision blurred. A brutal blow landed, sending him sprawling. He felt a sharp impact against his jaw. The fight was over before it had truly begun. From the sidelines, a voice declared, "That fight's already over." That's what happens when you. Aaron, another observer, stated plainly, "Gata is unable to fight." Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair, sat alone, a pensive expression on his face. He reflected on his past, admitting to himself, "I think I used to be deathly afraid of this when I was young." A slight smile played on his lips as he continued his internal monologue. He muttered, "But these guys are nothing." The scene shifted to reveal Zeke observing a group of young men, his fellow trainees, from a slightly elevated position. They appeared to be undergoing some kind of training exercise, their forms indistinct in the shadows. A voice called out, breaking Zeke's contemplation. "Zeke, Leon, are you both ready?" Zeke and another young man, Leon, stood at attention before a superior officer. Leon responded with a crisp, "Yes, sir," while Zeke simply replied, "Yes." Zeke's thoughts turned to his upcoming opponent. He realized, my opponent just had to be Leon. He addressed Leon directly, a hint of challenge in his tone. He said, "Look at you back here again. Guess you didn't get enough of my attention last year." Zeke Draker, barely a young man, lay bleeding on the cold stone. His breath hitched, ragged and shallow. Above him, a sneering figure loomed, his words dripping with contempt. "Well, whatever. Beg for your life. If you want to live, you parasite." Zeke, his face contorted in pain and fear, could only stammer a plea. "I apologize, Mr. Leon Conrad. Please spare me this one time." He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his dirt-stained cheeks. Even in his despair, a grim thought surfaced. He's been my opponent every year anyway. The scene shifted. Leon Conrad, Zeke's cousin, stood in the courtyard of the Draker family estate, a smug expression on his face. He addressed someone unseen, his voice laced with arrogance. He would say some bullshit, like that you have to be able to overcome such tricks in order to be a true Dragonslayer. Meanwhile, Zeke, his thoughts bitter and resentful, muttered to himself, "Why did that piece of shit have to be my cousin?" Zeke's face was a mask of grim determination. His past life flashed before his eyes. He reflected, In my past life, the four siblings of the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet. A shadowy image appeared, showing four figures, cloaked in darkness, their eyes glowing ominously. These were the four siblings of the direct bloodline, a powerful and formidable force. The scene shifted again, showing Zeke surrounded by a dozen of his cousins, all of them looking down on him with malice. A narration box appeared. However, there were more than a dozen cousins. Two figures watched from above, their faces obscured by shadow. One of them spoke, his voice cold and calculating. Who were more than willing to bully me. I have to give it to you, Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood before his family. His return, after his previous humiliating defeat, was met with thinly veiled disdain. The words, "It's really brave of you to come back here after getting beat up like last time," hung heavy in the air, a clear indication of their lack of respect. But Zeke's expression remained unchanged. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a different interpretation of the situation. Perhaps, he mused, this was an opportunity. His brother, a sneering figure in dark uniform, approached. The words, "You did not just learn your lesson because you're so inferior," were laced with venom. In response, Zeke activated his composed mind skill. This was a power granted to him after his death and rebirth, a testament to the mysterious words that had appeared before his eyes. A faint green aura emanated from him. He calmly observed his brother, a stark contrast to the previous encounter. It's been a while since I had to listen to his stupid insults, he thought. He responded with quiet resolve. Hey, I'm not going to be nice if you call me that again. His tone was firm, a clear warning. His brother, enraged by this unexpected defiance, challenged him. What are you going to do, you inferior piece of shit? The brother lunged forward, ready to unleash his fury. This time, however, Zeke was prepared. With surprising speed and power, Zeke countered the attack. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a masked face, launched himself forward, his body radiating a faint purple energy. The skill, Critical Strike, activated a crimson energy wave erupting from his fist. A description of the Critical Strike skill appeared. It inflicts critical damage to the enemy, but may fail and be countered. His opponent recoiled, clutching at his face in pain. My face, he cried out. The man continued to moan, his face clearly injured. My face. Zeke, looking at his own hand, muttered, I only meant to knock him out. He reflected on the incident, but the skill got activated when I just punched like usual. I can't really control my abilities too well. A voice boomed from the sidelines. What are you doing, Zeke Draker? An older man in military attire, his face etched with disapproval, addressed Zeke. You attacked before I announced the start. Zeke on the ground retorted, Who says, ready, get set, go? On the battlefield? Zeke Draker, a young man with eyes blazing with an unnatural purple light, smirked. His hands, wrapped in bandages, twitched with barely contained power. Across from him, a man, his face etched with fear and beads of sweat on his brow, stared in disbelief at Zeke. The man, his voice laced with horror, questioned himself. Was that bloodlust I felt just now? His eyes widened further, reflecting his growing terror. Zeke, his gaze fixed on the ground, muttered, I'm going to... A surge of rage consumed him. He roared, Kill that inferior piece of shit. His eyes flashed, and he coldly assessed his opponent. I think you're the one that's too stupid to learn his lesson. Zeke warned, Get ready. He prepared to unleash his power, a dark energy gathering in his hands. The story begins. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair, is violently thrown across a courtyard. Dust and debris fly as he impacts the stone. He quickly recovers, his body already bracing for the next attack. He stands, facing a group of onlookers. He is panting, his face bruised, but his eyes are sharp. He thinks to himself about the fear he felt from a recent blow. Despite the visible damage, Zeke notes that the blows don't actually hurt him. He realizes that if he maintains his guard, his opponent poses no threat. He considers the need for caution. His opponent attacks again, using a left-handed counter. Zeke finds the attack too predictable. Zeke, the young man branded a failure by his own family, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, Leon, a fellow member of the Draker family, moved to deliver a decisive blow. With surprising speed and agility, Zeke countered Leon's attack, the force of the impact sending a shockwave across the stone floor. Leon, enraged by this unexpected turn, roared his fury, his words laced with contempt for Zeke's perceived weakness. But Zeke's expression remained unchanged, a storm brewed within him, unseen by his opponent. Leon, momentarily stunned by Zeke's unexpected power, could only stammer in disbelief as the young man stood over him. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. One of them, a man in a more ornate uniform, muttered his assessment of the situation. The officer's disbelief was palpable. He couldn't believe the level of combat skill Zeke had just displayed. As Leon attempted a final, desperate attack, the narrative shifted to show the precise moment Zeke's counter had overwhelmed his opponent. Even those who had witnessed the fight firsthand found themselves questioning their initial assumptions. The tide had turned. Zeke, the young man wrongly cast out by his family, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was facing Leon, whose grip threatened to overpower him. With a swift movement, Zeke punched Leon's chin, breaking free from his grasp. Leon, caught off guard, had underestimated Zeke. He believed he had Zeke completely under control. Yet, despite the unexpected counter, Zeke remained remarkably composed. The precision and focus required to inflict such effective damage were evident. Leon, his face contorted in disbelief, questioned what he was seeing. He wondered aloud if this was truly the same Zeke Draker he once knew. Zeke, realizing the need to create distance, launched another attack. A surge of purple energy accompanied his strike. Leon, reeling from the blow, cursed under his breath. He was shocked by Zeke's unexpected strength. His astonishment grew as he struggled to comprehend how someone so small could possess such power. He angrily addressed Zeke, calling him inferior. Zeke, having successfully controlled his power, smirked. Leon, defeated and enraged, could only shout his defiance. The activation of Zeke's class skill, heightened senses, was briefly displayed. Zeke, the young man with striking purple hair and violet eyes, felt a familiar sensation surge through him. A faint smile played on his lips as he focused on the ethereal energy gathering in his clenched fist. He mused to himself, now accustomed to the control he wielded over the ether, a power that pulsed with a vibrant purple light. With a practiced ease, Zeke manipulated the ethereal energy, weaving it into a swirling vortex of purple power. He moved with a speed that blurred the eye, his movements a whirlwind of controlled chaos. His opponent, a man with a bloodied face, was clearly outmatched. Zeke declared, "I'll put an end to this fight." A surge of power erupted from Zeke, a blinding flash of purple energy. The force of the attack sent his opponent sprawling, defeated. Dust and debris settled as the aftermath of the battle faded. The scene shifted. A clear sky stretched above an imposing fortress. A large group of soldiers approached the fortress walls, their movements suggesting a tense and potentially hostile approach. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself pursued across a desolate expanse of stone. His pursuer, a figure cloaked in shadow, gained ground swiftly. Panic flared within Zeke. He could feel the hot breath of his enemy on his neck. A desperate whisper escaped his lips, "WH." In that moment of sheer terror, a new power surged within him. The words, etched into his very soul at the moment of his death, echoed in his mind. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. His body reacted instinctively, activating a skill he had never known he possessed, precise stab. With a blur of motion, Zeke countered his attacker's advance. He moved with a speed and precision that defied his previous limitations. His blade found its mark with deadly accuracy. The skill's description flashed before his eyes. Precise stab. Stabbed the weak points of the enemy for critical damage. The impact sent his opponent reeling, a wave of ethereal energy rippling from the wound. Zeke, fueled by adrenaline and newfound power, pressed his advantage. He sneered, "Even an idiot like you." His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light as he unleashed a devastating blow. His opponent, a fellow member of the Draker family, could only gasp, "Stop." The attack was swift and merciless. Zeke's power was far beyond anything he had ever possessed before. He would make them learn their lesson. The impact echoed through the desolate landscape. The other Draker family members watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. One of them, a woman with dark hair, spoke in a hushed tone. "With this, right?" Zeke Draker, the failed dragon slayer, lay bleeding on the cold stone floor. A figure loomed over him, their face obscured by shadow, but their voice, laced with cruel amusement, echoed in the confined space. "Fuck around and find out," the figure sneered, their words a finality to Zeke's desperate struggle. Then, a blinding light. Zeke's head throbbed, but a strange clarity replaced the agonizing pain. He felt as if he had just woken from a long, arduous sweat. He opened his eyes. The familiar faces of his family, the very people who had cast him out, were before him. He recognized them instantly, a wave of bitter resentment washing over him. A young man, impatient and clearly annoyed, called out to him. "Stop looking around and come down here if you have something to say," the young man commanded, his tone sharp and dismissive. Zeke glared at them, his violet eyes burning with a newfound intensity. The wounds on his face and hand were fresh, a stark reminder of his recent demise. He was back, 20 years in the past, and he had a score to settle. He clenched his bandaged hand, the subtle glow emanating from his palm a testament to the power he now possessed. Zeke Draker, his body battered and bruised, leaned against a wall, catching his breath. He muttered to himself, relieved, "Phew, I can finally think after breaking a sweat." His gaze fell upon a group of young people in uniform. Recognition dawned on him. He knew these faces. He thought, "I can recognize the people here now." One of the uniformed figures, seemingly a superior, addressed Zeke sharply. "Stop looking," he commanded. The superior continued, "And come down here if you have something to say." Zeke, his face streaked with blood, glared defiantly at the group. His eyes, a striking violet, burned with intensity. His hand, wrapped in bloodied bandages, clenched into a fist. The superior addressed Zeke again, this time stating his name clearly, Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood defiantly. He had been chosen as an opponent. His cousin, Jakin Vardek, stepped forward, a look of grim determination on his face. He felt compelled to speak his mind. Jakin's declaration was met with a calm acceptance from Zeke. He acknowledged the challenge, but pointed out a crucial detail. Liam Stone, a servant, was then summoned to join the fray. Jakin, visibly frustrated, watched as Liam Stone was ordered to join Zeke's opponent. Jakin voiced his opinion, believing this addition would create a fair fight. Zeke, however, smirked, seemingly pleased with the development. He confidently dismissed Jakin's concerns with a dismissive remark. Zeke Draker, his face contorted in a grimace, glared at his opponent. "I'll beat you to death." Zeke Draker. The words were a venomous hiss, laced with barely contained fury. A voice, calm and measured, cut through the tension. "Don't do anything before I give the go, Zeke Draker." Zeke, though seething, muttered a grudging agreement. "Yeah." Several figures stood poised, awaiting a signal. The command was given, then ready. Observing the scene, a young man with dark hair registered his thoughts. "It's interesting, seeing him again here." The focus shifted to a new character. The mercenary king, Liam. Liam's past was revealed. Even in his past life, as Jakin's servant, he had attempted to join the Cradle and the Academy, but a flashback sequence showed Liam's younger self, alongside a taller, more imposing figure. Because he was a distant relative, he was left behind in education. Despite this setback, Liam persevered. He begged to join the higher education of the Valhalla Academy, but ultimately joined the Knight Order of a small nation called Barnon. Varanon's fall forced Liam into a life of mercenary work. However, in chaotic times, people flocked to the strong. His long tenure as a knight allowed him to become a renowned mercenary, known as the Red Knight. Liam, a figure cloaked in shadow and crimson energy, sat upon a throne of sorts, his gaze piercing and intense. His hands rested on the hilt of a great sword, a symbol of his power. His rise to power was swift and decisive. He united 3 of the largest mercenary groups, earning him the title of Mercenary King. As the Empire hid its stone mercenaries, Liam plunged into the chaos of the Continental Wars. Among the many battles, Zeke, a young man clad in lighter attire, found himself facing Liam as a foe. The clash of steel echoed across the snow-covered battlefield. Zeke's expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He reflected on the past, a grim determination hardening his features. This time, however, he vowed things would be different. With a silent command, he initiated his plan. A surge of energy erupted from Zeke, a powerful force that sent shockwaves through the air. His eyes glowed with newfound power. The raw power was overwhelming, a testament to his transformation. His eyes narrowed, a fierce glint reflecting his resolve. He had made his declaration, and now he would act. A surge of energy coursed through Zeke's body, the remnants of his past life flashing before his eyes. He muttered, barely audible, "Pull me together." His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a stark contrast to the darkness that had previously consumed him. He struggled to control the power erupting within. The scene shifted. Zeke, now a young boy, stood defiantly before an older, sneering youth. The older boy scoffed. "Do you think I'll play along with your cheap tricks?" He launched a swift attack, but Zeke reacted instantly, his movements surprisingly agile and precise for someone so young. The older boy recoiled, a look of shock and pain contorting his features as he stumbled back, groaning in surprise. "Ugh!" Zeke stood over his opponent, his breathing ragged, but his eyes burning with newfound confidence. He had clearly surpassed expectations. He smirked. "You should have looked properly before kicking." With a swift movement, Zeke used his newfound power to strike a precise blow, causing the older boy to cry out in pain as he stumbled. Zeke moved with impossible speed, his attack leaving a trail of shimmering energy. He taunted, "You're looking away." Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, lay on the cold stone floor, his body racked with pain. Purple energy pulsed around him, a stark contrast to the dark uniform he wore. His opponent, a young man with intense eyes, stood over him, a similar purple energy crackling around his clenched fist. The air crackled with anticipation. Zeke, despite his injuries, reacted instantly, his hands moving with surprising speed to create a defensive barrier of purple energy. The young man sneered. "Aren't you a little too scared?" he taunted. Zeke, however, remained unfazed. "You couldn't even predict that feint," he retorted, his eyes burning with defiance. The young man launched a powerful attack, but Zeke effortlessly deflected it. "This is why I told you to come together," he explained, his voice calm despite the intensity of the battle. With a burst of speed, Zeke countered, his movements fluid and precise. His power was clearly beyond his opponent's expectations. He unleashed a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The young man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, rose to his feet, defiant. "Aren't enough," he muttered, his voice filled with grim determination. A desperate cry pierced the air. "Liam!" someone shouted, the word echoing the urgency of the situation. The scene shifted, revealing a brutal confrontation. A voice filled with rage commanded, "Kill this asshole." One young man lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Another, his features obscured by shadow, stood over him, poised to strike. The attacker's back was to the viewer, but a sense of menace emanated from his posture. A thought crossed the mind of an observer. This guy. The observer's gaze fell upon the attacker's hand, noticing the bandages. A question formed. He's also 12, like us, right? The attacker turned, revealing a young man with a dark aura surrounding him. His face was partially obscured by shadow, but his eyes burned with intensity. He took a step, his foot impacting the ground with surprising force. The earth trembled slightly beneath his weight. The observer reflected on the fight, noting a particular difficulty. The most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane reach. The attacker's hand, still bandaged, reached out, showcasing an unnatural length and speed. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay on the ground, the dust settling around him after a brutal attack. His opponent stood over him, ready to deliver the final blow. He knew he couldn't afford to be passive. A grim determination hardened his gaze. He wouldn't let his enemy attack first. With a surge of adrenaline, Zeke clenched his fists, a faint purple energy sparking around his knuckles. He decided to take the initiative, launching a surprise counterattack. The purple energy intensified, forming a visible aura around him. Zeke unleashed his new skill, Slash. The attack was a flurry of blows, a barrage of purple energy that momentarily blinded his opponent. The skill description confirmed its E-rank status, a powerful, disorienting attack. Observers watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. One of them, clearly impressed, commented on the unexpected display of power. The scene opens on a young man, Zeke, demonstrating a northern fist-fighting technique. It's unusual in the Midlands, a region where swordsmanship reigns supreme. Zeke's power surges, a purple energy crackling around his fists. An observer gasps, astonished by his unexpected display of strength. Despite his impressive feat, Zeke acknowledges his physical limitations. He reflects on his past, noting his body was weak in his youth. He continues his training, pushing his body to its limits. Even this exertion leaves him winded. Zeke sets aside his current fatigue, focusing on a larger problem, his monstrous physique. A close-up reveals Zeke's powerful, almost monstrous build, radiating an intense energy. An unseen observer comments on Zeke's fighting style, noting the lack of counterattacks or dodges. They recall his more aggressive past as a mercenary king. Zeke acknowledges that his body is reaching its limit. Despite his exhaustion, Zeke unleashes another powerful punch, showcasing his immense strength. An unseen observer marvels at his physical prowess. A surge of violet energy erupted from a clenched fist, crackling with raw power. Zeke Draker, his body racked with the effort, floated amidst the dissipating energy. His eyes, though strained, held a fierce determination. He muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the storm of magic. "I'll take you down through your guard." His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, revealed only burning eyes, watched him with cold intensity. Zeke was thrown back by a powerful force, the violet energy around him intensifying before exploding outwards. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring, but he quickly rolled, his body already anticipating the next attack. Two concentric rings of violet light pulsed on the ground, a magical trap springing to life. Zeke, however, anticipated the trap, narrowly avoiding its grasp as he lunged at his opponent. His opponent, surprised by Zeke's agility, exclaimed, "He dodged? You can't even see ether with your eyes." Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood firm. His eyes, though shadowed, held a newfound intensity. A silent thought echoed within him. Everyone here possesses extraordinary senses. The confrontation began. A flurry of blows exchanged between Zeke and his opponent, a young man with fiery red hair, filled the air. The sounds of impact were deafening. Zeke, despite his initial disadvantage, moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging and countering each attack. His opponent, clearly taken aback by Zeke's unexpected prowess, stumbled back, letting out a pained cry. A flash of crimson light erupted from the opponent's eyes as he braced himself for another attack. Zeke's counterattack was swift and precise. A powerful kick sent his opponent sprawling. He followed up with a devastating blow, incapacitating his opponent. Heightened senses activated. With his heightened senses now active, Zeke perceived the movements of his multiple opponents in slow motion. He was ready. Zeke, the young healer, found himself grappling with a powerful opponent. His body, already weakened, strained under the relentless assault. He grunted in pain as the blows continued, his opponent's strength clearly superior. His breath hitched, his vision blurring. His attacker sneered, "No matter how strong your body is, you can't do much without oxygen in your drain." Zeke gasped, his lungs burning. Despite the pain, A surge of defiance coursed through him. He would not yield. With a desperate roar, Zeke unleashed a hidden power, a crimson energy erupting from his body. His opponent watched in stunned disbelief as Zeke fought back with unexpected ferocity. His attacker, momentarily taken aback, muttered, "Yeah." He then challenged Zeke. "Let's see who comes out on top." The ensuing clash was a whirlwind of blows, a brutal exchange of power. Both combatants fought with a desperate intensity. The fight raged on, the outcome uncertain. Zeke's resolve, fueled by his newfound strength, burned bright. Zeke Draker, the young man deemed a failure by his own family, stood amidst a group of his peers. Their faces, etched with a mixture of fear and apprehension, reflected the intensity of the moment. The air crackled with unspoken tension. His gaze, however, remained fixed on a single figure, a superior officer whose expression mirrored their own unease. The weight of expectation, or perhaps dread, hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, a violent clash erupted. The sounds of grunts and strained muscles filled the training grounds. Zeke, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity, engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Dust and debris flew as he overpowered his opponent with surprising strength and ferocity. The fight concluded swiftly, leaving his opponent injured and bleeding on the ground. Zeke stood over him, his breathing ragged but his expression unyielding. He smirked, a chilling expression that belied his youth. "I expected at least this much from you," he muttered, his voice laced with a hint of disappointment. His opponent, defeated but defiant, declared, "It'll be worth taking you down." Zeke's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in them. The challenge had been accepted. The scene opens with Zeke, a young man with dark hair, standing before a stately building. A concerned voice asks, "I heard you were greatly injured in Pancration. Are you all right, young master?" Zeke replies scarcely, "Yeah, I'm fine." Inside the building, an older man, his face etched with worry, approaches him. The older man continues, suggesting, "If it's not impertinent of me, could I check your pulse?" Zeke hesitates, a thought crossing his mind. He wants to check if I've awakened my aura. He murmurs, "Wait a bit." The older man places a hand on Zeke's, and Zeke allows it. The older man says, "Thank you, young master." A surge of blue energy emanates from Zeke's hand, startling the older man. Zeke thinks, is he a blue dragon? An elderly man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit and monocle, examined a young boy's hands. A faint blue energy pulsed between their clasped fingers. "Knight?" the elder man questioned, his tone curious. The elder man continued his assessment. To determine if someone has awakened, one typically examines their dantian. However, this examination was unusually thorough. The boy's skeletal structure glowed with the same blue energy, revealing an intricate network of light within his body. Imbuing someone with aura is difficult. If the boy could perform this precise manipulation, he must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. 4 gemstones, each a different color and shape, appeared, representing different classifications of knights. These classifications are based on martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency. 2 more gemstones, blue and purple, were shown. A white gemstone represented the novice level, known as the White Swordsman. Most children before the blessing, right, are white swordsmen. The image showed a young man, his body radiating a faint white aura, embodying the characteristics of a white swordsman. A triangular yellow gemstone represented the next level, the Yellow Swordsman. This rank is achieved by awakening one's aura and opening their dantian. The Cradle's trainees all become Yellow Swordsmen after the blessing rite. Once they master aura control, they earn the title of Knight. The next rank, Purple Knight, allows one to reinforce their sword with aura. Beyond that lies the Blue Knight, capable of manifesting an aura blade. This is the level where one can manifest an aura blade. And beyond that lies the realm of those who have transcended their limits. The realm that the mercenary King Liam reached before his death. A power only a select few achieve. Zeke, in his past life, had also reached this level before his untimely death. This is known as Red Knight. There's also the Black Knight, but very few reach that level across the entire continent. A seasoned commander, observing a young boy with unusual abilities, questioned how someone so skilled could end up in this situation. Zeke Draker, a young man with intense eyes, silently assessed his situation. His thoughts were clear. His ether was undetectable. He was utilizing something unique, a power only 2 people in the world possessed. Meanwhile, an older man with silver hair, a monocle, and a distinguished air observed Zeke with a knowing gaze. A surge of blue energy emanated from him. He extended a hand towards Zeke, a silent question in his eyes. "Young master, are you perhaps?" The older man's suspicion grew. "Hiding something from me? Why? Are you hiding something from me then?" The scene shifted to a more formal setting. The two stood facing each other, a palpable tension filling the air. Zeke, attempting to deflect the suspicion, waved a dismissive hand. "I'm just joking." But the older man remained unconvinced. "Why do you change so suddenly, young master? Your question is wrong, Decker." Zeke's response was sharp and defiant. He declared, You should be asking why I've only changed now. Zeke Draker, eyes blazing with an unnatural violet light, stood amidst swirling particles of what seemed to be pure energy. His expression was one of both shock and determination. A man with silver hair and a monocle observed Zeke from a distance. He spoke calmly. Things are just going to their rightful places. So all you need to do is follow me. The servant, his face etched with quiet obedience, replied simply, "Yes, young master." The servant nodded, his expression unchanging. He stated, "I understand." He continued, "I have already prepared the training room you have asked for." The servant, his duties seemingly complete, bid Zeke farewell. "See you, young master. You can rest." Alone, Zeke reflected, if he was ordered to keep an eye on me, I better keep him close to get information out of him instead. Zeke walked down a dimly lit corridor, his thoughts turning to the nature of his surveillance. He mused, the problem then would be who ordered him to keep an eye on me. I don't assume it's someone from my mother's side. A chilling realization struck him. It must be one of his siblings. Zeke Draker, the young man, gazed around the expansive room. Rows of training equipment lined the walls, gleaming under the soft light. He murmured to himself, "So this is a personal training room?" His eyes scanned the room, taking in the various weapons and training aids. He concluded, this household is really living up to its name. A translucent status window appeared before Zeke. It displayed his name, class, skills, and current karma points. He was listed as Zeke Draker, a healer with skills in healing, a composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. His combat skills were low-ranked, but he possessed a latent draconian skill requiring 10 karma points to unlock. Zeke noticed that his slash skill had improved to proficient. He wondered aloud, does it go up the more I use the skill? He reflected on how the skill had activated naturally based on his actions. A surge of dark energy emanated from his hand as he tested his abilities. He questioned, does that mean I had it before then? He pondered the implications of his newfound abilities, wondering if learning something new would add it to his skill list. He also questioned the difference between a skill and a class skill. Zeke mused on the similarities between skill and class activation, observing that they activated similarly. Images of other people flashed before his eyes. His attention turned to the draconian skill, still locked. He read the message, unable to view, 10 points are needed to unlock it. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stared at a translucent interface. The words enable to view, 10 points are needed to unlock, and current karma points, 0 were starkly displayed. His fingers hovered over a sword icon. Below, a smaller box explained, karma points. You can earn karma points by killing monsters. Current karma points, 0 foot. Zeke tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. Monsters? He mused, there are a bunch of those in the dungeons, but I need to be at least a purple knight to get in there. A shift in his focus. His thoughts turned inward. He was more concerned with the circumstances of his unexpected return to the past and the nature of this mysterious system. He suspected a connection between this new skill system and the ancient relic, but information was scarce. The image of a dragon's claw clutching a shard of obsidian filled his mind. Zeke ran a hand through his hair, deep in thought. His expression was one of quiet determination. He let out a small sigh. Whatever. I'll use it as long as it can help me become strong. He gripped his sword, his resolve hardening. Whether it was the system or his Draker heritage, he would use it all. The final thought, sharp and clear, or a Draker. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, is shown from the chest up. A sword bisects the image, separating him from a shadowy figure. The scene is stark, emphasizing the division within him. The narration explains that there are two known powers in this world, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights reinforce their aura in dungeons, while mages handle their mana through circles. A powerful knight, radiating blue energy, stands in stark contrast to Zeke, who falls from above, surrounded by a crimson glow. The visual juxtaposition highlights the difference in their powers. The narration continues, explaining that these two powers are on opposite ends of the spectrum. One who awakens one cannot awaken the other. However, Zeke was unable to awaken either. Because of this inability, Zeke was abandoned by his family. During his time as a vagabond, he met a master. The scene shifts to Zeke and his master walking through a bamboo forest. His master taught him many things. The most useful thing his master taught him was healing and the use of the Ether Hall. Through the Ether Hall, developed by his master, Zeke learned to handle the energy of nature, ether. The panel shows swirling purple energy, symbolizing the ether Zeke now commands. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, a sword held aloft. His master and he thought, were the only ones who wielded this power. The energy pulsed, a testament to his unique abilities. He was one of the few ether users in the entire world. He swung his sword, the purple energy trailing behind it like a comet's tail. The motion was powerful, yet clearly taxing. A weary chuckle escaped his lips. The exertion was taking its toll. He leaned heavily on his sword, his body trembling. I've only trained for 2 hours, he admitted to himself, but I already feel like I'm going to collapse. His hands, though weary, gripped the sword tightly. A faint glow emanated from them. The glow intensified as he activated his healing abilities. It was a rare skill, one he hadn't even known existed before meeting his master. He knew that openly using such a skill would mark him as an outsider, an irregular in the eyes of others. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, slumped against a wall, his breathing ragged. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a testament to the exertion he'd just endured. He explained his inability to utilize his healing abilities during his recent fight with Liam. The strain was evident in his posture as he lay on the cold stone floor. He continued, recounting his hasty retreat to his room, where he immediately focused on self-healing. The faint purple glow emanating from his hands confirmed his words. Now, recovered, Zeke looked up, a determined glint in his eyes. He picked up his staff, a simple yet sturdy weapon, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. He sighed, noting that it was already dinner time. Zeke headed towards the dining hall, his steps firm and purposeful. Zeke Draker stood alone in a vast, echoing hall, a sword held loosely in his hand. The question hung heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. What was he to do now, in this place that had once rejected him? A week later, in the bustling Cradle cafeteria, whispers circulated amongst the Dragon Slayer family members. One young man remarked on Zeke's transformation, noting that he was a completely different person. Another scoffed, referring to Zeke dismissively as that loser. The possibility of black magic was raised, but quickly dismissed as absurd. Despite the skepticism, a quiet hope lingered. The speaker expressed a wish that Zeke would humble the stronger members of the family, a sentiment echoed with a forceful "for real." The scene shifted to a lavish dining hall, where a sumptuous meal was laid out. The opulence of the setting stood in stark contrast to the previous scene's casual atmosphere. Various dishes were displayed, showcasing the wealth and privilege of the Dragon Slayer family. Zeke sat alone, a fork poised over a piece of meat. A faint, reddish glow emanated from the food as he prepared to eat. Reyna Turin, a young woman with a determined expression, devoured her meal with gusto. Her eyes, sharp and focused, betrayed a hunger that extended beyond mere physical appetite. Meanwhile, in a grand dining hall, Owen Zimmons, a young man with blonde hair, addressed a table of similarly attired individuals. He urged them to eat, emphasizing the need for energy before an upcoming event. He stressed the importance of their strength for the impending swordsman duel. Owen Zimmons, meticulously cutting his steak, sat at the head of the table, his demeanor calm and collected. Another man at the table, his face partially obscured, questioned Owen's sudden display of concern, suspecting insincerity. Owen retorted, suggesting the other man's inferiority complex was to blame for his misinterpretation. The man reacted with outrage, his face contorting in fury. In a sudden, violent outburst, he slammed his fist on the table, shattering the expensive tableware and sending food flying. Reyna, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, continued her meal with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Owen watched her, his eyes narrowed in a mixture of surprise and something akin to apprehension. The scene opens in a lavish dining hall. Two young men sit at a table, engaged in a tense conversation. One, with dark hair, listens intently as the other, with light brown hair, gestures emphatically. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The name Zeke Draker is shouted, echoing through the hall. For individuals react with varying degrees of shock and disdain. Their faces a mixture of anger and apprehension. The focus is on Zeke, the subject of their intense scrutiny. One of the onlookers comments that while Zeke's pancration skills were impressive, his swordsmanship is pathetic. He questions Zeke's ability to even wield a sword properly. The panel shifts to a close-up of a brooding young man, his eyes filled with a dark intensity. He contemplates Zeke's weakness and the implications for the future. Zeke, a smirk playing on his lips, is shown in a close-up. His expression hints at a hidden strength and confidence. The conversation continues. One of the onlookers scoffs at Zeke's weakness, pointing out that he needed a custom-made sword because the standard ones were too heavy. Another expresses frustration at having lost to such an inferior opponent. Another person interjects, claiming Zeke's victory in Pancration was purely due to luck. The panel focuses on a young woman, her face contorted in anger and disbelief at the suggestion that Zeke's victory was a fluke. The scene shifts back to the dining hall. One of the onlookers expresses doubt about the other's assessment of Zeke's abilities. The great hall of the Draker household buzzed with hushed tension. A young man, Zeke, sat amongst his family, his face etched with a quiet defiance. A stern voice cut through the silence, declaring, "Then you people have no right to be knights of the Draker household." A young woman, her face set in grim determination, stood, sword at her hip. She was clearly prepared to challenge the speaker's authority. The scene opens with a stark declaration, a sword duel. Unlike Pancration, this is a fight to the death, with real swords, and it is the source of many incidents within a cradle. This is also where the true difference in skill between the cadets becomes glaringly apparent. A close-up on a sword, its blade gleaming faintly, emphasizes the gravity of the upcoming trials. The narration continues, explaining that a month after the final exams, the blessing rite will commence. This is the event where the Draker family awakens their aura, a moment of profound significance for their lineage. Zeke, a young man with a concerned expression, is called upon. He appears apprehensive. Meanwhile, another young man, Zeke, approaches, carrying a large sword. He seems confident and almost smug. Whispers ripple through the onlookers. Some question the size of the young man's sword, wondering if he believes it makes him stronger. Zeke stands confidently, his large sword at his side, seemingly unfazed by the whispers. The young Zeke Draker stood before a large crowd, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. He was small for his age, his shoulders slumped slightly beneath the weight of his family's expectations. He adjusted the hilt of his sword, a nervous habit he'd never quite broken. The weight of the blade felt strangely familiar, yet also foreign, a symbol of a legacy he was ill-equipped to uphold. Across the training grounds, two other young dragon slayers stood ready. One, older and taller, exuded confidence. The other, equally young as Zeke, mirrored his own nervousness. This was the annual Dragon Slayer trial. The older youth, his eyes blazing with intensity, declared his choice of opponent. His gaze locked onto Zeke, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A surge of fiery energy erupted around him, a visible manifestation of his power. Zeke, despite his apprehension, accepted the challenge without hesitation. He understood the weight of the tradition, the expectations of his family, and the necessity of proving himself. With surprising speed and strength, he drew his claymore, the movement fluid and precise, belying his earlier nervousness. The other young dragon slayer watched, his eyes widening in disbelief as Zeke effortlessly wielded the massive weapon. Now facing his opponent, Zeke's earlier apprehension was replaced by a steely resolve. He was ready. Zeke Draker, a young man with striking dark eyes, stood poised, a long sword held before him. His aura pulsed with an unnatural intensity. A voice, filled with awe, observed. Is it because he grew larger? His aura. He quickly dismissed the thought. Doubt clouded his features as he muttered to himself. What am I saying? The scene shifted. Zeke, now facing his opponent, steeled his resolve. He thought, I can't get intimidated by him before the duel begins. I accepted with confidence. He stood firm, his posture radiating self-assurance. His opponent, a woman, watched him intently. Zeke's thoughts returned to the upcoming duel. He reflected, like how I've always done. But a nervous swallow betrayed his calm exterior. He realized, but a duel against the Lightning Knight is quite nerve-wracking. The name of his opponent was revealed, Reyna Turin, also known as the Lightning Knight, a legendary figure from the Continental Wars and considered one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers. Reyna's image filled the space. A further detail was added. She was unique in having awakened her aura even before the blessing rite. A young woman with short brown hair, clad in dark robes, let out a sharp, breathy laugh. Her eyes, wide and intense, held a glint of something fierce. She had awakened her aura. This was a few years ago, at this very time. Yet, she hadn't used it since her infancy, choosing instead to focus on strengthening her fundamentals. She had decided to prioritize improving her basic skills. Fundamentals. With a determined expression, she brought her hands together, a surge of energy building between them. Then, she shouted a single word. Begin! The young woman lunged forward, a blur of motion. Simultaneously, a young man with dark hair, also in dark robes, drew his sword, a flash of light erupting from the blade as he met her attack. Their clash sent a shockwave across the ground. The young man moved with speed and precision, his sword a blur. He landed a blow, sending the young woman sprawling. Zeke Draker, the healer, moved with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur as he parried a blow aimed at his head. His opponent, a young woman named Reyna, was clearly surprised by his unexpected skill. He countered with a swift thrust of his own, his blade flashing in the dim light of the training hall. The force of the attack sent a shockwave rippling across the floor. Reyna, momentarily off balance, stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. She was clearly skilled, but Zeke's unexpected strength and speed caught her off guard. He pressed his advantage, his movements fluid and precise. Each step was calculated, each strike deliberate. The onlookers watched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. They had never seen Zeke fight like this before. One of Zeke's opponents, a young man with intense eyes, observed the fight with a grim expression. He muttered to himself, impressed despite his outward show of disdain. Reyna, however, was far from defeated. A fierce glint appeared in her eyes as she prepared for a renewed assault. From the sidelines, another young man urged Reyna to finish the fight quickly. His words were sharp, laced with impatience and a hint of arrogance. The other onlookers, a group of young men in similar uniforms, watched with a mixture of anticipation and disdain. They clearly considered Zeke an easy target. The sky above was a clear, boundless blue, dotted with a few distant birds. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Was Reyna merely toying with her opponent? Below, two figures clashed. One, clad in dark, formal attire, wielded a long sword with practiced ease. His opponent, similarly dressed, but less refined, moved with a desperate agility, trying to find an opening. Despite the intensity of the fight, the swordsman in formal attire remained calm. He could sense the gaps in his opponent's defense, the fleeting moments of vulnerability. However, no matter how quickly he attempted to exploit those openings, his opponent's blade always seemed to meet his, deflecting his attacks. It was as if the opponent was anticipating his every move, his sword a mirror reflecting the swordsman's own attacks. The swordsman felt a strange sense of frustration. It was as if his opponent was applauding his attempts, almost mocking his efforts. And then, another opportunity appeared. Another gap opened up in his opponent's defense. The swordsman paused, a thought forming in his mind. This felt strangely familiar, almost like a hush fell over the training grounds. All eyes were fixed on the two figures poised for combat. A training duel, it was announced. Zeke Draker, his gaze narrowed, focused intently on his opponent. The intensity of his expression hinted at a fierce determination. He stood ready, his stance mirroring his opponent's, a testament to the rigorous training he had endured. This was more than a duel. It was a lesson, a teaching moment. With a blur of motion, the two combatants clashed. Steel met steel, sparks erupting in a dazzling display of skill. Their swords danced, a whirlwind of precise movements, each parry and thrust a testament to their mastery. The air crackled with the energy of their confrontation. One of the combatants stumbled, losing their footing. The other, seizing the advantage, pressed their attack. From the sidelines, a spectator observed the duel, his gaze sharp and analytical. He recognized the skill of the fallen combatant, identifying her as Han, the Lightning Knight. He commented on her technique, noting its precision and strength, but also its limitations, stemming from an overemphasis on fundamentals. Intrigued, he decided to intervene, offering his own insights and guidance. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, knelt low, his dark eyes fixed on his opponent. A question echoed in his mind. Could he help her break free from her self-imposed isolation? His stance was impossibly low, a testament to his unconventional fighting style. Observing him from a distance, his opponent, a young man with short brown hair, noted the unusual posture. The young man, Zeke's opponent, assessed the situation. He intended to close the distance in a single, swift movement. But Zeke anticipated his opponent's strategy. His speed, he knew, was nothing to scoff at. A challenge was issued. Come, Zeke Draker. With a blur of motion, Zeke reacted. His sword moved in a dazzling arc, a testament to his unexpected speed and agility. Zeke's opponent was taken aback by the sudden burst of speed. He was fast, incredibly fast. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. Zeke's blade met his opponent's, a fierce exchange of skill and power. The force of the impact shattered the stone beneath their feet. The intensity of the battle was palpable. Despite Zeke's impressive speed, his opponent remained calm. As long as there was distance between them, reacting to his movements remained possible. The earth trembled. A violent shockwave, emanating from a clash of immense power, ripped through the very ground. Dust and debris erupted into the air, a testament to the ferocity of the unseen battle. Two figures locked in a desperate struggle. One, Zeke, the young man with dark hair, was on the defensive, his body braced against a powerful blow. His opponent, a woman with fiery red hair, moved with lethal grace, her sword a blur of motion. He barely managed to deflect the attack, the force of the impact sending tremors through his arms. The clash of steel echoed through the air, a deafening clang that spoke of the raw power unleashed. Zeke's opponent smirked, a cruel expression twisting her features. Her eyes, filled with a cold intensity, gleamed with triumph. With a swift, brutal movement, she unleashed another attack, sending Zeke sprawling to the ground. He landed hard, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. Despite the pain, Zeke refused to yield. He pushed himself up, his eyes burning with determination. He would not be defeated. The two combatants clashed again, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The fight was a whirlwind of motion, a deadly dance of steel and skill. Zeke's opponent pressed her advantage, her attacks relentless. He could feel his strength waning, his body screaming in protest. But even as he faltered, a flicker of something new ignited within him. A surge of power, unexpected and potent, coursed through his veins. Zeke Draker, the healer, the outcast, uttered his final words, "I'm finished." But as his life ebbed, a surge of ethereal energy enveloped him, a power beyond his comprehension. He found himself reborn, not in death, but in a past he thought lost. 20 years prior, back within the Dragon Slayer family that had rejected him. Before him stood Reyna, a fellow cadet, her sword poised for a strike. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. A silent observer noted Reyna's unusual restraint, a deviation from her typical fighting style. As expected of Reyna, she didn't use her aura as usual. Another cadet, however, disagreed. No, the cadets didn't notice. The truth, however, was more subtle. As Zeke's attack closed in on Reyna, she employed only the faintest trace of her aura, a barely perceptible amount. A silent vow, a promise kept. Reina, bound by a pledge to never use her aura until entering the academy, held back her full power. Zeke, the young man with a bruised face, stood amidst the chaos. He had managed to seize the girl's hand, a desperate act in the midst of a tumultuous struggle. A figure emerged from the shadows, their voice cutting through the din. "What are you doing?" Before anyone could react, a surge of dark energy erupted from Zeke, striking his opponent. His adversary stumbled, but Zeke's expression hardened. "This isn't over." The girl, her face contorted in pain, clutched at her throat, blood trickling down her chin. Zeke, weakened but defiant, knelt, his sword lying beside him, a pool of blood forming around him. His opponents, outraged, declared, "This is a sword duel. We won't stand for such cheap attacks." Two figures stood ready, their faces grim, echoing their comrades' sentiment with a resounding right. The jeers of the crowd echoed around Zeke, their voices a venomous tide. A knight abandoning his sword. "This is Reina's victory," they chanted, their scorn palpable. The insults continued, sharper now. "You don't have what it takes to be a knight. Shame on you." The weight of their judgment pressed down on him. Zeke stood over his fallen opponent, Reina. The shouts of "shame on you" continued, but Zeke merely shrugged. "Meh, I won in the end," he muttered, a hint of weariness in his voice. Reina, defeated and bleeding, lay on the ground. Zeke offered a hand, a question hanging in the air. "Want to continue?" He rejected the offered hand, his pride wounded. Zeke's expression hardened. He had won, but the victory felt hollow. His thoughts turned inward. He realized the truth. He only struck me because I let my guard down. A surge of anger and frustration coursed through him. The implications of his momentary lapse in focus were clear. Reina's face was etched with pain and self-reproach. He whispered, "If he wasn't barehanded and had a dagger." Zeke sheathed his sword, the silence heavy between them. "It is my loss." The words hung in the air, a quiet admission of his own shortcomings. Three young men, clad in the dark uniforms of the Draker family, stood in hushed anticipation. Their faces, etched with a mixture of apprehension and awe, were turned towards something unseen. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Zeke Draker, recently dismissed as human scum, had achieved something extraordinary. His victory against one of the most promising scions of a prestigious family was a stunning upset. In the arena, Zeke stood alone, his back to the onlookers, a greatsword planted firmly in the ground. The whispers of "Zeke Draker" rippled through the crowd. A hazy, orange glow filled the sky, the remnants of a catastrophic fire. The silhouette of a castle, its towers consumed by flames, loomed against the fiery backdrop. The castle's walls crumbled, revealing a scene of devastation within. Several figures, silhouetted against the inferno, surveyed the damage. One, smaller than the rest, lay prone on the ground. Soldiers, clad in scorched armor, moved amongst the fallen, their faces grim. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and blood. Two soldiers carefully carried a body, wrapped in a blood-stained cloth, away from the immediate carnage. The camera focuses on a detail, a wound deep and bleeding on the chest of the prone figure. Inside the castle, amidst the chaos, Abel, a man with dark hair and glasses, calmly sipped tea. Another, a woman with vibrant red hair, watched him with disbelief. "Abel," she exclaimed, "how are you drinking tea in this situation?" News of a significant event reached the ears of Zeke, a young man whose name was mentioned in hushed tones. A letter, sealed with a crimson wax, confirmed the shocking truth. A mysterious individual had defeated Reina. Meanwhile, in a different setting, William, a man known for his seriousness, sat alone, sipping from a steaming cup. A quiet observation was made about his demeanor. He pondered the time remaining before a crucial event, the blessing rite. His thoughts turned to the impending ceremony. William, still contemplating the upcoming rite, noted that there was ample time until the next full moon. The timing seemed significant. A decision was made. He would personally visit the family of the individual who had defeated Reina. His companion expressed surprise and concern at this bold plan. William's curiosity was piqued. He examined a weapon, his gaze lingering on its intricate details. The object held a certain significance. His interest was primarily focused on understanding the nature of the awakening experienced by the individual who defeated Reina. The mystery surrounding this event fueled his investigation. He spoke of the upcoming awakening of the youngest member of their family, a significant event for the entire clan. Zeke's recent victory had sent shockwaves through the cradle. His actions had far-reaching consequences. Zeke Draker, the disgraced descendant of the Dragon Slayer family, silently returned to the training grounds. He resumed his practice, his movements precise and focused despite the weight of his past failures. A month passed. The day of the blessing rite arrived. Zeke reflected on his past life, marveling at his current circumstances. He couldn't believe he'd become a red knight in his previous life. He wiped sweat from his brow, his breath ragged. With a silent command, he accessed his status window. The status window displayed his information. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Healer, Rare. Title, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. His skills included healing, composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. A draconian skill was listed, but locked. He reviewed his skills. As expected, once his skill mastery surpassed expert level, the mastery would reset. He noted that his precise stab skill was at the expert level. He had even managed to raise the mastery of his swift step skill, a technique he'd honed during his previous life. The status window updated, reflecting the reset. A voice called out to him. "Decker, what do you want?" He replied, "We're leaving in 2 hours." "All right, I'll join soon, so get everything ready." The camera sweeps across a picturesque landscape, revealing a majestic castle nestled amidst rolling hills. A light blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds provides a serene backdrop. Approaching the castle are several ornate carriages, drawn by powerful black horses. The vehicles move with a sense of purpose and quiet dignity. Inside one of the carriages, a young man with dark hair and thoughtful eyes sits pensively. He muses, "It's been a while since I've been at the main estate." The narration clarifies, this estate belongs to the Draker family and is located within the Duchy of Troy. Although the family's main residence is in Midland, at the Four Seasons Fortress, the upcoming blessing rite must be held at this ancestral home. A map of the region is shown, highlighting the location of the Duchy of Troy and its proximity to other kingdoms and territories. The strategic importance of a location is emphasized. The carriage arrives at the Draker family estate. A jolt is felt as the carriage comes to a sudden stop. The imposing structure of the Draker family's main estate, referred to as the Dragon's Nest Lair, is revealed in all its grandeur. It is a testament to the family's power and legacy. The young man steps out of the carriage, his gaze taking in the imposing scale of the ancestral home. He is clearly both awestruck and apprehensive. Zeke Draker stood in the grand hall of the Draker family estate, his back to the viewer. The imposing architecture loomed around him, a stark contrast to his own slight frame. He was dressed in the uniform of a Draker cadet, though the fit seemed somewhat loose, hinting at a period of growth since he last wore it. A sudden announcement cut through the air. From a raised platform, a figure addressed a large assembly of Draker family members and retainers, all clad in dark uniforms. The words "attention" echoed in the hall. Zeke, observing the scene from a distance, reflected on the gathering. He realized, with a dawning sense of unease, that this was not a typical family gathering. His gaze fell upon the faces of the onlookers. They were individuals he recognized from the Continental newsletter, prominent figures from across the land. He continued his observation, noting the presence of several individuals who were clearly there as informants, sent by his own family to monitor his actions. Zeke understood the implications. His family was watching him, their intentions unclear, but certainly not benevolent. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently. The weight of their scrutiny pressed down on him. He knew what would happen if he failed his awakening. They would cast him aside, just as they had before. A surge of determination hardened his gaze. He would not let that happen again. Zeke Draker, the youngest son of the Draker family, stood in a dimly lit room, his eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and disbelief. A single thought echoed in his mind. Why was he here? He clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging beneath his simple attire. His gaze was fierce, betraying the turmoil within. A voice, smooth and condescending, broke the silence. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The speaker chuckled, adding, "I believe so." Two figures stood in a grand hall, their hands clasped in a brief handshake. One inquired, "So, what brings you here to the blessing rite? Has anyone in this class caught your eye, perhaps?" The younger of the two, a woman with vibrant red hair, smiled slyly. "Not at all," she replied, "but I have other reasons." She gestured toward a sword resting on a nearby table. It just so happens that. Her expression shifted, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "My adorable youngest brother is here." The woman, Abel Draker, the second son of the Draker family and wielder of the Lion Blade, leaned forward, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Abel's gaze shifted, her eyes widening slightly as she spotted someone. "Oh, there he is." Zeke, the young man with intense, dark eyes, glared at Abel, whose crimson hair and smug smile were clearly visible. The word butchering hung heavy in the air, a grim foreshadowing of the events to come. A hushed whisper followed, barely audible yet laced with urgency. "Knight, Abel, calm down." Zeke's expression hardened. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, a sense of resignation settling over him. "There's nothing I can do right now, anyway." His thoughts drifted to his past life, a stark contrast to the present. In my past life, Abel would have never come to see me during the blessing rite. A question formed in Zeke's mind, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Did my actions change the future? He clenched his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. The realization struck him with renewed force. If that's the case, this might be my chance. Zeke nodded, a silent affirmation of his resolve. The announcement echoed through the hall, signaling the commencement of the ceremony. "All right then, we will now begin the blessing rite." A voice, strong and commanding, called out from within a shadowed chamber. "Aaron, come on out." Hesitantly, a figure clad in heavy, Dark plate armor emerged, his movements stiff and uncertain. He seemed to be struggling against some unseen force. The armored figure, Aaron, stood before a young man in a richly decorated uniform. The young man's brow was furrowed in concern, his gaze fixed on a glowing blue pool of water. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the pool, striking Aaron's legs. He cried out in pain. The energy pulsed, a searing blue light, as Aaron's hands reached out, grasping at the ethereal glow. His skin began to crack and bleed. The energy flowed into him, coursing through his body, causing more pain, but also a strange sense of power. The young man watched, his expression a mixture of apprehension and fascination. The energy intensified, radiating outward in a brilliant blue explosion. Aaron stood, transformed. The blue energy crackled around him, his eyes blazing with newfound power. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The energy subsided, leaving behind a faint blue glow. Aaron stood, breathing heavily, his transformation complete. A swirling vortex of azure energy pulsed with an otherworldly light, its ethereal glow illuminating the inky blackness surrounding it. From the heart of the vortex, a brilliant white light pierced the darkness, its intensity growing with each passing moment. As the light intensified, two ancient characters materialized within the vortex, their luminescence mirroring the energy surrounding them. The characters pulsed with the same energy as the vortex, their forms shifting and reforming as if alive. The vortex began to spiral inwards, drawing the characters into its core, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of light and energy. The swirling energy began to coalesce, forming a radiant stream of light that cascaded downwards. Through the blessing rite, every member of the Draker bloodline awakens their sealed aura when it's time for them to graduate from the cradle at the age of 12. A young man with brown hair, dressed in a dark, ornate uniform, held a small, glowing object in his hands, his expression one of apprehension. A surge of blue energy enveloped him, the light intensifying as he prepared for the rite of passage. The young man stood before the ornate cabinet, his aura shimmering with an unnatural blue light. Compared to the average knight, who typically awakens their powers after the age of 20, his awakening was exceptionally swift. Among those who awaken with such speed, a rare few exhibit a unique trait known as mana inhibition, a phenomenon linked to their powerful aura. A sudden malfunction. The mana lamps in the hall flickered erratically, their soft glow replaced by unsettling red sparks. He gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as the red lights intensified. This was unprecedented. The onlookers watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The young man's power was about to manifest. He was engulfed in a fiery aura, the intensity of the flames mirroring the power surging within him. It was clear he would surpass even the most seasoned knights. The young man underwent a pure blood awakening, his body crackling with energy as he stood, transformed. A stern-faced superior officer ordered the young man to put on special gloves. Due to the mana inhibition, these gloves were essential for survival. He hesitantly donned the gloves, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. The weight of his newfound power settled upon him. The Draker family, renowned dragon slayers, had a tradition. Only those of pure bloodline, proving their descent, were granted the family name and its considerable support. A hush fell over the onlookers as the next candidate stepped forward. Whispers circulated among the observers. They anticipated the main event, curious about the nature of his awakening. One observer confidently predicted a pure blood awakening, given the candidate's victory over Reyna. Zeke, the young man in question, stood before the ancient statue, a familiar yet unwelcome sight. He recalled his previous traumatic encounter with the ritual. He stood beside a large, ornate chalice, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. His expression was grim. The memory of his previous attempt was still fresh, a horrible experience. Despite the ordeal, the blessing rite was the only way he could have survived his infancy. Yet, even then he felt. Zeke reached into the chalice, a swirling vortex of purple energy surrounding him, numerous eyes seeming to watch his every move. A shameful title, indeed. But this is not the end of Zeke Draker's story. Zeke, the young man depicted, possessed an unusual ability for a dragon slayer. He could heal. More than that, he could manipulate ether itself. Despite the scorn of his family, he refused to surrender. He stood up for himself, driven by his own will. And that resolve, that defiance, would change everything. A desperate plea escaped his lips, a cry for help directed at a mysterious entity he referred to as Bronzestat. A surge of power, a celestial energy, enveloped him. Zeke's eyes gleamed with newfound power, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A surge of energy, a torrent of cerulean light, erupted from an unseen source. Its power was immense, its origin unknown. The light subsided, revealing a figure clad in heavy, gray plate armor, a sword gripped tightly in its hands. The warrior stood motionless, a stark silhouette against the encroaching darkness. The armored figure's hands, though gloved, trembled slightly, betraying a hidden tension. Within a grand hall, a group of onlookers watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One woman, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, whispered, Did it stop? Another, with vibrant red hair, stared intently, her expression grim. She muttered, This has never happened before. A man, dressed in ornate, crimson and gold attire, leaned against the balcony, observing the scene below with a calculating gaze. His attention shifted, his eyes narrowing as he focused on a particular detail. A sudden realization washed over him. He murmured, I knew it. Elsewhere, a hand dipped into a pool of shimmering, blue water. The owner of the hand sighed, Yeah, I shouldn't have expected things to change. Zeke Draker, his expression hardening, stood amidst the murmuring crowd. He muttered to himself, the words laced with a quiet bitterness. Thanks to that bastard, I became too confident. The scene shifted to a hushed chamber, where the whispers of the onlookers turned to gasps of disbelief. A young man, his face etched with shock, stammered, W.H. Their incredulity was palpable. One voice, sharp and disbelieving, cut through the stunned silence. He failed to awaken? Is that even possible? Another voice, filled with wonder and a hint of fear, added, But how? Looks like even the blood of the family head wasn't enough for the cursed blood. A hush fell over the group again, broken only by a hissed command. Shh, be quiet. How did he beat Reina then? The whispers continued. One person suggested, He must have used a trick. He's an embarrassment to the family. Zeke, observing them from a distance, simply scoffed. These people never change. Zeke's gaze hardened. He thought to himself, Well, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of ways to get stronger than awakenings. A formal announcement was made, interrupting Zeke's thoughts. The words, delivered in a measured tone, were, It was found that necessary information has been found missing from the identification terminal during class identification. A system notification appeared, stark against the backdrop of a grand hall. The message was clear. Class information had been input using the system's authority. However, a subsequent message indicated that information was missing. The terminal identified the user's talent as healer. Confirmation followed. The class had been unlocked. Furthermore, the obtained class was identified as a rare class. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a sharp gaze, reacted with disbelief. No way, he exclaimed. Suddenly, red lights flared. The intensity of the light was striking. A figure clad in heavy armor stood amidst the fiery glow, a large sword at their side. Observers gasped. It's red, a pure blood awakening. One of them whispered, their voice laced with awe. Another voiced their astonishment. He's starting off as red? A close-up revealed a pair of eyes, reflecting a strange, glowing symbol. The terminal announced a connection had been made. The ancient dragon's blessing, sealed within the user's soul, had been activated. Zeke stood, his back to the viewer, a brilliant, golden light emanating from him. A powerful, blue-tinged sword materialized in his hand. A swirling vortex of golden energy erupted from beneath Zeke's feet as he stood on a crimson carpet. The intensity of the magical aura was palpable. Zeke's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable. He was the first of the Draker line to fail the awakening, his healing abilities deemed unworthy by his family. Now, something unexpected was happening. Before him, two messages materialized in the air, glowing with ethereal light. The first proclaimed, Your awakened talents have been combined. The second continued, With the combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered, What the hell? A golden light filled the grand hall. Zeke, the young man at the center of the room, witnessed the radiant glow with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. He questioned the nature of this light, wondering if it truly signified a pure-blooded awakening. He observed a reddish hue within the golden light, leading him to believe it was indeed a genuine awakening. Despite his deduction, Zeke anticipated skepticism from others. He strategized that a carefully chosen statement might sway them to his side. His assessment proved correct. Doubt clouded the faces of the onlookers. A question arose. Was the sword statue damaged? The lack of mana inhibition further fueled their uncertainty, casting doubt on whether this was a true pure-blooded awakening. A subtle crack appeared in Zeke's gloves, hinting at the immense power he now possessed. A woman with vibrant red hair, amused by the tension, pointed out that two pure-blooded awakenings had occurred simultaneously. A grand hall buzzed with anticipation. A man with fiery red hair and a flamboyant red and gold uniform addressed the assembled crowd. He gestured expansively, his voice carrying across the room. Isn't this something to celebrate? From the audience, a man in a dark suit grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's right, two pure-blood awakenings. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. One woman exclaimed, What a blessing! Another, more practical, instructed someone nearby, What are you doing? Go get a glove for our newest member. A young man with short, dark hair, dressed in a similar, though less ornate, uniform, approached the stage. A taller, bullier man bowed slightly before him. The young man responded curtly, Yes, sir. He received a small, dark object. Examining it, he muttered, This is quite hefty. The young man proceeded to the center of the hall. A voice called out, "Next!" He responded with another curt, "Yes, sir." The red-haired man watched him with a subtle, knowing smile. The young man's thoughts turned inward. He observed the red-haired man from afar, a grim expression settling on his face. But taking Abel's help, this feels like shit. His anger intensified, his features hardening. The ceremony concluded. A high-ranking officer of the Draker family addressed the assembled crowd, his voice booming with authority. "This now marks the end of the blessing rite. We will have a celebration party soon. This is for everyone here, so please do enjoy." Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, a young man, Zeke, stood apart, his thoughts far from the festivities. He mused, "Party my ass. There has to be a training room here somewhere, right?" Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widened. He was startled by an unexpected sight. His surprise was palpable. He thought, "I didn't expect him to make contact with me so soon." A regal figure, a man with vibrant red hair, approached Zeke. He questioned, "Where are you wandering off so early into the party?" Zeke, still surprised, could only think, to make contact with me so soon. The red-haired man's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed, and a smirk played on his lips. He offered his congratulations. He continued, "Congratulations on a pure-blood awakening." The red-haired man extended a hand towards Zeke in a gesture of camaraderie. Zeke considered the offer, his internal monologue revealing his thoughts. A handshake? If I refuse, my hostility toward him will be shown. Two gloved hands reached out to each other, a silent agreement passing between them. One voice, calm and measured, offered, "Let's play along for now." The scene shifted. A lone figure, cloaked and imposing, stood amidst a desolate landscape. Fallen figures, their forms broken and still, lay scattered around him, a grim testament to a recent battle. Again, the two gloved hands met, this time with a palpable tension. The unspoken agreement continued. The focus narrowed to a close-up. A man with fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes regarded a younger man with a mixture of amusement and disdain. The younger man's expression was one of barely concealed resentment. The younger man, dressed in a military uniform, stood rigidly before the red-haired man. A gloved hand rested on his shoulder, a gesture that felt more like a restraint than a comfort. A single, gloved hand extended, a silent offer of something unseen. The red-haired man spoke, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Well, this is awkward, Zeke." Zeke, the younger man, visibly recoiled. His internal thoughts were clear. Even for the sake of appearances, he couldn't bring himself to shake the other man's hand. He considered the man scum. The red-haired man sighed. "It can't be helped. I'll have to settle for having seen your face." Zeke, a young man dressed in dark attire, stood before a regal figure draped in crimson. The elder addressed him. "I'll see you again, Zeke." The elder, his back now turned, walked away, leaving Zeke alone in the opulent hall. His expression was one of barely contained anger. The words, "I'll see you again," echoed in Zeke's mind. Zeke's face was a mask of fury. His eyes burned with resentment. Elsewhere, two individuals discussed the recent events. One of them remarked, "Two new purebloods, huh?" The other responded, "That's right." Zeke's golden light was quite shocking. One of them questioned, "Isn't that the first time it's happened?" The other replied, "We thought he failed to awaken at first." The scene shifted to Zeke's discarded gloves lying on a bed. He let out a relieved sigh. Phew. He sat alone, catching his breath. "I thought I was going to suffocate in there," he thought, still shaken. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, found himself back in the opulent mansion of his ancestors. 20 years had vanished, replaced by a disorienting return to his youth. He stood, hands clasped, in the heart of the grand hall, a silent observer of his surroundings. He questioned his well-being, a single thought echoing in his mind. How am I fine? The answer, however, was not so simple. All pure-blooded Draker descendants possessed mana inhibition, a power that set them against the very source of magical energy. This ability, a hallmark of their lineage, was a double-edged sword. While it proved their opposition to dragons, the source of mana, it also created complications. Most machines relied on mana as fuel, presenting a significant challenge for those who could not control it. A young woman, her face etched with concern, observed Zeke. She explained that pure-blooded Draker needed special gloves to manage their mana inhibition. Zeke realized that, if he were truly a pureblood, he should have experienced difficulties without them. But he hadn't. As Zeke removed a glove, a status window appeared before him, revealing his current state. He was listed as Zeke Draker, class, Immortal Unique, having received the blessing of the Ancient Dragon. His skills included a potent healing factor, heightened senses, and several combat abilities, though most were at a beginner level. Zeke pondered the information displayed. This was drastically different from his previous life. Instead of mana inhibition, he possessed mana reflection. He was intrigued and a little confused. He decided to investigate further, needing to understand his new abilities fully. He reached for a nearby book, intending to study the details of his newfound power. The book detailed the mana reflection skill. It created a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, sat alone, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, confirming a crucial detail. Mana reflection was categorized as a skill. His gaze fell upon his status window. Before the awakening ritual, he had been a rare healer. Now, something had changed drastically. The window displayed his new classification, unique immortal. A wave of surprise washed over him, quickly followed by a dawning realization. Zeke recalled the awakening ceremonies of his peers. All graduates had experienced regular awakenings, marked by a blue aura. Only Reina, his cousin, had a different experience, a pure-blooded red awakening, a stark contrast to the norm. His own awakening had initially been red, mirroring Reina's. But then, unexpectedly, it transformed into gold. He pondered the significance of this unique change. The system had reported a loss of critical information during the classification process. Zeke wondered if this referred to the bronze statue. The system would use its authority to input the missing class information. As the information was input, the halted bronze statue began to emit a red light. Zeke Draker, the disgraced heir of the Draker family, slumped in his ornate chair, a sigh escaping his lips. Damn it. He ran a hand through his hair, his frustration evident. So that's what happened. The bronze statue, used for centuries to determine the awakening of Draker heirs, didn't measure inherent power, but rather the user's disposition, their class. A vision of a fiery sword flashed before his eyes. Red signified a rare class, while gold indicated a unique one. The image of the sword intensified, its golden glow almost blinding. And gold was for the unique. A new revelation struck him. The bronze statue was an ancient relic, predating even Tarakan, the founder of the Draker family. The concept of class was obsolete. The statue was only used to confirm whether an awakening had occurred. Zeke realized the truth. The red light, previously interpreted as a sign of a rare class, was actually a mislabeled indicator of a pure blood awakening. He let out a weary sigh, and no family head had ever realized this. A notification appeared before him. He had acquired karma points. He now had enough to unlock a draconian skill. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself back in his family's manor. 20 years had vanished, replaced by a disorienting sense of déjà vu. A question formed in his mind. Had he truly returned? Before him, a translucent interface shimmered into existence, offering a choice to access his draconian skills. He resolved to test the system's capabilities. With a touch, Zeke confirmed his selection. The screen displayed his status. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Title, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. His current karma points stood at 90. His class skills included Healing Factor, Composed Mind, Vigor Recovery, and Heightened Senses. His draconian skills, however, were mostly locked, requiring karma points to unlock. Dragon Eyes, 20 points, Might of the Dragon, 30 points, and Devour, 50 points. He reviewed the descriptions of each skill. Zeke leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He understood the implications of his newfound abilities. His attention was drawn to Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon. He considered the potential applications of each. The Devour skill, however, puzzled him. Its high cost and vague description prompted him to prioritize the more immediately useful skills. With a decisive gesture, Zeke unlocked Dragon Eyes. He then unlocked Might of the Dragon, but deemed it too risky to use within the confines of his family's home. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, felt a surge of power as the draconian skill, Dragon Eyes, activated within him. A golden light pulsed around him, marking the beginning of his transformation. His vision sharpened, the world around him resolving into intricate detail. The golden light intensified, focusing on his eyes, which glowed with an inner fire. He stood, his boots thudding softly on the polished floor of his family's manor. A faint hum resonated within him, a low thrum of newly awakened power. Zeke surveyed his surroundings, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had expected more from the promised power. The changes felt subtle, almost insignificant. A sudden burst of golden flame erupted from his eyes, startling him. He let out a short, surprised laugh. He frowned, confused. The power felt overwhelming, yet its effects were unclear. He couldn't understand what was happening. Looking out the window, Zeke noticed something peculiar. The garden statue was clearly visible, as if it were right in front of him. He realized the implications of this enhanced vision. This new ability could prove incredibly useful in his quest for power. A notification appeared before him, offering detailed information about the object he was focusing on. He chose yes. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and eyes, sat in a richly appointed room. The furnishing spoke of wealth and lineage, a desk of olive wood, a chair from the Loverin dynasty, and a decorative candle stand from Iceni. He stared at his hands, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. He whispered, his voice barely audible. A sudden, intense heat radiated from Zeke's eyes, his pupils glowing with an inner fire. The flames seemed to pulse with an almost tangible energy. He gasped, clutching his chest. What? My body is... Zeke slumped back in his chair, overwhelmed. Are all draconian skills like this? I can't even use them much if they're like this. Two notifications appeared before him, glowing with ethereal light. Class skill activating, healing factor, and vigor recovery activated. He looked down at his hands, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What? I didn't intend to use healing. Zeke sat in thought, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be contemplating something deeply troubling. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, sat in his opulent but lonely chambers. A faint glow emanated from the advanced interface before him, a stark contrast to the bowl of fruit on the table beside him. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. His eyes widened as he reviewed the data. All his class skills had transformed into passive abilities, their levels increased by 1. Among them was Healing Factor, a passive ability that automatically repaired his body. He muttered to himself, deeming the healing ability too broken, too powerful. However, a vision of his past failures flashed before his eyes. He realized that while powerful, the healing wasn't something that could be constantly used. The healing effects were limited, but the healing factor itself was infinite. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. The implications of this discovery were profound. A decision solidified in his mind. He needed to test the limits of his new ability. He took a knife and inflicted a deep wound upon himself. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as his body rapidly healed. Zeke Draker, the family's black sheep, sat alone in a dimly lit room. He was the first of his line to fail the awakening, his body rejecting the family's traditional martial prowess in favor of an unexpected healing ability. Now, ostracized and desperate for power, he made a drastic decision. With a grim determination etched on his face, he pressed the blade against his arm, a single, shallow cut appearing. Blood welled up, but then something extraordinary happened. As the crimson liquid pooled on the polished wood, a faint blue glow emanated from the wound, quickly spreading and healing the cut completely. Zeke stared, disbelief washing over him as he whispered, "No way." He examined his arm again. The cut vanished without a trace. The healing was instantaneous, a stark contrast to the slow, agonizing death he'd expected. Meanwhile, in his mind, a conversation unfolded. He mused, does the academy take 5 years to finish? A confident smirk spread across his face as he declared internally, I'll finish it in 2. The Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, one that any aspiring knight would give an arm and a leg to enroll in. It stood proudly in the Duchy of Troy. The academy grounds teemed with life each time the new semester rolled around in spring. A vibrant scene of anticipation and youthful energy filled the air. Among the throng of students, a group of older cadets exchanged amused glances. Their laughter hinted an inside joke. One of them, a taller, more imposing figure, spoke. He observed that the higher-ranked students were practically indistinguishable from adults, trained to perfection. However, his expression shifted as he compared them to those raised from the cradle within the academy system. He noted that the higher-ranked students had already established their authority. His thoughts turned bitter. This damned family was rotten to the core. For crests, emblazoned upon shields, hung in the air. Atop, a dragon-like creature with bat wings, swords crossed behind it. Below, a serpent forming a circle, a bull's head, and finally, a shield with 3 spears and crossed axes. The text below the crest declared, the 3 families with the most influence are called the Great Families. A young woman in military attire, her expression stern, stood before a line of soldiers. Her crest, the bull's head, identified her as belonging to the turn of strength. Another group of soldiers stood proudly, their crest a coiled serpent. The text identified them as the Zimins of wisdom. One young man among them appeared pensive. The final group, bearing the shield with spears and axes, were the Vardek of gold. A young man, his face etched with a serious expression, stood apart from his peers. A young man observed the 3 groups, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused that even the children of these influential families were in a similar state. He dismissed the matter, declaring it none of his concern. He then walked away, leaving the assembled soldiers behind. The text identified the location as the high-class dormitory Platinum Mansion. A grand, imposing building, the Platinum Mansion dominated the landscape. Its architecture was classical and elegant. The camera angle shifted to reveal the imposing facade of the mansion in greater detail, showing its many windows and the 2 guards standing at the entrance. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and attire, walked through the meticulously manicured gardens of a grand estate. A self-satisfied thought crossed his mind. Sure is nice to be a purebred. The sign read, Platinum Mansion. The Platinum Mansion's interior was revealed to be a spacious dormitory, equipped with a training hall, a library, and various other facilities. Access, however, was strictly limited. Only the highest-ranking students were permitted entry, even those from the most privileged backgrounds finding it difficult to gain access. Pure-blooded awakeners, however, enjoyed a special privilege, a private floor. 2 figures stood before the Platinum Mansion, their backs to the viewer. One, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, the other, a young man with short black hair. This entire floor was known as the Platinum Floor. Inside, a servant greeted Zeke. Welcome, Sir Zeke Draker. We've been awaiting your arrival. The servants announced they would escort Zeke to his assigned floor. As Zeke approached, a group of individuals bowed deeply, shouting in unison, "Welcome, Master." Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and serious eyes, stood in a lavishly decorated room. He mused, "Isn't this a bit much, even if I am a pureblood?" An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, approached. He informed Zeke, "Sir Decker is waiting for you in your room." Zeke entered another opulent chamber. A butler, impeccably dressed, greeted him. "Welcome, young master." Zeke responded, "What is it, Decker?" Decker, the butler, approached Zeke with a determined expression. He stated, "I have something to deliver to you." Decker presented Zeke with a small, ornate chest. Zeke opened it, revealing a pair of intricately crafted gloves. He commented, "Oh, it really is on a different level from temporary gloves." Decker expressed relief, saying, "It's a relief that you've taken a liking to them." Zeke, examining the gloves, placed his sword on the table. He then asked Decker, "But what do you think, Decker?" Decker responded with approval. "That is an excellent decision, young master." A distant view of a mountain range was shown. Decker explained, "Because the Duchy of Troy is close to the Giants Mountains. The region is abundant with good quality iron ore and excellent craftsmen. It's said that the first weapon of an academician is always a Trojan." Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, examined his broken sword. He muttered to himself, deciding to find a skilled craftsman to repair it. "Then I shall search for a decent craftsman." He was speaking with his ever-loyal butler, a man of impeccable service and discretion. Zeke smiled, already having a plan. "I have one in mind. I'll go in person, so set up an appointment for me." The butler, whose name was revealed to be Halbert, expressed his unfamiliarity with the smithy Zeke mentioned. "Galleon Halbert. I've never heard of them before." Halbert calmly assured his young master that he would take care of it immediately. "I shall contact them right away." Zeke reviewed documents, a familiar frustration evident in his expression. He muttered, always with the nagging, "I get it." He sat alone in his opulent study, reviewing the documents. Zeke's eyes widened as he read a particular detail. The platinum floor, where he currently resided, was completely isolated. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, sat alone in his chambers. He mused, "I'll have a lot more freedom to develop my draconian skills." A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. A maid, her face etched with polite formality, entered. "Pardon me," she began. "Floor Master Reyna has sent a dinner invitation." Zeke raised an eyebrow. "Reyna has?" He looked out the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. The sprawling estate of the Draker family stretched before him, a symbol of both his heritage and his rejection. He began to walk, a slight smile playing on his lips. A quiet amusement flickered in his eyes. He thought, "Isn't that cute?" He arrived at the appointed location, a grand hall where several figures in uniform stood at attention. One of them spoke, "Welcome, Zeke Draker." Seated in a prominent position was Floor Master Reyna Turin, her expression unreadable. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, sat across from a woman in military attire. She apologized for something, her tone suggesting a prior misunderstanding. Zeke accepted her apology, stating that he appreciated her concern. The family dynamic, he mused, was certainly unusual. The woman, seated regally on a throne-like chair, gestured towards a lavishly set table. She proposed discussing business after their meal. Zeke's gaze sharpened. His thoughts turned to the woman's identity, the Lightning Knight. The woman, whose name was revealed to be the Lightning Knight, was observed by Zeke. He noted her mastery of her aura, emanating from her lower abdomen. He wondered if she had already set her sights on the position of Purple Knight. He pondered the paradox. Her exceptional control of her aura, yet her stagnant swordsmanship. It was a striking waste of potential. The scene shifted to show the pair seated at the table, surrounded by other figures. Zeke's assessment of the Lightning Knight's untapped potential hung heavy in the air. Zeke chuckled, a sound that betrayed a hint of amusement. He was a prodigious eater, but even he was surprised by the sheer volume of food consumed. The meal concluded. The woman, clearly impressed by Zeke's appetite, commented on his capacity for food. With the meal finished, the woman stated that they would now proceed to business. She offered Zeke the support of the Turin family. The scene opens in a lavish dining hall. Two figures sit at a richly appointed table. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, and a woman with light pink hair, her face partially obscured. The woman speaks, her tone suggesting a condescending air of superiority. "It seems you've forgotten, but you and I are both pure-blood awakeners." Zeke's companion continues, her words laced with a hint of impatience. "Looks like you have a misunderstanding about pure-blood awakeners." The camera angle shifts to reveal a grand building, its architecture hinting at immense wealth and power. The woman's voice is heard again, this time explaining, "It's true that we receive many privileges. Just this platinum floor alone is proof of that." Zeke counters, his voice low and measured, "But we don't receive any benefits in terms of our growth." The scene shifts to a darker, more serious tone. Papers flutter down, symbolizing the vast knowledge lost to those without proper support. A voiceover explains the centuries of academic and practical know-how accumulated in the academy, a personal instructor to effectively raise your abilities. If you don't have these, no matter how well off you may be, you'll fall behind. A close-up reveals a crest, a fierce bull's head, symbolizing the power and legacy of a prominent family. The image transitions to show the woman, her expression hardening. She states emphatically, that is why support families are necessary. The narrative shifts to a new character, a young man with dark, flowing hair. The text reveals, the youngest ever to attain the title of White Knight and the current Black Knight, receives support from his maternal family, the Zimmons family. The focus returns to Zeke. The patriarch of the Turin family, though not explicitly shown, is mentioned. The narration explains, although the patriarch of the Turin family has not told me the reason why, he has told me that you are not receiving support from your maternal family. A stern-faced officer, his golden epaulets gleaming under the dim light, addressed Zeke Draker. He insisted, I will say this once more. Accept the Turin family support, Zeke Draker. Zeke, however, flatly refused. A single word hung in the air, no. The officer, clearly taken aback by Zeke's immediate rejection, nervously adjusted his gloves, a subtle display of unease. His confusion was evident. A question mark floated above his head, mirroring his internal turmoil. He pressed further, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. Receiving the Turin family support shouldn't be a bad deal for you. Zeke remained resolute. He stated simply, it's not about that. He explained his reasoning, I don't need anything more than what I already receive as a pure-blood awakener. The scene shifted to a grand hall. The officer, now seemingly resigned, offered a piece of advice to Zeke. I'll give you just one piece of advice you need right now. Your sword has too much strength behind it. He continued, his gaze piercing, I'd guess you're too conscious of those men. A young man, his dark hair neatly styled, stood beneath a large, sun-dappled tree. He addressed someone unseen, his voice carrying a note of instruction. Listen well, Reina. He continued, his words emphasizing a particular point of strength. Your greatest strength is the fluidity that arises from having a flexible body. Reina, unseen but implied by the speaker's words, was being instructed in a unique fighting style. The young man's hand gestured, green leaves swirling around him. He elaborated on his previous point, providing tactical advice. Don't receive attacks head-on and crush your opponents with strength. The young man's instruction shifted to a more nuanced approach, but fluidly cast your opponent's attacks aside. A pause, building anticipation for the final piece of advice. The final instruction was revealed, and land a single delicate strike. The young man demonstrated the technique, his movements precise and controlled. He emphasized the importance of this final step. If you can do that, you'll grow. Reina's eyes widened, taking in the instruction and the demonstration. A voice, echoing with ancient power, boomed in Zeke's mind, several times stronger than you are now. Zeke, a young man in a dark uniform, thanked his host and departed, his hand resting on the elevator button. A subtle energy pulsed beneath his glove. The camera focused on his clenched fist, revealing a dragon-shaped emblem etched into his glove. It glowed faintly. Meanwhile, a young man with brown hair, dressed in similar attire, spoke with conviction. The Turin family is the herald of strength. I was simply following my family's tradition. He continued, his hands clasped together. It's not that I'm being conscious of others, but a sudden realization struck him. A vision of a sword piercing him flashed before his eyes. He muttered, no, he's right. The young man reflected on his past, surrounded by countless identical figures, each holding a sword. He was the only one different, standing alone in the center. He understood. His obsession with upholding the Turin name had blinded him. He realized that this obsession had unintentionally projected itself onto his sword. Zeke, observing from afar, had seen through this facade. Lost in thought, he recalled his youth, a time when he was praised as a genius, but never received genuine guidance. The name Zeke Draker echoed in the silent chamber, a stark contrast to the vibrant green leaf clutched in a gloved hand. This was the beginning. A woman, her stern gaze fixed on the leaf, demanded, just who are you? Zeke Draker, a young man in a dark uniform, stretched his arms, a look of mild surprise on his face. He mused on his dramatically improved skills, marveling at his ability to train all night without fatigue. His boots clicked on the stone as he walked, the text box clarifying his new passive ability, infinite stamina. He reflected on his past life, remembering the training grounds as a personal hell. He paused, gazing at the imposing family estate. He admitted to himself that money and power weren't everything. But this newfound, limitless stamina? This was something else entirely. Several figures could be seen running in the distance, seemingly in pursuit of him. He continued his walk, his pace unwavering. From behind, two figures in similar uniforms watched him go, their expressions unreadable. The name echoed in the young man's mind, a stark reminder of his identity. Zeke Draker. Zeke found himself observing a group of students, their faces obscured, as a blond young man addressed them. The blond man gestured towards Zeke, stating that he was also part of their special class. Zeke's gaze fell upon the blond man, recognizing him as Owen Zimmons, the third son of one of the three great families. A flashback revealed the true nature of Owen's supposed friendliness. Two other students, their eyes glowing menacingly, held Zeke down while Owen watched, orchestrating their bullying. Zeke reflected on Owen's cunning. He used others to carry out his schemes while maintaining a facade of innocence. The scene shifted back to the present. Owen approached Zeke, feigning concern, and asked if he had received an invitation letter. Zeke, however, was suspicious of Owen's sudden change in demeanor. He wondered aloud why Owen was acting so friendly now, and then realized the invitation letter was the one on his desk. Owen looked away, seemingly unconcerned by Zeke's suspicion. Zeke responded with a sarcastic remark, highlighting his amusement at Owen's transparent act. Zeke Draker, the young man in question, let out a weary sigh. His violet eyes, wide and haunted, reflected the dim light of the room. "Why do I have to reply to every single one?" he muttered, the question more to himself than anyone else. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from him, shaking the very foundations of the room. The source of the energy was unclear, but its intensity was undeniable. A stern-faced officer, his expression a mask of disapproval, appeared in the doorway. He observed Zeke with a mixture of disdain and suspicion. "You're being rather rude despite the young master's kindness," he stated, his voice sharp and accusatory. The officer stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "Zeke Draker," he announced, the name carrying a weight of unspoken history. Zeke, still recovering from the energy surge, looked up at the officer, his expression a mixture of confusion and defiance. He was clearly not expecting this encounter. The officer scoffed, his contempt evident. "Looks like those from the cradle aren't worth much after all," he sneered. Zeke mumbled an embarrassed apology. "Ah, geez." The officer continued, his tone softening slightly. "I get that you want to look good in front of your young master, but keep in mind who you're speaking to." A surge of power, far greater than before, erupted from Zeke, causing him to stumble back. His eyes glowed with an intense, otherworldly light. A young man in dark attire leaped backward, narrowly avoiding a powerful energy blast. The source, a stern-faced man in military-style uniform, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he unleashed the attack. He watched the energy dissipate, his eyes narrowed in assessment. The young man's expression was one of intense focus. His thoughts turned inward. It seems like high-ranking students are capable of basic aura manipulation. The older man, his aura still crackling with residual energy, introduced himself. "My name is Durbin Roswell. They call me Durbin the Mighty here," he continued, his voice laced with arrogance. "In place of young Master Owen, I will teach you some manners." The young man's eyes flickered. He was clearly unimpressed. His internal monologue continued. "So a cadet that isn't even a knight has a pseudonym. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay dying. Purple energy pulsed from the wounds inflicted upon him, a stark contrast to the dark, almost black, uniform he wore. His body, once filled with the potential for healing, now crumbled under the weight of a fatal attack. His attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, sneered. What a joke. The words hung in the air, a cruel epitaph to Zeke's failed aspirations. A final, violent burst of purple energy erupted from Zeke's body as he succumbed to his injuries. Then, a blinding light. The attacker recoiled, blood spraying from his mouth as he staggered back. He was thrown violently backwards, the force of the impact creating a shockwave that rippled outwards. The ground trembled. Dust and debris filled the air. As the dust settled, Zeke, battered but alive, looked up at the sky. He muttered, "So, who's next after Durbin the Mighty?" A voice, cold and sharp, cut through the silence. "Hurry up and pick." Young Master Owen, heir to a prominent family, sneered, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. His gaze fell upon a young man with a pensive expression, his features betraying a hint of apprehension. Owen addressed Zeke Draker, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Zeke, standing beside him, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. The scene unfolded in the Draker Academy courtyard, a place of stark contrast between the imposing architecture and the tense atmosphere. Zeke, his face a mask of quiet disdain, simply uttered a single, dismissive phrase. Before him, a large formation of cadets stood at attention, their uniforms crisp and their faces grim. The grandeur of the academy was a stark contrast to the bitterness in Zeke's heart. The normal class, demanding rigorous training for those lacking innate talent, contrasted sharply with the special class, where students could freely choose their subjects. Even within the academy, the special class held a position of prestige, attracting the most elite students. Zeke, however, harbored a sense of disillusionment. Zeke sat pensively, his expression a mixture of weariness and cynicism. His initial expectations of the academy were clearly not being met. The reality of the special class, however, was far from the ideal. Most of the students were merely alumni of the Cradle program, a less prestigious track. Owen's words cut through the hushed atmosphere of the classroom. He dismissed the so-called special class as nothing more than the Cradle class, a stark revelation that left Zeke feeling even more jaded. An announcement echoed through the hall. To encourage the special class freshmen, a very special guest had arrived. The speaker continued, emphasizing the guest's distinguished history. Not only was he the commander-in-chief during the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago. A wave of excited whispers rippled through the assembled students. Their faces were alight with anticipation. But the speaker's voice grew serious as he added another layer to the legend. He was also the hero who single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion with his resourcefulness. The anticipation reached a fever pitch. A formal introduction was made. Dean Howard Draker, Commander-in-Chief, entered the hall. He greeted the students with a courteous nod and a smile, stating it was a pleasure to meet them. A flashback sequence showed Howard Draker, a figure of immense power, standing amidst the chaos of war, a flag held high. The image was powerful, heroic. However, a stark contrast followed. The narration shifted to reveal a different truth. Howard Draker was revered as a war hero and tactical genius, but in reality, he leaked information to the enemy to ensure his own survival, inadvertently throwing the enemy into chaos. The harsh conclusion: he was simply a traitor who got lucky. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. He muttered to himself, deeming a certain individual, that rat, no hero. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a high-ranking officer addressed a large assembly. He pointedly declared that Zeke was the one responsible for his expulsion from the academy. Zeke's thoughts then turned to his own plight. His expulsion had left him adrift, eventually leading to his capture by slave traders and sale to the Southern Cartel. The narrative followed Zeke's journey, showing him as a captive among a caravan crossing a vast desert. Back in the hall, the officer vowed revenge, promising to make Zeke pay for his actions. Zeke, his face grim, listened intently, a fire of determination burning in his eyes. A man, presumably a dean or instructor, addressed Zeke, stating that he had taken the dean's words to heart. He then instructed Zeke to begin basic swordsmanship classes immediately. Zeke Draker stood alone on a raised platform, a vast training ground stretching before him. Rows of cadets, impeccably uniformed, stood in formation, their faces obscured by shadow. Amongst the cadets, whispers rippled. One voiced the incredulity of the situation. Even those in the special class had to learn the fundamentals of dragon slaying. Zeke reflected on his past life, the frustration of his inability to wield aura, a fundamental skill for a dragon slayer. He had spent 2 years mastering techniques others learn in a month. He silently pleaded for leniency, the weight of his past life heavy on his shoulders. His current training was far more challenging than he anticipated. A figure approached the cadets. He addressed them with a formal greeting. The instructor introduced himself as Andre Draker, stating his intention to teach them the basics of dragon slaying. Andre Draker, a young man with blonde hair, stood before them, his bearing both commanding and slightly apprehensive. The cadets murmured amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on Andre. His title, Rose Knight, was announced. Their surprise was palpable. Many whispered about his youth. Zeke, too, was taken aback by his instructor's surprisingly young age. A murmur ran through the assembled cadets. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with anticipation. Andre the Rose Knight? The instructor, a young man with blonde hair and a stern expression, was the subject of their hushed whispers. Despite his unconventional path, he had achieved extraordinary success. He wasn't a pure-blooded awakener, yet he graduated early from Valhalla Academy as valedictorian. A once-in-a-century genius, they whispered, his name synonymous with the Draker legacy. His exceptional abilities extended beyond his academic achievements. Even the instructors of the special class, renowned for their expertise, held him in high regard. His name, a Draker, carried immense weight. His reputation preceded him. Known for his unwavering resolve and inflexible nature, he commanded respect, even from a distance. The word quiet hung in the air, a testament to his intimidating presence. Andre's eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, his face etched with barely suppressed fury. A palpable tension filled the room. He silenced the murmuring cadets with a curt command. His voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable authority. If you're done chattering, I will begin the class. Andre's instruction was sharp and precise. Everyone draw your swords. As cadets obeyed instantly, their movements practiced and efficient. Andre's gaze, however, lingered on one cadet in particular, his red eyes narrowed in scrutiny. The focus shifted to a young man with dark hair, his sword catching alight. Andre's voice cut through the sudden silence. Cadet, what is that sword? A young man, Zeke, stood poised, a question mark hovering above his head. His movements were swift, almost blurring as he spun, a large sword arcing in a wide, powerful circle around him. The force of his swing sent a gust of wind through the grand hall, kicking up dust and debris. He was clearly skilled, his movements precise and powerful. The sword, gleaming silver, was the focus. It seemed to hum with barely contained energy. Zeke held the sword aloft, a look of quiet determination on his face. He seemed confident, almost smug. An older man with piercing red eyes watched him, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his words carrying an undercurrent of challenge. As you can see, it's the sword I'm using. The older man, his identity now clear as an instructor, addressed Zeke. Cadet, are you not aware of the fact that you must pick a sword that suits your body? Zeke thought to himself, a plan forming in his mind. I knew this would happen, so I made sure to stand out when drawing my sword on purpose. He shrugged, a subtle expression of resignation crossing his face. Internally, he admitted, it can't be helped. Zeke's confidence returned, a smirk playing on his lips. He declared, I'm sure I could beat you with this sword, instructor. It'll be faster, too. Zeke Draker, eyes blazing with an unnatural crimson light, stood defiant. 20 years had passed since his death, yet here he was, back within the very family that had cast him out. A surge of power coursed through him, activating his indomitable mental defense. This was the promised power, the irreversible gift of the Elder Dragon's soul. His instructor, a stern figure whose face remained mostly obscured, simply stated, I understand, cadet. The cadet, however, was not deterred. He harbored a burning ambition to master his body, to overcome his past failures. He made a bold move. The instructor warned, that if your blade so much as touches my body, you'll be punished not just for your rudeness. A crimson energy erupted from the instructor, a stark warning of the consequences. The energy continued to surge, a wave of raw power. The instructor stood amidst the crimson storm, his power undeniable. But the consequences extended beyond mere punishment. Expulsion from the Dragon-Slaying Basics class was also a possibility. The title card, etched in gold against a stark white backdrop, proclaimed the saga's name, a Dragon Slayer's peerless regression. A crimson torrent erupted, a wave of raw power washing over the scene. The very air crackled with residual energy. The intense red faded, leaving behind only a lingering warmth and the faint scent of ozone. From the dissipating energy, a figure solidified. He stood tall and imposing, his eyes glowing with an unnatural crimson light. A dark, almost obsidian, uniform clung to his frame, the only break in the monochrome being the gold accents on his epaulets and the glint of steel at his hip. His gaze was intense, focused. He spoke, his voice a low rumble, but also from the Dragon-Slaying Arts class. The scene shifted. He was now in a grand hall, the opulent surroundings a stark contrast to his dark attire. He spoke again, this time with a hint of amusement. Don't worry, I don't plan on using aura against the cadets. Another voice, filled with excitement, responded, Oh ho, class exemption. He smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes. The smile was unsettling, hinting at a hidden agenda. His thoughts turned inward. I can beat Andre since I know his weakness, but considering Abel's keeping an eye on me. Zeke Draker, a young man with short, dark hair, stood resolute before a colossal, shadowy figure. The figure, vaguely humanoid, possessed crimson eyes that glowed with malevolent intensity, its form wreathed in dark, ethereal smoke. A powerful aura of menace emanated from it, filling the air with palpable dread. He reflected on the danger of drawing unwanted attention, recalling a past trauma he wished to avoid repeating. Undeterred, Zeke smirked, a glint of determination in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. With a confident, all right then, he grasped the hilt of his sword, preparing for action. He moved with surprising speed, his sword leaving a blur as it sliced through the air. His attack connected with a blonde-haired young man, who was clearly unprepared for the sudden assault. Zeke's momentum carried him forward, his body arcing through the air as he continued his attack. The force of his strike was immense, a wave of energy rippling outwards from the point of impact. The blonde-haired youth was impressed, exclaiming that Zeke's skill was as expected of a Blue Knight. Zeke Draker, the prodigal son of the Draker family, stood defiant. His crimson eyes burned with a fierce determination as he faced a throng of his family's elite knights. He muttered to himself, this won't be easy. With a burst of energy, Zeke unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his movements a blur of motion. Purple energy crackled around him as he deflected and countered each strike with impossible speed and precision. Observing from the sidelines, a young knight watched in awe. He whispered to his companion, an official Draker knight really is on a whole other level. His companion nodded, impressed. Yeah, he hasn't managed to even graze his clothes for 30 minutes. The battle raged on. Zeke's movements were economical, each strike perfectly placed, each parry flawlessly executed. He moved with an almost supernatural grace. His sword sang as it sliced through the air, leaving trails of shimmering energy in its wake. The onlookers watched, breathless. One of the observing knights voiced his astonishment. What's with his ridiculous stamina? Despite the relentless assault, Zeke felt a growing strain. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his aura. Even while suppressing his power, a grim realization washed over him. He thought, to think that I'm losing to a cadet. A fiery spectacle erupted, the remnants of what appeared to be a fierce clash. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the power unleashed. Amidst the chaos, a young man with blonde hair and intense red eyes stood, his breath ragged, his dark uniform bearing the marks of battle. He braced himself, his expression grim. He muttered, his voice barely a whisper, a single, damning judgment on the system that had shaped his life. The existence of purebloods is unfair. The scene shifted to another young man, dark-haired and clad in similar attire, his movements precise as he wielded a sword. An observer commented on his opponent's poor stamina. The Draker's aura cultivation method, it was explained, possessed a unique characteristic. The image showed several Draker family members engaged in various activities. The narration continued, detailing the rigorous demands of the Draker training regime. Aura activation was required during all tasks, even while eating and sleeping. It was practically a constant state of being. One individual, identified as Andre, summarized the Draker method succinctly. He's basically holding his breath. The blonde-haired youth resumed his duel, his unconventional swordsmanship further depleting his already strained stamina. With a final, desperate lunge, the dark-haired youth disarmed his opponent, sending the blonde-haired youth sprawling to the ground. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself on the ground, his breath ragged. Dust swirled around him, the remnants of a fierce struggle. He muttered to himself, but losing like this doesn't quite feel right. His gaze fell upon his discarded sword, its gleaming blade reflecting the dim light of the hall. The weapon, a symbol of his family's legacy, lay abandoned. A grim realization washed over him. He knew there was no other option. With a surge of determination, Zeke reached for his sword, his body moving with surprising speed despite his exhaustion. He resolved to use his aura. He lunged forward, the blade a blur of motion. His opponent, a blonde-haired swordsman in crimson and gold armor, barely had time to react. The clash of steel echoed through the hall. Zeke's inner voice echoed. Creating situations that can be easily handled is useless. The fight continued, a whirlwind of steel and determination. Zeke's movements were precise, calculated to exploit any weakness. He needed to force his opponent to use his aura unconsciously, to push him beyond his limits. Zeke found himself on the ground again, but this time, it was different. He had a plan. The situation was dire, to say the least. A whirlwind of dark energy erupted around Zeke, the air itself crackling with power. He reacted instantly. Leaping into the air with surprising agility, his sword held aloft. Landing gracefully, Zeke braced himself, the dark energy swirling around him. A beam of violet energy shot towards him, forcing him to react defensively. His opponent, a young man with crimson eyes, watched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The young man's eyes widened as he witnessed Zeke's swift movement, a skill he recognized as swift steps. Zeke's speed was overwhelming. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the violet energy blasts. His opponent could only watch in disbelief as Zeke effortlessly evaded his attack. The air crackled with arcane energy as Zeke, the disgraced healer, found himself wielding a sword. A surge of power, previously unimaginable, coursed through him. The words, etched into his very soul at the moment of his death, had manifested as reality. His skill, critical strike, activated. A fellow cadet, eyes wide with disbelief, watched in stunned silence as Zeke moved with impossible speed. How can a cadet know such swift steps? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Zeke's movements blurred, a whirlwind of lethal precision. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural crimson light, reflected the power he now commanded. The intensity of his gaze intensified, a stark contrast to his previous meek demeanor. His reborn power was undeniable. With a swift, decisive motion, Zeke dispatched his opponents. They were flung back, their bodies momentarily suspended in mid-air before crashing to the ground. The display of skill was breathtaking. The dragon's slaying arts, once beyond his reach, now flowed effortlessly from him. This was the beginning of his peerless rise. Zeke stood, bathed in an ethereal glow, his grip firm on his newly empowered blade. The power resonated within him, a tangible force. He prepared for the next challenge, a new technique forming in his mind. The name, Sky Slice, echoed in his thoughts as he unleashed his power. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer lineage, grinned, a feral glint in his eyes. He braced himself against the impact of a powerful blow, his body tense for the force about to crash against him. The attack landed, a blinding flash of energy erupting as Zeke met the force head-on. A shockwave rippled outwards, shattering the stone floor around him. Dust and debris filled the air as Zeke, seemingly unfazed, remained standing. He stood amidst the chaos, his body radiating an unnatural energy. The attack, though powerful, had failed to break him. Meanwhile, three figures watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of surprise and malice. They were Zeke's cousins, members of the Dragon Slayer family, who had scorned him. Zeke felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm. He looked down at his damaged sword, a grim expression crossing his face. Shit. But then, a blue light enveloped his wound. His healing factor, a power he had never expected to possess, activated. That really hurts. The pain subsided, replaced by a sense of calm resolve. Now I can collapse. He collapsed, his body slumping against a nearby wall. The battle, for now, was over. Zeke Draker, the young man deemed a failure by his own family, lay sprawled on the ground, his sword discarded a few feet away. Dust and debris swirled around him, the remnants of a fierce battle. A deep fissure snaked across the training grounds, a testament to the power Zeke had unwittingly unleashed. The earth trembled slightly in its aftermath. He stood over the chasm, his blonde hair catching the dim light. His gaze was fixed on the destruction he had wrought, a grim expression on his face. His sword, still gleaming, lay heavy in his hand. Inside the Draker family headquarters, a man watched the scene unfold on a monitor, his face obscured by shadow. A single word escaped his lips: impressive. The man addressed the other cadets present. He declared that Zeke, due to his exceptional display of power, no longer needed to attend classes. He then surveyed the remaining cadets, asking if any others wished to be similarly exempted from training. The cadets, a mixture of fear and awe on their faces, remained silent. They watched as the man's gaze swept over them. The man, his eyes blazing with an intense light, declared that he would assume there were no other candidates for exemption. He then commanded the cadets to lift their swords, promising that they would soon witness the true power of a Draker. The scene opens on a medical facility, the unmistakable red cross emblazoned on its sign, a stark contrast to the muted tones of the building itself. Inside, Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, lies in a hospital bed. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he reflects. That was a pretty good performance, if I say so myself. A flashback shows Zeke in a fierce confrontation. He explains, I got to use the aura he said he wouldn't and acknowledge my abilities. Back in the hospital bed, Zeke continues his internal monologue. In conclusion, Andre got disciplined and I obtained free time. It's a win-win. Zeke's eyes narrow as he considers something. His thoughts turn to Andre's final attack. The narration reveals, Andre's last attack was the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 1, the first verse, Sky Slice. However, a powerful image shows Zeke unleashing a formidable energy, a stark contrast to the simplicity of Andre's attack. The narration explains, because it came from a blue knight, the force of Zeke's counterattack is described. Its force was nothing short of incredible. Regardless, I can still beat a blue knight, considering my limitless stamina and healing. Zeke Draker, the disgraced son of the Draker family, nursed a quiet resentment. He possessed the gift of healing, not the swordsmanship expected of his lineage, a fact that had led to his expulsion. Even so, he yearned for freedom, a freedom his current abilities couldn't provide. He knew that his current state was insufficient. A small bird perched on a branch, a symbol of his own constrained existence. To escape the limitations placed upon him, Zeke knew he needed something more. His thoughts turned to power, untamed, unrestrained power, the kind that would allow him to dictate his own destiny, free from the constraints of his family's expectations. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the quiet contemplation. It was a bird's chirp, but it held a strange intensity. The scene shifted. Zeke lay in a hospital bed, his eyes fluttering open. A gruff-looking man loomed over him, a bottle in hand. The man identified Zeke as Arthur's youngest son, a statement that caused Zeke immediate confusion and alarm. Zeke, still disoriented, stared up at the man. His surprise was evident. The man continued, noting the resemblance between Zeke's eyes and those of his older brother, Arthur, whom he referred to with disdain. He admitted to having difficulty sensing Zeke's presence despite the similarity. A young man, his face pale and drawn, lay in a bed. Beside him stood a man with reddish-pink hair, a smirk playing on his lips as he took a swig from a bottle. The pink-haired man scoffed, not to mention, that arrogant bastard Arthur? He's calling the current Draker patriarch of a thing. The young man, eyes narrowed, asked, Who are you? The pink-haired man chuckled, taking another drink. He commented, He sure acts as he pleases. The young man questioned, What do you mean by that? The pink-haired man, seemingly unfazed, simply thought, feigning ignorance, gosh. A close-up revealed a gruesome wound on the young man's abdomen, now miraculously healed. The pink-haired man's voice cut through the silence. You were inflicted with an internal wound earlier. The pink-haired man leaned closer, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He questioned, How did it heal instantaneously? The young man's expression remained stoic. The pink-haired man mused. He caught on a healing factor? The young man shook his head, firmly stating, No, don't fall for it. There's no one who would know of healing at the academy. He maintained his composure, replying, I don't know what you're talking about. The pink-haired man chuckled. Hey, Chim, so you're going to keep up this charade? Zeke Draker awoke with a start, his eyes wide with alarm. A cold sweat slicked his skin as he registered the disarray of his room, the remnants of a struggle evident in the scattered bedding. He reacted instantly, his body moving before his mind could fully process the threat. A figure, cloaked and menacing, lunged at him. Zeke recognized the glint of steel, an assassin. The ensuing struggle was brief, but brutal. Zeke, despite his surprise, managed to defend himself, sending his attacker sprawling with a powerful kick. He retaliated swiftly, unleashing a burst of energy that sent the assassin reeling backward. The assassin, clearly wounded, groaned in pain, clutching at their side. The assassin, despite their injury, was impressed. "This kid's got tricks," they muttered, their voice laced with grudging admiration. A chilling realization washed over the assassin. Their instincts screamed at them to retreat. Zeke activated 3 skills in rapid succession: swift steps, precise stab, and critical strike. The final blow was decisive. The assassin collapsed, their lifeblood staining the floor. Zeke Draker, the healer, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent pressed the attack, the very air crackling with lethal energy. With a grim determination etched on his face, Zeke knew he had no choice but to fight back. "If I don't kill him, he'll kill me," he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. He lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoed through the air as his blade met his enemy's. The impact sent a shockwave through Zeke's arm, but he held firm. He noticed something odd about his opponent's weapon, a strange energy emanating from it. His eyes widened in surprise. His opponent, a powerfully built man with fiery red eyes and long, reddish-brown hair, grinned cruelly, almost like a mercenary. Zeke muttered, recognizing a familiar aura. The mercenary's eyes glowed menacingly, his expression one of pure malice. The fight continued, a deadly dance of steel and magic. Zeke, despite his initial surprise, found himself struggling to keep up. He was clearly outmatched. Just who the hell is he? He wondered, his mind racing to understand his opponent's strength. Zeke Draker, a young man in the uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, stood his ground, his expression grim as he faced a towering mercenary. The mercenary, a man with fiery red hair and eyes, wielded a great sword, his posture radiating menace. The mercenary's words hung heavy in the air. A mercenary. The mercenary's face was a mask of cruel amusement, his red eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The mercenary now stood in a hospital room, his greatsword resting beside him, his expression unchanged. Zeke, his back to the viewer, seemed to sense something, his body tensing. Zeke's thoughts raced. Just who the hell is he? The mercenary stroked his chin thoughtfully. He mused. The Draker has abandoned his sword and stepped back. Does he know something about my last life? A finger, adorned with a simple, dark glove, extended. A faint, almost imperceptible energy pulsed from its tip. Inside a grand hall, a young man with dark hair, clad in a military-style uniform, stood poised with a sword. He addressed someone unseen, his words carrying a hint of assessment. "I think you are better suited to be a mercenary than a knight." The unseen recipient of the assessment reacted with surprise. Their internal thought echoed. That's what he meant. Continuing their internal monologue, the individual reflected. "I've never felt this since Master. I'm sure of it after our brief fight. There's an overwhelming gap between our abilities, so much so that he could easily kill me. He's at least a red knight." The scene shifted to a confrontation between the uniformed man and another, this one with fiery red eyes and darker, wilder hair. The uniformed man observed, "That's a claymore from the basic supply of the cradle, right?" The red-eyed man responded, his words laced with a hint of disbelief. "You're talented. What are you doing with a weapon like that?" "No, perhaps even stronger." The uniformed man, visibly distressed, stood in a hospital room. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Another figure entered the room, their voice calm yet firm. "So this is where you were." The newcomer's arrival caused a reaction. The uniformed man exclaimed, "Andre? Why is this guy?" Zeke, a young man with dark hair and serious eyes, stood in a grand hall. He was clearly surprised by the sight of Dexter, a burly man with reddish-brown hair, who was identified as the garden keeper. Dexter, seemingly unfazed by Zeke's surprise, explained that he knew of Zeke's presence because he had seen him earlier at the training room. He addressed Zeke with a sharp, almost insulting tone. Dexter complimented Zeke's quick wit, then dismissed him, suggesting he could leave once his treatment was complete. Zeke, showing deference, responded with a respectful, "Yes, sir. Understood." Before departing, Zeke left the infirmary. Dexter then called Zeke back, inviting him to the Academy's western greenhouse, promising to teach him something useful. A sly smile played on Dexter's lips as he extended a hand, seemingly pleased with his own plan. Zeke, still looking thoughtful, walked away from the infirmary, leaving Dexter and another cadet behind. A look of quiet determination settled on Zeke's face as he considered Dexter's offer. The scene opens with a young man, his features obscured, entering a grand hall. A voice, sharp and dismissive, cuts through the air. "Would you look at that mouth of yours? Your personality is the same as Arthur's too." He pauses, a smirk playing on his lips. The words "garden keeper Dexter" hang in the air, followed by a disbelieving question. Who is he trying to fool? A man with dark hair and a knowing smile observes from the shadows. His thoughts are revealed. If he has the rank to call the current patriarch Arthur Draker so easily. He continues his internal monologue. "So you're Arthur's youngest son." The man's deduction sharpens. Then he must be the person who only had one disciple, Andre. The scene shifts to reveal a figure of imposing stature, Duke Draker, the Gale Knight, his eyes burning with an intense red light. The narration states, Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. The narration continues, describing his power, one of the Black Knights who have the martial force to go against the whole kingdom alone. The scene changes to a hospital room. A man lies in a bed, seemingly ill. Another man, observing him, reflects. He was quite the talk of the town for disappearing one day, without a word, but to think he was leading a secluded life at the academy. Perhaps Andre came here because of him. A young man, his dark hair neatly styled, stood by a window, sword at his side. He pondered aloud, questioning the meaning of the term Duke, wondering if it truly referred to a man of terrifying resolve. Meanwhile, another individual, with wild, reddish-brown hair and swirling, hypnotic eyes, spoke of a rumor. The rumor concerned the Duke, claiming he had achieved the prestigious rank of Black Knight. The young man dismissed the rumor as a falsehood, suggesting it was based solely on the Duke's preference for the color black. However, he acknowledged the Duke's growing interest in him. He found himself in a tense situation. The Duke's attention focused on him. He considered the implications of this attention, noting that while the Duke's interest was currently minimal, it was still a significant development. A thought struck him. If he was going to learn from the Duke, he should at least learn the Duke's secret techniques. He resolved to transform the Duke's current interest into unwavering loyalty and respect. The scene shifted to a grand academy. A question was posed. What happens in a situation like this? Inside a classroom, numerous students slumped over their desks, clearly bored or asleep during a lecture. A young professor, his spectacles perched jauntily on his nose, addressed his students. He chuckled a light, almost nervous sound as he explained the intricacies of mana formation. When forming mana formulas, he stated, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, due to the resistance, you actually take damage. From amongst the students, a young man in a military uniform raised his hand. He spoke, his tone polite but inquisitive. Oh, and I don't understand the mana transfer energy law you mentioned earlier. The professor, seemingly invigorated by the question, beamed. A burst of light momentarily obscured his features. He adjusted his glasses, a wide grin spreading across his face. Professor, the young man in uniform continued, his voice apologetic. Oh, sorry. It's my first time getting a question. So, for mana transfer. The professor paused, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier enthusiasm. That's how mana is. A wide shot of the academy grounds revealed a sprawling, majestic building. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the scene. Inside, a group of students, including the young man in uniform, stood in a hallway. He muttered, Academy? It's nap time, actually. The young man reflected on the lecture. He thought, that was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor. Zeke, a young man in a military-style uniform, stood with a questioning expression. Someone called out to him, their voice laced with concern. Wait, Zeke. He turned to see his professor, a slightly disheveled man in academic robes, looking distressed. Zeke inquired, What's wrong, Professor? The professor waved him off, muttering, It's nothing much. The professor continued, explaining that he felt as though he'd had a proper class for the first time in a while, thanks to Zeke's presence. He invited Zeke to visit his research lab anytime he was curious about anything. The professor, a Delphoa Magic University scholarship alumnus, confidently added that he knew a great deal about magic. Zeke reflected on the professor's background, surprised that someone from the prestigious Delphoa Magic University, the origin point of magic in the nation, would be his professor. He expressed his understanding. The scene shifted to show Zeke walking down a hallway, several uniformed figures flanking him. He commented that there was nothing bad about getting close to a mage. A thought bubble appeared, stating that mages who excel at mathematics tend to be flexible thinkers. The narration continued, explaining that such mages are better suited for certain roles. Zeke walked confidently among his peers. The professor, observing Zeke from afar, muttered, Finoni, I should see if he'll be useful. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood in quiet contemplation. His expression was one of thoughtful assessment, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at an internal debate. Meanwhile, a woman with blonde hair, clad in military attire, observed Zeke from a distance. She muttered to herself, judging his demeanor as less patient than she had anticipated. Suddenly, a young man with pink hair was thrown to the ground by unseen assailants. The scene unfolded in a flurry of motion, suggesting a swift and brutal attack. The pink-haired youth, lying on a park bench, weakly questioned if only a week had passed since a certain event. He was then addressed by someone who inquired if he had completed his task. Zeke approached, his expression serious. He questioned the pink-haired youth's absence from the greenhouse, prompting a further exchange. The pink-haired youth was reminded of Zeke's earlier offer to teach him useful skills. Zeke, however, flatly rejected the offer, stating his disinterest. The pink-haired youth reacted with shock and disbelief to Zeke's refusal, questioning his motives. Zeke explained that while he acknowledged the other's considerable talent, he was currently preoccupied with his own individual training. He emphasized the importance of dedicated personal training, leaving no room for slacking. Zeke Draker, a young man in a military-style uniform, stood before a much larger figure, a man with reddish-brown hair and a tan cloak. The larger man held a hand aloft, crackling with blue energy. Is that what you thought it'd say? The larger man questioned, his tone laced with amusement. Zeke's eyes widened, a surge of blue energy mirroring the larger man's, emanating from his own eyes. A silent shock rippled through him. Before Zeke could react, the larger man struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact was forceful, a sharp crack echoing through the air. Zeke groaned, his vision blurring as he landed hard. He found himself in a lush, green space, the sounds of the previous confrontation fading into a distant hum. He sat up, leaning against a tree, his head throbbing. To think he just knocked me out, he muttered, rubbing his temple. I guess waiting for a week was a lot for him. He looked around, noticing the familiar surroundings. Then, he saw the larger man again, tending to some flowers in the distance. A question formed in his mind. Then is this? The realization struck him. The Western greenhouse? The larger man looked up, a bottle of wine in his hand. You up, kid? The larger man chuckled, taking a swig from his bottle. Yes, I have abducted you. A man with reddish-brown hair and a mischievous grin approached a young boy. He stated, I'm a bit interested in you, kid. The man's gaze fell upon a gloved hand, partially visible beneath the boy. He observed, he's not even hiding it now. It seems he's quite impatient. Suddenly, the boy activated his skill, swift steps, and vanished in a blur of motion. Reappearing behind the man, the boy smirked, but it's not time yet. Peekaboo. The boy unleashed a powerful magical attack, a wave of purple energy surging towards the man. The force of the attack sent the man reeling, momentarily stunned. He recovered quickly, but the boy had already moved to a new position. The man scoffed, muttering to himself, he's still treating me as a joke. Zeke, the young man with dark hair and a military uniform, questioned a disheveled older man with reddish-brown hair who was drinking from a bottle. He inquired about the reason for the older man's interest in him. The older man explained that he was curious about Zeke's instantaneous healing of internal wounds. Zeke realized that this was the source of the older man's curiosity. The older man, seemingly amused, challenged Zeke to make him answer his questions. Suddenly, the older man vanished, leaving Zeke surprised and searching for him. Zeke, bewildered by the older man's sudden disappearance, began to search the area. He was then attacked. Zeke braced himself for the impact. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, stood poised, his dark uniform gleaming. He held a sword, its edge shimmering with an unnatural purple light, ready to strike. His stance was one of controlled aggression, a stark contrast to the serene forest surrounding him. With a powerful swing, Zeke cleaved the air, the force of his blow sending a shockwave through the undergrowth. Dust and debris flew as the impact echoed through the trees. He landed gracefully, his sword sheathed. A figure emerged from the trees, his voice laced with surprise. What are you doing? Zeke's opponent, a man cloaked in shadow, watched him intently. The young Dragon Slayer's movements were precise and powerful, far beyond what his opponent expected. He responded, You told me to make you answer me. But that's too easy, so let's make a bet. Zeke proposed the terms of his wager. If you graze even a single piece of my clothes, I'll grant you one wish. Like master, like disciple. The stakes were raised. His opponent's counteroffer was chilling. But if you give up on this duel, you have to tell me everything you're hiding. The shadowed figure revealed a terrifying visage, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The scene opens with a soft, ethereal glow, a pale sunrise painting the sky with hues of pink and orange. Mysterious, ancient-looking script appears, shimmering with an inner light. The script intensifies, the colors deepening to a vibrant crimson as it continues to unfold. Elsewhere, a young man, cloaked and determined, pushes through dense foliage. Dust and debris fly as he moves with surprising speed and agility. Observing him from a distance, a figure shrouded in shadow mutters to himself, questioning the young man's incredible resilience. The young man continues his relentless advance, his movements blurring as he pushes his physical limits. The hidden observer watches, noting that 3 hours have already passed, still amazed by the young man's stamina. He comments on the young man's exceptional stamina and endurance, going beyond mere physical prowess. The truth is revealed. The young man's stamina and wounds are recovering at an impossible rate. Zeke Draker, a young man clad in the dark uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, stood amidst the rubble of a destroyed training ground. He leaned heavily on a large, ornate sword, its silver blade gleaming faintly in the dim light. His posture spoke of exhaustion, but his eyes held a grim determination. From a shadowed vantage point, a figure watched Zeke. His gaze was intense, filled with a mixture of surprise and something akin to grudging respect. That kid, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Zeke gritted his teeth, his body trembling with the effort of maintaining his stance. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from him, a visible sign of his exertion. Suddenly, 2 messages appeared before Zeke's eyes, glowing with an otherworldly light. The first proclaimed, Class Skill Healing Factor activated. The second followed swiftly, Class Skill Infinite Stamina activated. A wave of relief washed over him. He thought, I'll be able to keep going all day long, but a shadow of doubt immediately followed. But I can't beat the bet. He slumped against a nearby bookshelf, his mind racing. He mused, Might of the Dragon, it seemed dangerous, so I've never used it. A surge of dark energy erupted from Zeke, engulfing him in a swirling vortex of purple and black. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his expression a mask of fierce determination. The dark energy subsided, leaving Zeke standing tall, his grip tightening on his sword. Let's keep going, he declared, his voice filled with newfound power. Zeke Draker, the family's black sheep, a healer in a family of legendary dragon slayers, felt the weight of their scorn. His uncle, a man whose cruel smile betrayed a heart as cold as the grave, fixed him with a gaze that spoke volumes of contempt. The uncle's lips curled into a wider, more sinister grin. He was pleased. Yes, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with malicious satisfaction. This was how things should be, he thought. Meanwhile, a young man, clad in dark attire, stood poised, a sword held aloft. A faint purple aura crackled around him, hinting at a power yet to be fully unleashed. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion, his blade leaving a trail of purple energy. The young man's attack was a whirlwind of power, a display of skill honed to perfection. His eyes, though hidden behind his bangs, seemed to burn with an inner fire. His opponent, engulfed in a purple inferno, was clearly struggling. From a distance, a voice observed, he's repeating the same attacks. He may be fast, but compared to that leech bastard or the Turin girl, he's nothing. A sneering man, his reddish-brown hair catching the dim light, prepared to strike. But his opponent, a figure consumed by dark energy, seethed with barely contained rage. Despite, the enraged man considered his options. Should he use a bit of aura? The question was answered as the draconian skill, Might of the Dragon, activated. A blinding golden light erupted from him, illuminating the scene. The golden light intensified, and then he launched a devastating attack, a wave of energy that shattered the ground. His opponent barely managed to deflect it. The man's eyes widened in surprise and anger. He retaliated with a powerful counterattack, a surge of dark energy. The first man was momentarily blinded. Did he block my vision? It would be difficult, but Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A figure, clad in dark attire, loomed over him, his expression grim. The attacker was clearly a member of the Draker family, his movements swift and deadly. He barely had time to react before a powerful blow sent him sprawling. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the ground. As Zeke lay there, dazed, a golden light erupted from within him. His eyes glowed with an unearthly power, a draconian skill activating, dragon eyes. Meanwhile, his attacker, momentarily stunned by the sudden display of power, prepared for another strike. Zeke, his vision now enhanced by his newfound ability, moved with a speed that surprised even himself. He countered his attacker's advance with a swift, precise movement. The impact sent his opponent reeling, leaving only deep footprints in the earth as evidence of the struggle. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Zeke, a force that tore through the landscape. He felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. A question formed in his mind. Is this? Zeke stood victorious, his newfound power evident in his stance. The wind subsided, leaving him alone amidst the ravaged earth. The Duke's secret move was a simple dash, yet it generated a powerful gust of wind. A young man with striking golden eyes watched, a question forming in his mind. Is this why he's known as the Gale Knight? His gaze was intense, focused on the Duke, a mixture of awe and challenge in his expression. Suddenly, a figure with glowing red eyes and dark, wild hair appeared, radiating an ominous aura. The young man reacted with shock and disbelief as the unexpected attack unfolded. The two combatants clashed, their movements a blur of speed and power. The young man, despite his surprise, fought back fiercely. Despite the intensity of the fight, the older man declared it a draw. The young man, however, was clearly injured, spitting blood as he staggered back. His sword lay broken on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Zeke Draker, clad in a tattered military uniform, plummeted through the air, a crimson trail marking his descent. The force of his fall sent shockwaves rippling outwards. He impacted the ground with a deafening thud, the earth trembling beneath the force of the blow. A wave of searing pain washed over him. A blinding light erupted from within him, obscuring his vision. His body convulsed as an immense power surged through his veins. A system message appeared before his eyes. Due to excessive skill use, your fatigue has surpassed the acceptable limit. He muttered, wow, like master, like disciple, really? Zeke lay bleeding, his body battered and bruised, but a flicker of defiance remained in his eyes. Another message flashed. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcefully shut down. A shadowy figure loomed over him, a silent observer of his demise. He whispered, say shit. A grand, ornate chandelier dominated the ceiling, its crystalline structure catching the light in a dazzling display. The room itself spoke of wealth and power. Zeke Draker, a young man in a dark military uniform, slumped against a richly carved desk. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. He appeared disoriented and exhausted. He looked around the opulent chamber, confusion etched on his features. "This is my room? Did Duke bring me here?" he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. He let out a shaky breath, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Huh, I almost won," he muttered, collapsing onto the plush bed. Lying back, Zeke reflected on his near success. As expected of a Black Knight, he thought, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. "I think I did everything I could right now, and it was useless." His thoughts drifted to his strategy. Try to put his guard down by repeating the same attack 100 times over at the decisive moment, making a gap using Might of the Dragon. He continued his internal analysis, on top of using Dragon Eyes to strike him, but it wasn't enough. Zeke's eyes widened in realization. That skill Duke used at the end. He stood, his sword drawn, a grim determination settling on his face. It was definitely his secret move. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay unconscious. His overuse of draconian skills had finally caught up to him. Yet, even in his stupor, a thought lingered. This unconsciousness had granted him a unique perspective. Before his eyes, a vision unfolded, a blazing golden eye, pulsating with immense power. It was the eye of an elder dragon. The vision shifted, revealing a figure, muscles rippling with barely contained energy. This was Andre, the Red Knight, showcasing his nonsensical high-speed movement arts. Andre's movements were a blur, a testament to his rigorous training. His body, a weapon honed to perfection. Two figures conversed. One, a young man in regal attire, observed Andre's technique. The other, Andre himself, smirked, explaining that his secret move allowed him, despite his weak stamina, to rise to the position of Red Knight. The young man sighed, lamenting his missed opportunity to learn Andre's secret technique, yet acknowledging the value of the observation. Then, a new image filled his mind, the raw, untamed power of a dragon. Andre's skill was formidable, capable of intimidating even a Black Knight. Its sheer pressure was enough to force most opponents into submission. Back in his own body, Zeke awoke with a start, a question mark forming on his face. A notification appeared before Zeke's eyes, a simple prompt against a deep blue background. "You have an unopened message. Confirm." Below, two options were presented, yes and no. Zeke's internal monologue echoed the message's query. An unopened message? Two messages unfolded, detailing significant changes. First, his rank D skill, Swift Steps, had upgraded to the rank C skill, High Speed Movement. Second, a cryptic message declared, "Your soul has developed due to the demonstration of your strong will." Another message appeared, explaining that further functions could be activated using karma points. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise, a silent W escaping his lips. A subsequent message revealed a locked mini-map function, requiring 20 karma points to unlock. The map promised to display geographical terrain features. Yet another locked function was presented, an elementary level quest book, also requiring karma points, 45, to unlock. It contained tutorials and missions for low-ranking administrators. Zeke, seated in an opulent room, reviewed the messages. He had 40 karma points. He muttered to himself. A bunch of things just popped up. By the descriptions, other than inventory. He decided to check his inventory first, touching the Activate Inventory prompt. The inventory function activated successfully. A message confirmed, "You have activated the inventory function. If you select the items you want, they will be stored in the inventory." Instructions on how to use the inventory appeared before Zeke. To retrieve an item, he could simply think of its name or shape. Further instructions detailed that the space an item occupied in the inventory depended on its weight and size. Larger storage could be purchased using karma points. Zeke, seated on a bed in a richly decorated room, pondered the inventory interface displayed on a small, grid-like device in his hand. He wondered how to select the item he desired. He mused that since the inventory's space allocation mirrored the item's physical dimensions, storing them should be equally straightforward. He repeated the word save to himself as he carefully placed the sword into the inventory. The sword vanished in a flash of blue light as it was successfully stored. He then selected 2 of the 28 slots in his inventory. He realized that the system's earlier statement about space allocation was accurate. He confirmed that to retrieve an item, he needed to visualize its name or form. With a gasp of understanding, Zeke retrieved the sword, its ethereal blue glow illuminating his face. Zeke Draker, the young master of the Draker family, examined a newly acquired artifact. He mused that while it was superior to subspace storage, it had its drawbacks. He reflected on the artifact's high cost. The difficulty of storing such an item was a significant problem, as he illustrated with a flashback to his previous struggles. He found a solution using points. The system interface revealed Zeke's status. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Title, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. He noted that this storage function was only available to low-rank administrators. Zeke wondered what would happen when he reached a higher rank. He considered the value of the points and decided that recklessly using them would be unwise. He concluded that he needed to revise his plans. A voice called out to him. Decker asked if he could enter. A young man, clad in a military uniform, stood rigidly before an older, distinguished gentleman. A sword rested at his side. The older man spoke, his tone measured and formal. "There's a message for you." The young man's eyes widened slightly. The older man continued. "He said you'd know who it's from if I said Garden Keeper Dexter." A sinister smile played on the young man's lips as he read the message. He muttered to himself, "I guess it wasn't a complete fail." The message, scrawled in hurried handwriting, read, "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come whenever." The older man handed the young man a small, folded piece of paper. Another man, with fiery red hair, appeared, his expression furious. He addressed the young man. "Let's call this a draw, kid." The young man responded with a smirk. Is that what he meant by a draw? A triumphant grin spread across the young man's face. His determination was palpable. The older man cleared his throat. "I have one more thing to tell you." The older man continued. "I found the blacksmith you mentioned before." The inquiry hung in the air, a simple question brimming with anticipation. "Oh, really? When's the appointment?" A seasoned man, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of years, adjusted his spectacles. There was a subtle shift in his demeanor, a hint of gravity settling upon his features. He spoke, his voice measured and low. "There's a problem." The explanation followed, stark and concise. The blacksmith had refused the commission. The camera panned to reveal a quaint blacksmith's workshop, nestled within a bustling town. The scene was peaceful, almost idyllic, a stark contrast to the gravity of the news. Inside, however, a different picture emerged. Weapons lay scattered across the floor, a scene of disarray. A single, terse statement summarized the situation. "He doesn't." The camera angle shifted, revealing more of the workshop's interior, the chaos more pronounced. The blacksmith himself was shown, hunched over his workbench, his form slumped in defeat. The light glinted off the tools, highlighting the stillness of his posture. His resolve was broken. The finality of his decision echoed in the silence. Make weapons anymore. The scene opens with a pair of worn leather boots resting on a wooden footrest, their owner seemingly perched high above. The view from this vantage point is of a clear, bright sky. From this elevated position, the viewer is treated to a panoramic vista of a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills, a majestic mountain range forming a breathtaking backdrop. The title of the series, A Dragon Slayer's Peerless Regression, is prominently displayed. The perspective shifts, revealing a young man with short, dark hair standing before a blacksmith's workshop. He observes a horse-drawn carriage parked nearby. He mutters to himself, "It's been a while." The name of the establishment is clearly visible, Papner's Breath. Inside the workshop, a man with dark hair and a mischievous grin greets the young man. He remarks, "It sure is a grand name for a workshop." The young man, undeterred, enters the workshop, calling out, "Anyone in?" The interior of the workshop is shown to be cluttered and somewhat disorganized, with various tools and weapons scattered about. Empty bottles are strewn across the floor. A caption explains that a sword, known as the Sword of Radiance, Graham, is a masterpiece forged by Galleon as payment for saving his life. The narrative follows Zeke Draker, a young man with a mischievous grin, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He is the first of his line to fail, awakening to the family's traditional fighting prowess, instead inheriting healing abilities. His words reveal a deep-seated determination. He lived up to his name, creating a sword with the ability he needed most. The image shows the sword, a magnificent weapon radiating ethereal energy, a swirling vortex of purple and teal light emanating from its blade. This is no ordinary weapon. It pulses with power. The text proclaims the sword's unique ability to replace ether with aura. The scene shifts to a dimly lit smithy. A man, the greatest blacksmith on the continent, Galleon Halberd, is shown drinking heavily, his face etched with exhaustion and worry. Another man, observing Galleon, expresses concern about his current state. A young boy, Zeke, enters the smithy. Galleon dismisses him, stating that this is no place for children. The blacksmith, Galleon Halberd, is shown again. His name is revealed in a narration box. Zeke questions Galleon about the events leading up to their meeting, noting that while the blacksmith had always been moody, his current state is extreme. Galleon shows Zeke a bucket containing a mysterious, glowing substance. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair tied back in a loose bun, sat slumped over a table, his face contorted in a grimace as he chugged from a large bottle. Liquid splashed wildly, soaking his clothes and the surrounding area. A discarded wooden barrel lay on its side nearby. The bottle emptied with a final gurgle, and Zeke collapsed, several swords scattered across the floor around him. The remaining liquid from the bottle spilled onto the floor, eventually collecting in a nearby bucket. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. A man with dark hair, wearing a dark red coat and a smug expression, leaned in, his hand outstretched. "Are you awake now?" The man's gloved hand, adorned with a golden emblem depicting a dragon and crossed swords, rested on the table. Zeke, his eyes still blurry, looked up at the man. He spoke, his voice thick with emotion. I want to know why you rejected my commission. The man revealed 2 more identical golden emblems, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Draker, Zeke, seemingly overwhelmed, stumbled backward, apologizing profusely for his outburst. The man, however, remained unmoved. Forgive my insolence, but I'm not taking commissions at this moment. How can a bastard create what someone else wants? The scene opens with a young man, his hands trembling as he struggles to his feet. Doubt clouds his features. He questions his own capabilities, wondering if he can even achieve his own desires. His gaze falls upon a figure standing nearby, a man in fine crimson clothing, observing him with a critical eye. The young man's frustration intensifies. A shift in perspective. The young man reflects on a past encounter, a memory surfacing in his mind. He recalls a powerful blacksmith, Galleon, whose past remains shrouded in mystery. The young man realizes Galleon's reluctance to discuss his earlier life. The memory shows Galleon, his face strained with effort, wielding a hammer with furious intensity. The young man surmises that Galleon likely kept his past struggles hidden. Back in the present, the young man laments his inability to wait patiently for his skills to improve. He is impatient and frustrated. Overcome with self-doubt, he questions his worth and his ability to create weapons, the very essence of his craft. His despair is palpable. He feels like a failure, a blacksmith incapable of forging weapons. Suddenly, he is interrupted. A voice calls out, Galleon Halberd. The young man apologizes for his unbecoming behavior. In a dimly lit workshop, Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stood before a young woman. He wore a dark red coat over a dark shirt. He spoke calmly, yet with an air of authority. Worry not. I wish to see some of your failures. The scene shifted to a different part of the workshop, showing a large fireplace and various tools. The young woman, her face etched with concern, muttered to herself, I'll guide you to the back. Her internal resolve hardened. A view of a chimney against a clear blue sky appeared. She thought, I must guide him to the right path myself. Outside, the young woman apologized to Zeke. I apologize, sire. She continued, explaining, I shouldn't have left things so cluttered. Zeke, however, waved off her apology with a dismissive chuckle. It's fine, it's fine. The camera angle shifted, revealing a large collection of swords neatly arranged outside a building. Zeke commented, it's charming, if anything. The young woman offered a grateful, thank you. Zeke then declared, Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, stood amidst a collection of swords. His dark eyes, usually filled with a quiet sadness, held a steely determination. A young blacksmith, his face etched with worry, cautioned him, be careful, sir. Even if their failed works, they're still sharp. He picked up one of the discarded blades, his gloved fingers tracing its edge. A silent assessment passed through him. This and this, he mused, his gaze sharp and calculating. 2 swords, seemingly ordinary, hung suspended in midair. A voice, Zeke's, declared, these are not failures. With a flick of his wrist, Zeke spun several swords around him, their movements precise and controlled. He explained, they're of similar quality to the things he forged when he was named the best in the continent. Draconian skill, Dragon Eyes, activated. As he suspected, Zeke's unique ability, a legacy of his lineage, had activated. His eyes glowed with an intense golden light, reflecting in the polished surface of a sword he held. A silent understanding washed over him. The blacksmith, witnessing this display of uncanny skill, could only stammer in disbelief. Zeke, his gaze unwavering, calmly questioned the blacksmith. Shem, how did you? I asked you a question. You utilize your own style of smelting, correct? Zeke surveyed the swords once more, his dragon eyes revealing their intricate composition. He stated, it seems you've mixed several metals to create a lighter and exquisite material. A sword, seemingly of fine make, shattered upon impact with the earth. The force of the blow sent cracks, spiderwebbing across the ground. The broken pieces of the blade scattered, a testament to its sudden, violent end. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, examined the fragments. He muttered to himself, but the durability is weak. An older, powerfully built man, his face etched with the wisdom of years spent crafting weapons, observed Zeke's assessment. He explained, in cases like these, it's because impurities haven't been properly eliminated during the heat treatment process. Zeke nodded in agreement. He thought, that's accurate. Not only did he recognize my smelting method immediately, he even analyzed the major flaw and its cause. Zeke, holding the broken sword, pondered the implications of the smith's keen observation. He addressed the smith, then perhaps. The smith responded, yes, sire. This might be a bit, no, very random, but I have something to ask of you. The smith, gesturing expectantly, waited for Zeke's response. Zeke, a subtle smile playing on his lips, listened intently. Inside a dimly lit workshop, Zeke, a young man with dark hair, stood before a craftsman. Papers and tools littered the workbenches. Zeke inquired, so what is it? His voice carrying a hint of impatience. The craftsman, a man with brown hair tied back, responded, Could you see this first? The craftsman dramatically revealed a complex blueprint, his expression intense. It depicted intricate designs and symbols. Zeke leaned closer, studying the blueprint with keen interest. His gaze was fixed on the details. He and the craftsman examined the blueprint together, a silent understanding passing between them. A low hum escaped the craftsman's lips. Years later, a gloved hand traced the blueprint's outline. The narration clarified. It was a blueprint for a magic brazier. A booming laugh echoed. Ha ha ha, what is there to hide from the one who saved my life? The craftsman, now clearly excited, explained, a brazier where the temperature can be freely adjusted through magic. He gestured dramatically, a small pouch visible on his belt. My secret is this. Zeke, now dressed in more refined attire, responded. With this, your smelting method would work perfectly. Indeed, I knew you'd recognize it immediately. The scene opens with a young man, his face etched with worry, seated before a table. He is being addressed by an unseen individual. You have the full blueprints, the voice presses, so why aren't you making it? He sighs, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. The young man is clearly struggling with something. The young man gestures towards a complex blueprint spread across the table. The most important part, he explains, the mana energy law blueprint remains but the Magic Tower's commission fee. He pauses, the weight of the next words heavy in the air. Is 10,000 gold. A young man with dark hair, dressed in fine clothes, reacts with shock. His internal monologue reveals the staggering cost. A normal four-member family's monthly living expenses is 10 gold. That's 1,000 times as much. The well-dressed young man leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. So, it took him 10 years to gather that much money. Huh? That price is absurd. He continues, his gaze sharp and intent. That's why I wanted to ask you something. You're a Draker, and a pure-blooded awakener at that. The artisan looks up, his expression hardening. The young man's proposition is revealed. So, if you were to make me the brazier, I will create any commission of yours for free and without conditions. He finishes his sentence, his voice low and resolute. For as long as I live. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself in a predicament. He mused that obtaining the family's support would be possible if he were the family's guardian knight. But even with his pure bloodline, securing the necessary 10,000 gold pieces seemed insurmountable. He resolved, however, not to give up. His thoughts drifted to Graham, the Sword of Radiance, and the complexities of mana energy laws. A sudden interruption broke his train of thought. Someone called out, "Wait." Zeke, intrigued, questioned, "Mana energy laws?" He examined a blueprint, his gloved hands tracing the intricate design. He declared, "Very well, I'll accept." A craftsman, startled, asked, "Truly, sire?" Zeke explained that he would seek assistance from a mage he knew, promising to inform the craftsman upon receiving a response. He turned away, his mind already strategizing. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the young man profusely thanked his benefactor. His words, choked with emotion, expressed the depth of his relief. Thank you, sir. This galleon will serve you for the rest of your life as your savior." He wiped away his tears, but the emotion lingered. A sudden, sharp sound broke the silence. Annoyed, someone called out, "Hey, you're snot." The young man, still sniffling, mumbled another thank you. He muttered to himself, "Gosh, I got it, so stop." Meanwhile, a figure in a top hat promised to contact him once the task was complete. Elsewhere, a young man in military attire walked through the Draker Academy grounds, questioning the high commission fee for the Mage Tower. He mused that the structure itself seemed simple. His thoughts drifted to Fanon's major, the design of mana energy laws. The young man recalled Fanon's research lab, a place of significant importance. Zeke Draker, a young man clad in the dark uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, stood alone in a shadowed alcove. His posture was rigid, his gaze distant, a sword sheathed at his back. His eyes, however, spoke volumes. A storm brewed within their depths, a mixture of apprehension and steely resolve. The scene shifted. In that alley, a group of figures, cloaked in darkness, moved with a sinister purpose. One of them, Zeke, stood apart, observing the others with a grim expression. A guttural sound escaped his lips. Suddenly, Zeke was on his knees, clutching at the leg of a man in a similar uniform. He stammered an apology. The man, clearly surprised, questioned him. Zeke insisted it was his fault, his tone laced with despair. Zeke continued his apology, addressing the man formally as Sir Leon Conrad. He confessed to having touched him inappropriately, tears streaming down his face. Leon Conrad responded curtly, acknowledging Zeke's apology. Zeke, the young man scorned by his own family, found himself on his knees, the weight of his humiliation pressing down on him. His body trembled, not just from physical exhaustion, but from the crushing blow to his pride. Towering over him stood Sir Leon Conrad, a cruel glint in his eyes. He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "As a reward, I'll give you the opportunity to clean up the land you dirted." Zeke, his body aching, could only manage a weak, "Thank you, Sir Leon Conrad." He looked up to see a circle of soldiers, their faces obscured by shadow, surrounding him. The weight of their silent judgment was almost as heavy as the physical burden. A fierce anger ignited within him, a burning resentment against the family that had cast him out. His eyes, usually soft, now burned with a cold fire. He rose, his movement stiff but determined. A silent vow formed in his heart. He would make them regret their actions. For fuck's sake. He strode away, his sword strapped to his back, leaving the scene of his humiliation behind. The city streets stretched before him, a path to his uncertain future. His voice, though low, carried a venomous edge. Vermin. He continued his tirade, his words laced with contempt. Like you, are a hindrance, just by existing. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, lay bleeding on the ground, his eyes wide with a desperate fury. Surrounding him stood several figures in military attire, their faces grim. One of the soldiers, his face contorted in a mixture of rage and disbelief, muttered, "That bastard Zeke is the same." A golden light emanated from Zeke's body, an unprecedented phenomenon. The soldier's whispered question hung in the air, an unprecedented golden light reaction. The intensity of the light grew, revealing a power previously unknown. The soldier's voice, barely a breath, betrayed his awe, a pure-blooded awakening that surpassed all others. Suddenly, Zeke rose, his eyes blazing. He roared, "Cut the bullshit!" With a powerful kick, he sent one of the soldiers flying. His thoughts, however, were far from triumphant. He reflected, the loss against that inferior vermin couldn't be helped. He continued his internal monologue, since there was that hit through the surprise attack before it began. His anger intensified as he realized the truth. But how did a regressive bastard who beat me by luck? The answer struck him with the force of a physical blow. Because a pure-blooded awakener, a young man with striking freckles, stood amidst a formation of soldiers in crisp, dark uniforms. Their faces were grim, their eyes fixed on him. "Wow, hey, Freckle," a voice called out, the tone laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. A chilling realization washed over the soldiers. This was no ordinary boy. The young man's gaze sharpened, a dark, purplish energy crackling around him. I was now completely obscured by this ominous power, his expression hardening into a cold determination. He pointed a finger at the soldiers, his voice a low growl. "I'll give you all 3 seconds, so you better plant your heads onto the ground." The sprawling Draker family estate stood majestically against the backdrop of a clear sky. Its imposing architecture hinted at generations of power and tradition. From a high vantage point, a long, elevated walkway connected different sections of the estate, showcasing its vastness and intricate design. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer lineage, found himself disoriented. A single word escaped his lips. What? He lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by several armed guards of the Draker family, their expressions grim. The scene suggested a recent confrontation. One of the guards, his face contorted in anger, addressed Zeke. He accused him of arrogance, stemming from a supposed pure-blood awakening. Zeke, defiant, retorted with a curt "shut up." His demeanor suggested a simmering power beneath his outwardly calm exterior. A surge of dark energy emanated from Zeke, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. He issued a chilling warning, or else. A wave of immense pressure washed over him, causing Zeke to grimace in pain. He muttered, "What is this pressure?" Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer lineage, clutched at his chest, his face contorted in a silent scream. His breathing was ragged, his body racked with an unseen pain. Just a few months prior, a chilling scene unfolded. Zeke, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief, found himself on the ground, his body trembling. He had witnessed something horrifying, something that defied his understanding. The thought echoed in his mind, "And yet I'm scared?" Above him, a figure loomed, his face contorted in a mask of furious rage. "How dare you tell me what to do, you inferior bastard?" Another voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air. "What are you doing? Attack him!" Several figures, clad in the dark uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, charged towards Zeke with drawn swords. They moved with practiced precision, a deadly ballet of steel and malice. Zeke, however, remained frozen, paralyzed by fear and the sheer horror of the situation. One of the attackers lunged, his blade aimed at Zeke's heart. The impact sent Zeke tumbling. As Zeke lay on the ground, his attacker looked down at him. Don't blame me for this, got it?" Zeke Draker, the family's black sheep, stood defiant. 20 years younger, yet the same burning resentment simmered within him. He was no swordsman, his talent lay in healing, a fact that had earned him nothing but scorn from the Draker family, renowned dragon slayers. His uncle, a high-ranking member of the family, lunged, fury contorting his face. The years of rejection fueled Zeke's defiance. With a speed that belied his healer's physique, Zeke countered, his movements imbued with an unnatural power. His eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, a stark contrast to the dark shadows that had always clung to him. He moved like a phantom, effortlessly dispatching his attackers. The once scorned healer was now a whirlwind of deadly grace. One by one, the Draker family members fell before him, their swords useless against his newfound power. Zeke's movements were brutal, efficient, each strike precise and deadly. He fought with the cold fury of someone who had been wronged for too long. The courtyard became a scene of carnage, a testament to Zeke's overwhelming strength. His opponents were no match for his resurrected power. With a final, devastating blow, Zeke ended the conflict, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. The legend of a peerless dragon slayer had begun. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, found himself in a desperate struggle. He moved with unnatural speed, a blur of motion amidst a flurry of steel. His opponents, clad in the uniform of the Draker family, fell one by one, their swords clattering uselessly to the ground as Zeke's power overwhelmed them. Despite his family's rejection, Zeke's healing talent had manifested as something far more potent. A wave of violet energy pulsed from his hand, a stark contrast to the crimson staining the cold stone floor. He was not merely healing, he was obliterating. The fight was brutal, a whirlwind of motion and death. Each strike from Zeke was precise, each impact echoing with the force of a collapsing star. His opponents, though numerous, were no match for his newfound power. With a final, sweeping arc of violet energy, Zeke dispatched the last of his attackers. Dust and blood settled, leaving behind a scene of carnage and a single, defiant figure standing amidst the fallen. But even in victory, Zeke felt the crushing weight of his mortality. His breath hitched, his vision blurred, and a cold dread washed over him. Then, as darkness threatened to consume him, words of impossible power appeared before his eyes. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed in his mind. Is this bastard? He awoke, 20 years in the past, back within the very family that had cast him out. He surveyed the scene, his gaze resting on the fallen bodies of his attackers. He spoke, his voice calm despite the chaos. There's no need to be scared. I'm sure you already know. Zeke, a young man in the uniform of the Draker family, braced himself, a sword held tightly in his hand. He muttered, "It only hurts for a moment." With a pained cry, he stumbled backward, his grip on the sword loosening as he fell to the ground. Leaning against a wall, Zeke glared at his unseen opponent. He warned, "I'll cut you if you come closer." His opponent, unseen but clearly present, questioned him. "Are you really drawing your sword in the training arena? You do know what this means, right?" Zeke's face hardened. The narration explained. In order to face the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who has unsheathed his sword outside of the holy training arena, he was forced to respond. He gasped, "W8. Zeke Draker, his face grim, declared, "I, Zeke Draker, will retaliate in the name of honor." He stood, his sword gleaming, a fierce aura surrounding him. A voice boomed. "The following battle will end once one of us is faced with death." The weight of the impending battle hung heavy in the air. A solemn declaration echoed in the chamber. All responsibility rested solely on the combatants themselves. The opponent bore no burden for the outcome. Leon Conrad, his face marred by cuts and bruises, lay prostrate on the cold stone floor, his breath ragged. He was defeated. A cold glint of steel appeared on the ground. The victor, Zeke Draker, spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. "Now then, let's continue." Zeke's eyes, blazing with an unnatural purple light, held a chilling intensity. The recent battle had left its mark on him, but his resolve remained unshaken. Leon, defeated and desperate, pleaded for his life. "Sir Zeke Draker, please, let me live." Leon continued his desperate plea. "Just let me go." Zeke stood over him, his posture rigid, his sword resting on the ground. Zeke turned, his back to the fallen Leon, his silhouette stark against the dim light of the chamber. He held his sword. The sword rested on the ground, a silent testament to the battle's conclusion. Zeke's final words, a quiet whisper, cut through the silence. "I'm sorry, Leon Conrad." Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, lay bleeding on the cold ground, his pleas for mercy barely audible above the pounding of his own heart. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the crimson staining his uniform. His attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow, loomed over him. Disdain twisted the killer's lips as he surveyed his defeated foe. The words, "this foolish bastard," hung heavy in the air, a testament to the contempt he held for Zeke. With a swift, brutal movement, the attacker unleashed a devastating blow. A purple energy sliced through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attacker stood amidst a scene of carnage, several bodies scattered around him. He casually announced his intention. "I'll be taking your ear as payment." With a sickening thud, Zeke's ear was severed. A scream of agony ripped through the air. "Quah!" Zeke clutched his bleeding wound, his face contorted in terror and pain. The words, "in my ear," escaped his lips in a choked whisper. The attacker, his silhouette still shrouded in darkness, calmly addressed Zeke one last time. He stated, "If your ear is reattached when we meet again, what I'll be taking next won't be your ear." A chilling whisper echoed in the darkness. "But your head." Zeke Draker, eyes wide with a horrifying mix of pain and determination, found himself in a desperate struggle. Blood streamed down his face as he grappled with an unseen assailant. With a final, brutal stomp, he ended the threat. The attacker's lifeless form lay still beneath his boot. He let out a ragged breath. Phew! The weight of the battle was evident in his labored breathing. His gaze swept across the scene. Several figures in dark uniforms lay scattered around him, unconscious. A voice, weak but recognizable, whispered, "Zeke." A figure approached, his sword strapped to his back. He was a young man, his face partially obscured by shadow. The newcomer surveyed the fallen soldiers, his expression unreadable. He stood over Zeke, who remained on the ground. The newcomer spoke, his voice calm despite the bloody scene. "Don't worry about it." He continued, a hint of something unreadable in his tone. "I wasn't helping you." Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood alone in a grand hall. His internal monologue echoed. "I was helping myself." He turned, his back to a faint, ethereal glow emanating from a kneeling figure on the floor. The glow pulsed with a faint blue light. Zeke's gaze fell upon the mysterious energy. A question formed in his mind. Did Galleon rub off on me? He ran a hand through his hair, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he casually leaned against the wall, his sword strapped to his back. A moment later, Zeke's expression shifted. He thought, "I almost said something embarrassing out loud." The scene shifted to the exterior of a grand academy. Zeke approached a professor, his question clear. "Will this be possible, Professor?" Inside the Galleon research lab, the professor, after a moment of consideration, responded, "Let me get to the point. It should be possible." Zeke, pleased, replied, "Really? Then I'd like to leave this with you." The professor, however, interrupted. He said, "Wait, I think it will be better if you listen to my explanation first." He continued, explaining, "Just like you said, the overall composition is simple. However, the problem is..." The discussion centered on the machine's core, a crucial component responsible for its power output. While acknowledged as the machine's heart, the core presented significant, intricate limitations. Despite its small size, the core demanded substantial power. Furthermore, a method for adjusting the output without delay was necessary. One individual, dressed in military attire, declared the situation unprecedented, questioning the feasibility of a solution. His companion, a younger man with spectacles, responded that two options existed. Given the core's condition, the second man proposed personally adjusting the design. However, he cautioned that this would require at least a decade to redesign the core. The officer reacted with shock at the 15-year time frame. His companion confirmed the extensive time commitment required. Turning to the second method, the younger man explained that they could circumvent designing the core by using an alternative material. While this would save considerable time, the necessary material remained a significant obstacle. The officer examined a small, dark vial. It contained a high-compression mana stone. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, stared at the artifact in disbelief. "What? Isn't that an ancient artifact that can't be made with modern technology?" A man in a military uniform, his face obscured, confirmed, "Correct. Ancient relics are already rare." Another man, younger with blonde hair and spectacles, elaborated. "However, finding artifacts in ruins is even harder. To come across a mana stone that can withstand our design." The price was revealed. It would cost over 3,000 gold. Zeke slumped onto a nearby couch, his face etched with worry. He mused, "I might get kicked out if someone finds out that I can't use aura. But 15 years is way too long." He clenched his fists. "However, 3,000 gold is too high. I can't just give up." His thoughts turned to the Sword of Radiance, a legendary weapon. He recalled, "Most people think that I'm an aura user thanks to the events that occurred during the blessing rite." But he knew the truth. But that was merely a reaction created with ether and healing. The fact that I'm unable to use aura still remains the same. Ether is considered to be a difficult power to master. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, examined the blueprints for Graham, the Sword of Radiance. His master had taught him the Spirit of the Soul skill, but it was insufficient. However, excluding the skill Spirit of the Soul that my master taught me, I can't use any sword skill that utilizes aura. He knew that aura, compared to ether, was easier to use and more versatile. This realization underscored his need for Graham. Even with the Spirit of the Soul, Zeke could only reinforce his body and swing his sword. He mused, "Even with that skill, I can only reinforce and swing my body around." His thoughts concluded with a firm resolve. "That's why I need Graham, the Sword of Radiance." Zeke's focus shifted to the practicalities of acquiring the necessary materials. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, how am I supposed to get a high-compression mana stone?" Meanwhile, another individual, a man with blonde hair and glasses, observed the blueprints with Zeke. He commented, "By the way, the creator of these blueprints is amazing. Even taking the complicated core into account, it's an efficient design." The blonde man continued, "This would be difficult to create, even among the relics." Zeke, contemplating the blonde man's words, reflected, "Yeah, why didn't I think about that before?" He sat, considering the implications of the intricate design of Graham's blueprints. Zeke then turned back to the blonde man. a question forming on his face. In a dimly lit study, Zeke, a young man with spectacles and blonde hair, sat across from a taller, dark-haired figure in military attire. Zeke's expression was one of disbelief as he questioned the other's proposal. The dark-haired man, holding a large sword, simply chuckled at Zeke's incredulity. The dark-haired man confidently stated that he would bring something. He then produced a small, dark object, a glint of malice in his eyes. He revealed it to be a high-compression mana stone. High above, a colossal shadow sliced through the azure expanse. It was a dragon, immense and ancient, its obsidian scales shimmering under the sun. Below, a squadron of smaller dragons followed, their movements precise and deadly. The lead dragon's wings beat with a power that stirred the very air, each stroke a testament to its age and might. Its gaze, sharp and intelligent, scanned the world below. The aerial armada continued its relentless advance, a terrifying spectacle of raw power and ancient majesty. The Liberation War, a desperate struggle against the tyrannical rule of dragons, was etched into the very fabric of history. The conflict culminated in a legendary battle, a clash of titans that shook the very foundations of the world. It ended with the defeat of the fearsome evil dragon, Bahamut, at the hands of Tarakan Draker, a name whispered with reverence and awe throughout the land. The image of Tarakan Draker, the legendary dragon slayer, standing defiant against the fallen Bahamut, became a symbol of hope and victory for generations to come. His great sword, still gleaming, reflected the fading light of the setting sun. His triumph granted humanity a century of unprecedented peace. During that time, ancient relics unearthed from the dragon's lair revealed remnants of the age of the Hero King, a golden era of magic. A collection of ancient relics and powerful artifacts lay suspended in mid-air, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Among them were swords, daggers, rings, and a curious pocket watch, all radiating an aura of forgotten power. The scene shifted to reveal more items: a jeweled crown, a mana stone capable of sustaining an entire village, and a golden chalice. These objects pulsed with potent magical energy, hinting at their extraordinary capabilities. A relic from a bygone era materialized, a glowing blue device emanating an otherworldly energy. It was described as a relic from the age of the Hero King, a time of legendary power and forgotten technologies. The camera panned to the Draker Academy Central Library, a grand building of impressive scale and elegant design, nestled amidst manicured lawns. The view shifted to showcase the library's imposing facade, its many windows reflecting the bright sunlight. It was a place of learning and knowledge, steeped in history and tradition. The text detailed the library's history, explaining that it was believed to have been established by Tarakan himself and that during its expansion, a hidden records room containing relics from a golden age was discovered. The discovery involved the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, a member of one of the three great families. The narrative then jumped forward in time, stating that news of the discovery would spread throughout the continent 10 years later. The scene transitioned to the Central Library's records room. A grand staircase led to the upper levels, where countless books lined the shelves, yet the relics remained undiscovered and unknown. Zeke Draker, a young man dressed in the dark uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, walked the polished floors of a grand library. His shoulders slumped slightly, betraying a weariness that belied his youthful appearance. He paused, peering intently into a shadowed alcove. A look of deep concentration, almost anxiety, settled on his face. A draconian skill, Dragon Eyes, activated. One of Zeke's eyes glowed with an intense, golden light, the other remaining normal. A subtle smile played on his lips. He continued his search, his gaze now sharper, more focused. The enhanced vision granted by Dragon Eyes allowed him to see details previously hidden. The golden light in his eye intensified, a small flame flickering at its edge. His expression shifted to one of quiet satisfaction. He found what he was looking for. Bingo, he murmured to himself. Zeke approached a seemingly ordinary section of the library floor. A faint, reddish glow emanated from beneath the tiles. He tapped a specific tile. It should sound hollow when I tap it. Yes, this is it, he whispered, confirming his discovery. The grand library of the Draker family estate stood silent, its shelves overflowing with ancient tomes. The air hummed with untold knowledge, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within its walls. Zeke Draker, the family's black sheep, knelt on the polished floor, a faint purple glow emanating from his hand. His dark eyes, usually filled with quiet resignation, now burned with a fierce determination. He focused intently, his breath hitching slightly as he channeled his power. This was the soul of the spirit, a unique etheric ability he'd learned from his mysterious master. The only application he'd mastered was a precise cutting technique, capable of manipulating ether to sever almost anything. Ether, Zeke knew, materialized from the user's will. Its properties could be shaped and applied in various ways, but it came at a cost. The drawback was significant. Each action demanded a substantial expenditure of ether. Zeke grimaced, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He realized that using the soul of the spirit was far more taxing than he'd anticipated. A faint golden light flickered, then vanished, leaving behind only the quiet hum of the library. The only evidence of Zeke's exertion was a small, scorched mark on the polished floor. The scene opens on a vast, dimly lit library. Towering bookshelves, crafted from dark wood and adorned with intricate carvings, stretch into the distance, their contents obscured by shadow. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from an unseen source, illuminating the checkered floor. A young man, Zeke, navigates a narrow passage within the library's depths. He holds a flickering torch aloft, its light barely piercing the gloom. He mutters to himself, expressing surprise at the unexpected depth of the passage. Zeke, clad in a dark military-style uniform, cautiously proceeds down a corridor. His expression is one of apprehension. His face is etched with concern as he continues his exploration. Suddenly, Zeke senses a presence. Two shadowy figures materialize before him. He crouches, his grip tightening on his torch. He reflects on the unlikelihood of anyone discovering this place for at least a decade. Zeke peers around a corner, his eyes widening in surprise. He wonders if anyone has been here before. Two skeletal figures, wielding crude weapons, emerge from the shadows. Zeke is clearly startled by the sight of the skeletons. Skeletal figures, wielding shovels and pickaxes, labored in the dim light of an underground chamber. Their movements were stiff, mechanical. Observing them from a distance, Zeke, a young man in military attire, noted the unusual nature of the undead. He mused that this was unlike anything created by a lich. Zeke's critical strike skill activated. With a confident smirk, Zeke unleashed a powerful blow, effortlessly shattering one of the skeletal miners. He declared that this task should be easy. He moved with practiced grace, his movements a blur as he continued his assault. Another skeletal miner met a similar fate, its pickaxe cleaved in two by Zeke's attack. A surge of power coursed through Zeke, his eyes blazing with a golden light as he effortlessly dispatched the remaining undead. The battle concluded. Zeke stood amidst the wreckage, a look of slight concern crossing his face as he examined a mysterious, glowing blue interface. A notification appeared before Zeke's eyes, announcing that he had earned 2 karma points for defeating 2 skeletons. The notification was updated to reflect his current total of 22 karma points. Zeke realized he could earn points by killing monsters. He admitted to himself that he had been so focused on a recently acquired artifact that he had completely forgotten about this point-earning system. A sinister grin spread across Zeke's face. He saw this as an excellent opportunity to farm for points. He clutched the artifact, a strange device resembling a fidget spinner, to his chest. Zeke, eager for more karma points, dashed off to continue his hunt. With a swift, decisive blow, he shattered another skeleton. Another karma point was awarded for the kill. Having slain 20 skeletons, Zeke declared the task easy. Zeke Draker, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon, reviewed his newly acquired status window. His class was listed as Immortal, a title reflecting his unique circumstance. He possessed a robust healing factor and heightened senses, but his combat skills were still at a beginner level. He noted the cost to unlock further system functions, 25 points for inventory slots and 45 for the beginner quest book. Zeke mused that he would investigate further once he had accumulated more points. The minimap, requiring only 20 points, seemed like a more immediate priority. More advanced skills, such as Might of the Dragon and Devour, along with access to Draconian skill level 2, were locked behind a significant 50-point threshold. Zeke, surveying his options, decided to purchase the minimap function first. The minimap activated. A two-dimensional representation of his surroundings appeared on his interface. He was surprised to see a red marker indicating his current location. Zeke noted the similarity to a traditional magic map. He pondered the map's functionality. The minimap upgraded itself to a 3-dimensional view. Zeke Draker, a young man in a dark military-style uniform, stood before a complex, glowing blue interface. His hand reached out, fingers outstretched as if to touch the intricate holographic display. He leaned closer, his expression one of intense focus. The holographic projection shimmered, responding to his touch. A grin spread across Zeke's face. Amazing. This is what I'm talking about, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His gaze shifted, however, as he noticed something peculiar. But why is it the only room in a different color? He questioned, his finger tracing the outline of a single, red-highlighted room within a larger holographic map. The interface presented a stark choice. Would you like directions to the selected grave of the Dragon Slayer storage room? Yes, no. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. Storage room? Without hesitation, he selected yes, his gloved hand firmly pressing the button. The interface responded instantly. We will now provide the quickest route to your destination. A shimmering blue corridor materialized before him, guiding him forward. Zeke, the protagonist, exclaimed in disbelief at the navigational interface before him. He questioned how he could possibly lose his way with such a clear guide. The interface displayed a simple, grid-based map, highlighting his current location and destination. A notification appeared. He had arrived at his destination. He was there, but Zeke stood before an imposing, ornate gate, its intricate design hinting at the formidable nature of the place. He pondered how to gain entry. It was clear that a simple push wouldn't suffice. A surge of crimson energy emanated from his hand, a power he seemed to command with ease. The energy intensified, swirling around him in a vortex of red. With a determined expression, Zeke stood poised, the crimson energy now fully under his control, ready to use it to open the gate. The reason for the magic tower and the archmage of Nirvana's involvement remained shrouded in mystery, a puzzle yet to be solved. It was clear that the peculiar door was the key to understanding this enigma. Zeke Draker, the young man before the door, muttered to himself, noting that his gloves had saved his hand from a dangerous spell. He examined his hands, the faint glow of residual magic still visible. Zeke knew he couldn't break the security spell on his own. He turned to the system, asking for assistance. The system responded, indicating that the automatic security spell deactivation had failed. A manual override was necessary. Zeke's expression shifted to one of surprise and concern. A strange symbol appeared in his eye, a sign of the system's response to his request. The system confirmed its connection, addressing him directly as Administrator Zeke Draker and inquiring about further requests. Zeke, overwhelmed, wondered at his ability to communicate directly with the system. The scene opens on a fragment of a dark blue uniform, adorned with gold braid. A section of a sleek, technological interface is visible at the center. A disembodied voice, tinged with frustration, echoes through the void. Why did you force me to regress? Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and glasses, sits before a dark blue interface similar to the one seen previously. He asks, "What is this administrator system?" Zeke's expression shifts to one of growing frustration. He mutters to himself, "Damn it, I'm not getting the answers for any important questions." He directs a curt command at the interface, "Just open the door." The system confirms, "We have confirmed the administrator's request. Grave of the Dragon's storage room has been opened." A swirling vortex of dark energy crackled, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Within its chaotic heart, something ancient and powerful stirred. From the depths of the vortex, a colossal, obsidian blade emerged, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. Runes, etched in a language long forgotten, pulsed with malevolent energy. The blade continued its ascent, its ominous presence filling the space with a palpable sense of dread. The scene shifted. Dust motes danced in the dim light of a vast, subterranean chamber. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst towering shelves laden with ancient artifacts. He stared in awe, whispering, "Woe is all of this." His eyes widened as he recognized the ornate wooden chests lining the walls. He exclaimed, "Our treasure chests?" A voice, calm and informative, echoed in his mind. Treasure chests. As the name suggests, it's a chest filled with valuable relics and treasures. Finding even a single one of these relics would be considered a near miracle. Zeke, his face alight with wonder and determination, reached out to open one of the chests. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood before a chest, his gloved hand reaching for its latch. A golden light erupted as he opened it, revealing a treasure trove within. He chuckled, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Hundreds of these things," he mused, his eyes scanning the glittering contents. The chest overflowed with gold coins, precious jewels, and other valuable items. It was a king's ransom. Zeke selected a few items, his expression thoughtful. He muttered, "I'll take this." "Oh, this seems nice," his eyes lighting up at the discovery of something particularly appealing. A satisfied smirk spread across Zeke's face. He thought, "I can give this to Fanon." Then, a triumphant declaration escaped his lips. "Finally, I found it." He opened another chest, revealing 4 glowing green tubes. "There's 4 of them? Even better," he exclaimed. Zeke decided on a course of action. He planned to use one of the tubes to expand his inventory slots. He sighed, "I still don't have enough space for everything. I guess I'll have to come back here regularly until I graduate." Seated atop a chest, Zeke manipulated a glowing blue interface, a smirk playing on his lips as he organized his newfound treasures. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, moved through a dimly lit chamber. The air crackled with an unseen energy, hinting at something powerful and ominous. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, navigated a cluttered room filled with ornate chests. He muttered to himself, "This should be enough for today." He leaned against a wall, exhaustion etched on his face. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. As he moved deeper into the chamber, Zeke felt a sudden chill. A strange, ethereal mist began to swirl around him. He continued his search, the unsettling mist growing denser with each step. The air grew heavy with an unknown presence. The ominous feeling intensified. Zeke paused, a frown furrowing his brow. "HM, what is this ominous feeling?" He placed a hand on a nearby bookshelf, his expression one of apprehension. Suddenly, A surge of crimson energy erupted from his hand, illuminating the room in an eerie red glow. The energy pulsed with a strange power, revealing a dragon-shaped emblem etched onto his skin. It was the mark of the Draker family, the Dragon Slayers. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood amidst the remnants of his former life. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within him, a stark contrast to his usual frail appearance. His eyes widened in alarm, a sheen of sweat clinging to his brow. The energy pulsed, forming swirling patterns of arcane power around him. He stammered, utterly bewildered by this unexpected display of power. What is this? The crimson energy intensified, coalescing into a pillar of raw power that surged upwards from the ground beneath his feet. His body trembled, yet he stood firm, a strange sense of control beginning to emerge. From the pillar, a beam of light shot skyward, piercing the darkness above. The air crackled with energy, the very essence of the room vibrating with the power unleashed. From the heavens, ancient chests, overflowing with untold riches and power, plummeted towards Zeke. They were imbued with the same crimson energy, a testament to the source of his newfound abilities. A crimson lightning bolt pierced the inky blackness of the night sky, its energy crackling with raw power. Below, Zeke Draker, a young man in military attire, found himself at the epicenter of this celestial event, a swirling vortex of arcane energy forming around him. As the light subsided, Zeke gasped, disoriented. His thoughts, fragmented and confused, formed a single, desperate question. He muttered, "System, where am I?" Zeke found himself standing within the imposing structure of the Draker family estate, the home of the Dragon Slayers. He surveyed his surroundings, a grim realization dawning on him. This was the home of the Dragon Slayers, a place he hadn't seen in 2 decades. He recalled the family's cold indifference, their rejection of him for his lack of combat prowess. A thought struck him. He had never heard of a room filled with coffins. His confusion deepened. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself in a familiar yet foreign place. His immediate surroundings were not far from his previous location, but this was different. He knew it. This was not the Dragon Slayer family compound. A chilling realization washed over him. This could be something far more significant. He couldn't ignore the place. Driven by a sense of urgency, Zeke approached a series of ancient tombs, his gaze fixed on a particular one. With a determined shove, he moved aside a heavy stone slab, revealing something hidden beneath. Inside, a suit of ancient armor stood sentinel. Zeke peered inside, his eyes widening in surprise. It was Dragon Slayer equipment. A message appeared before him, confirming his discovery. He carefully removed the armor, marveling at its intricate design and the power it seemed to radiate. This was unlike anything he'd seen before. It was different from the armor of the Golden Age, a relic of a bygone era. He wondered what its purpose was. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, felt a strange sensation within his chest. It was as if a void, a hole, was opening within him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the glowing orb forming in his hand. He muttered to himself, a mixture of fear and wonder. Despite his apprehension, a surge of determination filled him. He grasped the opportunity, muttering that he couldn't let it pass. A message appeared, confirming his actions. He had installed a mana battery into a piece of Dragon Slayer equipment. The mana battery activated, unleashing a surge of energy. The energy flowed into Zeke's body, transforming his armor and imbuing it with power. A sinister grin spread across Zeke's face as he felt the power coursing through him. The transformation was complete. His armor glowed, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He looked on in surprise. Overwhelmed, Zeke questioned what was happening to him. A blinding flash of emerald light engulfed Zeke. Mystical runes, swirling and vibrant, pulsed with an otherworldly energy. The runes faded, replaced by a stark, blue warning. An equipment malfunction had caused the activation process to fail. The system predicted an imminent explosion. Before anyone could react, the device detonated. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a grim expression, muttered in disbelief as the blast wave washed over him. Amidst the chaos, a formal apology echoed through the air. The dust settled, revealing Zeke's concerned face. He questioned a nearby armored figure, incredulous that such a powerful energy source, a high-compression mana stone, was needed to power the ancient armors. He mused on the sheer scale of energy required, deciding to postpone further inquiries about the matter until later. Resolute, Zeke continued his search. He declared that they should keep looking. He discovered that the other rooms were empty. His search seemed fruitless. However, he realized that the current chamber was the last one. A single, glowing blue object rested in the center of the room. A single glass cube occupied the center of a vast, otherwise empty chamber. Zeke Draker, a young man in a dark military uniform, stood silently observing the cube. He carried a satchel over his shoulder and a sword at his hip. As he approached, a strange symbol flickered into existence within the cube's transparent walls, causing him to recoil in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief. The symbol resolved itself into a name, Draker. A whisper escaped Zeke's lips. This man was clearly someone significant. A monstrous visage filled the space, the head of a dragon, its eyes burning with infernal light. Horns curved menacingly from its brow. The image solidified, revealing the full horror of the beast. A caption appeared below. The legacy of Tarakan Draker, heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, has been found. Within the cube, a glowing, pulsating heart, seemingly wreathed in flames, was visible. It was the heart of Bahamut. Zeke, now alone in the storage room, reflected on the ominous feeling he'd experienced upon entering. The discovery explained it all. A swirling vortex of dark smoke filled the air, obscuring the scene. But compared to what was about to happen, a tremor ran through a figure clad in dark, military-style attire. The individual's hand rested on a surface, betraying their inner turmoil. The smoke continued to billow, a stark contrast to the events unfolding. It was different this time. A message materialized, stark and clear. The heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, is reacting to the administrator. A sudden, violent movement. The figure in dark clothing braced themselves against a wall, the intensity of the moment palpable. Zeke, his face etched with a mixture of fear and determination, whispered, "Yes, I hear you." He continued, his voice barely audible, "Yes, I had no choice. Yes, I understand." Zeke's eye blazed with an inner fire, reflecting his resolve. A fierce declaration escaped his lips. "Yes, I'll kill them all." A notification appeared. Indomitable mental defense, class skill has been activated. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, lay dying. A searing pain lanced through his eyes, followed by an ethereal glow. Words, impossibly sharp and clear, materialized before his fading vision. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. A guttural groan escaped his lips, followed by a desperate, almost unintelligible whisper, "Kill them all." He awoke. Confusion clouded his mind. His hand instinctively went to the Dragon Slayer family crest tattooed on his forearm. A silent question formed in his heart. Why would I? A surge of dark energy erupted from his palm, a stark contrast to his usual healing abilities. His eyes widened in shock and fear. He found himself in a desolate, rocky expanse. Before him sat a glowing, obsidian cube, pulsating with an ominous energy. What the hell is this? The cube levitated, rising slowly into the air. Zeke watched, a mixture of apprehension and fascination etched on his face, as dark tendrils snaked around it. A vortex of swirling purple and crimson energy erupted around the cube, engulfing Zeke. What's going on? A holographic message materialized within the vortex. Urgent quest, Tarakan Draker's test. Defeat the strong curse from Bahamut's heart. Quest reward, own Tarakan's dynasty. The vortex subsided, leaving Zeke standing amidst the swirling remnants of energy. He held a glowing, rectangular object, a quest interface. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, stood amidst the chaos, his face etched with grim determination. The weight of his failure pressed upon him, a stark contrast to the burning intensity in his eyes. A surge of power coursed through him, a desperate attempt to activate his indomitable mental defense. But the skill failed to activate. He stumbled, the raw power escaping him in a wave of dark energy. His body screamed in protest. A crimson glyph pulsed, a malevolent energy swirling around him. The words "kill them all" echoed in his mind, a terrifying command. The command intensified, overwhelming his senses. The words "kill them all" repeated relentlessly, a maddening mantra. His eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, his face contorted in a horrifying grimace. He was losing control. A voice, cold and commanding, whispered in his mind, "Accept me, and you will be free." The words resonated deeply, a promise of liberation from the torment. He felt a strange pull, a seductive whisper of power. With a final, desperate struggle, Zeke collapsed, the darkness consuming him. The ground beneath Zeke cracked and crumbled, a violent tremor accompanying the surge of power within him. A crimson wave erupted from the fissure, a raw, untamed energy that pulsed with chaotic power. Zeke stood amidst the devastation, his form silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. He had overcome the light dragon's curse. He collapsed, the exertion taking its toll. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, but a new sensation emerged, a warmth spreading through his body. He wondered what had just happened. His eyes widened in surprise as he felt the power of Bahamut, the cursed light dragon, flowing into him. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, unleashed a surge of crimson energy. The raw power, a chaotic eruption of mana, slammed into his opponent, sending him sprawling across the cobblestones. He watched, his breath catching in his throat, as the impact rippled outwards, leaving a trail of shimmering, dissipating energy. But the victory was short-lived. A searing pain lanced through Zeke's body, his eyes widening in alarm as his vision blurred. He felt an overwhelming influx of energy. A pure and dense source of mana, far beyond anything he'd ever experienced, was flooding his being. This immense power, however, was not under his control. It surged through him, threatening to overwhelm him. It was flowing into him, a torrent of untamed energy. The mana flowed into him, a relentless tide. But Zeke realized, with dawning horror, that he lacked the necessary channels to contain it. He had no mana circles. Without a place to be stored, the untamed energy began to tear through his body, threatening to destroy him from the inside. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself on the precipice of death, his body racked with pain and his vision blurring. A desperate surge of energy pulsed within him, a final, defiant act against the encroaching darkness. As his lifeblood ebbed away, cryptic words materialized before his fading eyes. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. A desperate thought pierced through the haze of his dying mind. I have to do something. Then, a blinding light consumed him. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations. He felt an immense power surge through his veins, a power unlike anything he had ever known. It was the spirit of the soul, a force both ancient and terrifying. Zeke opened his eyes, his gaze now burning with an unearthly light. In his hands, he held a sphere of pure, dark energy. With a guttural roar, he unleashed the power, a wave of dark energy that sealed something ancient and powerful. He had been reborn, stronger than ever before. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, channeled his mana. He muttered to himself, a grim determination etched on his face. I'll use ether to cover the mana. His eyes blazed with fierce resolve as he continued his incantation. In an ether hole, a surge of raw power erupted from him, a blinding flash of light and energy. The force of the blast was immense, a destructive wave of energy that tore through the very fabric of the earth. In the aftermath, a large, ornate cube, etched with the symbol of the dragon slayers, lay shattered amidst the devastation. The ground trembled, still reeling from the impact of Zeke's power. A massive crater marked the spot where he stood moments before. From the crater, a faint glow emanated, a residual energy slowly dissipating. Zeke, exhausted but triumphant, struggled to his feet, his body bearing the strain of his exertion. He clutched his chest, a pained expression twisting his features as he gasped for breath. His eyes, however, held a spark of something new, a terrifying power. Dust and debris swirled in the aftermath of a fierce battle. The air hung heavy with the scent of ozone and scorched earth. Zeke Draker, his uniform torn and stained, sat amidst the rubble, his breath ragged. He weakly touched his chest, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. He muttered, I guess I'll live. Above, a wide shot revealed the extent of the devastation. The ground was scarred with deep craters, testament to the power unleashed. Zeke looked down at his hands, his expression grim. A chilling realization washed over him. The heart is gone. He stood, surveying the remains of a shattered chest. A conclusion formed in his mind. Looks like that mana was really from Bahamut. Zeke stood over the broken container, his gaze intense. The remnants of a powerful energy still lingered in the air. He felt a strange sensation, a tingling deep within his chest. Confusion etched itself onto his face. A dark, shadowy figure emerged from the chest's remains. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. He whispered, What is this? The image resolved itself into a strange symbol, now imprinted on his chest, glowing faintly beneath his uniform. Zeke Draker, the young man whose life had ended tragically, found himself questioning his current reality. A single thought echoed in his mind. Did this happen when I sealed Bahamut's mana? His eyes widened, reflecting the shock and confusion of his sudden return. A wave of disorientation washed over him. A message, stark and undeniable, appeared before him, confirming his suspicions. He had absorbed the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Zeke stared, his face a mask of disbelief, as he processed the implications of the absorbed mana. Before him, ethereal interfaces shimmered into existence. The messages continued, revealing the transformative effects of Bahamut's power. His body had been fundamentally altered, becoming a divine body. A significant portion of the absorbed power, however, remained sealed, beyond his immediate control. Further revelations followed. He had inherited access to Tarakin Draker's secure library. A beginner's quest book had been unlocked, and a tutorial for low-level administrators was now available. The term divine body echoed in his mind, leaving him both awestruck and bewildered. Overwhelmed, Zeke muttered to himself, questioning the nature of this extraordinary turn of events. He decided to investigate the library later, focusing on the immediate need to resolve the immediate situation. He carefully considered his options, a grim determination settling on his features. His gaze fell upon one particular interface, a single item among many. He decided to focus on this one, ignoring the rest for now. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer and former dragon slayer, examined the ethereal interface before him. A smirk played on his lips as he mused. Looks like my ancestor was feeling generous. The administrator's request was confirmed. The process to open Tarakan Draker's second dying gift was initiated. A young man, Tarakan Draker, stood before a dark, ornate chest, his expression unreadable. He seemed to await the results with a quiet intensity. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. He was witnessing something extraordinary. A surge of purple energy pulsed within him, his features contorted in a mixture of shock and pain. The Platinum Mansion loomed large in the night, a symbol of wealth and power. Somewhere within the mansion, a gloved hand reached into a display case, selecting an item. The individual deemed it sufficient. Zeke Draker, a young man with a mischievous glint in his eyes, stood before a locker in what appeared to be a training facility. He held a small, ornate box, its surface depicting a stylized crab. With a confident smile, he declared, "Now let's take a look." The box opened, revealing a holographic display. The screen showed a status window, detailing Zeke's newfound abilities. He was designated a low-rank administrator, possessing the unique class of Immortal and bearing the title, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon, heir of Tarakan Draker. Further down the status window, a section labeled Draconian Skill, Incantation, was displayed. It read, "Your words are filled with power." However, it was currently locked due to a lack of experience. Zeke studied the display, noting the additions to his authority and constitution. He mused, authority and constitution? A lot of stuff was added. He then focused on the incantation skill, realizing its potential. The display detailed his new authority, draconic control, granting him command over dragons. His constitution, now divine body, indicated enhanced physical capabilities and learning speed. He walked through a grand hall, his expression thoughtful. He muttered to himself, "The descriptions aren't really helping." Another status window appeared, revealing that 95% of his power was sealed, but he possessed the right to access Tarakan Draker's secure library. The beginner quest book was also unlocked. He sat down, contemplating this new information. He realized that his death had granted him not only immortality, but also access to this library. He commanded the system, open that one window related to Tarakan. To access Tarakan Draker's secure library, an information update was required. Zeke, intrigued, questioned, "Tarakan secure library?" A system notification appeared before Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer heir. The message instructed him to move to a location where an information update was possible, offering to mark a location on his minimap. Zeke, slightly perplexed, questioned the need for a specific location. He then curtly requested the system to show him the location. The minimap displayed a highlighted location, pinpointing Valhalla, the most prestigious knight training institution in the kingdom. Zeke's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he viewed the location of Valhalla. The image showed two crossed swords, a symbol of Valhalla's restricted access. Only authorized administrators could enter. He acknowledged the difficulty of entering Valhalla, even for him. Despite his initial reluctance to join Valhalla, Zeke reconsidered. The possibility of finding something related to Tarakan's dying gift prompted him to adjust his plans. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stared at the glowing interface before him. He muttered to himself, resigned to his fate. "I guess I'll have to keep being a part of this damned family." A message appeared on the screen, announcing, "The beginner quest book has been activated." Further instructions followed. The tutorial for the low-level administrator will soon start. Once the tutorial is over, a quest will be given to encourage the growth of the administrator. Once the quest is over, you'll be given a reward. Zeke reviewed the information, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused, "I obtain a reward once I successfully complete a quest. Looks like it's similar to missions from an adventurer's guild or mercenary assignments." A new message appeared, prompting him. The tutorial for the low-level administrator will now begin. He questioned, "But what is this tutorial?" Zeke's expression shifted to one of apprehension as the tutorial commenced. He found himself interacting with a complex, holographic interface, his fingers tracing glowing pathways. Suddenly, the environment shifted. Zeke was falling, plummeting through a digital landscape of grids and shimmering energy. The fall continued, the digital world swirling around him. Zeke Draker awoke disoriented. He found himself standing on a grid, blue platform, his immediate surroundings a stark, unfamiliar expanse. What is this place?" he wondered aloud. A flashback of swirling energy and a sense of displacement flooded his mind. He recognized the feeling. "Have I been teleported like before?" he mused, a hint of unease in his voice. The environment shifted dramatically. Zeke's surroundings transformed into a vibrant, almost ethereal landscape of glowing blue energy and rectangular structures. He noted the change with a quiet observation. "It feels like the entire area has changed." Suddenly, Zeke felt a powerful force impacting him, sending him tumbling through the air. He braced himself for impact, his eyes widening as a spiked mace hurtled towards him. The mace, wielded by a monstrous figure, was about to strike. A hulking, demonic-looking creature, its skin a shade of dark blue, swung the spiked mace with terrifying force. The impact sent tremors through the very ground. A monstrous orc, its features contorted in a savage snarl, lunged forward. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light. Zeke, eyes wide with alarm, witnessed the sudden appearance of the creatures. His breath hitched in his throat. The unexpected arrival of the orcs coincided with the activation of a tutorial quest. Zeke, now armed with a sword, prepared himself. He considered the situation. This tutorial, he realized, presented an opportunity to test the limits of his newfound abilities. With a grim determination, Zeke faced the oncoming orcs, his sword held ready. One orc, larger and more ferocious than the others, charged. Zeke met its attack with a swift counter. He unleashed a powerful attack, sending the creature sprawling. He mused that having this power earlier would have been invaluable. Zeke's continuous slash skill activated, a flurry of blows felling the remaining orcs with brutal efficiency. Zeke Draker, the healer, found himself in a desperate struggle, his body hurtling through the air, a blur of motion against a backdrop of swirling blue energy. He braced himself for impact, his body contorting as he fell. A fierce energy crackled around him. Below him, a monstrous figure loomed, its features obscured by shadow and crackling energy, a terrifying beast with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. The creature roared, its power palpable, a wave of dark energy emanating from its body. But Zeke, even in his fall, reacted instantly. He wielded his claymore with surprising ease, the weapon feeling impossibly light in his hand as he cleaved through the beast's defenses. A message appeared before him, illuminating his new reality. His body had undergone a transformation, achieving a divine body, granting him unparalleled strength and speed. He realized the implications of this power. With his enhanced abilities, even a purple knight would be no match for him. A notification confirmed his completion of a tutorial quest. A surge of energy enveloped him, and then he found himself back in the familiar training grounds of the Draker family. His enhanced strength and speed, now his to command. "Oh, I'm back," he muttered, a hint of grim determination in his voice. Zeke Draker, the failed dragon slayer, awoke. A strange, crystalline device shattered in his hand, leaving him questioning the reality of what he'd just experienced. It felt intensely real, however. Two messages appeared before him. He had obtained a critical bonus and a time bonus. He examined a glowing blue interface, a system of some kind. He wondered aloud if he could buy items through it. The system displayed a catalog of powerful items: Giant's Flash, Breath of a Flame Giant, Lower Rune, and Wings of the Sky. Zeke was amazed by the possibilities. He noted that the items were rare relics, costing a fortune to acquire. He considered the potential profit from reselling them. The system showed him how to sell items. He saw that he possessed an elven dagger, which could be sold for 4 points. A training claymore could not be sold. Zeke realized he could only sell ancient relics through the system. He considered the value of the elven dagger. He could sell it for 100 gold at auction. He decided to save the dagger for later, unless he desperately needed the points. He then dematerialized the dagger using the system. Exhausted from the day's events, Zeke collapsed. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a lean build, stretched his back, his movements betraying a weariness that belied his youthful appearance. The room, dimly lit, suggested late hours spent in rigorous training. Outside, a lone gas lamp cast long shadows, further emphasizing the lateness of the hour. The scene was quiet, peaceful, hinting at the rest that awaited him. He approached the imposing Draker Academy Professor Research Center, its grandeur a stark contrast to the quiet solitude he had just left behind. Zeke thought to himself, "Looks like I'll get a good night's sleep tonight." The next morning dawned bright and clear, the academy bathed in sunlight. Birds soared in the clear sky above the imposing structure. The Draker Academy Professor Research Center was a place of advanced study and arcane knowledge. It was here that Zeke would continue his research. Inside, Zeke sat across from a man with blonde hair and spectacles, his attire suggesting a position of authority. The man exclaimed, "You really managed to find a high-compression mana stone within a day. How did you do it?" Zeke replied that the process was too complicated to explain. The blonde man, undeterred, pressed further, asking how long the entire process would take. With a calm demeanor, Zeke simply stated, "It's already complete." The blonde man, visibly impressed, commented on the incredible speed of Zeke's accomplishment. He then added, "I think it's more impressive that you managed to bring this." Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and sharp eyes, sat calmly in a richly decorated room, sipping tea. He subtly observed the other man present, a feeling of suspicion clouding his thoughts. "He seems suspicious of me." His companion, a bespectacled man with light brown hair, explained a procedure. Every time high-compression mana stones are found within the continent, they are registered using a variety of ancient texts and are used to manage the ownership of some of the more expensive mana stones. The bespectacled man continued his explanation, his words painting a picture of meticulous record-keeping. An image of a mana stone container was shown, illustrating the system's precision. Thus, by checking the registration number, you are able to confirm where and when a mana stone was found, as well as the current owner. However, a complication arose. The bespectacled man frowned. "However, There's no way the mana stone I'm holding is registered. Zeke calmly explained the reason for this anomaly. That's because I'm the first one to find it. He continued, his words revealing a deeper insight into his character. The ability to suspect me, rather than blindly believe me, as well as his judgment and skill. The bespectacled man, impressed by Zeke's quick thinking, made a proposition. Now that you've confirmed the registration number, can we leave? You're too talented to rot in a place like this. Zeke, accepting the offer, prepared for the next step. All right, I'll try activating it then. The sign creaked gently in the light breeze, proclaiming the name of the establishment, Papner's Breath. Inside, Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, focused intently on a complex magical array forming in his hands. Runes pulsed with emerald light, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. The array expanded, its ethereal glow illuminating the workshop's interior. Zeke manipulated the energy with practiced ease, his movements precise and controlled. The air crackled with power. A surge of energy erupted, causing a minor tremor in the workshop. Two figures watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them, a man with dark hair tied back, smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The two observers approached Zeke cautiously. One, a young man in military attire, seemed more reserved than his companion, a man in ornate robes who clasped his hands together in a gesture of polite anticipation. The robed man excused himself, stating he had a lecture to attend. Zeke thanked him quietly. Alone with the young man in military uniform, Zeke reflected on the completed magical array, marveling at its complexity. The young man, in turn, dismissed Zeke's thanks, explaining it was all part of their agreement. A glowering figure, clad in dark military attire, addressed someone unseen. His words were sharp, a clear reminder. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the condition that you offered. The figure, seemingly in response to the unseen person's agreement, reached into a hidden compartment. He produced a long, gleaming object. With a decisive movement, he declared, "Make this into a sword." A man with brown hair, tied back in a ponytail, his face etched with surprise, appeared in the doorway. His eyes widened in disbelief. The object was revealed to be a long, pearly white fong, resting in an ornate box. A caption identified it as Cursed Light Dragon Bahamut's sharpest fong. The man in the doorway gasped, exclaiming, "I've never seen one in this condition or size." The figure in dark military attire responded curtly, "Where did you get Tarek and Draker's second dying gift?" The ornate box containing the fong was shown again, its contents emphasized. A thought bubble revealed a key detail. From the heart to the fangs, he loved collecting things. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood before his superior officer, a smirk playing on his lips. He responded to a question with a nonchalant, "It's a bit complicated." The scene shifted to reveal another figure, Galleon Halbert, a blacksmith, his head bowed low, trembling slightly. He appeared exhausted. Zeke continued, his tone softening slightly as he addressed Galleon. He noted the blacksmith's impressive work. "You made a magic brazier, and even gave me a chance to craft with a dragon's fong. Are you okay?" Galleon looked up, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. He declared, "I will exceed your every expectation." A surge of fiery energy erupted from Galleon's hand, momentarily stunning Zeke. Galleon, his face contorted in a fierce grin, introduced himself. "I, Galleon Halbert." He continued, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. "Will create your blade, even if it costs my life." Zeke responded internally, understanding the weight of Galleon's pledge. He thought, "Of course you should, since it's a request from the person who saved your life." Galleon's face was illuminated by a wide, confident smile as he repeated his name. "I, Galleon Halbert." Zeke, the young man, stood resolute before the blacksmith. His voice, though firm, held a tremor of desperation. "I will have you create my blade, even if it costs my life." The blacksmith, a burly man with a weathered face, looked at Zeke with concern. He pleaded, "Please don't do that. It's a bit too much for me." He sighed, shaking his head. The blacksmith muttered to himself, "He's still the same." Zeke, unmoved, simply replied, "All right, I'll leave it to you." He then left the shop, walking away from the blacksmith's forge, Papner's Breath. As he walked, Zeke pondered, "I wonder what sword he'll make this time." His steps were purposeful, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He thought to himself, "I'm looking forward to it." The Platinum Mansion, Zeke's room. A young man, Zeke, stood amidst opulent furnishings, a worn travel bag in hand. He muttered to himself about the considerable effort required to forge his sword. His expression was one of weariness, a hint of self-doubt clouding his usually determined gaze. The weight of his task seemed to press heavily upon him. Following a duel with the Duke, Zeke found himself confronting a powerful opponent, their struggle depicted in a flurry of motion and energy. A week had passed since he received a cryptic note, urging him to seek out a specific individual. Zeke's thoughts turned to this mysterious summons. Zeke's eyes narrowed, a sudden surge of unease washing over him. He sensed a presence, a dark energy swirling around him. The source of the disturbance became clear. A shadowy figure materialized before him, leaving Zeke questioning the nature of this unexpected encounter. The shadowy figure emerged fully, revealing a man with dark, intense eyes. He loomed over Zeke, his presence both menacing and familiar. The man's voice, though low, carried an undercurrent of impatience. He questioned Zeke's delay in appearing. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and sharp eyes, smirked. His expression held a hint of mischief, yet something deeper simmered beneath the surface, a quiet determination. Across from him stood a man with fiery red hair, his face contorted in anger. Eyes blazing, he demanded the truth. The red-haired man's internal thoughts revealed his fear. He truly believed Zeke intended to kill him. Zeke, however, calmly explained that he had come only if challenged, and had no intention of initiating a fight. He had been told to come if he wished to challenge the red-haired man again. Suddenly, the red-haired man lunged at Zeke. The two clashed, their bodies a blur of motion. Zeke's expression remained unchanged, even as he braced for impact. Zeke, having been told to reveal the truth, found himself on the defensive, his opponent's grip tightening. With a sudden burst of speed, Zeke sent his attacker flying across the room. The red-haired man crashed into a wall, his body momentarily still before he disappeared in a flash of light. Zeke Draker, a young man in a military-style uniform, stood on a rooftop, a look of confusion etched on his face. He muttered, "Huh." Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around him, throwing him off balance. He tumbled through the air, a pained gasp escaping his lips. "Cook! It's so high." His fall continued, the height of his plummet filling him with dread. He realized, at this height, I'll die before I have a chance to heal. With a burst of speed, Zeke propelled himself towards the building, attempting to lessen the impact of his fall. He landed hard, pain shooting through his body. His eyes widened in shock and alarm. Another man, with pink hair, approached Zeke, his expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. He stated, "Don't have any intentions of challenging me again?" Zeke, still recovering from his fall, retorted, "There's no way. I don't believe that you don't know my intentions. Actually, it's most likely the reverse. You didn't come, even after reading my message, first in the treatment room, and this time too." Zeke looked up at the building, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He mused, "It's almost as if you're trying to irritate me." Zeke, the young man with dark hair and a bloodied mouth, glared up at his captor. He had been betrayed, his trust violated. Ow, he was just playing with me, he thought, a bitter taste in his mouth. His captor, a figure of imposing presence adorned with a dragon emblazoned pendant, tightened his grip. "I'll give you 5 seconds, the captor stated, his voice laced with menace. The pendant, a symbol of power and authority, glinted in the dim light. Zeke smirked, a defiant glint in his eyes. "And you better tell me the truth this time." His words were a challenge, a desperate attempt to regain control in the face of overwhelming odds. The countdown began. 5. Meanwhile, a man with reddish-brown hair watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be observing the scene with a detached curiosity. "You haven't even revealed your true identity to me," he muttered, his voice barely audible. The captor continued his taunting. 2. Isn't that right, garden keeper Dexter?" Zeke's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. The name Dexter held a significance he was only beginning to understand. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted, sending Zeke flying across the room. The scene shifted to a chaotic struggle. He crashed into a wall, the impact jarring. The fight continued, a blur of motion and power. A powerful shockwave ripped through the room, sending debris flying. The source was unseen, but its destructive force was undeniable. Zeke Draker, a young man in a tattered Black Knight uniform, clutched his head, groaning in pain. He lay amidst the wreckage, his body bruised and battered. A gruff voice echoed nearby. "Yeah, you're right, kid." Zeke's gaze was distant, haunted. He muttered to himself, "I was once a Black Knight of Draker." A man with reddish-brown hair, Duke Draker, approached Zeke, his expression a mixture of concern and something else, something colder. He extended a hand towards the fallen knight, saying, "Duke Draker." The Duke continued, his voice low and measured, "For disrespecting a member of the family, and to an honorable Black Knight." Zeke, despite his injuries, offered a weak apology. "Allow me to apologize from the bottom of my heart." A faint, ethereal glow emanated from his chest, a subtle sign of something extraordinary. The Duke's suspicion hardened into a question, laced with barely controlled anger. "The hell? Were you planning this?" Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, let out a breathian. His expression was one of disbelief. He muttered himself, "I wasn't, though." The scene shifted to a grand, opulent study. A young man in military attire, impeccably dressed, addressed Zeke. "However, Lord Duke, you said you were once a Black Knight?" he inquired. Zeke, his posture slumped, simply replied, "It's not important." Zeke continued, "I was once a Black Knight, but no longer." The young officer, clearly surprised, responded, "Huh? Is that possible?" The young officer's gaze hardened. He stated, "I'm aware that you can rise in ranks, but I never knew you could drop." Zeke, clearly agitated, interrupted. Let's stop talking about that. The young officer watched Zeke closely as he visibly struggled with something. A surge of energy emanated from Zeke, causing a minor tremor in the room. The energy subsided. The young officer nodded, understood. He continued. Since you have told me the truth, Lord Duke. Zeke responded, I will also tell you the truth. Zeke, the young man, stood before a majestic balcony overlooking a sprawling estate. He had just been informed of a shocking truth. Someone already knew his true identity. Inside, a large room, Duke Draker, a man of imposing stature and reddish-brown hair, sat observing Zeke from a plush chair. Zeke confirmed the Duke's knowledge of his identity. The Duke, amused by Zeke's audacity, expressed his disbelief at the young man's boldness. Suddenly, the Duke made a swift movement. With a decisive gesture, he offered Zeke an unexpected proposition. Zeke, taken aback, questioned the ease of the Duke's decision. He quickly realized the importance of accepting the offer before the Duke changed his mind, and he knelt. Zeke formally declared his intention to become the Duke's apprentice, pledging his loyalty and service. The Duke acknowledged the rarity of the apprentice's vow in the current era. A stern-faced man with fiery red hair smirked down at a younger man with dark hair, who stood before him with head bowed. Culture is a necessary virtue of a knight, the older man stated, his words carrying a weight of expectation. The younger man's response was swift and laced with subtle defiance. He considered the other's words, then replied, You sly snake. I'll take that as a compliment. He continued, his gaze unwavering. However, master, may I ask one thing? The older man, seemingly amused, responded with a dismissive wave. It's a bit embarrassing to be called master. Fine, go ahead. What made you accept me as your apprentice? The scene shifted to a tranquil cityscape, a stark contrast to the previous tense exchange. Text appeared, explaining, the Duke was famous for not accepting apprentices. Only Andre, the genius of the century, became his apprentice after years of asking. The younger man pondered this fact, a thoughtful expression on his face. Why would he accept me so readily? He continued his internal monologue, a hint of understanding dawning on him. Though I do have a general idea why. A flashback of his duel with the Duke flashed before his eyes. He realized, during the duel with the Duke, he must have seen potential that surpasses Andre. I knew he had a good eye. A gruff-looking man with reddish-brown hair and a mischievous grin leaned back in his chair, addressing someone unseen. Why do you think I did that? He asked, a hint of challenge in his tone. He chuckled, adding, Guess my apprentice. The apprentice, a young man with dark hair, knelt before him, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Isn't it because I'm a genius of the family? He declared confidently. The older man shook his head, a knowing glint in his eyes. That confidence of yours is something else. Suddenly, the apprentice straightened, a newfound arrogance replacing his earlier humility. He drew his sword, a confident smirk spreading across his lips. If that was the case, I would have chosen the girl from the Turin family, he boasted, laughing. The older man simply observed him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he spoke, his voice low but firm. I like your tenacity. A tranquil scene unfolded, a sun-drenched meadow, wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The serenity was a stark contrast to the preceding tension. The scene shifted abruptly. A figure, obscured by shadow, moved swiftly through the undergrowth. The tranquility was shattered. The camera focused on a small, purple flower nestled amongst rocks, a detail seemingly insignificant in a larger context. The young apprentice's face filled the frame, his expression serious and contemplative. That's true, he murmured, acknowledging a point made earlier. 3 figures in knightly armor lay exhausted on the forest floor. The narration box above them stated a harsh truth. Most highly praised geniuses failed to reach the level of red knights, instead remaining at the level of blue knights. Zeke, a young man in a dark military-style uniform, stood before a taller figure in a dark coat. The older man, his face partially obscured, dismissed him curtly, ending their conversation. The older man, now identified as Zeke's master, instructed him to follow. This was the start of his first lesson. The location was revealed to be the Western Greenhouse Gymnasium, a hidden training facility beneath the greenhouse. Zeke expressed surprise at this previously unknown location. Zeke began his training, his movements swift and purposeful. His master watched him intently from a distance. The master wondered about Zeke's intentions, noting the intensity of his training. Meanwhile, Zeke's thoughts focused on his master's true motives. 3 hours had passed. Zeke's training continued relentlessly. The master, concerned by the duration of the training, called for Zeke to stop. Zeke stopped his intense training and approached his master. The master had a question for his apprentice, who readily agreed to answer. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood amidst a swirling dust cloud, his crimson hair a stark contrast to the muted earth tones. He muttered, nothing much, seemingly dismissing the gravity of the situation. His opponent, a sharply dressed officer in a military uniform, advanced, his expression unreadable. The dust settled, revealing a tense standoff. The officer launched a swift attack, his movements precise and deadly. a blur of motion punctuated by the sharp crack of energy. Zeke reacted instantly, parrying the blow with surprising agility. The clash of their powers sent another shockwave of dust and energy outwards. He stumbled back, narrowly avoiding a follow-up strike. His dark coat billowed around him as he braced himself. The officer, however, was relentless, his attack relentless and powerful. He sent Zeke sprawling across the floor. Zeke crashed to the ground, the impact jarring. He slid several feet before coming to a stop. He pushed himself up, his hand brushing against a wall, leaving a faint scorch mark. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes held a steely determination. He looked at the officer, a smirk playing on his lips. "You have a problem with me checking your pulse?" he asked, his tone laced with dark amusement. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and eyes, stood rigidly. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, betraying his inner tension. His dark uniform, adorned with gold braid, spoke of his lineage within the prestigious Dragon Slayer family. His superior, a figure partially obscured in shadow, addressed him. "I knew something was off with you from the start," the superior stated, his voice laced with suspicion. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing a past confrontation in a healing room. The flashback continued, depicting another duel in a greenhouse. The superior's words continued. "When we dueled in a greenhouse." The flashback showed Zeke running laps in a gymnasium. And even after running around the gym for 500 laps, the superior's voice echoed, "I didn't sense a single drop of aura from you." The superior's voice grew more intense. He recounted how Zeke had even prevented him from checking his pulse. The question hung heavy in the air. The superior's question finally came, "Kid, tell me, are you unable to use aura?" Zeke's face, illuminated by a purplish glow, showed a mixture of apprehension and defiance. His silence was a heavy answer in itself. The scene opens in a large, sparsely furnished training hall. A young man with dark hair, clad in a dark uniform, stands rigidly still. He is Zeke Draker, the failed Dragon Slayer, now inexplicably 20 years younger. Across the hall, a burly man with reddish-brown hair, dressed in more elaborate, aristocratic attire, observes him. The older man muses aloud, "I'm sure I saw that bronze statue." The older man continues, recalling a recent event. "There was an uproar over that never-before-seen golden light, too." Zeke remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the older man. The camera focuses on his boots, emphasizing his stillness. The older man approaches Zeke, a curious glint in his eyes. He asks, "If so, why aren't you letting me examine your pulse?" Zeke's eyes narrow slightly, his expression unreadable. The focus shifts to his intense gaze. The older man, whose name is Duke, clarifies, "It's not suspicion, just simple curiosity. Despite this, such a situation can't be overlooked for someone like a Draker." Zeke thinks to himself, "I'm lucky I'm facing Duke. Well, if I can get my hands on Graham, I won't have people suspicious of my aura, so I'll just have to be cautious until then." Duke states, "There's no need for me to go on spouting lies, unlike my last life, where I was the first failed awakener in my family." Zeke quietly agrees, "You're correct, Master." Zeke Draker, the young man in question, stood within the confines of what appeared to be a grand hall. A surge of energy crackled around him, and the words, "Mana Reflection," activated materialized before his eyes. He muttered to himself, "I definitely have Mana Reflection, which befits my pure-blooded nature." A shadow of concern crossed his features. His internal monologue continued, "But for whatever reason, I can't use aura." Across from him, a figure emerged from the shadows. This individual, whose face remained obscured, extended a hand, a faint glow emanating from it. The words, "This truth will cover up my lies," appeared above the hand. The shadowed figure spoke, his voice laced with apology. "I'm sorry for earlier. If it's found out that a Draker cannot use aura, then I'll be chased out. I'm scared." Tears streamed down the shadowed figure's face as he confessed, putting on an act befitting that would be good. The scene shifted. Zeke, now seemingly older, stood before another individual, a powerful aura emanating from his outstretched hand. A moment of silence hung in the air before a whispered question. The other individual, a man with reddish-brown hair and a stern expression, inquired, "How is it, Master?" Zeke, still young, responded, "He held malice unbefitting of his age, but I guess a child is still a child. I can't sense any aura, but why is it that?" The scene opens with two figures, a man with reddish-brown hair, his face partially obscured by his hands, and a younger man with dark hair, his expression unreadable. The older man seems troubled, muttering to himself, "Despite successfully awakening." The younger man responds, his voice flat, "That's right. You can't be certain even after examining my pulse." His gaze hardens. He reflects, "That's how absolute the blessing right is for a Draker." The older man, lost in thought, muses, "Even if it's the truth that I cannot awaken to aura, I think it's because..." Glowing puzzle pieces float around him as the narration continues. He'll find a reason to deny it himself. The younger man is shown lying down, a single glowing puzzle piece hovering over his chest. The older man points at it. The narration concludes, "Urine, The older man places a hand on the younger man's shoulder. He finishes his sentence. Irregular. The older man explains, an irregular. Of course, that's his conclusion. The younger man asks, what is that, master? The older man replies, just as it sounds like it's a. The term irregular is used to denote individuals with anomalous abilities. These abilities range from the manipulation of aura and mana to more unpredictable powers, such as precognition. Irregulars are not well regarded. Therefore, their existence must remain confidential. A young man in military attire is addressed by his master, who explains his classification as an irregular. The master explains that the young man's exceptional stamina and rapid recovery are the reasons for his classification. However, he notes that while the young man heals quickly from external injuries, internal wounds take longer to mend. The master reflects on the immense energy expenditure required for the young man's healing abilities, questioning the nature of this energy source. The master hypothesizes that the energy source is aura, constantly consumed for stamina and regeneration. The young man finds this hypothesis plausible. The young man worries that his inability to utilize aura will prevent him from meeting his master's expectations. His master reassures him, laughing heartily. The master mentions his Gale arts, implying an alternative path to power. A man with reddish-brown hair and a smirk explained that his special art is a technique that doesn't use aura. He continued, clarifying that this special art is a unique technique personally developed by a knight who had reached the pinnacle of their field. He then stated that while dragon slaying typically involves aura, his Gale arts only require a trained body. The man, confident in his abilities, offered a demonstration to a seated, attentive young man. With a swift movement, the man unleashed his power, creating a powerful impact that shattered the ground. The young man's eyes widened in shock and awe as he witnessed the raw power displayed before him. The force of the attack sent the young man flying backward. He slid across the floor, the impact clearly visible. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat cross-legged on the floor, his gaze fixed on the older man before him. The older man, with his reddish-brown hair and a confident stance, paced slowly, his eyes assessing Zeke. The older man stopped, a question hanging in the air. Did you see that? He asked, his tone sharp. Zeke nodded, his response a quiet. Is it fine if I follow your footsteps? Zeke's quiet confidence seemed to surprise the older man, who considered his response. Then will you be fine if I don't show you again? He asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Zeke's reply was simple and firm. Yes, that's enough. A chuckle escaped the older man's lips. Huh. Your confidence is that of a black rank, at least, he exclaimed, impressed. Zeke simply replied, yeah, give it a go. Zeke's eyes narrowed, his focus intense, as he prepared himself. He braced for action. With a sudden burst of energy, Zeke unleashed a powerful strike, the force of which cracked the stone floor beneath him. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, dust and debris flying as the force of the blow reverberated through the hall. The older man reacted swiftly, his body moving with surprising agility to evade the full force of Zeke's attack. He moved with a blur of motion, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. The dust settled, revealing the extent of Zeke's power. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, now found himself mimicking the movements of a master swordsman. By directly mirroring their actions, he perceived nuances previously hidden from his eyes. The movements were not random. Each step was deliberate, calculated as if in a duel. To attack, to evade, to close the distance, or to increase it. Every action served a precise purpose. The elegance and precision of the movements were breathtaking. Each step was a testament to years of rigorous training and honed instinct. Zeke, attempting to replicate the movements, stumbled. He was far from mastering this level of skill, a fact that filled him with disbelief. He reflected on his progress. Just a week ago, his skills were nothing compared to this. The transformation was astonishing. The question lingered. What had happened in that single week to cause such a dramatic improvement? A fellow swordsman observed Zeke's movements, noting the vast difference in their skill levels. The difference, he declared, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. His words were a testament to Zeke's incredible growth. The observer concluded that Zeke's current state was nothing short of perfection. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, sat confidently at a table. He wore the uniform of a black knight, his expression a mixture of arrogance and amusement. He mused aloud, questioning whether his current demeanor was enough to project the confidence expected of his rank. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. He was grabbed roughly by an older man with a scarred face and fiery red hair, who sneered at Zeke's earlier display of bravado. The older man warned Zeke against his arrogance, reminding him of his recent tearful state. Zeke, though momentarily surprised, retorted with a defiant question about the appropriateness of his superior's tone. The older man's response was a curt reminder of his position and authority. The scene shifted to the academy dining hall. A grand building, it promised a lavish meal. A close-up revealed a hearty meal, succulent meats, crusty bread, and a glistening crawfish, all arranged on a platter. Zeke, seated at a table, was enjoying his meal. He reflected that a month had passed since his training began under the Duke, and his appetite had grown considerably. He continued to eat with gusto, his expression one of pure enjoyment. A young man with blonde hair, Andre, approached Zeke, politely requesting some of his time. Zeke, mid-bite, responded curtly that he was busy but would spare some time if necessary. In an opulent dining hall, two figures sat across a richly adorned table. One, a young man with dark hair, casually finished his meal. The other, an older man with blonde hair, watched him with a calculating gaze. "Very well, then. How did you convince Sir Dexter to it?" the blonde man inquired, his tone sharp. The dark-haired young man nonchalantly replied, "He's getting right to it, huh?" Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, another man, seemingly a high-ranking officer, reflected on the recent events. His thoughts revealed his anxiety. The news of the young man's rise had made him uneasy, particularly since the young man hadn't even officially become Duke Dexter's disciple. Back in the dining hall, the conversation continued. The young man shrugged. "I didn't really do anything. Sir Dexter just picked me out on his own." The blonde man's expression turned grim as he listened, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. He subtly cleaned a small knife. The blonde man's suspicion grew. "A pure blood, is it?" he muttered to himself, his gaze intense. The young man, seemingly oblivious to the other's suspicion, simply responded with a confused, "Huh." The blonde man abruptly stood, his movements sharp and precise. He cleaned his knife meticulously, wiping away any trace of food. His voice was cold as he addressed the younger man. "You have quite the inferiority complex." The younger man, still eating, retorted, "No, I'm not even halfway through." Zeke, a young man with dark hair and glasses, sat across from a stern-looking older man in what appeared to be a formal dining hall. He calmly refuted the older man's suggestion, stating that his lineage, not merit, was the reason for his selection. Zeke continued, his expression hardening. He internally reflected that his ability to intrigue the man into taking him on as a disciple was a testament to his own skills. He clenched his fist, emphasizing his point. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Zeke's hand as he slammed it on the table. He declared that to be chosen, one must make an effort. A dark aura surrounded him as he challenged the notion of passive selection. The scene shifted to a large, empty arena, identified as the Western Greenhouse Arena. A lone figure, presumably Zeke, could be seen running towards the center. Zeke moved with surprising speed and power, his movements blurring. Back in what appeared to be a training area, Zeke's master observed him with a mixture of surprise and concern. They exchanged a few words, the master expressing his uncertainty about Zeke's sudden change. Zeke Draker, his breath ragged, stumbled forward, his face a mask of exertion. His body, clad in the once proud uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, now bore the marks of relentless training. Sweat beaded on his brow, reflecting the harsh light. He had pleaded with his superior, a man whose face was partially obscured by shadow, for the chance to remain. His desperate plea was met with a dismissive assessment of his capabilities. The superior had pointed out that Zeke had barely managed 300 laps without using his aura, a feat considered impossible for someone of his apparent physical condition. The superior mused on Zeke's unexpected tenacity, questioning whether the young man's determination was merely self-righteousness. Another figure, a younger man in a similar uniform, offered his own assessment, initially underestimating Zeke's capabilities. Zeke, his face contorted in a grimace of exhaustion, gasped for air. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with determination, betrayed the immense effort he had expended. Despite his initial doubts, the superior acknowledged Zeke's unexpected resilience, highlighting his surprising backbone. A wide shot of the Dragon Slayer Academy grounds revealed a scene of controlled chaos. Students, clad in their respective house uniforms, were being hastily assembled in the courtyard. The central fountain, usually a serene focal point, was now almost entirely obscured by the gathering crowd. Amidst the commotion, a student's anxious thought echoed. "What's going on?" A summons of all the students. Another student, seemingly more informed, addressed his companion with a sharp rebuke. "You idiot. Did you forget what day today is? It's the day of the Patriarch's visit." The camera angle shifted, focusing on the rhythmic thud of horses' hooves approaching the academy. The sound grew steadily louder, signaling the imminent arrival of a distinguished guest. A glimpse of an ornate carriage, emblazoned with the Dragon Slayer family crest, a fearsome dragon and cross swords, was shown, hinting at the power and prestige of the approaching figure. The Patriarch is entering. A commanding figure, presumably a high-ranking officer within the academy, addressed the assembled students. "Get ready, everyone." A chorus of "Yes, sir," echoed from the assembled students, their voices filled with a mixture of anticipation and nervous energy. A grand carriage, emblazoned with the Draker family crest, rolled through the city streets. Two figures, small and insignificant from this distance, knelt before it. Two guards, clad in shining armor, stood watch at either side of the carriage, their faces impassive. A third figure, partially obscured, observed them from behind. The observer, a man with striking silver hair, peered around the corner of a building, his expression unreadable. He was watching the carriage. He spoke quietly, a greeting to someone unseen. "It's good to see you again, Howard." Howard, an older man with a distinguished bearing, emerged from the carriage. He bowed deeply, his voice respectful. "I greet the master of the Drakers." A large contingent of soldiers, their armor gleaming under the sun, stood at attention behind Howard. The silver-haired man watched them all. The soldiers, in unison, echoed Howard's greeting. "We greet the master of the Drakers." Time passed. A single leaf fell from a nearby tree, landing gently on the ground. A dark, imposing figure, clad in ornate, yet battle-worn armor, emerged from the shadows. The faint glow of arcane energy pulsed around him. The figure's hand, adorned with a dark, almost obsidian gauntlet, reached out, the purple energy swirling around it intensifying. The energy coalesced, forming a swirling vortex of dark purple. From the vortex, a powerful, almost palpable energy surged forth. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched courtyard, two figures stood in conversation. One, a man of imposing stature and rich, crimson robes, addressed the other, a younger man in more subdued attire. "You're always so hard-working," the elder man stated, his tone laced with a hint of pride. The younger man replied humbly, "It's nothing compared to the work you do, sir." The elder man continued, his gaze distant. "You're the only one who truly understands." A closer look revealed the elder man to be Arthur Draker, patriarch of the third transcendent Dragon Slayer family. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, almost knowing. Arthur Draker gestured towards the building, suggesting they move inside from the heat. The younger man nodded in agreement. A young Dragon Slayer, Zeke, looked up in surprise. "Huh, it's the patriarch." Zeke's eyes widened in alarm. "What? Where?" A powerful figure descended from the sky, his hand outstretched, leaves swirling around him. The patriarch addressed the assembled Dragon Slayers. "Young Dragon Slayers," he continued, his voice booming across the courtyard of the Draker family estate. "You are the hope and future of the Drakers." The patriarch's words resonated with Zeke, who listened intently. "Train hard and train more." He observed the other young Dragon Slayers, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension. "Your development." The patriarch's gaze was intense, his golden eyes burning with an unreadable emotion. His expression was inscrutable, hinting at the weight of responsibility he placed on the young generation. A young man, clad in the dark uniform of the Draker family, stood rigidly at attention. He responded with a crisp, "Yes, sir." He was surrounded by a multitude of similarly uniformed figures, their backs to the viewer, marching in formation. The scene suggested a military procession. The camera angle shifted, focusing on a figure falling to the ground. A voice, filled with awe and reverence, boomed, "Master of the Drakers." The scene transitioned to a bright, cloud-filled sky. Leaves drifted gently on a light breeze. A calm voice stated, "Let's go in now." Two older men, one in military attire and the other in more formal robes, stood observing the scene from a distance. The robed man spoke, beginning a sentence with "of course." The scene shifted to an ornate interior. A voice, quiet and introspective, whispered, "I Zeke Draker." The ornate doors of the Dragon Slayer family manor stood open, revealing a grand hallway. An inscription, visible above the doorway, declared, "Greet the leader of all knights and the guardian of the name of Dragon Slayer." Inside, Zeke Draker, the young Dragon Slayer, stood before a distinguished older man. The elder man chuckled, dismissing formalities. "No one does those greetings anymore." The elder, with a warm smile, gestured toward the pair of chairs. "It's fine, have a seat." He continued, offering Zeke a selection of pastries. "I heard you like tea. I prepared something rare. I hope it'll be to your liking." Zeke accepted the offering, a subtle frown creasing his brow. His thoughts turned inward. Even the food I like is being reported to him? The elder chuckled again, a knowing glint in his eyes. "There's a saying that there may be things that the Emperor doesn't know, but that there will never be anything that a Draker does not." Zeke, looking at a small portrait of the Emperor on a saucer, quietly agreed. "That saying feels real now." The elder shifted the conversation. "I called for you to come because I heard that Duke actually took in a disciple." Zeke smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He thought, he's getting straight to the point. He did. In an opulent study, a man with silver hair and piercing golden eyes sipped tea. He listened patiently as someone off-panel made a request for assistance. "Indeed, that is true," he acknowledged, his expression unreadable. The camera angle shifted, focusing on an ornate birdcage in the room. The man's words continued, though his intentions remained unclear. "I do not know what your goal is," he mused, his gaze distant. He continued his explanation, the implication of his words hanging heavy in the air. "But if you continue to follow Duke's teachings, it's to become the strongest man on the continent." The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination hardening his features. His words were a statement of purpose, not a question. A young man with dark hair, dressed in dark, formal attire, spoke with quiet resolve. "I will become stronger than everyone," he declared, his voice firm. He elaborated on his ambition, his gaze fixed on something unseen, "so that I can live just as freely." The young man abruptly slammed his empty teacup onto a nearby surface, the sound echoing in the quiet room. He looked up, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "That is my goal," he stated. A surge of energy emanated from the young man, a powerful aura surrounding him. Zeke, the disgraced healer, clutched a small, ornate vial. His knuckles were white, his grip tight. 20 years ago, he had been cast out by his family, the esteemed Draker Dragon Slayers, for his lack of combat prowess. Now, inexplicably, he found himself back in their midst. A booming voice echoed through the opulent chamber. "Then, you mean to surpass even me?" The speaker, a man in a military uniform, watched Zeke with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. He was seated on a plush chaise lounge, his expression unreadable. A surge of power coursed through Zeke's veins. He gasped, a strangled sound escaping his lips. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to contain the overwhelming force. A single, terrifying thought pierced his mind. "Is that—" The man in the uniform spoke again, his voice laced with awe. "Astral Sword, it's said to give you power over all living beings within its radius." Zeke gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of pain and exertion. The power within him threatened to consume him. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer family, found himself inexplicably back in time. 20 years younger, he was once again within the very family that had cast him out for his lack of martial prowess. A surge of blue energy crackled around him, a stark contrast to the opulent, yet cold, atmosphere of the Draker Manor. He muttered, "Of course." The energy continued to flow, swirling around Zeke as he sat at a table, seemingly unperturbed by its intensity. Across from him, a man with silver hair and a calm demeanor observed the spectacle. This was the Draker Patriarch, a figure of immense power and influence within the family. The blue energy intensified, its tendrils reaching out to encompass the entire room. Zeke, seemingly unaffected, remained seated, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He seemed to be enjoying the display of power. Zeke's eyes gleamed with a newfound understanding. He thought, "That's the most interesting thing I've heard in ages. So this is—" The Patriarch spoke, his voice calm but laced with a hint of concern. "I have come to support both the Academy and you, but I don't think that'll be enough." The Patriarch of the Drakers. The Patriarch continued, a glint in his eye, and a real black knight. Zeke, a young man in a military-style uniform, sat in a richly appointed study, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He mused on the Duke's formidable strength, but a new encounter had left him speechless. A hand, gloved in black, placed a small, ornate black card on the table before him. The card shimmered faintly. The giver explained that this was a gift, a token of discipleship. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. It was a black card, a credit card, he realized, one of immense power and prestige, given only to a select few. The card's design was striking, a dark background, a stylized dragon and cross swords, and an aura of power. He was astonished to possess such an item. The card, he was told, granted incredible benefits without limit. He was also reminded that its use would be tracked. The Duke, a silver-haired man in elegant attire, assured Zeke he could use the card freely under both their names. Zeke, however, expressed his intention to use it only when necessary. Despite the Duke's seemingly generous offer, Zeke remained suspicious, noting the obviousness of the Duke's ulterior motives. Zeke's internal monologue revealed his understanding. The Duke's true intention was to monitor his actions through the card's transaction record. Inside the Draker family manor, a young man in a dark uniform stood before a seated elder. The elder, his silver hair neatly combed, observed the youth with a calculating gaze. He mused that the young man's current training methods, while unconventional, did not yet pose a significant threat. The elder, dismissing the young man, advised him not to waste his time and focus on becoming the strongest on the continent. The young man, bowing deeply, responded with a respectful, "Yes, master of the Drakers." The young man departed, leaving the manor. He walked away, his thoughts unreadable. Back inside, the elder rested, seemingly content. However, another man, with fiery red hair, entered the room, his expression one of disgust. He declared the elder's actions sickening. The elder, unfazed, calmly questioned the red-haired man's anger. The red-haired man accused the elder of hypocrisy, pointing out his sudden concern for a child he had neglected for so long. The elder, maintaining his composure, justified his actions as necessary for his position as head of the household. He also stated that the red-haired man's words were defamatory. Defiant, the red-haired man challenged the elder, daring him to take action against him. Zeke, the young man who had been cast out from his family, found himself in a private room, speaking to someone he clearly trusted. He confided, "You're the only one I can talk to without worries." His companion, a man with reddish-brown hair, watched with a curious expression as Zeke's hand glowed with an unnatural, vibrant blue energy. The scene shifted to Zeke's companion, who held a curious bottle. He offered, "How about a drink to go with our conversation?" Zeke's eyes widened as he recognized the bottle's contents. "Ooh, dragon breath. It's the red one too," he exclaimed. His companion poured a drink, saying, "You know that the atmosphere in the continent has been rather strange lately, right?" Zeke responded, slightly bewildered. I've been cooped up in the academy. How am I supposed to know that? His companion smirked. You have eyes and ears all over the place. So you asked when you already know my answer? You snake. Zeke let out a weary sigh. He then posed a question. True. Do you think it's possible? Zeke, a young man with fiery red hair and a determined expression, scoffed. He argued that magic could make one appear young, but true immortality was impossible. Another man, older, with silver hair and piercing yellow eyes, sipping from a glass, quietly agreed. He seemed to share Zeke's skepticism. However, a shift in the conversation was imminent. Zeke's eyes widened as a vision of a powerful, ancient dragon filled his mind. A thought struck him. What if the relic they sought was connected to an elder dragon? Zeke Draker, the failed dragon slayer, found himself in a familiar yet foreign place. 20 years had vanished, yet the opulent Draker family manor remained unchanged. A single thought echoed in his mind. As if he mused on the impossibility of true immortality, a stark contrast to the magic that could merely mask the passage of time. Magic could make one appear young, but true immortality remained beyond reach, or so he had always believed. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped him. Zeke gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? A soul manifestation, a phenomenon he'd only read about in ancient texts, was occurring before his very eyes. The swirling purple energy pulsed with an otherworldly power, a testament to the profound change within him. The energy intensified, coalescing around him. He felt an unfamiliar strength coursing through his veins, a power beyond anything he had ever known. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the manor, two figures discussed the relic Zeke possessed. One speculated that the artifact was connected to the Elder Dragon, a theory the other considered a distinct possibility. The conversation continued, with one man suggesting it was possible. News from the Order of Black Knights indicated the relic was likely somewhere within the northern continent. The mention of a northern continent caused a thoughtful frown to appear on the face of the second man, who took a slow sip of his drink, contemplating the implications. Two men sat across a low table in an opulent room. One, with reddish-brown hair, leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. He questioned his companion, a man with silver hair. Is this information that the Empire's people haven't acquired yet? The silver-haired man replied calmly. Yes, however, it is only a matter of time before they do. His gaze drifted to a distant point, a pensive look settling on his features. He then added, This reminds me of the past. That crazy emperor bastard. The moment he ascended to the throne, he started a war to unite the continent. A large banner depicting a snarling wolf's head was shown, its image partially obscured by flames. The narration continued. Only after taking over half the central continent did the war finally stop. The reddish-brown-haired man, his face etched with concern, spoke again. I figured he would give up on such a decrepit, absurd dream, but I guess not. If even one of those artifacts can grant immortality, then... The silver-haired man, swirling the amber liquid in his glass, calmly stated, This continent will once again be engulfed in a sea of flames. He continued, Given the importance of this matter, I've agreed to go to the north myself. The reddish-brown-haired man reacted with alarm, shouting, What? You'd leave your seat empty, knowing that bastard of an emperor would run amok as a result. The silver-haired man responded with a knowing smile. That's why I asked to meet with you. He took another slow sip of his drink, his eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. The reddish-brown-haired man let out a long sigh, commenting, You're as sly as a fox. Two figures clad in dark attire, clinked glasses, the amber liquid within swirling gently. A silent exchange passed between them, a camaraderie born of shared secrets and unspoken understanding. One of the figures spoke, his words a low murmur, yet carrying a weight of both praise and exasperation. You're the best. You only ever pick out the most annoying things for me to do. The other figure, a young man in military uniform, remained silent, a faint purple aura swirling around him. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a storm brewing beneath a calm exterior. Suddenly, the young man doubled over, a pained gasp escaping his lips. He muttered, I used soul manifestation for too long. His face contorted in agony. He continued, his voice strained. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, I can't do anything about the side effects. Elder Dragon. A sudden realization dawned on him. Right? It's certain that the statue I got my hands on before I regressed was an Elder Dragon's artifact. A vision flashed before his eyes. A spectral figure, cloaked and surrounded by swords, and the system message he'd seen upon his rebirth. He connected the dots. Everything clicked into place. Now it all makes sense. I stole the artifact that the Emperor would use to make his wish come true. He understood the Emperor's desperation, the lengths he'd go to. He even mobilized a unit under his direct control, the hunting dogs, to chase after me. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, reflected on his past. Consumed by his desire for revenge, he'd neglected everything else. Yet, even in that obsessive pursuit, he'd managed to uncover a crucial clue. Before him, a colossal, ethereal form shimmered. The administrator system, a relic of an elder dragon, responsible for his return to 20 years prior. The system's function was revealed, an elder dragon's artifact. However, questions lingered. Who created it, and why? Zeke sighed, the weight of unanswered questions heavy upon him. His journey had only just begun. Within the Draker family manor, Zeke savored a drink. He declared his intention to act swiftly, addressing the head of the family. He placed his faith in the power he now possessed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Behind him, a stern-faced man watched. He moved with purpose, his footsteps echoing in the grand hall. The man followed, maintaining a respectful distance. Approaching a large, imposing door, the man paused, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Zeke stood before the door, ready to confront his destiny. Zeke Draker, his gaze sharp and intense, his expression unreadable, stood before a closed door. The weight of unspoken thoughts hung heavy in the air. He was deep in thought, reviewing a recent conversation. The words, "But if that really was the artifact the Emperor was looking for," echoed in his mind, a puzzle piece yet to fit. Another question gnawed at him. Just what relation does that have with immortality? The implications were vast, the answers elusive. A sudden, sharp sound startled him. He turned, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his side. He moved swiftly, his movements fluid and practiced, towards the source of the noise. The hallway was empty, save for a lingering sense of unease. He paused, his breath catching in his throat. I guess it was nothing. He dismissed it, but the feeling lingered. As he turned to leave, a figure emerged from the shadows, startling him once more. The unexpected encounter left him on edge. Outside, in the training grounds, Decker stood, his sword resting at his side. He seemed relaxed, almost nonchalant. A voice, sharp and impatient, cut through the air. I told you not to bother me when I'm in the training hall, didn't I, Decker? Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, pondered aloud. He questioned whether he had any friends at the academy, his uncertainty evident. The name Reyna crossed his mind. The scene shifted to a powerful figure, clad in dark attire, his hand resting on the pommel of his staff. He commanded, "Tell them to come in." Zeke, his curiosity piqued, wondered aloud who had summoned him. He appeared relaxed, yet alert. A young man, Liam, lay on the floor, seemingly incapacitated. Another individual, his face partially obscured, scornfully questioned Zeke's intentions, asking why he would befriend Liam. A desperate plea was made. "Please take me." Zeke, regretting his previous inaction, mentally berated himself for ignoring Liam earlier. He was clearly in distress. Liam, prostrate before Zeke, pledged his allegiance. Zeke then inquired about Jakin. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, knelt on the cold stone floor, his body racked with pain. A single, desperate thought echoed in his mind. He had been abandoned. His resolve hardened. He had to reach Valhalla. His hands, bleeding and clawed, trembled as he looked up, his face a mask of anguish. This was the same despair he felt in his past life. The same desperate yearning for Valhalla. A man, his features sharp and his gaze assessing, observed Zeke from a shadowed alcove. He mused on Zeke's obsession with Valhalla, noting its similarity to his past life. Zeke, desperate, pleaded for acceptance, his voice barely a whisper. "I beg of you, please take me in." The man scoffed, his dismissive gesture sharp. "Are you stupid? Go to Turin or Zimmons instead." He approached Zeke, his hand outstretched, a gesture that seemed both condescending and dismissive. "As such, I won't be of any help to you entering Valhalla." The man's gloved hand, adorned with a sigil, rested on the pommel of his sword. He continued, his tone cold and dispassionate. "Besides," Zeke stared at his reflection in a polished surface, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. "How?" He questioned the man's words, skepticism evident in his tone. "Am I supposed to believe you?" Zeke Draker knelt, his face contorted in a mask of barely suppressed terror. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, reflecting the dim light of the room. He trembled. A hand, clad in a dark glove, emerged from the shadows, holding a wickedly sharp dagger. The glint of steel promised pain. The dagger moved with lethal precision, a blur of motion against the darkness. It was clear, this was no mere threat. Suddenly, Zeke reacted. With surprising speed and strength, he deflected the blow, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, a stark contrast to his previous fear. He gripped the dagger, his knuckles white. He spoke, his voice low but resolute. "It's only natural that you doubt me, but I'll prove myself to you, whatever it takes." He held up the dagger, its blade gleaming with an unnatural light. A newfound power pulsed within him. His resolve hardened. He continued, "If you wish for me to become mute, then I will cut out my tongue. If you wish for me to become a cripple, then I will cut off my foot." His voice was devoid of any hint of hesitation. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, knelt on the blood-soaked earth, his hand clutching a broken sword. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, his body trembling with exhaustion. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination. He vowed, "I will place my life in your hands, my lord." A shadowy figure loomed over him, its voice a chilling whisper. "In place of your worthless life, Zeke's face was contorted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks. He braced himself for the inevitable. But then, a guttural growl echoed, and a new presence emerged. The figure declared, "I will take your ear." Zeke, despite his fear, found a flicker of hope. He pleaded, "Take me in. I wish to become stronger than anyone else." A shadowy figure, wielding a baseball bat, stood before him, a silent promise of power. Zeke, his resolve hardened, whispered, "Please, teach me, master." His plea hung in the night air, a desperate hope for a future he would forge himself. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, lay bleeding on the dusty ground. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, the taste of blood thick in his mouth. He clutched a bloody dagger, his body trembling with exhaustion. Above him, a figure loomed, silhouetted against the pale sky. A heavy sword descended, aimed to end his suffering. The sword fell with terrifying speed. But Zeke, in a final desperate act, rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The blade embedded itself in the stone wall behind him, inches from his head. A wave of power, unseen yet palpable, surged from him. He gasped, his eyes widening in shock and wonder. His attacker, a powerful warrior clad in dark armor, watched with a mixture of surprise and grim determination. "If you manage to withstand even one strike from me," the warrior stated, his voice low and menacing, "then I will consider you worthy." Zeke's eyes flickered, his face pale but resolute. A faint smile touched his lips. Thank you very much." The warrior, intrigued, approached Zeke cautiously. "Received adequate treatment?" Zeke, the young man, stood firm, a dark aura swirling around him. He admitted to himself that he thought a single strike would be enough, but given his undeniable Draker heritage, he pressed on. However, a sudden shift in the air heralded a change in the situation. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, revealed himself. The shadowy figure raised a sword, its edge gleaming ominously. Zeke found himself facing a colossal, golden eye, the source of an overwhelming power. He was shocked. Was this truly his peer? Gasping for breath, Zeke struggled to comprehend the sheer might of his adversary. He could barely breathe, his body screaming in protest. Yet, despite his exhaustion, Zeke braced himself, preparing for another attack. A surge of dark energy pulsed through him. He retaliated with a desperate, powerful swing of his sword. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponents pressed their attack, forcing him into a desperate defensive maneuver. He parried a blow, the impact sending tremors through his arms. His breath hitched in his chest. But even as he defended, Zeke knew this was a losing battle. His opponents were far stronger. A blinding flash erupted as Zeke was struck. The force of the blow sent him reeling. He stumbled back, his vision blurring. The world seemed to spin around him. Pain lanced through his body as he fell to the ground. His consciousness began to fade. The last thing he saw was a sword falling towards him. Then, darkness. He awoke to find himself facing Liam Stone, his sneer a clear sign of his contempt. "Is that all you've got?" Stone taunted, his words dripping with disdain. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, stood amidst the familiar yet alien surroundings of his ancestral home. A heavy, ornate longsword rested across his shoulders, its weight a stark contrast to the lightness of his heart, which felt heavy with a profound sense of misery. He muttered to himself, a single phrase echoing the despair that consumed him. How miserable. Zeke Draker, the first descendant of the famed dragon slayer lineage to fail his awakening, lay on the cold stone floor, his breath ragged. A bandage covered his head, and he struggled to sit up, his body racked with pain. Above him, a figure loomed, a swordsman clad in dark attire, his face obscured by shadow. The swordsman held a great sword, its polished surface reflecting the dim light. The swordsman spoke, his voice a low rumble. "I can tell you're determined, but it would be best for you to give up." The scene shifted. A narrator's voice, detached and analytical, observed, "It's likely true that he was cast aside by Jakin." The narrator continued, explaining Zeke's situation. "He's descended from such a distant branch that, if he weren't Jakin's attendant, he likely wouldn't have been able to enter the cradle. This is the academy that even expelled a direct descendant like me. It wouldn't be odd for Liam to be expelled even now." Zeke, his face etched with grim determination, thought to himself, it's only natural for him to be Kant's. He finished his thought, a quiet resolve settling over his features. Even so, Zeke Draker, his dark hair neatly trimmed, moved with practiced stealth through the imposing halls of the Draker family estate. A broadsword, its polished steel gleaming faintly, was strapped to his back. He was a picture of quiet determination, a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. He paused, observing a man in fine clothing kneeling before him, clutching at Zeke's leg with desperate intensity. The man's question hung heavy in the air. Is there a reason for him to cling onto me this desperately? A flashback revealed a younger Zeke, his face grim, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The narration stated, **, but in the end, he managed to make his way up to the level of Red and was known as the Mercenary King. The man, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Please, give me one more chance, Lord Zeke," his voice choked with emotion. Zeke's expression was unreadable, his gaze intense. He thought, looks like it was clear to him. He doesn't intend to give up. The man's desperation intensified, his grip tightening on Zeke's leg. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Zeke, however, remained impassive. He responded, on one condition. Zeke's sword, previously strapped to his back, now lay sheathed on the ground, its presence a silent promise. The scene opens with a tense exchange. A stern-faced man, his features sharp and unforgiving, addresses another, younger man. "You said if you wanted to be mute, you would cut your tongue," he stated, his voice dripping with cold authority. The younger man, his face partially obscured by bandages, winces. A hand rests heavily on his shoulder. Then the dramatic shift. The word then appears, stark and ominous, against a dark background. The camera angle changes, showing the younger man from a different perspective. The older man's hand is still on his shoulder, but now a sense of impending violence hangs in the air. The command follows, stark and brutal, "Cut off your right arm." The younger man's eyes widen in shock and terror. His mouth parts slightly, a silent scream. He recoils, his fear palpable. The older man's face is now fully visible, his one red eye blazing with a chilling intensity. A cruel smile plays on his lips. Meanwhile, the older man reflects on his actions. "I'm basically telling him to give up on becoming a swordsman," he thinks, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. There's no way he would do it if he's in his right mind. Zeke Draker, the young man deemed a failure by his own family, stood resolute. He declared, "I have plenty of training I need to undertake myself." His instructor, a stern-faced man, observed him from a distance. The instructor's words were sharp. "If you can't do it, then get out of here." Zeke, however, remained focused, his gaze fixed on the discarded sword before him. He prepared himself, his body tense with determination. Liam, watching from the sidelines, expressed his confusion. He thought, "I don't know why he's so desperate." Liam, despite his doubts, offered words of encouragement to Zeke. He said, "But don't be too devastated, Liam." He continued, explaining, "Even if you don't make it into Valhalla, you'll be able to reach Red." Zeke's eyes widened in surprise as he effortlessly cleaved the stone floor with the sword. Liam, witnessing this unexpected display of power, reacted with a mixture of shock and awe. Liam, still reeling from the demonstration, muttered to himself, "This crazy bastard." Zeke, the disgraced healer, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, pressed their attack relentlessly. Zeke's face contorted in exertion, his body straining against the onslaught. He launched a desperate kick, aiming for a gap in his opponent's defense. The force of the blow sent tremors through the ancient stone floor. But his attacker was faster, deflecting the blow with a blur of motion. A counterattack followed instantly, a precise strike aimed at Zeke's heart. Zeke barely managed to evade the fatal blow, rolling away as the attack shattered the stone floor where he'd stood moments before. The force of the attack sent cracks, spider-webbing across the floor, a testament to its power. Zeke knew he couldn't continue this way. Gasping for breath, Zeke struggled to his feet, his body screaming in protest. He felt a strange power surge within him, a feeling of immense potential. A newfound resolve hardened his gaze. He would not be defeated. He would survive, and he would become stronger than ever before. The tension in the room crackled. Zeke, his face grim, stared down at the man before him, his brow furrowed. "Have you lost your goddamn mind?" The other man, his face partially obscured by bandages, spat out the question. He continued, his voice low and dangerous. "What were you planning to do if I went back on my word?" The bandaged man hesitated, his gaze dropping. He mumbled, "Well." Zeke's expression remained unchanged. The other man continued, his voice barely a whisper. "It's because I might lose something more important to me than my arm." Zeke's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He warned, "If you do something this foolish again, screw your loyalty or whatever, I'll toss you out. Keep that in mind." The bandaged man's eyes widened in alarm. He stammered, Lord Zeke." "Then, does that mean?" A sinister smile spread across the bandaged man's face. He looked up, a gleam in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "What would people think of me if someone calling themselves my subordinate were to be missing an ear?" Then, snapping back to attention, he barked, "Hurry up, Liam." In an opulent dining hall, two figures sat at a small table. One, a young man with dark hair, appeared pensive, his gaze fixed on his teacup. Across from him sat an older man, his expression serious and thoughtful. A maid stood discreetly in the background. The younger man hesitated, voicing his concern. "Is it truly all right for me to use such a valuable potion?" The older man responded calmly, dismissing his apprehension. "I'm simply investing in you, so don't worry about it." The older man gestured towards the teacup, prompting a question. The younger man, maintaining his composure, simply asked, "So what is it?" The older man's expression turned serious as he posed a weighty question. "What is it that you value more than a right arm, more than life?" His response was simple, yet deeply emotional. "It's my mother." He continued, recounting a difficult period in his life. "A few days after I was abandoned by Jakin, I heard that my mother had collapsed from high fever. A glimmer of relief crossed his face as he finished his recollection. Fortunately, the fever soon broke, but a young woman's body is covered in rose-like red spots, and her condition worsens daily. Village healers remain baffled by the mysterious illness. A man, seemingly a scholar, ponders the situation, questioning why such a case would be referred to Valhalla. He reflects that Valhalla students and their families receive the continent's best medical care. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. The scholar meticulously documents the case. He notes the characteristic rose-like red spots. His notes detail periodic high fevers and the distinctive rash. 5 years later, the central continent will be ravaged by the rose disease. The disease spreads, claiming countless lives. A young woman, already afflicted, lies in bed, her body covered in the telltale spots. Highly contagious and deadly, the rose disease will leave a trail of devastation. A chilling image. A vast expanse of skulls, their empty sockets seeming to glow with an ominous red light, surrounded by dark red roses. The scene is a stark reminder of a widespread plague that ravaged the land. A gloved hand, seemingly belonging to a man, delicately holds a piece of parchment, the focus on the document's importance. The parchment contains instructions. It details a method for producing a medicine to cure a specific illness, one that affects a mother. A man, his expression serious, sits across a table, handing over the document. He explains that the process is not difficult, implying that local healers should be capable of replicating it. The recipient expresses gratitude, but points out a critical detail. The healers are unfamiliar with the disease itself, highlighting the complexity of the situation. The narrative shifts to introduce Al and Jeff, two alchemist brothers renowned for their genius. Their silhouettes are shown against a dark blue background. Despite their success in creating a cure for the plague, the Alchemist Association exploited the crisis for profit. The brothers, upon discovering this, decided to release the formula to the public. The widespread dissemination of the cure is emphasized, its reach extended even to the man currently speaking, a warrior. The man, with a calm and knowing expression, concludes that he has some familiarity with alchemy. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, now sits across from a man in formal attire. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the man speaks. You have no need to go to Valhalla or to be my subordinate. He continues, his voice low and dismissive at all. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes kneels before Zeke. His face is grim, his expression resolute. He declares, "My life already belongs to you, Lord Zeke." Zeke's hand slams onto the table, a sharp, decisive gesture. The mercenary king's unwavering loyalty is palpable. The young man, head bowed, pledges his allegiance. "I swear my lifelong loyalty to you, my lord." Zeke watches him, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he sips his tea. He thinks to himself, having the mercenary king from my past life as my subordinate is quite reassuring. Addressing the kneeling man, Zeke warns, "If you lag behind, I'll abandon you, so follow me well." The mercenary king readily agrees, "Yes, I understand, my lord." The scene shifts to a breathtaking sunset, a visual transition signifying the passage of time. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the sprawling cityscape. From a high vantage point, the city of Draken revealed itself. A majestic blend of ancient architecture and modern skyscrapers, nestled amidst rolling hills and a breathtaking mountain range in the distance. Inside a grand building, a young man, Cadet Owen, sat at his desk, seemingly lost in thought. A knock came at his door. He looked up, a question in his eyes. "Yes, what is it?" Owen stood to attention, his posture impeccable. "Yes, Dean." The Dean, a stern-looking man in opulent robes, sat behind his large desk. He addressed Owen with a serious tone. "I have come with a proposal. How would you feel about raising the difficulty of the examinations this semester?" The dean stroked his impressive mustache, his eyes narrowed in thought. "Your reason?" Owen responded calmly. "You may believe me to be arrogant, but the first years are quite skilled. All of the children from the great families are here, and there are 2 pure-blood awakeners." He continued, explaining his reasoning. "If the examination has the same difficulty it had last year, then it may end up being a poor assessment." Owen's calm demeanor and well-reasoned argument left the dean considering his proposal. An ornate office, sunlight filtering through the curtains. A man with a distinguished air sits in a plush armchair. A small bird chirping softly in a gilded cage nearby. He hums thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The man's thoughts are interrupted by a young man, who stands respectfully before him. The young man's words confirm a suspicion. "That makes sense. You truly are a child of Zimmons." The young man bows his head slightly. "Thank you, Dean." His gratitude is quiet, but sincere. The dean watches the young man leave, his expression unreadable. He then sits back in his chair, a sigh escaping his lips. A contemplative silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint sounds of the city outside. The dean's thoughts turn inward. The dean speaks, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I guess the apple doesn't fall far from a tree." He gazes out the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. The setting sun casts a warm glow across the room. His thoughts drift to the young man who just left. A quiet observation. That boy thinks so similarly to him. The dean sits alone, lost in contemplation as the day ends. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, and his cousin, a promising swordsman, stood in a grand hall. The cousin, whose name was never spoken, expressed concern about future problems. The cousin demonstrated his swordsmanship, his movements precise and powerful. He was clearly skilled. Zeke watched, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He was assessing his cousin's strength, a glint of calculation in his eyes. The day of the semester exam arrived at Draker Academy. A hush fell over the students as they prepared for the dungeon exploration, a grueling test of skill and survival. This examination, unique to Draker Academy, involved groups of 2 navigating a randomly assigned dungeon within a time limit. The stakes were high, and the challenges varied greatly depending on the dungeon's difficulty. The rules of the examination were clearly explained. 2-person teams would be randomly assigned a dungeon, and their success hinged on escaping within the allotted time. The difficulty of the dungeons varied considerably, adding another layer of unpredictability to the challenge. Liam, visibly anxious, questioned his partner about their readiness. His apprehension was palpable. Liam admitted to feeling nervous, a natural response to the high-stakes challenge. His partner, however, countered that excessive nervousness could lead to mistakes, while excessive relaxation could breed arrogance. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a balanced level of tension, a state of mind that would protect against both extremes. The next team called was Zeke Draker and Liam Stone. Zeke and Liam, now called upon, prepared to enter the dungeon. Liam expressed his readiness with a respectful affirmation. A gloved hand, slender and pale, reached out, fingers splayed as if testing the air. The hand belonged to Zeke Draker, once heir to the Draker family, now a forgotten shadow of his former self. Zeke stood in the ruins of what was once a grand courtyard. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his gaze distant and troubled. 20 years had passed since his death, and he was back. A superior officer, his face sharp and commanding, directed his underlings. "You guys will go that way," he instructed, his tone brooking no argument. Zeke, now a cadet in the Draker family's military order, stood before a dark archway, the shadows swallowing him whole. He was alone, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty and determination. He watched 2 fellow cadets walk away, their backs to him. A sense of isolation settled upon him, heavier than the weight of his backpack. Zeke's eyes, usually soft, now burned with a fierce intensity. A flicker of his past life, a memory of his death, ignited a new resolve within him. An impatient voice cut through his thoughts. "Hurry up. What are you doing, cadet?" Zeke's face remained impassive, betraying nothing of the turmoil within. He was playing a role, a carefully constructed facade. He offered a curt reply. Yes, I'll do as ordered." 2 figures, cloaked and armed, traversed a desolate, stone pathway. The taller of the 2, his back to the viewer, carried a sword at his hip. His companion, shorter and carrying a lantern, followed closely behind. The pair ascended a staircase leading into a dungeon. The difficulty of these exam dungeons varied, but they were generally considered safe, the primary goal being to escape within the allotted time. Each team was given a timer, activating upon entry, granting them 96 hours to complete the trial. Basic battle abilities were also graded, and extra points could be earned by bringing back the heads of slain monsters. However, the most important factor remained escaping the dungeon before time ran out. Failure to do so resulted in a failing grade. The scene shifted to show the 2 adventurers inside the dungeon, navigating a dark, cavernous space. The path ahead was treacherous, marked by jagged rock formations and ominous shadows. They pressed onward, their swords drawn, ever mindful of the looming deadline. The weight of potential failure hung heavy in the air. Having finished their meal, one of the adventurers, presumably the taller one, suggested that his companion, Liam, get some rest. Liam, however, insisted he was fine, claiming he could go for 4 days without sleep. He had single-handedly set up camp and prepared their meal. Zeke, the healer, sat beside a small campfire outside a crude tent. He spoke softly to his companion, Liam, who lay sleeping nearby. "This may be shameless of me, but I will lay down then. All right, if anything happens, I'll wake you up." The scene shifted, revealing the pair nestled within the confines of a crumbling stone dungeon. A sword lay discarded near Zeke, its presence hinting at the dangers they faced. A high-angle shot showed the tent and its surroundings, emphasizing their isolated position within the dungeon's depths. Liam stirred, his eyes opening. He checked his pocket watch, a frown etching itself onto his face. "It's been 16 hours since we entered the dungeon. I've been training until the day of the exam, so I've stayed up for 3 days, which means I've been awake for 90 hours now." Liam continued his internal monologue, his exhaustion evident. He reflected on the limitations of his newfound, seemingly limitless stamina. Infinite stamina only recovers physical fatigue. It doesn't recover mental fatigue. Liam slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the mental strain of his extended vigil. His exhaustion was palpable. Zeke observed Liam's state with concern. He knew the dangers of this dungeon all too well. I need to reduce as many risk factors as possible. A dungeon where you never know what to expect. Zeke formulated a plan, his gaze hardening with determination. He knew he would have to take over Liam's watch soon. I'll have to switch out with Liam once he wakes. Suddenly, a distant, resonant bell tolled, its sound echoing through the dungeon, signaling an unforeseen event. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay dying. His eyes fluttered closed, the biting wind a stark contrast to the warmth fading from his body. A swirling vortex of white engulfed him, the last vestiges of his consciousness clinging to the chilling air. He tumbled through a maelstrom of snow and ice, the landscape a blur of white and gray. Then, a flash of crimson. The Draker family crest, a fierce griffin, emblazoned on a tattered banner, whipped past him. The peak of Dragon's Tooth mountain loomed, a jagged silhouette against the stormy sky. He was falling towards it. His descent was abruptly halted. A searing pain shot through him, as if his very soul were being torn apart. He landed hard, the impact jarring him back to awareness. He lay amidst the snow, his body broken, but alive. A faint whisper echoed in his mind, a promise of power, a destiny intertwined with the soul of an elder dragon. Zeke opened his eyes, the world around him slowly coming into focus. He was young again, back in his family home, 20 years in the past. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, sat alone by a meager campfire, the embers casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. A profound silence hung in the air, broken only by the crackling flames. He abruptly covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking. The same nightmare again. A wave of despair washed over him. The memory of his failure and subsequent death was a constant torment. But then, a faint sound pierced through his anguish. A distant, almost imperceptible chime. Zeke's eyes widened. He focused on a strange symbol, a dragon emblem etched onto his own hand, glowing faintly. It pulsed with an otherworldly light. The chime grew louder, guiding him towards a dark, imposing structure. He was drawn to it, a sense of purpose overriding his fear. He adjusted his uniform, the Dragon Slayer insignia a stark contrast to his current state of despair. Hope flickered within him. With a sudden, decisive movement, Zeke extinguished the fire, his actions betraying a newfound resolve. He warned his companion, Liam, of an approaching enemy, urging caution and silence. Liam, ever loyal, responded with immediate obedience, preparing for combat. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood in a dimly lit corridor. He weighed his options, muttering to himself. Using his dragon eyes during the upcoming 4-day exam was too risky. Adjusting to the darkness would be a wiser approach. He proceeded cautiously down the corridor, his senses heightened. Suddenly, a distinct smell reached him. He recognized it instantly, the acrid stench of sulfur. His thoughts raced. This was unexpected. The source of the smell became horrifyingly clear. A pack of hellhounds, monstrous creatures with fiery fur and glowing eyes, were approaching. These rank 3 monsters were known for their sulfurous scent and pack-hunting behavior. The creatures, known as dogs from hell, were a formidable threat. Zeke's mind raced back to a past life. During a semester exam, he recalled Reyna hunting an orc. He hadn't anticipated encountering hellhounds in this location. Zeke's gaze hardened, his expression resolute as he faced the approaching danger. Zeke, the young man, paused, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A thought crossed his mind. Wait, something's odd. He continued his internal assessment, comparing the weight of the object to something familiar. Even the leader of a hellhound pack would weigh at most several hundred kilograms. The echoes of the object's movement gave him a more precise sense of its scale. His thoughts sharpened. Judging from the echoes, it sounds like it weighs several tons. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief as a terrifying possibility formed in his mind. Is it a mutant? His face contorted in a mixture of fear and awe. He stared, his eyes reflecting the unnatural light. The sheer scale of what he was witnessing overwhelmed him. He could only utter one phrase, a testament to his shock. That's insane. A powerful force slammed into Zeke, sending him hurtling backwards. He crashed into a crumbling wall, his body impacting with a sickening thud. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself in the thick of battle. His movements were a blur of controlled chaos as he parried a vicious blow, the impact sending tremors up his arm. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, the earth cracking under the force of the clash. Dust and debris filled the air. The force of the attack continued to ripple outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A young man, his face etched with worry, rushed to Zeke's side, his voice filled with concern. "My lord, are you all right?" Zeke, despite the ferocity of the attack, remained standing, his breathing ragged but steady. He glared at the source of the attack, his eyes burning with intensity. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Those damned Zimmons." He gripped his sword tighter, his knuckles white. A grim determination settled on his face. His thoughts turned to the enemy's intentions. What were they planning this time? A monstrous, fiery beast emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. A large hand reached down to grasp the creature. The monstrous visage of a troll filled Zeke's vision, its snarling maw dripping with the blood of its recent victims. The creature's ferocity was palpable, even in death. Zeke, his body racked with pain, collapsed amidst a swirling cloud of dust and smoke. The troll's attack had been swift and brutal. Above him, the troll loomed, its spiked club raised high, ready to deliver the final blow. The club descended with terrifying speed. But even as the darkness closed in, a chilling realization dawned on Zeke. This was no accident. He was being hunted. They're out to kill me, he thought, his grip tightening on his sword. He saw his pursuers then, two figures clad in dark uniforms, their faces grim and determined. One of them spoke, his voice low and menacing. Trolls, he stated, they're a rank 1 monster, dangerous enough that they can casually munch on hellhounds and orcs. The other added, the blood of a troll is a raw material for healing medicine, and they possess incredible regenerative powers that befit that. Zeke, his face etched with worry, stared at his pursuers, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. Two figures clad in dark military attire knelt amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. One, with dark hair, held a sword. The other, with brown hair, gripped his own weapon. The brown-haired soldier declared his intention. He would act as a decoy. The brown-haired soldier, now standing, urged his companion to seize the opportunity to escape. The dark-haired soldier, his expression resolute, rebuked the suggestion, finding it disheartening. He questioned the very notion of a leader abandoning their subordinate, his voice laced with disbelief and indignation. The brown-haired soldier braced himself, preparing for battle. The dark-haired soldier stood firm beside him. The brown-haired soldier, whose name is Liam, received words of encouragement. He was told to believe not in his commander, but in his own capabilities. He was assured that he was not weak. The dark-haired soldier offered his unwavering support, promising to aid Liam in any way he needed. Liam expressed his gratitude to his commander. Liam launched a powerful attack, his sword glowing with energy. Zeke Draker, his dark coat billowing behind him, launched a desperate attack against a hulking mountain troll. The troll, its skin thick and scarred, retaliated with a brutal blow from its spiked club, sending Zeke sprawling. Despite the ferocity of the troll's counterattack, Zeke quickly recovered, his movements precise and deadly. He evaded another blow, his eyes focused on exploiting a weakness in the creature's defenses. With a burst of speed, Zeke closed the distance, his movements blurring as he unleashed a series of strikes. Each blow landed with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the troll's joints. His sword, a blur of motion, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The troll roared in pain as Zeke's attack found its mark. From a hidden vantage point, unseen observers watched Zeke's battle. He's quite good, one of them commented. Another voice added, it's already impressive that he's managed to wound the troll despite its tough skin. But he's aiming precisely at its joints. The observers continued their assessment. It seems like he's been studying monsters in his spare time as well. However, Zeke, a young man with shoulder-length brown hair, stumbled backward, his brown leather backpack bouncing against his shoulders. He gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white, as a monstrous shadow loomed over him. The creature's size dwarfed him, its features obscured by darkness. With a desperate lunge, he swung his sword, aiming for the creature's leg. The blow connected, but the impact was surprisingly weak, barely causing a scratch on the monster's hide. The creature retaliated swiftly, its massive form moving with surprising speed. Zeke barely managed to dodge the attack, rolling to the side as a jagged claw tore through the air where he had been moments before. Another foe appeared, a hulking brute with grayish skin and sharp teeth, joining the attack. Zeke found himself surrounded, his back pressed against the crumbling wall. He braced himself, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. The battle raged. A young man, clad in dark, practical attire, stumbled back, narrowly avoiding a brutal blow from a monstrous troll. He gasped, apologizing to his superior officer, a figure in more formal military garb, who stood nearby. The officer reassured him, stating that his performance was acceptable for a first real battle, though he had overlooked the troll's regenerative abilities. The officer explained that trolls heal quickly from minor wounds, making sustained attacks necessary. He emphasized the importance of understanding this weakness to effectively combat them. The troll, enraged, lunged forward, its massive club whistling through the air. Seeing his subordinate struggling, the officer declared that the battle was too much for the young man and that he would finish it. He prepared to intervene. Zeke Draker, a young man with intense golden eyes, grips a gleaming, ethereal sword. His dark uniform, adorned with a unique 8-pointed emblem, hints at his lineage. The faint glow emanating from the blade suggests a power far beyond the ordinary. A closer look reveals intricate, dragon-like designs etched into his gloves. These markings, fiery and sharp, speak of a heritage steeped in the slaying of dragons, a legacy he now seems determined to claim. The scene opens with a gruesome close-up, a bloodied, mangled body barely clinging to life. Its ragged breaths are shallow, its eyes glazed over with the finality of death. The camera pulls back slightly, revealing the victim to be a monstrous creature, its features distorted by violence. Death's icy grip is evident. Suddenly, a message appears. You have earned 30 karma points. A nearby figure, Liam, speaks to his superior. Liam's superior instructs him to collect something from the fallen beast, noting that this will yield additional points. Liam responds with respectful obedience. Liam examines the item, a look of confusion crossing his face. He is clearly puzzled. A new quest appears. 2 birds, 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species in the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Quest reward, double the karma points earned during the quest / 2 random boxes. Liam's eyes widen in surprise at the quest's details, particularly the doubled karma points. The quest status is displayed. 2 species, 14 monsters hunted. Non-hostile monsters are excluded. He checks his pocket watch. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds remain until the exam's end. Liam reflects that while hunting 100 monsters isn't a problem, the requirement of 10 different species is more troubling. The scene opens on a chaotic pile of monstrous creatures, a grotesque heap of snarling fangs and clawed limbs. Despite their sheer number, a voiceover calmly observes, however large this dungeon may be, given that this is an exam-use dungeon, there would normally only be 4 different species. But this observation is immediately countered by a young man with dark hair, his expression grim. He reflects, however, since this is a trap prepared by those Simon bastards, there should be more if I look thoroughly. The young man, seemingly in the midst of a perilous quest, mutters to himself, doing the quest on top of escaping. I got a lot to do. A subordinate, Liam, approaches and reports, I'm done, my lord. Liam stands, a brown-haired man with a confident bearing, carrying a sizable bag. He explains the head collection use bag provided to us alongside a timer. It's far inferior when compared to a subspace pocket, but it's enough to carry drops. The young man nods, giving instructions. Good, let's get moving. Don't fall behind, Liam. Liam sets off, his bag bouncing slightly as he walks. He is quickly followed by the young man, both navigating a desolate, rocky landscape. Liam responds with a respectful, yes, sir. Suddenly, they are surrounded by a pack of fiery, monstrous hounds. A timer in the corner of the frame displays 64 hours, 7 minutes, and 60 seconds. The young man draws his sword, preparing for battle. The battle is swift and brutal. The timer continues to tick down, now showing 41 hours, 1 minute, and 41 seconds. The young man, however, seems pleased with his progress, a confident smirk on his face as he gestures towards a pile of slain beasts and Liam, who is collecting spoils. A massive, monstrous bat descends from the sky, its shadow engulfing them. The timer shows 31 hours, 33 minutes, and 44 seconds. The young man and Liam brace themselves for the next challenge. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's weary face, his expression etched with concern. 3 digital clocks display different times, 27 hours and 47 seconds, 20 hours, 8 minutes and 49 seconds, and 12 hours, 26 minutes and 26 seconds, suggesting a passage of time, or perhaps different timelines. The title card concludes, and we find ourselves outdoors, where a young man, Liam, is questioned by another. He is clearly exhausted, sitting beside a large burlap sack. The questioner asks about his progress. Liam's companion explains that they've hunted many monsters, and asks if he's adjusting to real combat. Liam admits he's still unsure, and his companion reassures him that it takes time to adjust. A close-up on Liam's face shows a determined glint in his eyes. A digital interface appears, displaying a quest status. 50 minutes and 54 seconds remaining, with 9 species and 99 monsters left to hunt. A complex maze-like pattern is also shown. Liam expresses frustration, noting that even after killing small monsters, he's only completed 9 species of the quest. He declares the remaining monsters to be useless, a hint of dark humor in his tone. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, muttered to himself, a grim assessment of a situation gone wrong. They should have prepared for 1 more species. His eyes widened, reflecting the sudden realization of a grave danger. Zeke Draker, a young man in military attire, sat amidst the rough terrain of a dark cavern, his expression one of wary alertness. He was clearly caught off guard. With a swift movement, he retrieved a burlap sack from the cavern floor, his grip tightening around its contents. Suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted, sending Zeke tumbling. The force of the explosion sent tremors through the cavern. He reacted instantly, drawing his sword as he braced himself for impact. A desperate cry escaped his lips. Liam. From the shadows, a figure emerged, his voice a low growl. Drop the bag. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing both men in its intense brilliance. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape. Zeke, the healer, found himself locked in a desperate struggle against a formidable opponent. His movements were less precise than a swordsman's, but his determination burned bright. His adversary, Liam, a seasoned warrior of the Draker family, pressed his attack. Liam's blade flashed, narrowly missing Zeke's head as he stumbled back, his breath ragged. Zeke felt a searing pain as Liam's sword grazed his arm. Blood welled up, staining the rough stone beneath him. Liam recoiled, surprised by the ferocity of Zeke's unexpected counterattack. A surge of power, unfamiliar yet potent, coursed through Zeke's veins. He retaliated with a strength he never knew he possessed, sending Liam sprawling. The fight was far from over, but the tide had begun to turn. Liam, winded but defiant, tried to reassure himself. He muttered that the blood was merely from a monster, not a fatal injury. Liam struggled to his feet, his face a mask of grim determination. He watched as Zeke, despite his injuries, rose to meet him again. Zeke, his eyes burning with newfound resolve, gripped his sword. He was ready for the next round, his confidence bolstered by the strange power surging within him. He addressed Liam, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. This time, he promised, the outcome would be different. A colossal, monstrous worm emerged from the depths of the earth, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature's sheer size dwarfed the surrounding landscape. Zeke, a young man clad in dark, practical attire, stood before the beast, his sword at the ready. Behind him, another figure, seemingly a companion, watched with apprehension. "It'll be hard for me to pay attention to you," Zeke muttered, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He adopted a battle stance, his body tense with anticipation. Zeke's companion, his face etched with worry, identified the creature. A dungeon worm, an incredibly dangerous monster requiring 8 purple knights well-trained in subjugation. The gravity of the situation was clear. The ground trembled violently as the worm lunged forward. Zeke cursed under his breath. Those damn Zimmons. He braced himself for the attack, his assessment of the situation grim. They prepared very well. Suddenly, a voice cried out from behind him, "My lord!" Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself in a desperate situation. His face, contorted in a grimace of exertion and fear, reflected the gravity of his predicament. He was cornered. Frantically, he reached into his bag, searching for anything that could turn the tide of the battle. His movements were clumsy, fueled by adrenaline and desperation. But his opponent was relentless. A monstrous, shadowy creature lunged, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Zeke barely managed to parry the attack with his sword, the impact sending tremors through his body. He unleashed a desperate counterattack, a blinding flash of light erupting from his weapon as he struck the creature. The force of the blow sent the beast reeling, its form dissolving into dust. As the dust settled, Zeke collapsed, his body spent. But in that moment, as death threatened to claim him, he saw it. A blinding light, and words that promised power beyond his wildest dreams. Zeke, a young man with determined eyes and dampened brow, navigated a claustrophobic cavern. He muttered to himself, even a seasoned Blue Knight would avoid a dungeon worm in such a treacherous place. His apprehension stemmed from the creature's earth-shattering movement, a consequence of its unique feeding habits. He knew that subduing it quickly was paramount. Any delay risked catastrophic consequences. The ground trembled violently as the dungeon worm burrowed beneath him. Zeke braced himself, his face contorted in exertion as he prepared for the inevitable. The monstrous maw of the worm opened, threatening to engulf him entirely. He realized, with dawning horror, that he would be buried alive. He was thrown back by the force of the worm's attack, his body battered and bruised. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself facing a colossal foe. The creature, a serpentine monstrosity of immense size, lashed out with its powerful tail, the force of the blow shaking the very ground beneath his feet. He barely managed to evade the devastating attack, rolling away as the earth cracked and crumbled around him. The creature's massive jaws snapped shut just inches from where he had been moments before. Despite his desperate maneuver, Zeke was not unscathed. He landed hard, his sword clattering to the ground as a searing pain shot through his side. Blood welled from a deep gash. With a surge of adrenaline, he scrambled to his feet, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. He snatched up his sword, its familiar weight a comfort in this desperate struggle. He lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion as he unleashed a furious assault. His blade flashed, striking the creature's hide with surprising force, sending a spray of purple ichor across the battlefield. The impact sent tremors through the beast, but it was far from defeated. Its massive form recoiled, then lashed out again, its movements growing more erratic and violent. Zeke, using his agility to his advantage, dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding another fatal blow. He was clearly outmatched in strength, but his speed and cunning kept him alive. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he muttered a chilling vow, "I'll cut you." Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a monstrous creature of immense size, was about to cleave him in two. With a mighty roar, the beast lunged, its massive form shattering the very ground beneath its feet. But Zeke, despite his injuries, reacted instantly, his movements a blur of calculated precision. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, a powerful blow that sent tremors through the earth. Zeke, however, managed to evade the worst of it, using his agility to avoid a fatal blow. He cursed his foe, his voice filled with rage and determination. The beast, enraged by Zeke's defiance, prepared for another attack, its massive jaws opening wide. Zeke, anticipating the move, countered with a swift strike, aiming for a vulnerable point. His attack connected, but the creature's resilience proved greater than expected. The impact sent Zeke reeling. The beast retaliated, its claws tearing into Zeke's flesh, causing him to cry out in pain. Zeke, the disgraced healer, found himself facing a monstrous creature, its chitinous form a grotesque parody of nature. Two colossal appendages, tipped with wicked barbs, descended upon him, promising a swift and brutal end. But death did not come. Instead, a surge of violet energy erupted from his hand, a power he never knew he possessed. It pulsed with an otherworldly energy, a stark contrast to the crimson horror of the beast. He lashed out, the violet energy coalescing into a searing blast that struck the creature's appendage. The impact sent tremors through the air, a testament to the raw power he now wielded. The creature roared in pain, its massive form recoiling from the unexpected assault. A section of its body, scorched and weakened, began to crumble. Zeke, seizing the opportunity, climbed the creature's weakened flank, his movements surprisingly agile despite the immense size of his foe. He was no longer the helpless healer. He was a force to be reckoned with. He paused, breathing heavily, a trickle of blood tracing a path down his cheek. Despite the wounds, a grim determination hardened his gaze. He muttered to himself, "The pressure is a bit weaker now." With renewed vigor, Zeke unleashed another blast of violet energy, this time aiming for the creature's core. The attack pierced the beast's defenses, causing a visible shudder. The creature's movements grew sluggish, its once ferocious attacks now weak and uncoordinated. Its demise was imminent. As the creature finally succumbed, Zeke collapsed, exhausted but victorious. He had proven his strength, not through swordsmanship, but through a power far more potent. Zeke, the young man, found himself clinging precariously to a monstrous, pulsating worm. His dark clothing was torn, and he looked up at a concerned figure above him. "Are you all right, my lord?" the figure asked anxiously. Zeke, catching his breath, responded with a terse question of his own. "What did you do, Liam?" Liam, a figure clad in dark military-style attire, stood above the writhing worm, his back to Zeke. The creature thrashed violently, its movements suggesting a powerful struggle. Liam turned, a small vial in his hand. He explained calmly, "I applied an anesthetic to my sword." Zeke, his expression thoughtful, observed Liam. "I see. The main ingredient in an anesthetic is belladonna. For a human, it'll simply weaken one's senses, but to a worm." The worm convulsed again, its movements becoming increasingly erratic and violent. Its purple flesh seemed to writhe in agony. Zeke continued his explanation. "It would be a deadly poison." Liam's face was grim. In this urgent situation, he had realized that worms were incompatible with belladonna, and adapted by using the anesthetic as a substitute. Zeke nodded in approval. "Your judgment and adaptability reflect your title, Liam." Zeke then gave a command to Liam. "Liam, when I give the signal, stab it with that sword again." Zeke, the young man branded a failure by his own family, stood defiant. His gaze was sharp, betraying a quiet confidence that belied his outward appearance. A fellow dragon slayer, his features obscured by shadow, stood behind him, a silent observer. "Taking you in really was the right choice after all," the unseen figure stated, his voice a low murmur. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted from Zeke, a raw power that seemed to crack the very air around him. The energy coalesced, forming a swirling vortex of violet light. It was a breathtaking display of power, unlike anything witnessed before. Zeke, propelled by this newfound force, launched himself into the air, soaring towards the heart of the vortex. He moved with impossible speed and grace, a blur of motion against the vibrant purple backdrop. His descent was as controlled as his ascent. He plunged towards a colossal, monstrous form, its features obscured by shadow and swirling energy, but its immense size was undeniable. With a battle cry, Zeke plunged his sword into the creature's mass, the impact sending a shockwave of energy outwards. Blood, crimson against the purple, stained his arm. "Liam," he shouted, his voice strained. Meanwhile, another figure, Liam, engaged in a desperate struggle against the same monstrous entity. He fought with fierce determination, his movements a whirlwind of motion. The creature retaliated, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, snapping shut with terrifying force. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, felt the searing pain of his mortal wounds. His vision blurred, the world dissolving into a chaotic swirl of colors. Before his consciousness faded completely, cryptic words materialized before his eyes, promising a power beyond mortal comprehension. He awoke, 20 years younger, back within the very family that had cast him out. But he was different now. A purple aura crackled around him, a testament to the power he now wielded. The words, The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. Echoed in his mind, a confirmation of his transformation. A monstrous dragon, its scales shimmering obsidian, lunged at him. But Zeke was ready. This time, he would not be defeated. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a devastating attack. A purple energy slicing through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The dragon roared in agony as the attack connected, its massive body convulsing violently. Despite his victory, Zeke was not unscathed. Blood streamed down his arms, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He stood, his gaze unwavering, his resolve strengthened by his newfound power and the promise of a future where he would never again be weak. A notification appeared before Zeke's eyes, announcing the successful completion of a sudden quest. The reward was substantial, double the usual karma points and 2 random boxes. His current karma point total was updated to 780. A booming voice echoed across the expansive courtyard. Cadets, fresh from their dungeon trials, were instructed to assemble for the grading of their performance. The cadets, a sea of dark uniforms, gathered before a long table where several instructors awaited. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation and nervous energy. Once all had assembled, the instructors announced that those who had completed their tasks could depart. The grading process was about to begin. A young woman, sharp and efficient, stood at attention, awaiting instructions. Her fellow cadets stood rigidly beside her, their expressions a mixture of hope and apprehension. The first cadet's results were announced: 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. This equated to a total of 180 points. A murmur rippled through the assembled cadets. The score was close to Sir Abel's record of 200 points, a testament to the exceptional skill of the purebloods. Despite this, the instructor declared the cadet had far surpassed the passing grade of 130 points, a testament to their prowess. A young man in a dark uniform, his sword strapped to his side, accepted the praise with a polite nod. He expressed his gratitude for the commendation. The assessor, hand resting on a clipboard, announced that the grading process would commence. The young man stood in a large courtyard, soldiers marching in formation behind him. The assessor revealed the results, a total of 120 points, exceeding the passing grade of 70. The young man, clearly pleased, expressed his thanks. The young man's name was revealed to be Raina Turin. He stood tall, a look of quiet confidence on his face. Another individual, seated on a tree stump, warned Raina that his current confidence wouldn't last forever. Raina responded with a subtle, knowing smile, suggesting he was prepared for any eventuality. A flashback occurred. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, vowed to take care of someone named Zeke. The man's thoughts turned to the passage of time, noting how long it had been since he had seen sunlight. Raina reacted sharply to a voice, his expression shifting to one of alarm and uncertainty. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, lay sprawled on the ground, his body half crushed beneath the immense weight of a dungeon worm. Beside him, Owen, a fellow dragon slayer, stared in disbelief. Owen's shock was palpable. He could only stammer. How did he? His gaze shifted to the dying creature. Is that the dungeon worm? Weren't orcs the highest-scoring monsters? Why is this? The dungeon worm thrashed violently, its powerful body convulsing as Zeke, seemingly uninjured, rose to his feet. With a swift, precise movement, Zeke delivered a killing blow. He addressed Owen, a hint of amusement in his tone. You seem pretty surprised, Owen. Owen, speechless, could only stare as Zeke approached. Zeke's smirk widened. Are you that happy to see me? Owen's anger flared. This arrogant bastard. What happened to that poker face of yours? Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a subtle smirk, stood with his back to a superior officer. He wore the uniform of the Dragon Slayer family, though his bearing was far from the proud stance expected of a Draker. The officer, partially obscured, commented that the uniform suited Zeke more than he expected. Zeke adjusted his backpack, a subtle movement betraying a hint of defiance. A gloved hand, adorned with the Dragon Slayer crest, was visible. He turned to leave, prompting a surprise question from another officer. You're leaving already? Zeke and a companion walked away, their thoughts turning to the disdain of the pureblood Draker family. Meanwhile, another young man, his face contorted in rage, vowed revenge for the perceived slight. Zeke and his companion continued their journey, observing a group of soldiers marching in the distance. His companion noted the merciless nature of the other young man. Another officer approached, inquiring if Zeke was finished with his training. Elsewhere, an officer diligently documented something on a clipboard. Instructor Andre, a man with sharp eyes and blonde hair, meticulously reviewed a document. He declared, I'll begin grading you now. A young man with dark hair, standing before Andre, responded with a hint of sarcasm. I don't have anything, so is there any need to grade me at all? Andre countered, as an instructor, I won't just carelessly gloss over things. The focus shifted to a monstrous, dragon-like creature, its jagged teeth prominent. A question hung in the air. Did it eat the bag holding your heads? The young man simply stated, that's correct. A flashback showed a group of soldiers struggling against a powerful foe. The young man, seemingly unscathed, smirked and commented, "I got lucky." He explained the situation. "I lost all the heads I'd gathered over these past 4 days because of that damn dungeon worm suddenly attacking me." He continued, "But I couldn't afford to receive a failing grade, so I just quickly brought the dungeon worm's head with me instead." Andre, examining the young man's injuries, mused, what instructor other than Andre would examine the flesh and skin stuck between the teeth? A pair of gloves, stained a deep violet, lay discarded on a worn wooden surface. The fabric, once a vibrant blue, now seemed almost translucent, hinting at a potent magic recently unleashed. Darkness. Then, a chilling confirmation. The monsters encountered were gremlins, goblins, and hobgoblins. Their menacing forms, partially obscured by shadow and flame, filled the scene. Further fueling the inferno, hellhounds and orcs joined the fray. Their snarls and growls echoed through the air. And finally, a hulking figure emerged from the flames. A troll, its massive form radiating menace. The sight of the troll sent a wave of shock through a group of young soldiers. One of them whispered, "A troll." Another soldier observed, "Considering the amount of blood, it seems there were dozens of heads, but it would be unfair to count that." A third soldier, meticulously cleaning his sword, concluded, "So I'll count each monster species as one head." Despite the troll and the dungeon worm not being included in the official count, their presence loomed large. An instructor's voice cut through the air, calmly assessing the cadets' performance. "Given that there are records stating that a troll is 3 orcs strong and a dungeon worm is 6 strong, I'll give them 90 and 180 points respectively." The instructor continued, his tone unwavering. "Total, 368 points. You pass." 2 cadets exchanged bewildered glances. One of them voiced their astonishment. "How many points did we get as cadets?" A third cadet, older and more experienced, offered a perspective. "Back in our day, hellhounds weren't even part of the exam criteria." The initial shock registered on the faces of the younger cadets. One of them whispered, barely audible, "Is that even possible?" Another cadet, clearly agitated, emphasized the difficulty of the test. "Hey, even the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points." A cadet with a more cynical outlook shrugged. "And what does that even matter?" A chilling image of a monstrous dungeon worm filled the next panel. Its gaping maw, a terrifying reminder of the challenges they had faced. A voice, seemingly disembodied, warned, "Think about it carefully if you guys were faced." The monstrous maw of a dungeon worm filled the frame, its jagged teeth a terrifying promise of violence. 2 figures stood defiantly against a backdrop of impending doom. One, taller and broader, exuded an air of confidence. The other, smaller and more reserved, stood beside him, a stark contrast in demeanor. The question hung heavy in the air. Could they face such a threat? The focus shifted to Zeke Draker, his face partially obscured, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The question of his strength was posed. Zeke winked, a subtle expression of amusement and perhaps a touch of arrogance. He was clearly pleased with his current situation. He observed the commotion around him, noting the difference in how he was treated now compared to the past. The mocking laughter was gone, replaced by a nervous energy. Zeke's eyes, wide and intense, reflected a complex mix of emotions. While he didn't dislike the attention, a sense of unease lingered. He had once again become a focal point, and this time, it felt different. The narrative shifted to reveal a clandestine plot. Zimmons, a powerful figure, had manipulated the Academy's examination dungeon in an attempt to eliminate Zeke. The image showed the dungeon worm's gaping maw, emphasizing the danger Zeke had faced. The question of Owen's involvement was raised. However, even Owen, a seemingly powerful figure, wouldn't dare to directly interfere with the Academy's examinations. The implication was that someone more powerful than Owen was involved. Zeke Draker, his back to the viewer, stood cloaked in shadow. The emblem of the Zimmons, a serpentine ring, was visible on his back. He mused that the Zimmons' observation of him was more extensive than he'd initially believed. His face, partially obscured, revealed intense, golden eyes. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. He realized that openly displaying his strength would be counterproductive. For now, he decided he would adapt and observe the situation. The scene shifted to a rocky landscape. Zeke, from a distance, was seen trekking through the terrain, his back to the viewer. The focus returned to a close-up of Zeke Draker's face, his expression serious and contemplative. Zeke's attire, a dark uniform with the Draker family crest, was shown in detail. The crest featured crossed swords and a stylized dragon. He was then seen observing a group of soldiers, led by a female officer. Her stern expression and confident posture suggested authority. Zeke's whispered question hung in the air. "Reyna?" The female officer, Reyna, responded with a curt, "You win this time." Zeke Draker stood alone, a figure of quiet contemplation against a stark, rocky landscape. A contingent of soldiers stood in the distance, their presence a silent challenge. A wry smile touched his lips. He mused, "I win? Win what?" The scene shifted to a grand hall, opulent and imposing. Zeke, now seated, considered the large, tiled platform before him. He thought, now I guess I'll have to start with this? A draconian skill notification appeared. Gluttony, level 1, locked, requiring 50 points to unlock. Zeke examined the skill interface. He reflected, I've been ignoring it as a useless skill, but I can easily invest 50 points now. Another notification appeared, asking if he wanted to activate Gluttony. He responded with a simple, sure. A wave of energy pulsed from interface. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, the skill description changed? The updated description of Gluttony revealed its true potential, the ability to consume anything, convert it into energy, and absorb the bloodline abilities of consumed monsters. Zeke, the young man ostracized by his family for his unusual healing abilities, found himself questioning his newfound power. Absorbing a monster's abilities? The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. He mused that he should have activated this power before the upcoming exam, a crucial test for his family's acceptance. He resolved to experiment. He would attempt to use energy conversion, a technique he'd only read about in ancient texts, to understand its nature. As Zeke focused his intent, a draconian skill, Gluttony, activated. A surge of power coursed through him, leaving him utterly bewildered. A dark, viscous substance emanated from his hands, swirling around a crimson object he held. His eyes widened in surprise and apprehension. He watched, fascinated and terrified, as the process unfolded. The crimson object, seemingly a piece of a monster's remains, was absorbed into the darkness emanating from Zeke's hands. He stumbled back, overwhelmed by the sudden power surge. The dark substance continued to spread, engulfing the crimson object completely. The strange substance resembled a bog, swallowing the crimson object whole. Zeke, exhausted but strangely invigorated, watched as the energy was absorbed into the shadows. A message appeared, confirming that he had successfully recovered energy from the absorbed energy source. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Zeke Draker awoke with a start. His migraine vanished as if he'd taken a long nap. A wave of relief washed over him. Not only did his headache disappear, but his mental and physical fatigue lessened considerably. He felt rejuvenated, his entire body revitalized. It was as if every cell had been refreshed. This was more than just a simple recovery. It was a profound restoration. His revitalization extended even to his etheric energy. It was subtle, but undeniable. He had recovered completely. Draconian skill, Gluttony, has been activated. The words appeared before his eyes, confirming his suspicions. He had gained a new ability. Zeke examined his status screen. This is definitely worth 50 points, he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. The new skill was a significant boon. He looked down at his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. With this new skill, he could mitigate the risks associated with his other abilities. He could recover from mental fatigue using Gluttony. This was a game changer. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Thanks to infinite stamina, he no longer felt physical fatigue. He could train relentlessly. He could train for 24 hours straight without needing food or sleep. This was a revolutionary development in his training regimen. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, a healer in a family of warriors, let out a triumphant laugh. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. A look of mischievous anticipation crossed his face. He was ready to begin. Meanwhile, in the family's training hall, a stern-faced man addressed Zeke. Decker, he began, I told you last time, didn't I? I asked you to avoid disturbing me when I'm in the training hall. A subordinate approached Zeke, bowing respectfully. My apologies, young master, he said. I've come to inform you of some important news. Zeke's eyes widened in anticipation. Important news? He questioned, his curiosity piqued. A wave of excitement washed over him. Finally, outside the manor, Zeke spoke to someone named Galleon. Galleon, he said, I heard that my sword is complete. Galleon responded affirmatively. Yes, please wait just a moment. Zeke reflected on his past life. In his previous existence, Galleon had crafted a special weapon for him, a mithril and pure iron sword, the Sword of Radiance, Graham. A renowned blade, its excellence instantly recognizable to any discerning eye. Despite providing him with a dragon's fang as material, Zeke expected a weapon similar in design to Graham. He found himself pondering the unexpected outcome. But what was this? The newly forged weapon was revealed, resting within a dark, crimson-lined container. Its form was strikingly different from what he had anticipated. Zeke's question hung in the air, his gaze fixed on the mysterious blade. The scene opens with a close-up on a pair of hands. One, gloved in dark leather, grips a long, slender object. The other, bare and pale, rests atop it, offering a stark contrast. A faint, intricate design, resembling a stylized dragon, is visible on the leather glove. The camera angle shifts, revealing the object to be a sword, its dark, obsidian-like blade gleaming faintly. It is being carefully lowered into what appears to be a wooden chest. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stands before a wooden chest, holding the same sword. He examines it critically. He muses aloud, judging by its appearance, it's not a very pretty sword. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, Her face etched with concern speaks to him. Her words are unspoken, but her expression conveys worry. She asks, "Did you not sharpen it on purpose?" Zeke's gaze sharpens. His expression is unreadable, but a hint of determination flickers in his eyes. He replies, "So that means this sword is the one you believe suits me best." A young man, his face partially obscured, confirmed something with a hesitant, "That is correct." He continued, noting that most would be bewildered by his words, but it seemed the person he was speaking to understood his meaning. The focus shifted to another man, his expression serious and contemplative. He muttered, "If it's him." A servant, presenting a dark, mysterious sword resting in a casket, reported, "Sir, the truth is this sword doesn't have a name yet." The unnamed sword was shown in detail. Its dark, crystalline form hinted at immense power. The man who had been contemplating the sword's identity spoke, "I tried to give it one, but no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't think of one." His servant, showing deference, suggested, "Sir, if you could, would you please give it a name?" Graham, the Sword of Radiance, was a name that Galleon himself had come up with. However, Galleon was unable to name this new sword. The narrator explained that this was because the current sword was fundamentally different from Graham, having been forged with a dragon's fawn. The man, now alone, resolved to treat this new sword as entirely separate from Graham. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, pulsed from the gloved hands of a man. Intricate golden designs, resembling a dragon's head and crossed swords, adorned the back of his gloves. His eyes widened, a look of surprise and slight alarm crossing his features. A single, sharp sound escaped his lips. A concerned voice cut through the silence. "Sir, what are you doing?" The man, his face partially obscured, held a gleaming dagger. Blood trickled down his arm. He thought, even if healing factor is active at all times, is still my skill. The other man urged him, "Stop the bleeding." He focused, muttering, "I should be able to control it." His hand glowed with a faint green light. He declared, "All right, it worked." Now then, Zeke Draker, the young man whose life had ended moments ago, lay bleeding. A dragon-shaped emblem, etched onto his glove, was stained crimson. His eyes, though closed, seemed to hold a lingering intensity. As final drops of Zeke's blood fell to the floor, glowing faintly purple before dissipating, a man with dark hair, observing the scene, pondered aloud. Could this be the sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ritual, a traditional dwarven rite where a weapon is given a name. The ritual involved the owner infusing their blood, energy, and mana into their sword. Once begun, the initiator would journey into the depths of their unconscious mind, searching endlessly for a name. The man shook his head, muttering, "I can't believe he knows about this ancient dwarven rite, long forgotten due to its danger." He stared at Zeke's lifeless body, a question hanging in the air. Just how? A swirling vortex of bubbles rose from the depths, a silent testament to a recent disturbance. Zeke Draker, the young man who had failed to awaken his family's ancestral power, drifted lifelessly upwards, surrounded by ethereal red glyphs. The glyphs pulsed with an otherworldly energy, their crimson glow illuminating the darkness around him. Countless names, swirling around him like a storm, presented themselves to Zeke. He had to choose. From the chaos, he had to select the one name that would define his new existence. For the sake of his new path, a new beginning, a new identity was needed. Zeke focused his will, his gaze hardening with determination. He would forge his own destiny. He needed a new name, one worthy of the power he now possessed. A single, dark glyph descended from the swirling vortex, marking the start of his transformation. A ripple disturbed the still surface of a dark, metallic liquid. Concentric circles expanded outward, carrying with them faint, crimson sparks. The disturbance intensified, the ripples growing larger and faster, the sparks intensifying into a fiery glow. The liquid swirled, a vortex forming in the center of the pool. The crimson sparks coalesced, growing brighter and more defined. From the swirling vortex, a figure emerged. Zeke, the failed dragon slayer, now standing amidst the dark, ethereal energy. The word Bahamut appeared, etched in crimson. Zeke's eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light, reflecting the energy surrounding him. His gaze was sharp, determined. Before him, a colossal, obsidian blade materialized, seemingly forged from the very essence of the darkness around him. Countless smaller, fiery swords surrounded it, like spectral guardians. The Stygian blade, Bahamut, was complete. Its dark, crystalline surface pulsed with power. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood amidst this swirling vortex of crimson energy, countless spectral swords piercing the heavens. Blood stained his arm, a stark contrast to the elegant dark attire he wore. His gaze was fixed on something beyond the viewer's perspective, a grim determination etched on his face. He turned, his expression a mixture of disbelief and introspection. The spectral swords remained, a backdrop to his internal turmoil. I can't believe I picked out the name of an evil dragon. Is my subconscious all right? He wondered, a hint of unease in his voice. The scene shifted. Zeke now found himself in a dimly lit workshop, the air thick with the scent of old wood and leather. A dwarven artisan, his face etched with awe, addressed him. "You are truly incredible, sir. You know of a rite that even dwarves hardly know of." Zeke, examining a bloody bandage, replied calmly, "I just happened to come across it while studying dwarven history." A large, ornate sword leaned against the wall, a silent testament to his past. The dwarven artisan, whose name was revealed to be Borin, gestured towards a nearby stool. "Sir, would you rest here for a moment? I have something that I wish to give to you." Borin approached Zeke with open hands and a warm smile, his enthusiasm palpable. Zeke, though wary, seemed receptive to the gesture. Zeke accepted Borin's offer to rest, thanking him profusely. The workshop, filled with various tools and armor, provided a stark contrast to the scene of his previous battle. He carefully examined a strange glove, a thoughtful expression on his face. The weight of his past and the uncertainty of his future hung heavy in the air. The administrator's request was confirmed. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from Zeke's hand, a subtle energy shift barely perceptible to the naked eye. The passive activation of his healing factor class skill was temporarily suppressed. A wave of realization washed over Zeke. The ability to control such a fundamental aspect of his power was monumental. Zeke, still recovering, lay beside a man who appeared to be his caretaker. He reflected on the implications of his newfound control. This meant he could avoid unwanted attention, recalling a past encounter with someone known only as Duke. He decided against revealing the full extent of his abilities, at least for now. A sense of caution, born from past experiences, guided his actions. He felt a pang of guilt towards someone called Galleon, but his current priorities demanded discretion. He planned to remove the bandages later, but a more pressing matter demanded his attention. His gaze fell upon a mysterious, dark blade resting on the floor. Its ominous presence hinted at power beyond comprehension. Zeke resolved to investigate the nature of this weapon. The inscription identified it as the Stygian blade Bahamut, forged in the mana of the blue flame by a master craftsman using the Fong of Bahamut, the cursed light dragon. Its properties included indestructibility and aura conversion. Crucially, it was sealed, its full power to be unleashed only as the wielder grew stronger. Zeke pondered the implications of the blade's sealed power, its release contingent upon his own growth and development. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, examined the newly forged sword. Its intricate design was unlike anything he'd ever seen. A voice, filled with awe, echoed in the room. "I've never heard of a weapon like this before." The artisan, his face etched with disbelief, continued his assessment. "The material was extraordinary. It may be made with a dragon's fong, but that's unbelievable." He then shifted his gaze to the sword's hilt, a faint glow emanating from its base. Despite his doubts, a sense of determination hardened his expression. Well, regardless. Zeke's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A triumphant smile played on his lips as he prepared to unveil the sword's true nature. The most important thing is, the specifications of the weapon were revealed. A blade forged with the soul of a light dragon, Bahamut, possessing the unique ability of aura conversion. This power, sealed within, would unlock as Zeke grew stronger. A flashback revealed the creator's arduous process. The reason for the intricate magic circuits was partly due to the commissioner's incredible abilities, but also because of Graham's core ability, aura conversion. The image showed the magnificent sword, its golden hilt and radiant blade gleaming. The creator's dedication was evident in every detail. The narration continued, explaining the unique properties of aura conversion. This remarkable ability allowed the sword to transform any energy, mana, ether, or otherwise, into potent aura. Zeke, eyes closed, stood engulfed in a purple aura, the power of Bahamut beginning to manifest within him. His expression was one of serene power. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue, crackled and pulsed. It was raw power, untamed and potent. The energy coalesced, forming around a hand gripping a long, slender blade. The weapon hummed with the same vibrant blue energy. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood proudly, the glowing sword held aloft. He was someone born without the ability to use aura, a fact that had once defined his life. This, however, was different. This unique power, this aura-infused blade, was the key to his rise among the Black Knights. It was a testament to his relentless pursuit of strength. Meanwhile, a man with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in work clothes, emerged from a room filled with barrels. He offered a relieved apology for the delay. He was surprised to see Zeke, his expression shifting from relief to astonishment. Zeke's presence, and the aura emanating from his sword, left the man speechless. The sight of the aura was unexpected and remarkable. The man's astonishment was palpable. The sword was undeniably imbued with aura. He marveled at Zeke's accomplishment, recognizing the immense difficulty of what he had achieved. Zeke had surpassed the challenges that would have defeated even a seasoned Purple Knight. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, observed Galleon's work. Galleon, a blacksmith with a beard and weathered hands, responded to Zeke's silent assessment with a modest, "Very well done, Galleon." He continued, explaining that his work was nothing compared to the furnace's power. But more importantly, he presented Zeke with a request. Would you please take a look at this? Zeke examined the object Galleon offered, a long, slender sheath. His reaction was a quiet, questioning, a sheath. Galleon explained, this is a sheath personally crafted by my master. Zeke, intrigued, murmured, Hm, I'd never heard of Galleon's master, even in my past life. His eyes fell upon an inscription on the sheath. Gallen, yo, Bert. A sudden realization struck him. What? Gallen Jobert? He was shocked. The name resonated with a profound significance. The one they called the pinnacle of blacksmithing. That Gallen Jobert. The image of Gallen Jobert, a large, powerfully built dwarf with a long white beard, wielding a massive hammer, filled Zeke's mind. The narration confirmed. Gallen's creations were all crafted near perfectly and Beard's special abilities. A display of several of his exquisitely crafted weapons further emphasized his legendary skill. Collectors would pay hundreds of gold to get their hands on them. The artisan, a powerfully built man with shoulder-length brown hair, grinned, revealing a surprisingly sharp set of teeth. He addressed the other man, whose face was partially obscured by shadows. So you were Gallen's disciple, and you can read the dwarven language as well. The shadowed figure responded, his voice low and measured. If it's the Gallen I know, then there's no way that's just a simple sheath. The artisan chuckled, a sound that seemed to rumble in his chest. Of course, he demonstrated, using a dial located by the opening of the sheath, revealing a hidden mechanism. With a whirring sound and a flash of light, the sheath transformed. The artisan held up a gleaming shield, its surface etched with intricate designs. It can transform into a shield like this. He continued his explanation. It's made with mithril and wyvern bones, so it could take a good deal of abuse. If you turn the dial on a shield's handle, then it will return to being a sheath. The shadowed figure, clearly impressed, responded, This is nothing compared to the grace you've shown me, sir, but please take it. The shadowed figure presented the artisan with a long, dark object. It is my gift to you. Zeke, a young man with a mischievous grin, held up a small, ornate container. He chuckled. You could have just sold this furnace. His companion, a more serious figure, responded sharply. I can't sell my master's works to just anyone. The serious figure continued. It will be worth several hundred gold coins, though. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? He exclaimed before adding, Well, I'll accept it gratefully anyway. He carefully drew a long, dark sword from its surprisingly small sheath. The blade shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. However, as he examined it more closely, he noticed something unusual. A faint crack appeared on the hilt. Zeke's expression turned serious. If it's Gallen Jobert's work, then... With a sudden burst of energy, the sword began to glow intensely. He exclaimed, I knew it. The sword's power surged, far exceeding his expectations. He held it aloft, a look of awe on his face. It far exceeds expectations. From outside the workshop, Zeke's companion's voice could be heard. I'm glad you've taken a liking to it. The scene opens in a grand hall, the architecture hinting at a place of power and tradition. Two imposing pillars stand sentinel, their capitals hinting at a history stretching back centuries. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, sits on the floor, examining a small, metallic gauntlet. His expression is one of excited surprise. A detailed description of the gauntlet appears. Gauntlets made from light, yet durable meteoric iron. Properties, none. Special notes. Its properties will activate upon donning a full set of meteoric iron. Zeke reflects on the origin of the gauntlet, a random box received from a sudden quest. He had expected a treasure chest, but this was far more valuable. He decides to check the second chest. Zeke cautiously opens the second box, a look of uncertainty on his face. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and sharp features, stood before an ornate wooden chest. He had been cast out by his family for his lack of aptitude in swordsmanship, a failing for a descendant of the renowned Dragon Slayer lineage. Now, 20 years younger, he found himself back in the family home, determined to forge a new path. He mused that it was time to check the contents of his second chest, a decision born from his unwavering resolve to seize any opportunity to enhance his strength. With a determined expression, Zeke opened the chest. His eyes widened in surprise at what he found inside. He peered into the chest, his curiosity piqued by the contents. He questioned the nature of the item he had discovered. The chest contained an ancient map, detailing a vast and varied landscape. Regions such as the giant mountains, the frozen desert, and the Rome Empire were clearly marked. Zeke's eyes widened as he noticed something extraordinary on the map. A surge of shock and recognition washed over him. The map, he realized, contained traces of Grand Master Kaiser, a name synonymous with the legendary hero King Kaiser. The implications were staggering. The tale begins with an introduction. Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower. A figure emerges, cloaked in shadow, wielding a magnificent sword. His identity remains shrouded in mystery for now. The biography of Kaiser and his knights, detailing the founding of the brilliant kingdom of Kronos, is the most popular book on the continent. However, the story's absurdity and lack of historical evidence lead many to dismiss it as mere fiction. Yet, a young man's voice cuts through the doubt. So the Hero King Kaiser really did exist. His hand clenches, a fierce determination etched on his face. Analysis complete. The young man examines a device, a map appearing on its surface. These are Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair, studied a map. His gaze fell upon a region marked Giant Mountains, Dungeon, located near Argos and the Middle Land. He questioned aloud, the Giant Mountains? He continued his assessment, noting that this area was within the territory of the barbarians. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself, that's the territory of the barbarians. It looks like this will be resolved much easier than I thought. Zeke leaned closer to the map, his focus unwavering. He seemed to be strategizing his next move, his brow furrowed in concentration. A holographic interface shimmered before him. Zeke's eyes widened slightly as he processed the information displayed. The holographic display indicated that the tutorial was concluded. He looked at the device with a questioning expression. The tutorial will be concluded. A new quest appeared. Achievement Quest, Hero King Kaiser's Secret Technique. The objective was to acquire Kaiser's secret technique at the ruins containing traces of Kaiser. There was no time limit. The quest reward was System Administrator Authority Elevation, Elementary Administrator, Intermediate Administrator. Zeke understood. He realized that the tutorial was a system designed to raise him to a certain skill level. He silently acknowledged, I see. The tutorial is a system designed to raise me up to a certain level of skill. A regal figure, crowned and cloaked in ethereal light, declared, no more baby steps then. The words, develop the administrator will begin, appeared above them, setting the stage for a momentous undertaking. On a nearby screen, a young man with a determined grin watched, his internal monologue revealing his anticipation. I guess the real game is starting. The young man's focus shifted to a digital interface displaying the words, Intermediate Administrator. He commented, the reward is on another level compared to the tutorial, too. He knelt, a faint blue energy emanating from his hands as he manipulated the interface. He muttered, okay, I see how it is. A triumphant grin spread across the young man's face as he examined a glowing blue object. He announced, first, I'll use up the points I've been saving. He proceeded to allocate his save points. A system message appeared. You've used 50 points to unlock Level 2 Draconian skills. The Level 2 Draconian skills are now available. Viewing Level 2 Draconian skills. The details of 2 Level 2 Draconian skills were displayed. Dragon Scale Armor, locked, requiring 80 points, and Dragon Claw, locked, requiring 80 points. The young man, reviewing his remaining points, reflected, right now I have a lot of points left, but I don't know when I'll reach the next level, so I may as well invest my points all at once again. It's a shame, but I'll just invest my points. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself staring at a glowing interface. He had been granted a second chance, a regression back in time, and with it, the promise of unimaginable power. The screen displayed a list of options, detailing the allocation of his newly acquired points. With a decisive tap, he invested his resources. The system responded instantly. 2 Draconian skills activated, Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. The latter manifested as a pair of glowing, crimson claws extending from his hands. The Dragon Claw skill fully activated, radiating intense heat and power. Zeke, eager to test his newfound abilities, decided to try out the Dragon Claw. He crouched low, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He slammed his foot down, unleashing a surge of energy. The resulting blast sent a shockwave through the ground, cracking the stone floor and sending debris flying. Zeke grinned, impressed by the raw power at his command. The force of a Dragon Claw had carved a deep fissure in the earth, a testament to its destructive potential. The results of Zeke's experiment far surpassed his expectations. A surge of power coursed through him, a potent energy he had never felt before. He gripped his sword, feeling its weight shift, imbued with newfound might. The weapon hummed with barely contained power. Zeke swung the blade, a powerful arc of energy trailing behind it. His face was set in grim determination. As he struck, a golden light erupted from his arm, forming plates of shimmering armor. It was the Dragon Scale Armor, a Draconian skill finally activated. A wave of intense heat washed over him as the Draconian skill fully manifested. He tested the armor's strength, unleashing a powerful blow against a nearby wall. The impact sent debris flying. Zeke reflected on his previous attempts. Even without using his aura, his intent was to cut through the target, but his sword simply bounced off. He examined his newly formed Dragon Scale Armor, realizing its defensive capabilities were equivalent to full plate armor. Zeke, a young man with determined eyes, stood in a large training hall. He tested his newly crafted weapon, commenting, Dragon Claw for attack and Dragon Scale Armor for defense. It's great how intuitive this is, he then declared. I'm warmed up now, so let's continue. The scene shifted to the Draker Academy's central training hall, a vast, domed space. Before the semester exams, an instructor addressed a large group of students assembled before a raised platform, explaining, and the practical aura exams begin. We will provide a basic explanation of the rules. The instructor continued his explanation, pointing towards a row of training dummies. Behind me, you can see basic training use dummies. He elaborated on their construction, stating, "These dummies were specially made so that it will be difficult to even scratch it with plain physical force." A student, demonstrating their skill, effortlessly sliced through one of the training dummies with a glowing sword. However, the instructor emphasized the difficulty of the task, stating, "But, let alone destroy it, if you fail to even make a dent in it, you will fail the exam." Zeke's face was shown, his eyes wide with a mixture of determination and apprehension. The instructor's voice boomed across the hall, silencing any murmurs of dissent. "All following exams will be considered null," he declared, "and you'll be forced to start over from the basics." A young man with dark hair, amongst a group of his peers, whispered a question, his brow furrowed in concern. "Starting over from the basics? Does that mean we won't be able to advance?" Before anyone could fully process the implications, a sharp command cut through the air. "Quiet. Come up when your name is called." An officer, his face tight with authority, addressed the assembled students. Those that are called first can't help but be flustered. The scene shifted. A young man with blonde hair, Zeke, stood in a training area, his eyes focused. He recognized the aura training. However, he thought, this is similar to the aura training I familiarized myself with at home. Zeke's confident demeanor shifted as the instructor spoke again. "The Academy's aura education is something that we, the Zimmons, have established." The instructor continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Even if you're a pure-blood awakener, you won't be able to match me in aura control." The instructor gestured dismissively. "You may begin when you're ready." Meanwhile, another student, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly, prepared himself. A young man, barely a teenager, stood poised, his hand gripping the hilt of a gleaming sword. The air crackled with energy as he prepared to strike. With a swift, precise movement, he unleashed a technique known as S-sword resonance. A wave of blue energy surged from the blade, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The impact of the technique was immediately apparent. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards. Two onlookers, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief, watched the display. One of them remarked on the young man's skill, noting his mastery of sword resonance at such a young age. The other agreed, attributing it to his noble lineage. The young man continued his demonstration, his movements fluid and powerful. He effortlessly shattered several training dummies with his enhanced strikes, showcasing the devastating power of his technique. The demonstration continued, each strike more impressive than the last. The young man moved with a grace and precision that belied his age. The onlookers watched, their faces etched with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. The sheer power on display was breathtaking. Having completed his demonstration, the young man stood amidst the wreckage, his back to the observers, a solitary figure in a vast training hall. The young man, Zeke, stood poised, his sword gleaming. His movements were precise, almost balletic, as he effortlessly deflected a series of attacks. Observers watched, impressed by his skill. "That's incredible, as expected from a Zimmons," one of them exclaimed. Another voice, this one filled with awe, cut through the air. "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before you surpass Sir Abel." The compliment was directed at Zeke, whose skill was clearly exceptional. Suddenly, Zeke's demeanor shifted. He reacted violently, his movements sharp and aggressive. A sharp crack echoed as something broke. Two onlookers exchanged concerned glances. "TSK, how ill-mannered. Why is she acting like this?" One whispered to the other, their confusion evident. Zeke's face contorted in a grimace, his eyes blazing with barely controlled fury. His sudden outburst was alarming. The word "next" appeared, signaling a shift in the action. Zeke lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. He engaged another opponent, his movements swift and deadly. The word "next" appeared again, emphasizing the rapid succession of events. The clash of steel echoed through the hall as Zeke's blade met his opponent's. Sparks flew, and the force of the impact was palpable. Zeke stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. He looked around at the struggling figures, a question forming in his mind. Why is everyone having such a hard time? The instructors observed the students' training exercises. It seemed that Owen's exceptional performance had left the others intimidated. Despite this, one instructor noted that there hadn't been a single student who failed to wield their sword, no matter how little their skill. The special class, they concluded, was truly exceptional. However, even among this group of prodigies, there were those who stood out. A young cadet, Zeke, approached an instructor, offering a polite but determined request. "Thank you in advance." Zeke's posture and bearing spoke volumes. He was clearly among the elite, surpassing even the already exceptional students. Zeke stood before two instructors in a training yard. He stated his request simply. "Instructor, I have just one request." The instructors, intrigued, prompted him to continue. Zeke's request was bold. "I wish to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts." One instructor pointed out that this was the grading criteria for higher-rank cadets. Zeke acknowledged this, his confidence unwavering. He gestured towards the other cadets, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "I'm aware. Your conceit knows no bounds now. The instructor responded, explaining the fundamental difference between simply imbuing a sword with aura and mastering the true dragon-slaying arts. These were, he emphasized, entirely separate skills. The instructor explained the intricacies of dragon-slaying arts. Maintaining the aura in a sword demanded intense focus. However, true mastery required making subtle adjustments to the aura's strength with every movement. He continued, assessing Renina's capabilities. At best, she could manage 1 or 2 swings before her aura dissipated. His words were sharp, laced with concern. He warned her that the consequences of failure were severe, questioning her resolve. Renina, arms crossed, remained resolute. She simply replied that she would proceed as planned, expressing her gratitude for his guidance. Renina drew her sword, a surge of energy illuminating the ornate chamber. The aura crackled around the blade as she prepared for the test. Nearby, other trainees watched with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Renina unleashed a powerful strike, the energy of her attack leaving a trail of light. Zeke Draker, the healer, stood amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal energy, his hands raised in supplication. His expression was one of grim determination, his gaze fixed on some unseen point beyond the chaotic display of power. The energy pulsed around him, a vibrant blue light illuminating his form. A crimson sash, the only splash of color against his dark uniform, flowed gently in the unseen currents. The scene shifted. Blades of pure energy, sharp and swift, tore through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. They sliced through a heavy training apparatus with terrifying ease. The impact was devastating. The once solid metal frame shattered into countless fragments, the pieces dispersing like dust in the wind. More energy blades spun and danced, a deadly ballet of destruction. Their movements were precise, almost balletic, yet utterly lethal. The fragments of the training apparatus continued to disintegrate, reduced to nothingness by the sheer force of the energy. The final pieces vanished, leaving only the lingering glow of the energy blades, a testament to Zeke's newfound power. A blinding light erupted, emanating from a swirling vortex of ethereal energy. The air crackled with raw power, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear at the seams. The light intensified, coalescing into a singular, piercing beam that stretched towards an unseen source. From the heart of the beam, a surge of energy pulsed outwards, impacting something unseen. The resulting shockwave rippled through the air. The impact shattered the ground, leaving behind a crater of pulverized earth and glowing fragments. Amidst the chaos, Zeke Draker stood, his form radiating an otherworldly energy. He raised a hand, a surge of power crackling around his fingertips. The energy subsided, leaving behind only scattered debris and a lingering scent of ozone. Zeke surveyed the damage, his gaze sweeping across the devastated training grounds. He was clearly in the Draker family estate. He turned his attention to a nearby training dummy, now reduced to splinters. Meanwhile, Owen, a young man in military attire, watched Zeke from a distance, a mixture of awe and apprehension on his face. He muttered to himself about the lack of rivalry he felt from Zeke's aura, contrasting it with his previous perception of Owen as the best when it came to aura control. A dismissive thought echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the scene unfolding, but he doesn't even compare. The weight of that judgment hung heavy, followed by a single, guttural word that spoke volumes of frustration and disbelief. Damn. Zeke Draker, his face contorted in a mask of anguish, stared ahead, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. His usually blonde hair was disheveled, his skin ashen. He clutched a sword, its polished steel gleaming faintly in the dim light of the Grand Hall. The ornate gold detailing on his uniform, usually a symbol of pride, now seemed to mock his despair. A sea of identical figures stood before him, a legion of young dragon slayers, each armed and ready. Their unwavering gazes were fixed on Zeke, their faces impassive. Zeke's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with bitter resentment. He challenged them, his words a raw expression of his pain. What's with that, damn it? Are you mocking me? His gaze hardened, a storm brewing within him. The silent question hung in the air. Was this a test, a cruel joke, or something far more sinister? A single, defiant word cut through the tension. No. Zeke's face was a portrait of inner turmoil, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled against an unseen force. His grip on his sword tightened. From the very beginning, Zeke Draker, the first descendant of the famed Dragon Slayer lineage to fail his awakening, found himself at odds with his family. His innate healing abilities, rather than the expected swordsmanship, marked him as an outcast. He stood, alone, on the precipice, a lone figure silhouetted against the setting sun. Below, the Draker family, his family waited, their shadows stretched, long and menacing. Zeke gripped his sword, its weight familiar yet alien in his hands. A bitter resentment, born of rejection and fueled by years of relentless training, hardened his gaze. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, surveyed his surroundings with a sigh. 20 years had passed since his death, and he found himself back in the very family that had cast him out. He muttered to himself, "What a mess." His attire was that of a cadet within the Draker family, a stark contrast to the healer's garb he had worn in his previous life. The ornate Dragon Slayer's sword, a symbol of his family's legacy, rested against his back, a heavy weight both literally and figuratively. A menacing presence filled the room. Zeke felt the weight of unseen eyes upon him, a palpable sense of malice emanating from shadowy figure. He thought, I can't just ignore him when he's glaring at me like that. A shift in his demeanor. A glint of determination replaced his apprehension. He resolved, well then, how about I try to meet expectations a bit? He approached his instructor, his voice firm and resolute. Instructor, I'd like to be graded according to the dragon-slaying art criteria as well. The instructor's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise and suspicion crossing his face. The instructor's voice was sharp, laced with disbelief. Zeke, was it? The instructor, clearly taken aback by Zeke's unexpected request, questioned his motives. Are you taking dragon-slaying arts lightly because Cadet Reina did it so easily? Within the hallowed halls of the Dragon Slayer Academy, two figures stood in hushed conversation. One, a cadet, nervously awaited the other's pronouncement. The senior officer declared that Cadet Reina was a pure-blooded awakener, and that the conditions for her were the same as for Cadet Reina. He asked if that was acceptable. The cadet readily agreed. His response is simple, emphatic, of course. His expression shifted, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A sinister smile stretched across his lips. The scene shifted to a training ground. A question was posed. Why did you allow it, instructor? The instructor responded that all attendance had been processed, but he hadn't seen the cadet attend a single class. The explanation was simple. The cadet had won a bet with Instructor Andre. One of the officers pointed out that the cadet had only recently been assigned there, so it made sense that he wouldn't know about the bet. A flashback revealed the cadet in question. He was an unheard of golden pure-blood light awakener. Furthermore, he was the unprecedented new recruit who broke Sir Abel's record in the dungeon escape exam. The flashback concluded, showing the exceptional cadet lying prone, his sword discarded nearby. Two figures stood over him, their expressions unreadable. The scene opens with a young man, his eyes closed, a sword resting across his lap. He is Zeke Draker, a name whispered with a mixture of pity and disdain. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts around him. The Stygian Blade Behemoth, a weapon of immense power, detects ether and activates its aura conversion ability. The detected ether begins transforming into a vibrant, blue aura. This is a process of immense power, a transformation visible to the naked eye. The aura intensifies, swirling around the blade, a spectacle of raw energy. Zeke opens his eyes, a grimace twisting his features. He mutters to himself about the difficulty of harnessing his newfound strength. The blue aura continues to surge, a powerful and unpredictable force. With a confident smirk, Zeke declares that he has enough power. He seems to have mastered, at least partially, the control of his new abilities. He stands, the blue aura now under his command, radiating from his body and the blade. He grips the Stygian Blade Behemoth, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. Zeke Draker's eyes widened, a look of dawning comprehension washing over his features. That's a radiant, ethereal sword materialized before him, its blade humming with celestial energy. The weapon pulsed with a light that seemed to defy the very fabric of reality. With a practiced grace born of countless hours of training, Zeke assumed the sky's slice stance. The very air crackled with anticipation. Instructor Andre, observing from a distance, offered a subtle nod of approval. He murmured to himself, impressed by Zeke's skill. He's perfected it to a degree comparable to me. No, it's even comparable to me, Instructor Andre. Zeke unleashed a devastating blow, cleaving the air with the force of a miniature supernova. The sheer power of his strike was breathtaking. His inner voice echoed with quiet confidence. I practiced the dragon-slaying arts so thoroughly during the 2 years before I regressed that I could do this in my sleep. His movements were a blur of controlled power, each strike precise and deadly. The young Dragon Slayer's skill was undeniable. His thoughts continued, a silent assessment of his own prowess. My sword and my movements, my positioning and footwork, and even the flow of aura. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, felt the power surge within him. His movements, once clumsy and hesitant, now flowed with an unnatural grace. The techniques, once painstakingly learned, were now ingrained in his very being. They required no conscious thought. He moved with a newfound speed, a blur of motion across the polished stone floor. The weight of his ancestral sword felt insignificant, an extension of his own will. He sheathed the great sword, a sigh escaping his lips. I was extremely bored of dragon-slaying arts, he admitted to himself, a hint of weariness in his tone. But starting over from the basics isn't so bad. He continued his practice, his movements precise and powerful. This much should be enough to stir up Reina as well, right? He mused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Two figures watched him from the shadows, their faces obscured. They observed Zeke's display of skill with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of the observers spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Right, I saw it. That sword is huge too. The other observer pondered aloud. Does that mean Zeke is on the level of a purple knight? Zeke, unaware of the observers, felt a sudden unease. Did I get too absorbed in it? He wondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The aftermath of a powerful energy surge was evident. Chunks of stone littered the floor, radiating a faint, ethereal glow, testament to the force unleashed. Amidst the destruction stood Zeke, a young man in a military-style uniform, his expression unreadable. He carried a large sword strapped to his back, his posture suggesting both weariness and quiet strength. Zeke's internal monologue revealed his surprise. It seemed his aura had leaked uncontrollably while he was unconscious. He cursed under his breath, realizing that his actions would inevitably draw unwanted attention. He had hoped to control his power more discreetly. Two figures, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, observed Zeke from a distance. One of them exclaimed about a first-year cadet achieving the rank of Purple Knight. Another cadet, seemingly a close acquaintance of Zeke, looked on with a mixture of concern and awe. The scene shifted to a different location, where a young man with blonde hair lay on the ground, his expression one of pained surprise. He was dressed in similar military attire, his uniform slightly different in color and detail, indicating a different rank or branch of service. A close-up revealed a clenched fist, the knuckles white with tension. The owner of the fist was obscured, but the intensity of the gesture suggested a brewing conflict. A young man's face, contorted in a smirk, filled the frame. His eyes, narrowed and gleaming, held a hint of malice. The scene shifted to an opulent room. A gloved hand reached for a delicate teacup, the setting suggesting a conversation of some importance was about to unfold. Someone remarked on Zeke's performance in the recent semester exams, noting the surprising results. Seated in a large chair behind a grand desk, an older man with silver hair and a distinguished mustache listened intently. He was clearly a man of authority. Zeke, the young man from the previous panel, sat opposite him, downplaying his success as mere luck. The older man chuckled, finding Zeke's humility unconvincing. He pointed out that achieving the rank of a Purple Knight at such a young age was hardly a matter of luck. He continued, addressing Zeke directly, and the conversation turned to the grade advancement exam. The older man's gaze intensified as he broached the subject of the exam, his expression unreadable. Zeke, contemplating the implications, wondered aloud if passing the exam meant skipping a grade. An instructor, his uniform crisp and bearing the insignia of authority, addressed a cadet. He explained the evaluation system. It could be one or more rewards depending on how you perform. It's a system designed for remarkable cadets like you. The cadet's internal monologue revealed his thoughts. He had taken the bait faster than anticipated. It was a given, since he had already surpassed expectations. The cadet, his face partially obscured, made a decision. He would proceed. His gaze was sharp, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. One of his eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. He was ready. An observer, unseen, noted the cadet's actions. It seemed he had a plan. The cadet, standing in a grand hall, declared his intentions. He would play along. He began to walk with a purposeful stride, his movements deliberate and confident. Meanwhile, in a study bathed in sunlight, an older man sat at his desk, seemingly lost in thought. A high-ranking officer of the Draker family, his chest adorned with numerous medals and gold braid, adjusted his uniform. His expression was one of quiet intensity. Through the window, a figure could be seen, silhouetted against the bright light. The officer listened intently as a report was given. Both pureblood awakeners have decided to take the exam, the report stated. The officer nodded curtly. Yes, I understand. I'll be sure to take those measures, he replied. He leaned back in his chair, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Things are getting interesting now, he mused. The scene shifted to a bright, sunny day. Ornate lampposts lined a path leading towards a large building. The building was identified as the Draker Academy Upper Class Aura Training Hall. Inside, two young people stood. One, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wore a serious expression. Beside her, a young man with dark hair chuckled nervously. His smile was strained. Two young men in military-style uniforms stood facing each other in a dimly lit room. One, with short dark hair, carried a large sword on his back. The other, with slightly longer brown hair, seemed tense, his gaze fixed on the floor. Don't stare at me, the dark-haired one stated, his tone firm. The dark-haired youth turned, his expression shifting slightly. He commented, looks like I made you wait. The scene shifted to show a large, imposing figure approaching the two young men. This is the examiner for the grade advancement exam. A voice announced. The examiner, a man with striking silver hair, stood before them. The caption read, the main family's upper-class knight. The examiner's lower body and legs were visible, clad in a dark uniform with gold accents and a long sword at his side. Someone off-panel identified him, Sir Owl Draker. The dark-haired youth's eyes widened in recognition. His internal thought, Isn't that man? Sir Al Draker's face was shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. The youth's thought echoed. Dieback blade? A sudden shift in setting. A desolate, ruined landscape was shown, with a lone figure carrying what appeared to be an unconscious person. Meanwhile, Sir Al Draker was seen again, his face etched with sorrow. Zeke Draker, the young healer, lay lifeless in the arms of a towering figure. His pale skin contrasted sharply with the dark, rich fabrics of his captor's ornate robes. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. The body was dropped unceremoniously onto the barren earth. A heavy boot landed nearby, sending up a small cloud of dust. A man with dark hair and a scarred face appeared, his expression a mixture of suspicion and anger. He was clearly disturbed by the sight before him. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with contempt. A Draker? What's a damn dog of the Empire doing here? He approached cautiously, his gaze fixed on the fallen figure. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. The man knelt beside Zeke, his expression shifting from suspicion to something akin to recognition. He seemed to be examining the body closely. He then stood, his face grim. The weight of his discovery was evident in his posture. The man stood over Zeke's body, a silent contemplation etched on his features. In the distance, a desolate graveyard stretched out, marked by numerous simple wooden crosses. The sheer number of crosses underscored the harsh reality of the location, a battlefield littered with the fallen. Zeke, a young man with stark white hair and a determined expression, struggled to dig into the hard earth. His movements were strained, his hands glowing with a faint, ethereal light. A tall figure emerged from the twilight, a shovel resting easily on his shoulder. He addressed Zeke with a polite inquiry. Shall I help you? Zeke, though clearly exhausted, shook his head. The newcomer, however, remained undeterred. He declared, even if you say no, I'll do it anyway. As the newcomer began to help, he introduced himself. I'm Zeke Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces. Murray paused, his gaze sharp. A question formed on his lips. You're a Draker, right? Zeke flinched at the name, his expression darkening. He responded curtly, No, I left. Murray seemed to understand. He continued, same as me then. What should I call you? Zeke hesitated for a moment before answering, his voice low and grave. Call me Dieback Blade. Within the Draker family's imposing headquarters, two figures stood facing each other. One, Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood tall in his uniform. The other, older and with silver hair, observed him with a critical gaze. The elder Draker mused that the young man's name was Owl, a moniker that seemed to fit. The elder Draker dismissed the matter, deeming further discussion unnecessary. The scene shifted. Two other young Draker knights, clad in similar uniforms, approached Zeke. They extended formal greetings, referring to him as Owl Draker and explaining that he was participating in the first-year upper-class knight advancement exam. A dramatic image appeared, depicting the Draker family crest, a fearsome dragon, its wings spread wide. Text explained that the upper-class knights within the Draker family were individuals of exceptional power, renown, and experience. The image transitioned to show the elder Draker again, emphasizing the high rank and prestige associated with the title of upper-class knight. The examination process was revealed, a traditional swordsmanship battle. Several candidates stood ready, awaiting their turn. Instructions were given. The candidates could continue fighting as long as they remained conscious and did not surrender. They were expected to give their all. A female knight stepped forward, eager to begin the test. However, Zeke interrupted. Zeke stated there was no need for them to fight separately. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood poised, his sword strapped to his back. He wore the dark uniform of the Draker family, a stark contrast to the muted tones of the city around him. His expression was one of quiet determination, hinting at the inner turmoil he carried. His gaze shifted, focusing on a figure in the distance. This man, with short, white hair and burning red eyes, radiated an aura of barely contained rage. A cruel, thin smile played on his lips, revealing a hint of malice beneath the surface. The white-haired man's voice echoed, a challenge ringing through the air. Come at me together. The scene opens with a tense exchange. A young man with short, dark hair, dressed in military-style attire, stands defiantly. He addresses unseen opponents, his words carrying an air of quiet confidence. There's no need to fight separately. His gaze is intense, focused. A close-up reveals a man with short, light gray hair, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. He appears to be injured, a dark smudge marring his face. The young man in military attire continues, issuing a challenge. He urges them to attack him together. His words are met with a grunt of exertion from another figure, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, who appears to be struggling. A second young man, also in military uniform, steps forward, advising her to remain calm. The young man in military attire smirks, confident in his superior skill. He points out that the test has already begun. The young man and woman exchange a look, a silent understanding passing between them. They stand poised, ready for whatever comes next. The young man's smirk widens as he observes his opponents. The tension in the room is palpable. He lets out a low chuckle, his confidence unwavering. The young woman beside him remains alert, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Reina, a young woman with thoughtful brown eyes, pondered aloud. What should I do, Zeke Draker? She mused, as expected of the genius Reina. What a quick judgment. A male voice, sharp and confident, cut through the silence. There's a perfect strategy we can use in this situation. We'll get one strike on him real good. The scene shifted to a dimly lit corridor. Several figures in white uniforms stood silently, awaiting orders. In the same corridor, a tense standoff unfolded. Two figures, one with a dark sword and the other with a katana, faced each other. A third person stood further back, observing. The observer commented on the katana, noting it was an odd sword with only a single edge, hailing from the Eastern Empire. The wielder of the katana, a man with gray hair and a serious expression, was identified. The sword was called a wando. The observer, his face partially obscured, remarked that the man had clearly used this sword for a long time. Zeke, the young man with the healer's touch, observed the scene before him. His gaze fell upon Reina, her expression betraying hurt pride. A silent MRGH escaped her lips. He considered her feelings, but a pragmatic thought crossed his mind. What use is pride to the weak? A stern voice cut through the tension. Don't make things personal, it advised. Just focus on the strategy. Reina, her face etched with frustration, visibly struggled to comply. Suddenly, a swift movement. Reina launched herself into action, her sword blur. She moved with surprising speed and agility, a flash of steel against the backdrop of a stormy sky. Clashes of steel echoed as blades met. Sparks flew. The impact was fierce, a brutal exchange of skill and force. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer family, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was no swordsman, his talent lay in healing, a fact that had earned him nothing but scorn from his kin. Now, surrounded by three opponents, he fought with a skill born of sheer necessity. His movements were frantic, a whirlwind of desperate defense against superior numbers. Each parry was a gamble, each dodge a prayer. His opponents, however, were relentless. One of Zeke's attackers, a man with silver hair and a commanding presence, pressed his advantage. The other two, though less skilled, were relentless in their assault, forcing Zeke to spread his defenses thin. He met the silver-haired warrior's blow head-on, his own blade meeting steel in a shower of sparks. The clash was fierce, a testament to Zeke's stubborn refusal to yield. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Zeke, a golden light that momentarily stunned his attackers. It was a desperate gamble, a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. He used the opening to deliver a swift counterattack, his movements now imbued with a newfound power. The silver-haired warrior barely managed to defend himself. Zeke pressed his advantage, his blade a blur of motion. His strength seemed to have increased tenfold, his strikes precise and deadly. He realized, with a surge of grim satisfaction, that he was facing an upper-class knight, a foe far stronger than his previous opponents. Yet he held his own. As Zeke fought, he recalled the advice given to him by a mysterious figure known only as Zeke. He had been told to focus his attacks on his opponent's weaknesses, a strategy that was now proving remarkably effective. Zeke, the young man in dark attire, found himself locked in a desperate struggle. His opponents, clad in similar dark uniforms, pressed their attack relentlessly. Despite his efforts, he lamented his inability to land a single effective blow. His strikes failed to even scratch his adversary. The Dragon-Slaying Arts, Chapter 3, Verse 1 commenced. Zeke's resolve hardened. He knew he had to attack with the intent to kill. His opponent, a man with silver hair and spectacles, stood poised, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He was clearly a formidable warrior, his attire suggesting a position of authority within the Dragon Slayer family. With a fierce cry, Zeke unleashed a powerful slash, his sword leaving a brilliant blue trail. The attack was swift and decisive. His opponent reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with a practiced movement. The clash of steel echoed through the air. The impact sent Zeke sprawling, but he quickly recovered, his determination unwavering. He was wounded, blood staining his lips, but he pressed on, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. His opponent, momentarily stunned by Zeke's unexpected resilience, stumbled back, giving Zeke a brief respite. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, its movements a blur of impossible speed. The air crackled with raw power. The figure, revealed to be Lady Reina Draker, stumbled, a crimson stain blooming across her chest. She collapsed to the ground. Two figures rushed to her side, their faces etched with concern. One of them cried out, "Lady Reina Draker, are you all right?" Reina, despite her injury, managed a weak but resolute, "I'm fine." Another figure, clad in military attire, approached cautiously. She warned, "It's dangerous, so step back." Reina explained, "It was only for a moment, but I lost consciousness." Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, unleashed a powerful golden energy blast. Reyna, observing the attack, admitted, "I have no hope of doing that with my skills." Zeke Draker, a name whispered with a mixture of awe and apprehension, appeared before them. His expression was one of confident amusement, a glint in his eyes that hinted at a hidden power. One of his companions voiced his disapproval of the plan, deeming it dishonorable. He refused to participate in such a shameful strategy, emphasizing the importance of an honorable duel. Zeke chuckled, dismissing the notion of honor in this context. His words implied that in this situation, honor was irrelevant. The focus was on the task at hand. He clarified that this wasn't a knightly duel, but an examination, a test of their capabilities. Zeke's hand clenched, his knuckles white. He revealed the true nature of the test, an assessment of their capacity to kill. His companion, burdened by guilt, acknowledged his role in seeking Zeke's help. Doubt clouded his companion's face. They questioned the efficacy of their plan, given Zeke's status as an upper-class knight. The conversation shifted to a past encounter, a memory of a previous confrontation in a cradle. The companion questioned Zeke's past actions, specifically his inability to dodge a falling rock. Zeke, seemingly caught off guard, reacted defensively. The image shows him in a moment of intense action. A young man with short brown hair, his expression unreadable, spoke in a low tone. He voiced his surprise at the methods employed, stating, "I didn't expect that you would use such a method." The young man's gaze remained fixed, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He simply replied, "Exactly." The camera shifted to another individual, a man with dark hair and a sly smile. He continued the conversation, implying that the same approach applied to him as well. The same goes for him. The dark-haired man, now holding a large, dark-bladed weapon, issued a command. "Just wait for my signal." The brown-haired young man, observing his companion, confidently asserted, "It'll definitely work. A small opening is more than enough." The words hung in the air, a declaration of intent. A surge of energy erupted, depicted as a chaotic explosion of purple and white light, radiating outwards in jagged lines. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of the energy blast, with the words applied dragon-slaying arts emblazoned across the image. Zeke Draker, the healer ostracized by his own Dragon Slayer family, found himself in the midst of a furious battle. Purple energy crackled around him as he moved with impossible speed, dodging a flurry of attacks from several opponents wielding glowing purple blades. His movements were fluid, almost ethereal, a stark contrast to the brutal efficiency of his adversaries. The technique he employed was called shadowless steps, a testament to his uncanny ability to vanish and reappear at will. It was a skill far beyond the capabilities of a typical healer. A nearby observer, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, recognizing the power on display. He recognized the style as belonging to Sir Duke, a figure of immense power and influence within the Dragon Slayer order. The image of Sir Duke, imposing and stern, materialized behind the observer, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, another young man with silver hair and a determined expression watched the unfolding battle with intense focus. He addressed Zeke, his voice sharp and urgent. "You'll have to get serious from now on." A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. The silver-haired youth, his eyes narrowed, questioned the source of the intense light. "The lights?" A woman with crimson eyes and a stern expression appeared, calmly explaining the situation. She revealed that the intense light was the result of a pure-blood awakener's traits of mana interference. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape. Two figures, locked in a fierce duel, traded blows with blinding speed. One, clad in dark, practical attire, moved with a deadly grace, their blade a blur of motion. The other, adorned in more ornate, golden armor, fought with a raw, almost desperate power. The golden-armored warrior pressed their attack, their movements a whirlwind of flashing steel. Their opponent, however, met each strike with unwavering resolve, deflecting blows with practiced ease. With a sudden, powerful thrust, the dark-clad warrior disarmed their opponent, sending their sword flying. The warrior in golden armor fell to the ground, defeated. The victor stood over their fallen foe, a hint of disdain in their expression. "What a childish ploy," they scoffed. "Did you think simply obstructing my vision would be enough?" Their words hung heavy in the air as they prepared for another strike. The golden light emanating from their body intensified. The dark-clad warrior paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing their face. "Would you provide an opportunity against an upper-class knight?" they questioned, their voice laced with doubt. A wave of unease washed over them. The warriors stumbled, a look of dawning horror on their face. They gasped, a sense of dread overwhelming them. But what is this bad feeling? The scene shifted. A figure, shrouded in oppressive darkness, was barely visible. How can he, within this pitch darkness where even I can barely make out any figures? A searing light pierced the gloom, illuminating a single, intense golden eye. The eye belonged to a figure whose face was still obscured by shadow. The scene opens on a figure cloaked in shadow, their features obscured. Only a portion of their face and a gold chain are visible. The question hangs in the air. move as though his vision is unperturbed. The shadowed figure is revealed to be a young man with silver hair, clad in dark clothing accented with gold. He holds a sword. He thinks to himself, I've been wanting to try out a new draconian skill, so this was good timing. The young man's hand glows with an intense golden light, forming a claw-like shape. He mutters, Owl isn't the type to go around talking about it anyway. A notification appears. Draconian skill Dragon Claw has activated. The young man unleashes a powerful golden blast of energy. The golden energy expands outward in a devastating wave. The young man, seemingly unaffected, stands poised with his sword. He observes the aftermath, a look of surprise on his face. He thinks, this year is a first-year cadet's sword strike. A burst of golden light erupts from the young man's sword. The light transforms into a swirling vortex of purple energy. He states, no, this isn't like a sword strike at all. The purple energy takes on a monstrous, clawed form. A surge of dark energy crackled, the air itself shimmering with an unnatural purple light. The raw power was palpable, a tempest of arcane might unleashed. Regardless of the spectacle, Zeke Draker had already surpassed the expectations placed upon him. His power far exceeded that of a mere cadet. The scene shifted to a training ground, where several figures lay scattered amidst the rubble of a shattered wall. It seemed that Reyna Draker lacked the same control over dark energy that Zeke possessed. Zeke's thoughts turned inward. He wondered if he had deliberately held back, limiting his power to avoid overwhelming his opponents. His technique, however, was only effective against opponents of comparable strength. The clash of steel echoed as Zeke engaged in a fierce duel, his movements a blur of speed and precision. Sparks flew as blades met. With a swift, decisive move, Zeke sent his opponent sprawling. The impact of the blow sent shockwaves through the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a chaotic display of clashing energies. Purple and gold streaks crisscrossed the darkness, punctuated by bursts of white. In the heart of the maelstrom, two figures battled. One, clad in dark attire, moved with impossible speed, his movements a blur against the vibrant energy. Observing from a distance, a man with dark hair and a sharp gaze watched the fight. His movements mirrored those of the dark-clad figure before the light show began, a chilling observation. The observer's eyes widened slightly. He muttered to himself, surprised by the dark-clad figure's rapid adaptation to the sudden darkness. A brilliant blue energy sliced through the air, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. The dark-clad figure moved with unnatural grace, evading the attack. His opponent, a man with silver hair and a determined expression, stood ready with his katana, his stance unwavering despite the ferocity of the attack. The silver-haired man watched in disbelief as his opponent vanished. He could only make out a hazy figure, a shadow in the darkness. He braced himself, preparing for another attack from the unseen foe. A surge of purple energy erupted from the ground. The purple energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex that threatened to consume everything in its path. Zeke Draker, his silver hair catching the firelight, stood poised, a sword held high. The blade hummed with barely contained power, a golden aura shimmering around it. He swung, the force of the blow sending out a shockwave of crimson energy. A question formed in his mind. Mana lights? The energy arced, striking a dark, metallic surface. It was a shield, deflecting the attack. Dozens of glowing discs, suspended in the air, descended upon him. Each one pulsed with a dangerous energy. He moved with impossible speed, his blade a blur as he sliced through the descending lights. One of the discs struck his shield, sending him reeling. The remaining discs fell harmlessly to the ground, their light fading. Silence descended. The only sound was the faint crackling of residual energy. A voice, cold and calculating, broke the stillness. These extraneous noises are covering up any traces of Zeke Draker. The ground trembled, small explosions erupting around Zeke as the speaker's intent became clear. Zeke Draker, eyes wide with shock, felt a surge of immense power coursing through his veins. A blinding light engulfed him, leaving him gasping for breath. Confusion clouded his mind. What was happening? He found himself facing a formidable opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, their eyes gleaming with malice. Their swords clashed, sparks flying in the dim light. The force of the impact sent tremors through Zeke's body. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. A voice cut through the chaos. Now, Reyna. Zeke watched, horrified, as a small, glowing object hurtled towards him. Meanwhile, a young man with spectacles examined a blueprint. I see, the structure and ingredients are simple, he mused. However, this would be single use only. Another individual reacted with alarm. No way. Explosion magique? The first young man responded dismissively. No way. A flash of light, and the deafening sound of an explosion filled the air. It was more than enough. The force of the blast sent shockwaves outwards, a blinding white light emanating from the epicenter. The intense light momentarily obscured everything, leaving only a brilliant white void. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged. Perfect timing, Reina, a voice called out. A blur of motion followed, a dark shape rocketing towards the source of the explosion. The impact was devastating. Another blinding flash of light erupted. Zeke, the young man, landed gracefully, a smirk playing on his lips. His opponent, a man with graying hair, lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The man's face was contorted in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zeke, the disgraced healer, felt the cold steel pierce his flesh. His last thought, a bitter acceptance. They had deemed him unnecessary. His demise, however, proved to be a miscalculation. A blinding light erupted from the wound, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged. A young woman, clad in dark attire, her brown hair framing a determined face, brandished a sword with deadly precision. She moved with impossible speed, striking down Zeke's attackers. With a swift, decisive movement, she dispatched the remaining assailants. Her boots landed heavily on the ground, the impact echoing in the silence that followed. She sheathed her sword, the golden hilt gleaming faintly in the dim light. The weapon was clearly of exceptional craftsmanship, hinting at a power beyond the ordinary. A final, resounding thud marked the end of the battle. The young woman stood over her fallen foes, a grim satisfaction etched on her face. She turned, a sly grin spreading across her lips. Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, held a glint of mischief. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself in a desperate struggle. Three figures, clad in the dark armor of his family, pressed their attack. He parried one blow, but another found its mark, sending him sprawling. As he fell, a surge of immense power erupted from within him, a raw, untamed energy that defied his very being. The energy coalesced, forming a blinding flash of light and searing blue energy. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves outwards, obliterating everything in its path. When the dust settled, Zeke stood, his eyes blazing with newfound power, his hand gripping his sword. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, walks away from a scene of devastation. The ground is littered with the remnants of a fierce battle, shattered fragments of what appear to be magical projectiles. Several individuals in formal attire, resembling medical personnel, carefully carry injured people on stretchers. Their faces are grim, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A man in a white coat directs their movements with urgent gestures. Two figures stand observing the aftermath. One, with silver hair and a stern expression, speaks to his companion, a younger man with dark hair, offering a curt assessment. Good work. The silver-haired man approaches a stretcher, gently lifting the cloth to reveal the face of a young man with dark hair and a pale complexion. His eyes are closed. The silver-haired man's expression shifts to one of annoyance. He mutters to himself, "Ow, you sure did a number on someone else's disciple." A new character enters the scene. He is a man with reddish-brown hair, dressed in less formal attire, and greets the silver-haired man with a casual wave. "I offer my greetings to the Knight of the Gale," he says. The silver-haired man responds with a dismissive tisk, adding, "You're stiff as ever." The silver-haired man inquires about his disciple's condition, asking, "Right? How is my disciple?" The reddish-brown-haired man places a hand reassuringly on the silver-haired man's shoulder as they continue their conversation. The scene opens with a close-up on the intense gaze of Zeke Draker's opponent. The focus is on the eyes, reflecting the impact of Zeke's strike. A moment of intense confrontation is captured. The perspective shifts to show Zeke's opponent's hand, clenched into a fist. He intentionally left his sword unguarded, foregoing a counterattack. The question hangs in the air. Why? Zeke Draker lies on a bed, his expression pensive. The narration reveals that his goal was not mere victory, but advancement. His death only served to reveal his abilities. The scene shifts to show two figures observing Zeke. They question the extent of his actions, wondering if they were truly necessary. The name Zeke Draker is uttered, emphasizing his significance. One of the observers, his face partially obscured, comments that Zeke's capabilities are far beyond their capacity to evaluate. A close-up on a wounded hand, possibly Zeke's, emphasizes the severity of his injuries and the toll of his actions. The setting changes to a formal meeting room. The atmosphere is serious and official. A high-ranking individual presides over a meeting, stating that they will proceed under the assumption of unanimous agreement on the decisions made. The meeting is identified as an Academy-grade advancement meeting. The Draker family council convened. Zeke, the young man with silver hair, sat impassively as the dean addressed the assembly. He voiced his lack of objection to the proceedings. Zeke reviewed the documents before him, his hands resting calmly on the papers. The official records detailed the advancements of his peers. He learned that Reina and he had been promoted to the 3rd and 5th grades, respectively. Following the announcement, Zeke chose a path of quietude. He walked through the academy grounds, the crisp air carrying fallen leaves. His diligent study of the Gale arts under the Duke's tutelage had ended. His position was subsequently filled by Andre. Zeke maintained a close relationship with Professor Fannin. However, the professor's recruitment by a royal magic laboratory in Delphoa led to their separation. He distanced himself from the heirs of the great families, choosing a solitary path. One unusual event marked this period of his life. A mysterious individual, an owl-masked swordsman, repeatedly challenged Zeke to a duel. Zeke Draker, a 15-year-old with silver hair, stood in a secluded training hall. A sudden realization washed over him, prompting him to seclude himself. 2 years passed in this isolated training. He had graduated from the academy. The scene shifted to a grand building, where Zeke was congratulated for his achievement. He was the youngest ever admitted to Valhalla. An older man, presumably a family member, expressed confidence that the patriarch would be proud of Zeke's accomplishment. The man's words were accompanied by a close-up of Zeke, confirming his identity and age. Zeke received a letter and medal, a testament to his exceptional performance. The dean had personally written a letter of recommendation for him. Despite the accolades, Zeke reflected on his 2 years of solitary training, feeling that the title of youngest admitted rendered that time insignificant. An older man with silver hair and a monocle addressed Zeke as Decker and asked him to see Atlas first. In a lavishly decorated room, Zeke, the young master of the Draker family, sat at his desk, a look of quiet determination on his face. His butler, a tall, impeccably dressed man with silver hair, approached cautiously. "Young master," the butler began, his voice a low murmur. "You intend to rest quietly by yourself?" Zeke nodded curtly. He didn't want to be disturbed. "I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. You understand, right?" The butler bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, young master." Zeke's gaze hardened. His thoughts turned to a specific location, the giant mountains where the remains of Kaiserlay. A map appeared before him, showing the location of the giant mountains, a dungeon, and the Argos kingdom. He was planning a trip. As an excuse for his absence, Zeke planned to register with the Adventurers Guild in the Argos kingdom. He had no intention of revealing his true destination to anyone he deemed suspicious. Back in his room, Zeke heard a knock at the door. "Come in." A figure entered, kneeling before Zeke. The newcomer appeared to be in distress. In a richly appointed study, Liam, a young man with dark hair and a confident smirk, sat at his desk. He addressed someone unseen, his tone a blend of authority and casualness. "Liam," he stated, "I told you to ease up a bit, didn't I?" An older man, his face partially obscured, responded from off-panel. He expressed his intention to depart. "Well then," he said, "I shall take my leave, young master." Liam, still seated, gave further instructions. He emphasized the importance of handling a certain item with care. "Okay, don't forget to take care of that matter with Valhalla using the black card," he instructed. Meanwhile, another man, clad in military-style attire, entered the room. He posed a question regarding his summons to the Platinum Mansion. The newcomer inquired about Liam's transfer to the special class. Liam responded with a statement of his duty and responsibility. Liam continued, explaining that he had already made preparations for the newcomer's time at the academy. He detailed the comprehensive support provided, ranging from exam materials to essential supplies. The uniformed man received a document from Liam. Liam instructed him to present this document at Fafner's Breath to obtain necessary items. Liam further clarified that the man would need his own personal sword by his 4th year, but that he could commission Fafner's Breath for that as well. He reassured the man that all costs were covered. Liam expressed his confidence in the man's ability to succeed, ending with a statement of faith in his protege. Liam smiled, a subtle yet assured expression, as he looked towards the viewer. Zeke Draker, his face etched with unshed tears, clenched his jaw. The weight of his failure pressed heavily upon him. He vowed, his voice filled with determination, to live up to the expectations placed upon him. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair relaxed in a plush chair, a subtle air of arrogance about him. He calmly declared his intention to rectify his behavior, though it had only been moments since he was reprimanded. The Argos kingdom, situated at the northernmost edge of the central continent, was introduced. It was one of 4 central kingdoms, alongside Delpoa, Thebia, and Illenica, each represented by a unique symbol. The land was riddled with dungeons, both large and small, nestled within the giant mountains that split the continent. The first king of Argos, understanding this unique landscape, established a central business model that connected adventurers and the dungeons. The Argos Adventurers Guild, a sprawling organization, had established its presence across the continent. A voice called out, urgently. The voice, filled with a mix of frustration and disbelief, echoed through the building. 546. Not here. Zeke Murray stood before the Adventurers Guild, observing the bustling activity. He was surrounded by other adventurers, their armor gleaming under the dim light. An official extended a document and congratulated Zeke on becoming an adventurer. Zeke accepted the document with a quiet thank you. He reflected that obtaining an adventurer's identification would be the best way to maintain a low profile. Zeke examined his new identification card using a magic lens. He realized that using his real name, a Draker, would draw unwanted attention. He would need to remain discreet. Then, a bustling city came into view. A large group of people, some in simple clothes, others in more elaborate armor, gathered in the town square. Among them, A young man with dark hair and serious eyes stood out, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, dressed in practical travel attire, turned to speak to an older man with graying hair and a stern expression. She announced, "It's time to go on a treasure hunt." From an elevated perspective, a large caravan could be seen preparing for departure. Numerous covered wagons, each drawn by a team of horses, were lined up in an organized formation. A wide shot revealed the full extent of the caravan's preparations. Dozens of people, likely guards and support personnel, bustled around the wagons, ensuring everything was ready for the journey. The camera angle shifted to show a wagon moving along a dusty road. Two horses pulled the wagon, their hooves kicking up small clouds of dust. Inside the wagon, several individuals sat huddled together, their faces partially obscured by shadows. The journey seemed arduous. One of the travelers, a young man with a hooded cloak, expressed relief at having secured a spot on the caravan during the busy season. He looked thoughtful, his gaze cast downward. Another traveler, seemingly curious, addressed him. The curious traveler asked the hooded young man, "Are you an adventurer too?" Three figures sat in a dimly lit room, preparing for a journey. One, a young man with silver hair, appeared nervous. An older man with a beard addressed him. "You sure look nervous. Is it your first time heading into a dungeon?" Meanwhile, two other adventurers, one blonde and jovial, the other cloaked and more reserved, conversed. The blonde one playfully nudged the cloaked one, asking, "How about it, bro? Want to go with us?" Back in the first room, the older man reassured the nervous youth. "Despite how we look, we're veterans, you know." The woman with purple hair spoke, her tone serious. "The dungeon's been dangerous recently. One mistake down there, and you'll end up as monster chow." A dismissive thought bubble appeared above the cloaked adventurer's head. "Trash like this exists wherever you go, huh?" The blonde adventurer continued. "They say that the first party to go into the dungeon gobbles up half the adventurer's livelihood. Have you heard about that, bro?" He elaborated. "They'll use new adventurers as monster bait or sell them off to slave traders." The cloaked adventurer remained silent, his expression grim. The group looked out a window at a vast, mountainous landscape, the potential dangers of their upcoming journey looming large. Zeke Draker, a young man with a relaxed posture, leaned against the railing of a boat, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Beside him sat a woman with short, lilac hair, her expression unreadable. The pair were traveling along a river, the lush green banks a stark contrast to the muted tones of their clothing. Their journey was interrupted. A gruff voice cut through the air, silencing any conversation. A man with blonde hair, his face etched with worry, was abruptly told to be quiet. A hooded figure, their back to the viewer, turned and left the room. The blonde man watched them go, his anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, another man, his face lined with concern, spoke of a large group of monsters approaching from their left flank. He questioned the likelihood of such a heavily populated area being infested with creatures. The blonde man reacted with alarm to the news, questioning the safety of their current path. His fear was evident. The hooded figure, now revealed to be a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, scoffed at the blonde man's nervousness. He pointed out that the routes used by the Adventurers Guild were carefully managed by the kingdom itself. He confidently asserted that the area was a designated safe zone, impervious even to wild animals, let alone monsters. The young man's expression shifted, a predatory glint appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared behind the young man, causing alarm. Zeke Draker, a young man with wide, frightened eyes, stared in disbelief. A monstrous, shadowy figure loomed behind him, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. "What?" A blinding flash erupted. The ground shattered, radiating outwards in a chaotic pattern of cracks. The force of the blast sent debris flying, a testament to its immense power. The monstrous figure lunged forward, its movements blurring with speed. It descended upon Zeke, its massive form casting a terrifying shadow over him. Another figure, smaller and obscured by the dust and chaos, could be seen struggling in a monster's wake. The creature unleashed a devastating blow, sending the smaller figure reeling. The impact sent a shock wave through the forest, trees splintering and collapsing under the force. The scene shifted. Two horses lay dead on the ground, their bodies mangled. Above them, a hulking figure wielded a spiked club, surveying the carnage. Several bodies lay scattered around the area, victims of its brutal attack. The battlefield was a scene of carnage. Orcish bodies, many still clutching crude spiked clubs, littered the ground, their blood staining the earth a dark crimson. One particularly large orc, seemingly uninjured, advanced through the chaos, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate slaughter. Zeke Draker, a young man with blonde hair and a look of dawning horror on his face, peered out from behind a blood-soaked canvas tent. He whispered, "What's going on?" Fear etched itself onto Zeke's features as he took in the full extent of the massacre. His eyes widened, reflecting the grim reality unfolding before him. Panic seized him. He could only gasp, "Help." A large, spike club descended with brutal force. The impact was swift and merciless. Blood splattered across the ground as Zeke's body was thrown violently. A final, desperate struggle. Moments later, silence descended upon the forest. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, rested against a tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the distant commotion. The sounds of battle reached him, a chaotic symphony of clashing steel and pained roars. He observed the rampaging orcs encroaching on what should have been a safe zone. The sight of the orcs so close to the supposed safe zone troubled him. He realized the implications immediately. The base of operations was not functioning as intended. Moving closer, Zeke confirmed his suspicions. The once imposing signposts marking the way to the base were splintered and broken, a testament to the violence that had transpired. He came upon a grim scene, a field of fallen soldiers, their armor stained crimson. Death had visited this place in abundance. Zeke surveyed the carnage, his expression grim. "They've sure made a mess of things here," he muttered, his voice low. He pondered the scale of the defeat. Even the elite Argos soldiers had fallen. However, with this much manpower, most monsters wouldn't have stood a chance. He mused, his mind already working to understand the situation. Zeke's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. He noticed something peculiar about the fallen soldiers' injuries. It wasn't the work of a typical monster. A closer inspection revealed a precise, almost surgical precision to the wounds. The cuts were clean, suggesting a weapon of immense power and control. A chilling realization washed over him. This wasn't a monster attack. It was something far more sinister. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay dying amidst a crimson storm. His body, once vibrant with the energy of his healing arts, was now ravaged by wounds inflicted by a flurry of blades. Around him, the fallen bodies of his attackers, clad in dark armor, lay scattered like broken toys. A single, chilling thought echoed his mind. Done by a human? His vision narrowed, focusing on the face of his killer, a young man with fiery eyes and a grim determination etched onto his features. The words, "done by a human," hung heavy in the air, a testament to the unexpected nature of his demise. The scene opens upon a grim discovery. A field of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground. Their wounds not those of a beast, but of a precision unseen in any common monster attack. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, kneels beside a particularly brutalized corpse. He observes the scene, his eyes narrowed in concentration. It wasn't a monster, he concludes, the damage too precise, too clean. This was the work of a skilled warrior. His gaze sharpens. The excessive damage to the corpse was intentional, a deliberate attempt to mislead investigators into believing a monster was responsible. However, even with the stage carnage, subtle details remain. The cuts, too clean for a monstrous attack. Furthermore, the efficiency of the killing is remarkable. Every soldier was dispatched with a single, precise blow. This points to a level of skill far beyond that of a typical monster. The young man pieces together the evidence. Only a highly skilled warrior, at least a feral knight, could have inflicted such damage. His investigation complete, he sets a new course. Finding Kaiser, the perpetrator of this massacre, becomes his top priority. A grim scene unfolded before Zeke. A forest path, choked with the remnants of a brutal conflict. Numerous skulls, bound together by gnarled branches, formed a macabre monument. The skulls were arranged in a specific pattern, a chilling symbol marking the territory of barbaric tribes. Zeke, a young man with determined eyes, consulted a mini-map etched onto a glowing crystal. He was nearing Kaiser's ruins, his destination. But his progress was interrupted. A sudden unease washed over him. Peering through the trees, Zeke spotted figures moving stealthily. He recognized their dark cloaks immediately. What were the Empire's hunting dogs doing here, he wondered. The hunting dogs were elite assassins, handpicked from the Empire's finest knight trainees. They were a force shrouded in secrecy, known only to the highest echelons of power. A shadowy figure, possibly the Emperor himself, was shown, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. His hand extended, as if controlling the hunting dogs. Their presence was usually kept secret, known only to those in the highest positions of the Empire. However, they were about to make a grand entrance as the Empire's main fighting force in the upcoming Continental War. Zeke had been observing them along his journey. The implications of their presence here were deeply unsettling. Zeke Draker, a young man whose lineage boasted renowned dragon slayers, found himself staring at a tactical map. His gaze was fixed on several crimson markers, each representing a significant movement. He muttered to himself, "I could never forget these movements." The scene shifted, revealing Zeke amidst a fierce battle. He was surrounded by several figures, their forms obscured by shadow and the chaos of combat. The air crackled with tension, as the narrator stated. The reason being, Zeke, despite being outnumbered, fought with a desperate ferocity. His movements were a blur of motion as he deflected blows and retaliated with powerful strikes. He was clearly outmatched, yet his will remained unbroken. The narrative then flashed back to reveal two figures, a stern-faced emperor and a younger duke. The Emperor, consumed by a relentless pursuit of immortality, was turning the continent upside down in his search. The Duke, observing this, commented that even before Zeke's return, the Emperor's obsession with rare artifacts was well known. The Duke's words confirmed a grim truth. The Emperor's ambition was not a recent development. It had been a long-standing obsession, fueling his actions long before Zeke's return. The focus shifted to a close-up of a hand clutching a shard of what appeared to be an ancient, powerful artifact. The object pulsed with faint energy. Meanwhile, another figure, a man in regal attire bearing a wolf emblem, was shown. He was not only consumed by the foolish dream of unifying the continent, but also by the pursuit of immortality. The image showed a grand palace, a symbol of the Emperor's power and ambition. The narrator explained that the Emperor's dream was as insubstantial as the very concept of immortality itself. Finally, Zeke, now in a different setting, a forest littered with skulls, pondered the implications of the Emperor's actions. A thought crossed his mind. Then could it be that two small, glittering objects lay discarded on the forest floor, amidst a macabre scattering of skulls? The scene was desolate, the air heavy with the silence of death. A lone figure, cloaked and unseen, approached the objects cautiously. He muttered to himself, "I'll have to confirm it for myself." He emerged from the shadows, his face partially obscured by his hood. Two others stood behind him, watching intently. The central figure, Zeke, clenched his fists, his expression grim. A faint scar marred his cheek. Zeke carefully examined a strange device, its metallic surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. With a sudden, swift motion, he fired the device. A crimson spray erupted, painting the scene in a macabre flourish. A nearby figure, a blonde-haired man in a blue cloak, gasped in pain as a projectile struck him. He clutched at his chest, blood welling up. The blonde man collapsed, his body slumping to the ground. His sword fell from his grasp. From the fallen man's hand, a golden flare erupted, a clear signal of emergency. A lone pistol, bound with twine, lay abandoned on the forest floor. It was a grim reminder of the fallen team leader. A young man, his face etched with pain and exhaustion, gasped for breath. He was clearly injured, his clothes torn and dirty. He muttered something about the usual team size, 12 men, before being interrupted by a harsh demand. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Suddenly, a blur of motion. Two figures in dark clothing attacked the injured man, their movements swift and deadly. Another figure, this one clad in brighter, more ornate clothing, appeared, seemingly observing the unfolding fight. The observer, a young man with striking green eyes, questioned the attackers, his tone sharp and impatient. "Do you still not understand the situation?" He asserted his authority, a clear sign of his leadership. "I'm asking the questions here." One of the attackers, seemingly the more thoughtful of the two, considered the situation. He noted that there were two of them, and pondered the consequences of one dying. A final thought, a piece of advice, echoed in his mind. Think carefully and make a wise decision. A sprawling map, meticulously detailed, lay spread before Zeke. He traced its lines with a blood-stained finger, his gaze lingering on the numerous red dots marking locations across the terrain. "So, this is your temporary base. It's packed full, huh?" He muttered, the words a low assessment of the situation. The map depicted a complex network of structures and pathways, each red dot representing a point of interest or potential threat. Zeke's focus remained intense, his hands still stained crimson. His eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. The ones that left the base in that state must have been these guys as well, seeing as they've even harmed the kingdom's knights. Zeke, undeterred, resolved to investigate further. "Well, I'll just have to check it out for myself." He approached a weathered tree, its bark etched with a prominent MC symbol. A chilling warning was carved beneath. "Those who draw their sword against McCain will be put to rest." He descended a steep, rocky path, the sun glinting off the metal rungs of a ladder. A figure emerged from the shadows, yawning widely. The man, cloaked and weary, seemed irritated. He grumbled to himself, "Come on. What kind of crazy bastard would even bother entering barbarian territory? Why bother with watching? That's what I'm saying." Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself clinging precariously to the edge of a cliff. He had been pushed, the impact jarring his already weakened body. A single word escaped his lips, a breathy question hanging in the air. "Huh." His fingers, slick with blood, scrabbled desperately for purchase on the rough stone. Below, the jagged rocks promised a brutal end. His fall seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, a violet energy coursing through his veins. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before, a raw, untamed force. The energy propelled him upwards, a violent recoil sending him crashing back against the cliff face. He landed heavily, but the fall was broken by the sheer force of the magical surge. He gasped, his vision swimming. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to regain his bearings. He was alive, but barely. From the shadows, a voice called out, laced with concern, "Why aren't you coming?" Another figure emerged from the darkness, peering down at Zeke. He asked, "Hey, Didn't you hear something coming from the entrance? Before the second figure could answer, a violet beam of energy erupted from the darkness, striking the first figure. He crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The second figure stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror as he witnessed the sudden, brutal death of his companion. A fierce struggle unfolded in a dimly lit cavern. Two figures, clad in dark, practical attire, grappled with a third, whose blue tunic hinted at a different affiliation. A sharp cry escaped the latter as he was thrown to the ground. One of the dark-clad figures, his face contorted in exertion, choked his opponent, who sputtered, "Intruder!" Up! The grip tightened. Blood sprayed as the attacker's hand crushed the windpipe of his victim. Meanwhile, a figure in the shadows observed the scene, a glint of steel in their hand. A thought crossed their mind. This reminds me of old times. With a swift, precise movement, a blade flashed, ending the life of another victim. The dark-clad figure, now standing over a pile of corpses, reflected on the mission. They recalled, when I was ordered by my boss, who was tired of 5-year-long power struggle, to raid the Pabella cartel. This was exactly how I felt. The scene depicted the aftermath of a brutal raid. Several bodies lay scattered across the cavern floor, a testament to the efficiency of the attack. From a vantage point above, a figure watched the scene unfold. A question formed in their mind. Is that the knifemanship of a southern hitman? The observer, a man in a long coat, surveyed the carnage from a higher position, his expression unreadable. A grim-faced man, cloaked and armed with a sword, addressed his opponent. If you surrender now, I'll grant you an easy death. His opponent, a younger man with blonde hair partially obscured by a dark mask, questioned, is he the man in charge around here? At most, he's staring at the ceiling of blue knighthood. The blonde-haired man continued his assessment, muttering to himself, they're far weaker compared to the hunting dogs I had to fight in my past life. His thoughts turned inward. Grant me an easy death? The cloaked man's expression hardened. Is that something you say to the man who massacred your comrades? The cloaked man, flanked by two more figures in similar dark attire, scoffed. Do you people care so little for your comrades that you wouldn't tear me limb from limb and slaughter 3 of my kin? He sneered. So you losers are from the central continent after all, huh? The blonde-haired man responded simply. As you wish then. Their swords clashed in a flurry of sparks and motion. The two locked in fierce combat. Zeke, the young man who had once been cast out by his family for his lack of aptitude in swordsmanship, now stood amidst a flurry of blades. His opponents, cloaked figures wielding swords, pressed their attack. One of them hissed a threat. I'll tear you apart while you still breathe. With a blur of motion, Zeke deflected the incoming blows, his movements fluid and precise despite the overwhelming odds. The clash of steel echoed through the air as sparks flew. He moved with an unnatural grace, his body a whirlwind of controlled power. The assassins, though numerous, found themselves unable to land a single decisive blow. Their attacks seemed to dissipate harmlessly around him. A flicker of surprise crossed Zeke's face as he parried another attack. He mused internally. That's odd. We're hunting dogs always at this level. He continued to fight, his movements becoming even more effortless. The question lingered in his mind. Are they too weak? Or have I just gotten too strong? He shrugged off the thought. Well, right now, it doesn't even matter. His sword sang as he effortlessly dispatched his remaining foes. Suddenly, a message appeared before Zeke's eyes. Skill, mana reflection, has activated. A look of concern washed over Zeke's face as he sensed a change in his power. He was unsure what this meant. He looked out over the cityscape, a troubled expression on his face. He muttered to himself, a power outage? Now of all times. A group of cloaked figures stood vigilant, their faces obscured by shadow. One, bolder than the rest, voiced his suspicion. It can't be. Is this a Dragon Slayer's mana interference? Their assessment shifted. No. He was empty-handed at the start, one stated, the observation followed by another, and he didn't use aura at all either. The scene changed to a close-up of a fierce duel. His swordsmanship is southern knifemanship as well. He's definitely a hitman, a voice declared, confirming their suspicions. A conclusion was reached. Then it must be a simple malfunction. From a vantage point above, a figure surveyed the scene below. Several bodies lay scattered on the ground. The figure addressed his comrades. Power will be restored soon, so until then, focus on defense. A wide shot revealed the extent of the carnage. Numerous bodies lay lifeless in the harsh light. One of the cloaked figures, wounded but still standing, looked up, his expression grim. He clutched his side, his breathing ragged. The scene ended with a close-up on his clenched fist. Zeke Draker, his brow furrowed in confusion, stared at his own hand. A tremor ran through him as he whispered, what is this? He stood amidst the ruins, a dark, imposing figure. His gaze was fixed on a gleaming sword clutched in his hand. A voice, sharp and cold, cut through the silence. The Emperor sure is bold. Zeke's eyes widened. He muttered to himself, I can't believe he was after the hero King Kaiser's ruins. The name hung heavy in the air, a question forming on his lips. K. Kaiser's ruins? His voice, laced with disbelief and anger. cut through his internal questioning. He demanded, "What are you talking about?" With a sudden, swift movement, Zeke unsheathed his sword. A red glow emanated from the blade as he calmly reassured, "Don't worry." He extended his hand, a strange, dark energy swirling around his fingers. He declared, "You don't need to tell me. I can find it on my own." A figure fell, a sword piercing their chest. A gasp escaped their lips. Wait. Another figure loomed over them, their face partially obscured. They whispered, barely audible, "We really don't know any dash." Blood splattered across the ground, a grim testament to the swift and brutal end. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay dying. Blood blossomed around him, staining the rough-hewn stone of the chasm floor. Above, a sliver of light pierced the darkness. His vision blurred, but before the final darkness claimed him, words, luminous and strange, appeared before his eyes. A promise of power, tied to the soul of an elder dragon. He awoke, not in death, but 20 years in the past, back within the dragon slayer family that had cast him out. A dagger, strapped to his back, glinted faintly in the dappled sunlight. The events that followed would be attributed to a single entity, the McCain Cartel. A powerful criminal organization, its symbol, a skull and a top hat, flanked by crossed pistols, etched onto the blade of his sword. Zeke remembered the cartel well. It had been a brutal force in his past life, thriving in the chaos left by the Cuzco Kingdom's civil war, carving up the lawless land into its own territories. The McCain Cartel had divided the lawless land in two. He reflected that his draconian skills would have been useful in covering his tracks. But he had intentionally left a trail, a deliberate choice. Zeke, a young man with a determined expression, had just completed a mission. He utilized his mastery of southern knifemanship, leaving behind McCain's unique warning. He mused that leaving a clear mark was strategically advantageous. It would be better for him in the long run. His reasoning was sound. The Empire would attribute the actions to the Southern Cartel, even if they investigated further. This would serve to eliminate McCain, regardless of the Empire's response. He continued his internal monologue, noting that, according to a letter he found, the Emperor's response was far more extensive than anticipated. The Emperor's actions were surprisingly far-reaching. Zeke's only instruction was to locate ancient ruins. He studied a map, his brow furrowed in concentration. The task was immense. The central continent, and even the eastern regions and unexplored seas, had been mobilized in the search. Hunting parties were everywhere. This indicated the hunting parties were already operating at a massive scale, even before Zeke's recent actions. However, it seemed they had yet to find the ancient ruins. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, muttered to himself. He needed to hurry. He stood amidst a desolate landscape, a storm brewing on the horizon. A palpable tension hung in the air. His gaze sharpened. A red flare, a signal of some kind, caught his attention. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. He recognized the ominous sign. It couldn't be. A blinding red light erupted from the ground, a catastrophic event unfolding before him. The light intensified, revealing its true nature, a signal of impending disaster. The sun cast long shadows across a tranquil landscape. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of a vast forest, the air still and warm. A young man, his blonde hair catching the sunlight, hurried along a barely visible path, his pace quickening with each step. He glanced nervously over his shoulder, his expression one of growing alarm. The forest seemed to close in around him. His eyes, visible above a dark mask, widened as he recognized the unmistakable sign of pursuit. He muttered to himself, his breath coming in ragged gasps. They've already caught up to me. A 5-part red flare erupted in the distance, a signal he instantly understood. It meant only one thing, the activation of the absolute snare. The absolute snare, a devastating trap designed to ensnare its target. The order was clear: kill the hazard, no matter what. Using the flare as a focal point, the hunters would converge, secure their target, and activate the snare. Until the target was found, the hunt would continue relentlessly. The image depicts the grim reality of the Draker family's assassination technique, a swift, merciless end for any deemed unworthy. This method is synonymous with a death sentence, leaving no room for escape or redemption. Even Zeke Draker, in his attempt to steal an artifact from the Northern Continent Emperor, fell victim to this absolute snare. His ambition, however great, proved no match for the Draker family's lethal expertise. Death was his ultimate reward. But this time, things are different. Zeke, having obtained a mysterious system, finds himself facing a new challenge. He reflects on his past failures and the power he now wields. He engages in a fierce battle, his movements a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes through the forest as he confronts his opponent, a figure shrouded in mystery. The fight continues, the intensity escalating with each passing moment. Zeke's opponent is relentless, pushing him to his limits. He finds himself surrounded, outnumbered, yet his resolve remains unshaken. He fights back with skill and determination, dodging attacks with practiced ease. Despite his efforts, Zeke is overwhelmed by the sheer number of his attackers. He is thrown to the ground, the impact jarring. His attacker looms over him, a figure of menacing power. The weight of defeat hangs heavy in the air. But even in this dire situation, Zeke's eyes flash with defiance. He is not ready to give up. Zeke, the disgraced healer of the Draker family, stood defiant amidst a flurry of attacks. He declared with unwavering conviction, "I can take them." His opponents, shadowy figures cloaked in darkness, launched a coordinated assault. The force of their blows sent Zeke reeling. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Zeke remained resolute. He braced himself, preparing for the next wave. A blinding flash erupted as Zeke countered, his movements a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoed through the forest. His blade, a glint of polished metal, sliced through the air with deadly precision. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging and weaving through the attacks. Zeke's counterattack sent his foes scattering. They fled into the trees, their dark forms disappearing amongst the foliage. Despite his victory, Zeke was not unscathed. He stumbled, his body battered and bruised. He paused, catching his breath, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. His expression was one of grim determination. Zeke Draker, his face etched with grim determination, clenched his jaw. The remnants of a recent struggle were visible on his skin. 2 crisscrossing scars marked his brow, a testament to his ordeal. He was deep within enemy territory, a fact underscored by the words that appeared before him. They're on a different level from the ones in the cave. The implication was clear. These foes were far more formidable than those he'd encountered previously. The scene shifted to reveal a group of soldiers, clad in dark armor, standing vigilant. A hand, gripping a sword with an intricate emblem, came into focus, suggesting the imminent threat. A young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, observed the approaching soldiers from a concealed position. His blonde hair and piercing green eyes hinted at a cunning intellect. He moved swiftly and silently, his movements fluid and precise, as he navigated the forest's undergrowth. The sheer number of his pursuers was daunting. He continued his escape, the forest floor a blur beneath his feet. The weight of his pursuers seemed to press down on him. He paused, wiping sweat from his brow. "This has become a real hassle," he muttered to himself, his frustration evident. He consulted a device resembling a map, his expression thoughtful. "Based on the abilities they've displayed, I should be able to escape from them," but he mused, weighing his options. He sighed, accepting the inevitable. "It can't be helped," he concluded, resigning himself to the challenge ahead. Zeke Draker, the healer, not the swordsman, gripped the ornate staff. He hadn't wanted to use it, not yet, but desperation clawed at him. From the shadows of the forest, a figure emerged, clad in dark clothing, a sword glinting in the dappled sunlight. The attacker moved with lethal grace. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. The smoke cleared, revealing 3 figures, a grizzled older man, a stern-faced woman, and a younger man, all in dark cloaks. The older man spoke, his voice laced with concern. "Did one of our men?" Zeke's face contorted in a grimace of exertion. His eyes, wide and strained, reflected the intensity of his effort. He recognized the tactic immediately. It was a smoke bomb. The sound of the exploding smoke bombs was a calculated distraction. A realization dawned on Zeke. This was a carefully planned ambush. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself cornered in a sun-dappled forest clearing. He was outnumbered, his youthful frame dwarfed by the imposing figures of his pursuers, clad in dark cloaks and wielding swords. One of the figures lunged, a shout of "Get him now!" echoing through the trees as Zeke barely evaded the blow, the force of it sending him sprawling. Despite his desperate situation, a grim determination settled on Zeke's face. He braced himself, a surge of unexpected power coursing through his veins. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanished in a cloud of dust and shadow, leaving his attackers momentarily stunned. The impact of his escape sent a tremor through the forest floor. Their leader, a stern-faced woman, barked orders to her men. "Everyone, guard your stations, and if you spot any suspicious movements, search for his shadow." But Zeke was already gone, his movements obscured by the dense foliage, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. He moved with unnatural speed, a blur of motion. The leader, however, remained unconvinced. She muttered to herself, "I can't sense any trace of him. Did he think that we would retreat if he blocked our sight?" Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself in a desperate situation. He had been cast out by his family, the renowned dragon slayers, for his lack of combat prowess. His desperate attempts to gain strength had ended in tragedy, but now he was inexplicably back in time, 20 years younger. A question lingered in his mind. Was the strange sound from the horn earlier a sign of something more? He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. His dark cloak billowed around him as he pushed himself up, a grim determination etched on his face. The words, "The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated," echoed in his mind, a promise of strength he intended to claim. He moved swiftly through the trees, his senses heightened. The forest floor was littered with the debris of a recent struggle. A wave of confusion washed over him as he saw the scene before him. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. The sight that met his gaze was beyond comprehension. He muttered to himself, "That's insane." A fierce battle raged. Barbarians, their bodies scarred and faces grim, clashed with what appeared to be members of his own family. The air crackled with the energy of magic and the clang of steel. Zeke watched, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He questioned, "What's going on here? I'm sure we didn't do anything to provoke the barbarians." He considered his options. He thought, "I'm sure we could take on one or two of them." An older man, his face etched with worry and his voice strained, exclaimed, "But why are they attacking en masse?" A young woman, her face set in grim determination, drew her sword, a blue glow emanating from blade. She shouted, "How dare you uncivilized brutes intrude?" Zeke, clad in dark garb, moved with surprising agility, deflecting a brutal blow from a powerfully built opponent. The force of the impact sent tremors through the forest floor. He stumbled back, his breath ragged. A look of disbelief and dawning comprehension crossed his features as he gripped his sword. How is his opponent, a towering figure with tribal markings etched onto his skin, roared in fury, his attack relentless. Zeke observed the scene, his thoughts sharp and focused. "I have no choice. This is my first time seeing them so enraged." The situation was dire. Another warrior, his arm bleeding profusely, spoke grimly. "We're in danger with our current forces." Zeke's hand tightened around a small, unusual firearm. A brilliant flash of light erupted, illuminating the landscape. The warrior's retreat was immediate. "We're withdrawing the absolute snare." The command to retreat echoed through the forest as Zeke, using the distraction, made his escape. Zeke Draker, a young man clad in simple, worn leather armor, ran through a dense forest, his breath ragged. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind him. He dove into a shallow pit, narrowly avoiding a group of heavily armed pursuers who burst into the clearing moments later. Covered in dirt, Zeke caught his breath, a relieved sigh escaping his lips. He pushed himself up from the pit, his hands brushing against the loose earth. A smirk played on the lips of a man watching from the trees. He muttered to himself, impressed by the effectiveness of his trap. The image showed a barbarian's horn, a small, crudely made horn. It was a tool designed for efficient communication during the chaos of battle. Zeke examined the horn, recognizing it as a barbarian tool of war. He reflected on his past life, recalling his friendship with the Mohawk tribe, who had taught him how to make and use such horns. The signal Zeke sent using the horn had reached its destination. The signal alerted the dragon slayers to the presence of outsiders on their sacred homeland. These outsiders, considered simplistic and uncivilized savages by the dragon slayers, possessed their own distinct cultures and traditions, living within their indigenous civilizations. Despite their perceived savagery, these outsiders maintained established cultures and traditions, thriving within their own unique societies. Zeke, examining the horn, muttered to himself that this crude replica could only be used once. He set off, alone, into the forest. His journey led him towards a mountainous region, the location of the true ruins he sought. He arrived at his destination, ready to begin his search. Zeke entered the ruins, a crumbling structure hinting at a forgotten past. Inside, Zeke reflected on the continuous challenges he faced. A multi-headed serpentine creature, its scales shimmering with an unnatural luminescence, filled the chamber. Each head possessed piercing, glowing eyes, and their gaping maws hinted at a terrifying power. Zeke, a young man with blonde hair and a determined expression, cautiously approached the scene. He held a glowing blue device in his hand, his gaze fixed on the creature. He wondered aloud, what's a fallen dragonborn anyway? Consulting a device resembling a mini-map, Zeke muttered to himself, judging by the mini-map, it's that door up there, but... A closer look revealed the creature's immense size and the dark, almost metallic texture of its hide. Zeke addressed the device. "System, can I open that door?" The system responded, confirming his request and initiating a connection to the control system. With a resounding crack, the wall crumbled, revealing a dark passage beyond. A monstrous eye, glowing with an eerie green light, emerged from the darkness, filling Zeke with a sense of dread. A cacophony of hisses filled the air as a multi-headed serpent, its scales shimmering with an unnatural luminescence, descended from the crumbling ceiling. Each head, a grotesque parody of a serpent's visage, opened its maw, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. The ground trembled violently as the creature impacted, sending shockwaves that shattered the already weakened stonework. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. Amidst the chaos, a young man, Zeke, found himself sprawled on the ground, clutching a glowing blue blade. He looked up, his eyes reflecting the devastation around him. He muttered to himself, "I can't just walk past it now." Zeke braced himself, preparing for battle. The monstrous serpent lunged, its multiple heads snapping at him. He unleashed a powerful technique, sending a shockwave that shattered a nearby pillar. With a flurry of movements, Zeke used his unique fighting style, gale arts, shadowless steps, to evade the serpent's attacks and counter with precise strikes. The serpent roared in pain and frustration as Zeke's attacks continued relentlessly. Instructions echoed in Zeke's mind. He was to move with utmost stealth, avoiding detection, and reach the entrance swiftly. He pressed onward, his determination fueling each step. Just a little further. The ground crumbled beneath him as he pushed past his limits, the strain evident in his desperate struggle. Zeke tumbled, the impact jarring, but he quickly recovered, his eyes fixed on his goal. A monstrous form loomed, its presence a palpable threat. The air crackled with anticipation. The creature lunged, its attack swift and brutal. Its jaws snapped shut, narrowly missing its target. Zeke reacted instantly, a surge of power emanating from his hands, a desperate counterattack forming. The scene opens with Zeke Draker, a young man with blonde hair, falling from a great height. He's clad in simple, worn clothing, a stark contrast to the immense, icy blue energy crackling around him, seemingly emanating from two massive cross blades. The energy intensifies, the blades slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Blood splatters across the frame. Zeke lands heavily, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. He lies there, his hand outstretched, blood staining the stone beneath him. The glow of his wounds suggests a corrosive element. He examines his injured hand, a question forming in his mind. Is the creature's blood acidic? Suddenly, Zeke's healing factor activates. He realizes he faced a 9-headed monster with acidic blood. The memory of his past life floods back. Even his master had struggled to subdue this beast, the 9-headed dragon, Hydra. Despite the daunting odds, Zeke resolves to try again. He will face the Hydra. The final panel shows the Hydra, a terrifying creature with multiple heads, each one glowing menacingly. Zeke Draker, a young man clad in simple, worn traveling clothes, stood before a colossal entity. The creature was a Hydra of immense size, its multiple serpentine heads, each bearing eyes that glowed with an eerie green light. Dust swirled around Zeke's feet as the beast loomed, its presence heavy with an ancient, terrifying power. The scene opens with a violent tremor, the ground cracking and crumbling beneath unseen forces. Dust and debris rained down. From the chaos, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair bursts forth, wielding a sword with fierce determination. She fights with desperate energy, her movements a blur of steel and motion. She continues her desperate attack, but the force she opposes is overwhelming. Her strikes are met with an unseen resistance, and she is thrown back. The young woman is battered and bruised, but her resolve remains unbroken. She struggles to her feet, her breath ragged. Suddenly, a monstrous form emerges from the dust and debris. A massive, serpentine creature with glowing green eyes and razor-sharp teeth. It is a dragonborn, a creature said to resemble dragons in this age where dragons are extinct. The dragonborn unleashes a devastating attack, sending the young woman flying. The force of the blow creates a massive crater in the earth. Zeke Draker, the young woman's opponent, watches the scene unfold with a grim expression. He mutters to himself, questioning the nature of this so-called dragon slaying. His thoughts turn to the current age, where dragons are extinct, and the creatures known as Dragonborn are considered the closest living relatives to the legendary beasts. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself locked in desperate combat. His attacks, powerful as they were, proved utterly ineffective against the monstrous, regenerating creature before him. My attacks aren't working on it at all, he muttered, frustration evident in his tone. Each blow he landed healed almost instantly. The creature's resilience was unnerving. He continued to fight, his determination unwavering despite the futility of his efforts. No matter how much I cut it down, it heals immediately. How frustrating, he thought, his resolve hardening. The relentless assault continued. The creatures were closing in, their monstrous forms a terrifying sight. Zeke, however, remained focused, calculating the distance. It's about 30 meters to the door. He observed, his mind racing. In a flash of inspiration, he reached for a bone, a seemingly insignificant object amidst the chaos. He began to manipulate it, a strange energy swirling around his hands. He muttered, "System." With a sudden burst of power, Zeke unleashed a wave of energy from a bone. The creatures recoiled, momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack. He used this brief respite to issue a sharp command. "Close the door," he instructed, his voice firm despite the ongoing struggle. The door sealed shut, leaving Zeke alone in the corridor. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as the adrenaline subsided. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up on a cracked stone floor, dust motes swirling in the dim light. A powerful energy crackles in the air, hinting at a recent, intense struggle. Zeke, a young man in dark attire, stands defiantly at the center of a swirling vortex of blue energy. He wields a sword, his stance radiating focused power. Two monstrous serpentine creatures, their scales shimmering with an unnatural green light, flank him, poised to strike. One of the serpents lunges, its jaws agape, but Zeke reacts instantly. He unleashes a devastating blast of energy, a wave of pure power that rips through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. The force of the attack sends the serpents reeling. Zeke, seizing the opportunity, prepares another strike. His blade cuts through the air with terrifying speed, cleaving one of the beasts in two. The remaining serpent is weakened, its movements sluggish. Zeke observes, a grim determination etched on his face. He decides to end the fight swiftly, focusing his energy on a final, decisive blow. He intends to push through and escape. The world dissolved into a blinding white void. A searing pain, then nothing. Then, an emerald eye, vast and ancient, opened before him. A surge of power, raw and untamed, coursed through his veins. He felt different. The world twisted and reformed around him, a kaleidoscope of motion and energy. Zeke Draker, the failed dragon slayer, found himself plummeting from a great height, three monstrous serpentine heads snapping at his heels. He braced himself, a desperate surge of adrenaline fueling his instincts. He had to survive. With a roar, he unleashed a wave of energy, a blinding golden light erupting from his hand. He had done it. He had created something. But the question remained, what about the dragon's power? His eyes glowed with an unnatural green light. The impact sent a shock wave through the air, a violent collision of power. Zeke Draker, the healer, stumbled through a dark, narrow passage, blood staining his clothes. A venomous serpent, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light, had cornered him. He gasped, his breath ragged, as the creature lunged. The air crackled with anticipation. Zeke cursed, his thoughts a whirlwind of frustration and fear. This damned snake. He hadn't expected it to pursue him into this hidden alcove. His escape route was blocked. Cornered and desperate, Zeke braced himself. If you want my arm that badly. He defied his fate with a defiant shout. Then take it. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from Zeke, engulfing both him and the serpent. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, coughed, his body racked with pain. A crimson glow emanated from his wounded arm, a stark contrast to the dull green energy sparking around it. He braced himself against the onslaught of the nine-headed hydra, its venomous breath a purple tempest. The beast lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from Zeke's face. A wave of nausea washed over him. He realized, with dawning horror, that he had been poisoned by the hydra's venom. As Zeke's lifeblood ebbed away, a blinding light erupted from within him. A surge of power, raw and untamed, coursed through his veins. He felt different. With a newfound strength, Zeke unleashed a devastating attack, a searing purple energy cleaving through the hydra's flesh. The hydra recoiled, its many heads thrashing in pain and confusion. Zeke Draker, a young man with blonde hair and a determined expression, leaped across a chasm, his blue cloak billowing behind him. He was clearly in a desperate struggle, his movements fueled by a fierce urgency. He landed hard, the impact jarring. A monstrous serpent, scales shimmering, lunged at him, its jaws snapping shut. Blood splattered as Zeke barely evaded the attack. The serpent's head filled the frame, its eyes glowing with malevolent green light. Its reptilian features were sharp and menacing. Gasping for breath, Zeke struggled to his feet, his face contorted in pain and exertion. He clutched a broken staff, his body battered and bruised. The serpent reared back, preparing for another attack. Its massive form coiled, ready to strike. Zeke braced himself, his eyes locked on the approaching threat. He knew this was his last stand. There was only one enemy left. He thought, this is the end. But as he prepared for death, a powerful energy surged through him. The draconian skill, Dragon's Dignity, activated. A surge of purple and teal energy crackled, swirling like a tempestuous vortex. The raw power was palpable, a chaotic dance of immense, barely contained might. From the heart of the maelstrom, a figure emerged. Zeke, eyes blazing with an unearthly light. Before him, a monstrous serpentine creature reared its head, scales shimmering with an unnatural luminescence. His voice, though barely a whisper, carried the weight of defiance. Screw off, he hissed, the words imbued with the power of the storm raging within him. Zeke's face contorted in a grimace of barely controlled fury. The veins on his forehead pulsed with the same energy that swirled around him. He leveled a chilling warning at the beast. If you don't want me to crush you, that is. The dragon recoiled, fear evident in its reptilian eyes. Its massive form trembled, a stark contrast to its previous aggression. Meanwhile, in a different location, a young man with blonde hair and a worn satchel stood before the monstrous serpent, his expression one of dawning horror. The creature loomed over him, its gaze cold and predatory. Its massive body coiled, ready to strike. The young man's eyes widened in terror as he witnessed the aftermath of the battle, a trail of blood leading away from the scene. Zeke, the young man, leaned against a cold stone wall, his breath ragged. Bruises marred his face and arms, testament to a recent struggle. He muttered to himself, I didn't think Dragon's Dignity would work against the Dragonborn. A moment of self-recrimination followed. Damn it, I should have used it earlier. He frowned, confusion etched on his features. The question plagued him. Anyway, why am I so tired when infinite stamina is always active? Zeke examined a glowing blue interface, a digital display of some kind, before him. His exhaustion deepened as a grim suspicion took hold. Is it because of the poison? The message continued, posing a critical choice. Will you activate the dragon control, authority, and subjugate the target dragonborn? A look of dawning comprehension crossed Zeke's face. He whispered, I've struck fear in it? A monstrous, serpentine head filled the next view, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. Zeke's thoughts raced. Is it because of using dragon's dignity earlier? Regardless of the cause, a new possibility presented itself. He realized, whatever the reason, does this mean I'm going to be able to? Two more monstrous serpentine figures emerged, flanking the first. The question hung heavy in the air. Subjugate this absolute monster? Zeke's eyes blazed with a newfound determination. He answered, yeah, let's try it. Zeke Draker, a young man with a worried expression, tilted his head, a single word escaping his lips. Huh. Two messages appeared before him, stark and unforgiving. You lack the required administrator authority to be able to subjugate the target dragonborn, and you have failed to subjugate the fallen dragonborn. Zeke processed the messages, his internal monologue reflecting his confusion. I lack administrator authority? Geez, I was looking forward to it too. He sat on the ground, wounded and defeated. His thoughts turned to his limitations. Not having any restrictions on such great skill was even weirder. His eyes widened in a sudden realization. The poison from the nine-headed dragon Hydra overwhelmed him. He collapsed, muttering, damn it, the poison. His healing abilities proved useless against the potent venom. A warning message flashed before his eyes, identical to the previous ones. He resolved, there has to be a way. A sudden memory sparked within him. Oh, that's right. Gluttony can consume bloodline abilities. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, lay bleeding on the cold stone floor. A potent poison coursed through his veins, but a flicker of hope ignited within him. He realized that his unique bloodline might hold the key to survival, a resistance to poison, a gift he never knew he possessed. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him. The draconian skill, gluttony, had activated. Zeke collapsed, his body consumed by a swirling vortex of dark energy. It pulsed with an ominous power, a terrifying yet strangely alluring force. The darkness enveloped him completely, a suffocating, all-consuming void. From the depths of the abyss, a monstrous form began to emerge. A grotesque head, severed and corrupted by dark energy, rose from the swirling mass. It was the head of a fallen dragonborn. Zeke had consumed the head. His gluttony skill had increased in rank, transforming from beginner to expert. He had recovered his lost energy and absorbed the dragonborn's bloodline ability. Though only a portion was consumed, he gained an incomplete constitution, poison resistance. He lay there, exhausted but alive, the remnants of the dark energy dissipating around him. He clenched his fist, a newfound strength coursing through his veins. His ordeal was far from over, but he had survived. He would use this power, this newfound resilience, to forge his own path. Zeke Draker, a young man with striking blonde hair and piercing green eyes, stood amidst a desolate landscape. A notification appeared before him, announcing the detection of poison from the nine-headed Hydra. However, due to his inherent poison resistance, the threat was instantly neutralized. A smirk played on his lips as he uttered a single word. Bingo! A status window materialized before Zeke, revealing his current state. His name, Zeke Draker, was prominently displayed, along with his unique class, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. He was also identified as the Heritor of Terrican Draker, a title that spoke volumes about his lineage. The window detailed his authority, divine body, and his constitution, poison resistance. His system functions included an inventory, a mini-map, and a beginner's quest book. A comprehensive list of his skills followed, showcasing his prowess as a healer and his latent dragon-slaying abilities. Zeke reviewed his poison resistance, confirming its effectiveness. He then pondered the implications of this skill, questioning whether it provided complete immunity to all poisons. His attention shifted to his gluttony skill, which had unexpectedly leveled up to expert status. He mused on this unexpected development, noting that this particular skill had remained stagnant until now. Zeke theorized that the sudden increase in his gluttony skill was a direct result of absorbing the life form of the Hydra, an elimination target designated by the system. He considered this newfound information quite useful. With the Hydra no longer hindering his progress, he decided to move forward. The tale begins with Hero King Kaiser, a figure of legend. He was a legendary figure, half human, half fairy, born to a wise sage and the fairy monarch. Like any other hero, Kaiser's life was difficult from his very birth. Separated from his parents due to an evil mage's schemes, he was abandoned in a forest as a babe. There, a sacred wolf discovered the young, crying infant, taking him in and raising him deep within the woods. Thanks to this, Kaiser was able to grow up safely. Later, Kaiser saved the oppressed humans and created a kingdom for them in the central continent, Kronos. Every person from the central continent knows how Kaiser's legend began. The remnants of the hero King Kaiser and the Kronos kingdom are scarce. Few documents remain, relegating their existence to the realm of legend. However, irrefutable proof of their existence lies before him. A young man stands before the imposing structure, the tangible evidence of a once great kingdom. He walks through the grand hall, the silence amplifying the weight of history. The young man observes the ruins, noting their smaller scale than depicted in historical accounts. He reflects that he never imagined he would be standing within the Kronos kingdom itself. His gaze falls upon an ornate, blue and gold door, a testament to the kingdom's craftsmanship. He muses on the similarities between this place and the home of the Dragon Slayers. The entrance to the hero King Kaiser's home has opened. He hesitates before stepping through the glowing threshold. A single, radiant blue crystal rested on a pedestal, bathed in ethereal light. Its facets shimmered with an inner luminescence, hinting at potent magic. The crystal pulsed gently, its light intensifying, as if alive. An aura of arcane energy surrounded it, filling the chamber with a palpable sense of power. Zeke, a young man with weary eyes and tattered clothing, cautiously approached the crystal. He reached out a trembling hand, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. He muttered, "This is..." A thought struck him, a sudden recognition. Hero King Kaiser's secret technique? A notification appeared before Zeke's eyes, announcing the start of a quest. Achievement quest. A quest linked to the Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. Quest has begun. Zeke looked up, bewildered. All of a sudden. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the shadows. "Hey you, who do you think you are?" Startled, Zeke turned, his eyes widening in alarm. He braced himself, ready to defend himself. Another quest notification appeared. Linked quest, Hero King Kaiser's wisdom. Acquire the Hero King Kaiser's wisdom from the remnants of his presence left in the ruins. The details of the quest were revealed. Time limit. None. Quest reward. Fairy Monarch Tears. Zeke's eyes narrowed in concentration as he considered the implications of this new quest. Linked quest Hero King Kaiser's wisdom. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. The reward for this perilous quest. Was it truly the Fairy Monarch's tears? The image resolved into a vision of ethereal beauty. The Fairy Monarch, mother of Hero King Kaiser, an entity capable of granting the wishes of mortals. Her power was immense, her very presence radiating an otherworldly grace. The scene opens with a vision of a woman with long, flowing white hair, her face obscured. A thought bubble above her head reads, "The reward is the Fairy Monarch Tears?" The woman's ethereal form is now fully visible. She is an elf-like being, radiating a gentle light. Below her, a caption states, "An existence that grants the wishes of men." The perspective shifts to a young man with short, tousled brown hair, a look of disbelief on his face. He is dressed in simple, worn clothing. His internal monologue is clear. The reward is that Fairy Monarch's tears? He holds a glowing blue crystal. He mutters to himself, "Well, even if I don't know how to use it, it's a cheat-level treasure." Then, addressing an unseen entity, he asks, "System, how do I obtain this wisdom?" Two text boxes appear. The first reads, "The administrator's request has been confirmed." The second, "Extracting the data within the magic video recording device." A third text box reveals, "Discovered entry 546 of Hero King Kaiser's magic video records." The crystal is shown resting on a pedestal. Text appears within magic recording entry number 546 that correspond to the administrator's request. More text boxes appear. One states, "Replaying the first video of the 12 magic video entries." Another explains, "The language Ancient Chronosian, which is no longer in use, has been detected within the video." Hero King Kaiser, a figure of imposing stature and ethereal beauty, sneered. His long silver hair flowed around him as he held aloft a magnificent sword, a weapon that seemed to hum with latent power. "And what is a lesser sword?" he scoffed, his voice echoing with disdain. Meanwhile, in a separate chamber, Zeke Draker stood before a pedestal, his back to the viewer. A radiant blue crystal pulsed with an inner light, its energy captivating and mysterious. Zeke, clad in simple traveler's garb, seemed both awestruck and apprehensive. Kaiser continued his condescending lecture, addressing an unseen audience. "A sword is a sword, all the same, is it not? Those senile old men who don't even know how to swing a sword always spout that kind of nonsense." The narration clarified that Sheltron was indeed Kaiser's most loyal knight, a fact previously unknown. His existence, however, was now confirmed. Zeke, still observing the crystal, was suddenly addressed by an unseen voice. The question hung in the air, "What do you have to do to wield a sword well?" Zeke responded simply, "It's nothing much." A voice, presumably Kaiser's, continued to explain the basics of swordsmanship. "All you must do is swing your sword often and with vigor." The question, "How much?" may come to mind. Kaiser, his expression now serious and intense, declared, "I will present the goal." A blinding light engulfed Zeke, the young man at the center of the radiant beam. The intensity of the light was almost unbearable. He stood, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, as the light began to recede, revealing his form. The light's fading revealed a scene of chaos. Zeke stumbled, his body racked with pain as a searing energy coursed through him. Meanwhile, a powerful hand slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The source of the impact remained unseen. Zeke gasped, his breath ragged. He was overwhelmed by the sheer power he had just witnessed, even though it was only a recording. The recording showed the Hero King, a legendary figure, wielding a magnificent sword. Zeke recognized the wisdom and power emanating from the image. A brilliant blue crystal pulsed with energy, its light illuminating the scene. Zeke's eyes gleamed with determination. He declared his approval of what he had seen. He turned to a nearby system and requested a replay of the recording from the beginning. The administrator's request has been confirmed. Zeke, the young man, reflected on his training. It had been 4 days since he'd locked himself away. He stood in a dimly lit chamber, his muscles taut as he held his sword before him, a faint glow emanating from the blade. His expression was one of intense focus. 3 doors stood across the entrance to the chamber, each promising a different path. The first room was a well-stocked pantry, containing enough food to last for months. The second room was designed for rest and recuperating, a sanctuary for maintaining physical well-being. The final room held a comprehensive collection of books on warfare and a variety of weapons. This was a training facility, specifically designed for the heir to the Kaiser's legacy. Zeke, his face streaked with sweat, looked down, a mixture of determination and weariness in his eyes. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, focused intently on his sword training. He explained to himself that this singular focus was the key to his improvement. He was able to mimic the forms he'd observed, but something felt profoundly amiss. The movements lacked a certain essence. Suddenly, a message appeared before him, announcing that he had acquired Hero King Kaiser's wisdom, granting him mastery of the elemental sword's basic form. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. The word elemental echoed in his mind. Another message followed, informing him that he had surpassed the basic level and entered the applied level of mastery. He questioned this rapid advancement, the applied level, a concept entirely new to him. Zeke stood poised, his sword glowing with faint blue energy. He was ready. A final message appeared. He was summoning Hero King Kaiser's soul. A radiant, ethereal figure materialized before him, a powerful presence filling the chamber. Zeke stood, ready to receive whatever power this being offered. A foot descended, landing gracefully on the ground. The ethereal figure began to solidify. The figure fully revealed itself. Hero King Kaiser, king of the ancient Kronos kingdom, stood before Zeke, his presence commanding and regal. Zeke Draker, the healer cast out from his family, stood before King Kaiser. He could hardly believe his eyes. The legendary hero was right in front of him. A disbelieving chuckle escaped Zeke's lips. But his disbelief quickly turned to alarm. Kaiser, seemingly amused, drew his sword, the glint of steel reflecting in Zeke's wide, fearful eyes. Instinctively, Zeke reacted, drawing his own blade. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber as the two locked in combat. Despite his surprise, Zeke fought with surprising skill, parrying Kaiser's blows with a ferocity that belied his initial shock. The fight was a whirlwind of flashing steel, each parry and thrust a testament to Zeke's unexpected prowess. With a powerful lunge, Zeke sent Kaiser reeling backward, the force of the blow sending the king flying. Kaiser crashed into the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. Zeke stood over his fallen opponent, his breath ragged, but his eyes blazing with a newfound confidence. He had just defeated King Kaiser, a feat he found almost unbelievable. He muttered to himself, incredulous at his own strength. The power he wielded felt familiar, a chilling echo of his past life. Kaiser, recovering, scoffed at Zeke's skill, deeming it pathetic. The scene opened with a powerful display of might. A figure, regal in bearing, with silver hair and piercing eyes, stood amidst a swirling dust cloud. Their expression was one of grim determination, their very presence radiating an overwhelming strength. The narration box above them confirmed the impact of this display. Even the most seasoned knights would be awestruck by such power. Meanwhile, a young man with brown hair, clad in simple attire, stood defensively, sword in hand. He was clearly facing the source of the dust cloud, his gaze fixed on the powerful figure. Confusion clouded his features as he questioned the attack, wondering why such overwhelming power was directed at him. He mused that perhaps this was a test of his abilities. The powerful figure launched a swift attack, their movement a blur of speed and grace. The young man barely managed to brace himself against the onslaught, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. The young man, despite the ferocity of the attack, managed to partially deflect the blow. A brief moment of respite allowed him to assess the situation. The powerful figure pressed their advantage, continuing their relentless assault. The young man, though clearly outmatched, fought back with surprising resilience, his determination unwavering. The young man, dodging another attack, realized the full extent of the danger. He was certain that the powerful figure was actively trying to kill him. He braced himself, preparing for another attack. A powerful energy emanated from him, swirling around his feet. Doubt gnawed at him. He questioned his ability to withstand this onslaught, to prevail against such overwhelming power. His expression hardened, his eyes blazing with defiance. He would not yield. A sneering woman with long white hair, adorned in ornate jewelry, glared with intense malice. Her words, laced with venom, hung in the air. What an unreasonable monster. Zeke, a young man with short brown hair, stood, sword in hand, after a fierce battle. He let out a breath, a sigh of relief. His thoughts, however, were far from complacent. No. He sheathed his sword, the blade shattering upon impact with the ground. His internal monologue continued, resolute. There's no need to think too much about it. Zeke's determination hardened. His silent vow echoed in his mind. I just have to do as I always do and give it my everything. With renewed focus, he gripped his sword once more. This time, the weapon pulsed with a brilliant blue energy, crackling with raw power. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Zeke muttered a single name, barely audible, Hero King. The woman from before, her expression a mixture of surprise and disdain, questioned him. Oh, were you Sheltern's disciple? You just barely succeeded. What was that power again? The blue energy sword flew from Zeke's grasp, arcing through the air. He lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the falling weapon, his eyes locked on his opponent. A blinding flash of light erupted as Zeke, the healer, clashed with his opponent. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Aurora? The force of their collision sent tremors through the very ground. Zeke's opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, was sent sprawling, a testament to the unexpected power Zeke now wielded. Observing the scene from a distance, a regal figure with silver hair and piercing eyes, mused, or not. A hint of amusement played on their lips. Meanwhile, Zeke, despite his impressive display of strength, found himself struggling. He was far stronger than before, yet the fight was far from over. His internal monologue revealed his concern. He's way too strong despite the actions he's taking. His strained expression reflected the intensity of the battle. The fight was pushing him to his limits. The silver-haired observer, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing struggle, smirked. Not that it matters, they declared, their voice laced with a chilling indifference. With a sudden burst of energy, the observer launched a devastating attack, their sword cleaving through the air with terrifying speed. The observer's casual attitude remained unchanged. Their words, spoken with a detached amusement, echoed the true nature of their actions. All that matters is how fun it is. They stood poised, their sword gleaming, a picture of effortless power and chilling amusement. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, wielded a makeshift weapon, his muscles straining as he parried a blow from a towering, robed figure. Sparks flew where the crude club met the opponent's ornate staff. A blinding flash erupted from the point of impact. The force of the collision sent tremors through the ground. Now, amidst the swirling dust and energy, Zeke found himself facing not one, but several opponents. He grinned, a thrill coursing through him. Now, let's have some fun, he declared, launching into a flurry of attacks. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging blows with practiced ease. His opponents, clad in flowing white robes, were clearly skilled, but Zeke's unconventional fighting style kept them off balance. Another blinding flash of light, and Zeke found himself momentarily stunned. He stumbled back, his breath ragged. He braced himself, the impact jarring his entire body. Dust and debris swirled around his feet. Despite the pain, a grim smile touched his lips. I expected this to a degree, he muttered, his eyes narrowed in determination. But his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, overwhelming presence. Looming above him was a colossal figure, its eyes like twin sapphires, gazing down at him with an unnerving intensity. The sheer scale of the being dwarfed everything around it. The scene opens with a dark, blurry image, suggesting a powerful impact or a moment of intense energy release. Dust and debris fill the air, hinting at a recent struggle. The focus shifts to Zeke, his face streaked with sweat and grime. He is clearly exhausted, but his eyes burn with determination. He wonders aloud, questioning the reasons behind his sudden, unexpected power surge. Despite his exhaustion, Zeke declares his unwavering confidence in his ability to persevere. He believes in his strength, even in the face of overwhelming odds. A series of notifications appear, detailing the activation of several powerful skills: Critical Strike, High-Speed Movement, Continuous Slash, and the Draconian skill, Dragon Claw. These abilities are clearly beyond anything Zeke possessed before. Zeke, now empowered by his newfound abilities, launches a fierce attack. He moves with incredible speed and precision, his movements a blur of motion. He delivers a powerful blow, sending his opponent reeling. The impact is so great that it creates a shockwave that ripples through the air. The force of Zeke's attack continues to devastate his opponent, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. He observes Zeke with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, muttering in disbelief. The observer questions Zeke's ability to wield draconian powers, despite not being a dragonoid, highlighting the unusual nature of Zeke's newfound strength. Zeke, the disgraced healer, found himself in a desperate struggle. A powerful, dark energy pulsed from his hands, a stark contrast to the refined swordsmanship expected of his lineage. His opponent, a figure cloaked in dark, ornate armor, pressed their attack, their blade flashing dangerously close. The force emanating from Zeke intensified, shattering the stone floor around him. He was pushing his limits, his body straining under the exertion. His opponent watched, a mixture of surprise and dawning horror in their eyes. Even elemental force? They breathed, their voice barely a whisper. The raw power continued to surge from Zeke, a manifestation of his newfound, immortal strength. The words, soul manifestation lacerate, appeared, a grim testament to the destructive potential he now wielded. 3 figures, presumably members of Zeke's family, attacked him from behind. But their assault was met with a wave of destructive energy, the force of Zeke's power easily overpowering their combined efforts. Zeke's opponent, now clearly on the defensive, was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the attack. The impact sent tremors through the very ground. Zeke's eyes burned with a fierce determination. He would not be defeated. His opponent, despite their injuries, smirked, a chilling expression that hinted at a hidden strength and a plan yet to unfold. Zeke Draker, the young man, lay on the cold, hard ground, his breath shallow. He was injured, his body battered and bruised. A sense of disorientation clouded his mind. Above him, a figure materialized, an imposing man with silver hair and a regal bearing, seated upon what appeared to be a shattered throne. "Weakling," the man declared, "you've finally awakened." Zeke struggled to sit up, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic figure. The man continued, "Still, you have quite the talent." The man elaborated, explaining Zeke's inherent abilities, Sheltern's talent, draconian powers, and even elemental force. The man's expression shifted, concern etched onto his face. He leaned forward, his voice softening slightly. He revealed a startling truth. Part of your soul is stuck in the spirit realm." Zeke, startled, questioned, "What? Spirit realm?" A flashback sequence showed Zeke's final moments, a brutal battle amidst a graveyard of skeletal remains. He was clearly outmatched, yet somehow survived. The man observed, "It seems that despite your human body, you've managed to overcome the wall of death. If so, then your ability to utilize elemental force also makes sense." Zeke, a young man with a worn expression, knelt before a regal figure seated upon an ornate throne. The figure, an elf-like being with silver hair and piercing blue eyes, wore a crown and robes of gold and blue. "Could I ask that you explain in a way that I can understand?" Zeke pleaded, his voice barely a whisper. The elf's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He seemed to be considering Zeke's request. The elf dismissed Zeke's question with a wave of his hand. "Forget such trivial matters," he stated. "Don't you have a more important goal?" Zeke, his face etched with worry, remained silent, pretending not to understand the implication of the elf's words. The elf gestured towards Zeke, a subtle flick of his finger. "What you are attempting to learn," he began, his voice low and resonant. With a flourish, the elf conjured a miniature storm of fire and water in his palm, the elements swirling and dancing before dissipating. "My wisdom," he finished, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "I am talking about elemental sword. The world is composed of elemental forces, water, fire, earth, and wind. These pure natural forces are the building blocks of all things. A swirling vortex of these elements demonstrates their raw power and potential. A figure, regal in appearance, wields a sword imbued with these elemental forces. His long silver hair flows behind him as he channels the power. This technique, known as the elemental sword, harnesses the 4 basic elements for devastating effect. The term elemental sword is introduced, highlighting its significance. The wielder of the elemental sword prepares for an attack, the wind elements swirling around him. He unleashes a powerful tempest sword, a concentrated wind field that forms a destructive vortex. The tempest sword's destructive power is emphasized by the visual depiction of its force. A woman with long, silver hair, adorned in ornate, royal blue and gold attire, stood before a young man. She explained, "Of the 4 elements, this is wind, the wind field tempest sword." The woman continued, gesturing towards the sword, "The source of the elemental force behind the elemental sword is the ether you spoke of." The young man, with short, light brown hair, listened intently. His thoughts were clear. Both the woman's explanation and the sword's power were closer to magic than to traditional swordsmanship. The woman, seemingly unimpressed by the young man's assessment, declared, "Now then, it's your turn." A section of the floor crumbled beneath the woman's feet as she prepared to demonstrate. The young man watched as the woman wielded her sword. He observed, I can't feel any ether from Kaiser, though. Is there some kind of secret involved in the conversion of it into elemental force? He pondered the mystery of the sword's power. He pressed further. If so, then what's the method for converting ether into elemental force? The woman, surprised by his question, simply uttered, huh. A young man's hand gripped a sword, its blade engulfed in incandescent flames. The heat seemed to ripple outwards, distorting the air around him. He looked perplexed, a young man with brown hair, as he struggled to explain his newfound ability. I can just kind of do it, so how am I supposed to explain it? His master, a regal figure in ornate robes, observed him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The young man's frustration grew. Why are all the people who become my masters like this? The young man, clearly agitated, continued to struggle with the ethereal energy surging through him. His face was etched with concentration. He shook his head, his voice strained. No, it's not that I didn't feel anything. It's that I couldn't. His master sighed, his expression softening slightly. His ether usage is so perfectly controlled, to the point that I need to completely focus all of my senses in order to just barely feel anything. Why can't you do this? The young man, undeterred, declared, Okay, I'll just try it on my own. His master watched him, a hint of skepticism in her eyes. What's with that tone? He ignored her, focusing intently on his task. A voice echoed in his mind. Don't lose yourself in what you can see. Even elemental force? A grim realization washed over him. Kaiser definitely called my soul manifestation elemental force. If so, then soul manifestation is also a power that utilizes elemental force. Zeke, the young man, stood with his sword, a purple aura crackling around him, a testament to his newfound power. He channeled this energy, the raw elemental force swirling around him, a stark contrast to the regal figure seated on the throne before him. The power surged, a wave of energy emanating from Zeke's blade. He named his technique, Soul Manifestation Gale, but his youthful face contorted in frustration. His superior, a powerful figure in ornate robes, observed Zeke's display with a critical eye. He berated the young man for his inefficient use of elemental force, questioning his strange incantation. Zeke, confused and slightly hurt, questioned the criticism, unsure of what exactly he had done wrong. A regal figure, adorned in ornate armor and a crown, sat upon a throne. His long, silver hair cascaded down his shoulders, framing a face etched with weariness. He spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages. The incantation is the exclusive domain of dragons. Across from him stood a young man, his dark hair falling over his eyes, his expression one of pained concentration. The elder continued, observing the youth struggle. I don't know about dragonoids, but humans definitely cannot use them. Whenever you use that power, you end up pushing yourself past your limits, don't you? The young man gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes, wide and determined, reflected a fierce inner struggle. The elder's gaze shifted, his eyes now fixed on something unseen by the young man. He explained, there is a marked difference in the very size of humans and dragon souls. You may be able to imitate it. A radiant, ethereal figure shimmered into view, its form vaguely humanoid, radiating a soft, blue light. The elder continued his explanation, his voice laced with disdain, but you'll never be able to use it to the same effect. The elder's face contorted in disgust. He scoffed, I don't know who developed this, but it's pathetic. He dismissed the young man's attempt with a wave of his hand. It's a low-grade knockoff of incantation. Now then, if you get it again. The young man's mind raced, a flicker of recognition illuminating his thoughts. He had heard of this incantation before. A flashback sequence began, showing the young man's past. The scene depicted him absorbing a powerful energy source, the heart of a dragon, within the Dragon Slayer's home. The words, when I absorb Bahamut's heart within the home of the Dragonsa, appeared. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer lineage, lay on the cold stone floor, his body racked with pain. Death's icy grip had loosened, only to reveal a cryptic message seared into his mind, an incantation, powerful yet inaccessible. He awoke to find himself 20 years younger, back within the very family that had cast him out. Before him, a draconian skill incantation manifested, its power palpable, yet locked behind a wall of inexperience. Zeke pondered the implications. If soul manifestation was an incantation-based technique, then increased strength would unlock its full potential. A new purpose solidified within him. He mused on the possibility of freely wielding soul manifestation, a prospect that further fueled his resolve. This newfound power gave him yet another reason to pursue strength relentlessly. A gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. A figure, presumably his trainer, urged him to continue his training, demanding more effort. Zeke's training was arduous. Application of his skills took significantly longer than the foundational training. Through rigorous practice, guided by his trainer, Kaiser, and countless sparring sessions, he began to grasp the fundamental principles of elemental swordsmanship. He realized that elemental swordsmanship, like magic, relied on a driving force. Ether, channeled through the spirits to unleash elemental power. Having grasped the fundamentals and the techniques, Zeke felt a surge of confidence. His understanding of elemental swordsmanship was complete. Zeke Draker, the young man once cast out for his lack of swordsmanship, now found himself wielding an elemental sword with surprising ease. The act of wielding it, he realized, was far simpler than he'd ever imagined. The swirling, icy energy responded to his will, forming a vortex of power around him. His movements were fluid, almost effortless, a stark contrast to his past struggles. Having mastered the initial technique, Zeke finally turned to face his instructor, a tall, imposing figure cloaked in white. "I can finally bear to look at you," he stated, his voice steady despite the lingering awe. The instructor, his face obscured by shadow, stood silently, a long sword at his side. Zeke, though confident in his newfound abilities, felt a prickle of apprehension. Zeke sheathed his sword, his movements precise and controlled. He addressed the instructor. "I understand, instructor." He paused, then added, "I ask a few questions while I rest?" The instructor nodded curtly. "Ahead and ask." Zeke, observing the instructor's effortless levitation, realized the extent of his mastery. "I understand now after learning from him. Even the way he's floating like that uses elemental force," he mused. He then posed a more pointed question. "When we first met, why did you refer to me as Sheltern's disciple upon seeing me use aura?" Zeke pressed for clarification. "What did that mean?" The instructor responded simply. "Aura, you say? All right, that's what it was called. It's just as I said." Sheltern Draker, a name whispered with reverence among the Dragon Slayers, was revealed to have defied the established order. He declared that humans were incapable of wielding the elemental sword, yet he himself created the very techniques they now employed. Zeke, the young Dragon Slayer, reacted with disbelief and anger. He couldn't believe that his techniques had been dismissed, replaced by those of Sheltern alone. His resentment towards Sheltern Draker was palpable. The revelation continued. Sheltron, the noble knight, was more than just the hero king's right-hand man. His true significance remained shrouded in mystery. Zeke's shock deepened. The implications of the next statement were staggering. Sheltron was the founder of aura usage. He was stunned into silence. The weight of this revelation pressed down on him. Sheltron, a Draker, was the architect of this power. The truth about the Draker family was far more complex than previously understood. The ancient crest of Sheltron, a symbol of power and mystery, was presented, raising questions about why this knowledge had been suppressed. Zeke, driven by curiosity, inquired about the spirit realm, the place where spirits reside. He had acquired the elemental sword and felt the power of the spirits, but the concept remained elusive. To illustrate his point, Zeke demonstrated his newfound ability to manipulate the elemental forces, showcasing his mastery over the power he had recently acquired. With a sudden burst of energy, Zeke unleashed a powerful wave of ice, demonstrating the raw power he now commanded. The sheer force of the attack was breathtaking. Zeke, the young man with fiery blonde hair, stood amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal energy. He mused that this power could be used in unexpected ways. His instructor explained that while not precisely the afterlife, the spirit realm was essentially it. Zeke, observing a spectral figure within the vortex, questioned the instructor's previous statement about a portion of his soul residing in this very realm. The instructor continued, explaining that once one's physical body was left behind and entry into the spirit realm was achieved, return was impossible. It was as if an insurmountable wall blocked the way. Zeke, however, pointed out a contradiction. Hadn't the instructor previously stated that a part of his soul was already within the spirit realm? The instructor confirmed that Zeke's soul was indeed present before him, a startling revelation. The instructor admitted this was his first time witnessing such a case, but there were methods to traverse between realms. He revealed that in his own case, a dragon had aided him in this crossing. A young man, his face etched with disbelief, stared upwards. Above him, partially obscured, was a figure clad in ornate, dark blue and gold armor. The young man gasped, whispering, "A dragon." His eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "A dragon?" From the shadows emerged an elf-like figure, their expression calm and somewhat amused. They responded, "That's right. Is there a problem?" The elf continued, their voice laced with a hint of challenge. "Well, isn't there no way a dragon would help a human?" The young man, clearly taken aback, questioned, "What are you saying?" The elf's response was blunt. "Dragons are beings that cherish humans." The young man's internal monologue echoed his disbelief. What the hell is he on about? He stood defiant, his thoughts turning to a darker history. Draguns cherish humans. What about the monsters that were led by the evil dragon Bahamut to destroy the world? Zeke Draker, the young man, ran a hand through his disheveled brown hair, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times, his voice trailing off into a confused chuckle. A sudden burst of energy surrounded him as he continued his internal monologue. He acknowledged that, even without a full explanation, his very existence served as proof of a complex past. A hand, adorned with golden armor, reached out and rested on Zeke's stomach. The gesture was both probing and intimate. Zeke's eyes widened in shock as he focused on a swirling magical symbol forming in his hands. He was questioned about the origin of his heart and the Fang used to forge his sword, the implication being that they were gifts from the dragon Bahamut. A regal figure, Kaiser, spoke, acknowledging Bahamut's questionable character but highlighting his tendency to grant favors to those who make sincere requests. The narration confirmed that Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut had a surprisingly amicable relationship. Zeke, now looking grim, reflected on the implications of Bahamut's actions, concluding that keeping his subjugation a secret would be the wisest course of action. He then realized that Bahamut had given the Draker clan artifacts, claiming their worship was admirable, a fact that Zeke had previously misunderstood. Kaiser chuckled, commenting on Bahamut's continued benevolence towards those he considered his own. The conversation continued, the speaker's voice laced with a hint of weariness. They remarked on the challenging nature of dealing with a certain individual's volatile temperament, recounting past conflicts stemming from this fiery disposition. A question arose. Was Kronos the name of another dragon? The speaker's eyes widened in anticipation of the answer. Further clarification was sought. The listener inquired if Kronos referred to the kingdom itself. The response confirmed the connection. The speaker revealed their past role as Kronos' contractor. The speaker continued, describing how, while others struggled to name the kingdom, they casually enjoyed tea. The kingdom's name was a direct tribute to Kronos. A surprised reaction followed. The listener questioned the notion of dragons drinking tea, their expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief. The conversation shifted to the polymorph phenomenon, a subject the listener had heard about previously. The speaker explained that Kronos' reaction to the naming of the kingdom was surprisingly subdued. The speaker revealed their intention for Kronos' name to be remembered for generations to come. The scene then transitioned to a time thousands of years in the past. The narration shifted to the era when dragons and humans coexisted. For many years, dragons and humans lived in harmony. However, a delicate balance existed. Should a powerful dragon intervene in human affairs without a formal contract, the world's equilibrium would shatter. The consequences would be catastrophic, endangering the very fabric of reality itself. To prevent such a disaster, dragons suppressed their immense power. They would shift into human forms, aiding humanity through carefully constructed contracts. As was the case with Kaiser, dragons referred to those with whom they formed contracts as contractors. A young man pondered the reason behind the legendary figure's immense strength, realizing it stemmed from their unique partnerships with dragons. The elder dragon Slayer, his long silver hair cascading around him, lay sprawled on a circular platform, his expression one of weary resignation. He sighed, then why did a rift between dragons and humans form? His gaze shifted to the young man standing before him, his patience clearly wearing thin. I thought my ears would fall off, waiting for you like this. I'll have to chronicle his entire story when I can. You've waited over 2,000 years for a successor. You could at least wait this much longer. The young man, Zeke, stood poised, his sword gleaming. The elder scoffed, what an arrogant disciple I've picked up. We'll see how much longer you can keep that attitude up. A surge of energy emanated from the elder as he prepared for battle. The final course is... A single word hung in the air, heavy with the weight of impending conflict. A duel against me. The elder dragon Slayer stood revealed in his full glory, his power palpable, his sword held aloft. Zeke's expression hardened. However, this alone would not serve a difference from what we've done up till now. The atmosphere around him changed. He sensed a shift in the rules of their engagement. That's why we're going to add a rule. The elder dragon Slayer unleashed a powerful wave of energy, shattering the stone around him. Eating and sleeping will be forbidden from now on. Zeke Draker, his breath ragged, stumbled through the opulent but now ruined hall. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light, piercing the shattered windows, illuminating the grim determination etched on his face. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shimmering white and gold, spoke, his voice echoing through the debris-strewn space. And the duel will continue until I say we stop. The white-clad figure continued, laying down the rules of engagement. Also, you may only use an elemental sword of the same element as mine. Zeke, his eyes narrowed, countered with a silent question. And what if I were to break these rules? A wave of searing heat erupted as Zeke unleashed his power, a fiery torrent engulfing his opponent. Break the rules, you say? He challenged, his voice barely audible above the roar of the flames. The white-clad figure, seemingly unfazed, responded with a chillingly calm statement. If you have more than one life. The scene opens with an expository text box describing the elemental sword, a weapon divided into 4 distinct fields, each corresponding to a fundamental element. A fiery explosion erupts, showcasing the raw power of one of these elemental fields. The narrative focuses on a figure wielding the sword, engulfed in flames. The text clarifies that the first field is fire-based. The figure unleashes a devastating fiery attack, the flames consuming everything in their path. The text box labels this technique Flame Field. The wielder continues their assault, the flame field expanding and intensifying. The narration describes the flame field's immense heat and destructive power. The final panel shows the devastating effects of the attack, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The word next appeared, signaling a transition in the narrative. A young man, Zeke, stood amidst a swirling vortex of earth and energy. The text proclaimed this to be Steel Field, a power rooted in the element of earth. He braced himself, a powerful figure in flowing white robes descending towards him. The descent continued, the powerful figure seemingly aiming a blow. The narration explained that Steel Field specializes in defense and subduing opponents, manipulating solidity in mass. Zeke's face, contorted in a grimace, showed his determination. A burst of energy erupted from him. The powerful figure attacked, but Zeke, using his newfound power, countered. Zeke, wounded but defiant, glared at his opponent. High above, a figure clad in ornate, sapphire blue and gold armor, his silver hair flowing, unleashed a torrent of wind. The power was immense, a breathtaking display of elemental mastery. Below, ensnared within the intricate latticework of the wind field, a young man with blonde hair struggled against the gale-force winds. He fought back with surprising ferocity, his own blade a blur of motion as he attempted to cleave through the wind currents. The armored figure above countered with a swift, precise strike, reinforcing the wind field with another powerful gust. The blonde-haired youth, despite his valiant efforts, found himself outmatched. He noted that while powerful, the wind field lacked the raw destructive force of other techniques. However, its speed and versatility proved invaluable. Its high-speed movement and sword aura made it a formidable tool. The narration then shifted to describe another elemental technique. This time, the focus was on water, a swirling vortex of liquid power. The blonde-haired youth, now utilizing the water field, defended himself against the relentless wind attacks, showcasing its defensive capabilities. Zeke Draker, the healer, plummeted through the air, a torrent of water cascading around him. His fall was a brutal dance with gravity, the icy spray a stark contrast to the burning rage that fueled his desperate struggle. As he fell, a voice echoed in his mind, describing the power he wielded. A force as adaptable as water itself, capable of both suppression and support. Below, a figure in a flowing robe watched his descent, a grim expression etched on their face. The swirling waters threatened to engulf them both. The internal monologue continued, emphasizing the versatility and well-balanced nature of Zeke's power. He braced for impact, the ground rushing towards him. His body tensed, preparing for the inevitable. The collision was violent. Zeke impacted the ground, sending a shockwave through the water. His opponent, however, remained poised, seemingly unaffected. A moment of stunned silence followed the impact, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the rocks. Zeke, his face contorted in pain, cursed. He felt the limitations of his power acutely. His opponent, observing him, noted the shortcomings in both power and range, despite Zeke's impressive display. The chasm between them was vast, a gulf that seemed to stretch into infinity. A question hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. What is this gap between us? Zeke Draker, a young man with wind-tossed blonde hair, stood defiant amidst a churning torrent. His expression was one of grim determination, his body straining with exertion. He plunged his sword into the heart of the cascading water, a surge of energy rippling outwards. A look of surprise and dawning comprehension crossed Zeke's face as he witnessed the results of his action. He murmured, "Oh." A surge of raw power coursed through him, leaving him breathless but exhilarated. Zeke, still reeling from the experience, turned to his instructor. What was that, instructor? His instructor, a figure of ethereal beauty, appeared only as a faint image, yet her words carried weight. Zeke, leaning back, mused, "Isn't it fine as long as I unleash the right attribute?" The instructor continued, explaining that with other fields, one only needs to manifest the right attribute and wield its force for its power to come to life. The instructor stressed the importance of fluidity in the water field, exasperatedly stating, "But just how many times do I have to tell you that the water field is all about fluidity? Fluidity will trump strength. Don't you understand?" Zeke, the young man with blonde hair, knelt, gasping for breath. His opponent, a figure cloaked in ornate, dark armor, towered over him, sword raised. "Now, again," the armored figure commanded. Zeke glared up at his adversary, defiance etched on his face. He muttered, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? How does fluidity win against strength?" The scene shifted. Zeke, now alone, clutched his head in anguish, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration. In the background, a figure lay defeated on the ground. His thoughts echoed. "I submitted because I lacked the strength to fight back. I lost what was precious to me because I lacked the strength to protect." The image showed a close-up of Zeke's face, his eyes filled with a profound sense of loss and regret. He continued his internal monologue. In order to survive, his internal reflection continued. In order to adhere to my convictions, in order to protect that which was precious to me. Zeke's face was grim. He thought, I sought nothing but strength my entire life. He questioned, now you're telling me that fluidity will win over strength? There's no way I could understand. A sword plunged into water, the impact causing a dramatic splash and ripple effect. Zeke Draker, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, stood locked in a desperate duel. Water, imbued with immense power, erupted around him, a chaotic ballet of icy blue energy mirroring the turmoil within. His opponent, a figure cloaked in white and crowned with a circlet of ice, met his attack with a sword of equal power. The clash sent shockwaves through the very air, a testament to the intensity of their struggle. Zeke, his breath ragged, wondered aloud if he had nodded off during their duel. The question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the furious battle raging around them. Then, with a sudden splash, Zeke found himself momentarily submerged. He resurfaced, gasping for air, only to find his opponent still pressing the attack. The relentless assault continued, a torrent of water and ice threatening to overwhelm him. Zeke, despite his exhaustion, found a moment to reflect. He had stopped keeping track of time after the 15th day. His internal monologue revealed the toll the endless battle had taken. The sheer duration of the fight, he realized, was staggering. It had been at least a month since the duel began. The relentless fighting, without food or rest, had taken its toll. Zeke's opponent, her features obscured by shadow, continued her assault. The image emphasized the relentless nature of the conflict. Through this grueling experience, a crucial realization dawned on Zeke. His seemingly infinite stamina was not, in fact, all-powerful. A regal figure, cloaked in flowing blue robes and adorned with a crown, stood amidst a swirling pool of dark water. Their expression was one of grim determination, a slender sword held aloft. They muttered, at least it isn't in front of a monster that overwhelms it. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the figure, a brilliant blue light emanating from their eyes. Their body tensed, a silent scream implied by the strained posture. The energy manifested as a torrent of water, crashing outwards in a powerful wave. The figure seemed to be the epicenter of this watery explosion, their form partially obscured by the spray. The scene shifted. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in pain, struggled against a powerful current of water. He gripped his sword, but his movements were weak. He groaned, damn it, I can't put any strength into my arm now. He braced himself, the water surging around him. He noted grimly, the floor is slippery too. Despite his weakened state, a determined grin spread across his face. He was clearly not giving up. A massive geyser of water erupted from the floor, sending debris flying. The force of the eruption was immense, the water cascading down in a chaotic torrent. The young man found himself caught in the deluge, struggling against the powerful current. The regal figure, now partially submerged, seemed to be the source of this watery chaos. Zeke, the young man with fiery brown hair and piercing green eyes, grinned, a triumphant glint in his gaze. He had managed to parry a devastating blow from his opponent, a figure cloaked in icy blue, their face partially obscured by a hood. The sheer force of the attack sent tremors through Zeke's body, but he held firm. Despite his success, Zeke stumbled, his body strained from the exertion. The opponent, whose power was clearly superior, remained poised and ready to strike again. A stark realization dawned on Zeke. Brute strength alone wouldn't suffice. The words echoed in his mind. Fluidity will trump strength. A sudden understanding washed over him, a revelation that illuminated his previous failures. He finally grasped the true meaning of his training, the essence of his power. The image shifted, focusing on Zeke's hands, now gripping his sword with newfound resolve. He realized that true strength wasn't just about raw power, but about the unwavering determination to endure, to remain standing amidst the storm. Water, imbued with his power, surged around him, a visual representation of his newfound understanding. He was casting aside the limitations of his past, embracing a new, more fluid style of combat. Zeke's eyes reflected the cascading water, mirroring the clarity of his newfound understanding. He finally understood Kaiser's words, the cryptic guidance that had eluded him for so long. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing Zeke's past training, the rigid methods he had been taught to control his blade. These methods, he now realized, were shackles, binding his true potential. His hands, once bound by those restrictive techniques, were now shown tightly gripping a weapon, symbolizing his past constraints. But now, the chains were breaking, symbolizing his liberation. He was cutting away the unnecessary shackles, freeing himself to embrace his true strength. The scene opens with a torrent of water, cascading down like a celestial waterfall. Chains, thick and heavy, are swept along in the current, their metallic links glinting amidst the churning blue. From this deluge, A young man surfaces, his face a mask of exertion. Water streams from his hair and clothes, clinging to his form as he struggles against the relentless flow. He rises, propelled by an unseen force, a surge of energy coursing through him. Below, a glimpse of a woman in flowing robes is visible, her expression unreadable. The young man continues his ascent, the water swirling around him like a protective shroud. His features are sharp, his eyes filled with a newfound determination. A voice, confident and self-assured, echoes in his mind. He recognizes this feeling. He has experienced something similar before. The scene shifts. Now, the young man is surrounded by shadowy figures, their forms indistinct, wielding swords. He is on the ground, his own weapon discarded. His face, etched with the marks of battle, is grim. He recalls a time when the line between himself and his sword blurred, a moment of oneness with the world around him. The clash was brutal, a tempest of motion and water. Zeke, his dark hair plastered to his forehead, grappled with his adversary, a figure cloaked in ornate, ice-blue robes. The air crackled with raw power, each strike sending geysers of water erupting around them. Zeke, momentarily thrown off balance, found himself tumbling through the air, a torrent of water swirling around him like a living shroud. He braced himself for impact. The water, however, did not harm him. Instead, it seemed to yield, parting around him as if guided by an unseen force. The swirling currents coalesced, refining into a weapon of immense power. Zeke, eyes narrowed in grim determination, stood defiant before his opponent, the water now forming a protective barrier around him. His opponent, a powerful figure with a masked face, loomed over him. A sinister grin stretched across the masked face of Zeke's opponent, a cruel amusement in their eyes. Simultaneously, a similar expression twisted Zeke's features, a reflection of his opponent's dark glee. Both combatants were locked in a silent battle of wills, their expressions mirroring each other's intensity. The fight continued, a whirlwind of water and steel. Zeke, with surprising agility, dodged a devastating blow, the water swirling around him deflecting the attack. He retaliated with a swift counterattack, his blade a blur of motion, slicing through the water with deadly precision. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, knelt amidst a swirling vortex of water, his ragged clothes clinging to his lean frame. He gripped a makeshift staff, his knuckles white with exertion, as he channeled his unique healing power, a stark contrast to his family's legacy of swordsmanship. Above him, a regal figure emerged from the watery chaos. This was no ordinary foe. This was an elf, crowned and robed, wielding a sword that crackled with elemental energy. A cruel smile played on his lips as he watched Zeke struggle. The scene shifted. Before Zeke stood a colossal, golden ziggurat, a testament to ancient power. The architecture hinted at a civilization far older than his own. A crack appeared in the sky above the ziggurat, a fissure of blinding light that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. It was a gateway, a portal to another realm. Zeke, seemingly unharmed, stood at the edge of a shimmering pool of light emanating from the portal. He looked towards the gateway, his expression unreadable. A grand hall, bathed in a golden light. Before a towering figure, clad in ornate robes and a crown of silver, knelt a young man, his face etched with exhaustion. The elder's smile held a hint of something unreadable, a mixture of pride and sorrow. The young man's back was to the viewer, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He seemed utterly spent. The elder's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight of authority. "You are the successor to my teachings," he declared, his words echoing in the vast hall. The young man's name, whispered into the silence, Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker awoke to a blinding light, disoriented and confused. A single thought pierced through the haze. Did I pass out? He lay on the cold, hard ground, the remnants of a fierce battle scattered around him. The scene was one of devastation, marked by cracked stone and lingering dust. This was the second time he lost consciousness. The first, he recalled, was during his duel with Duke. The memory of the fight flashed before his eyes, a desperate struggle against a powerful opponent, culminating in a brutal blow that sent him reeling. A system message appeared, explaining that the excessive use of his skills had resulted in fatigue surpassing the allowed amount. For his safety, his consciousness had been forcibly shut down. Zeke realized this was the first time his regression was triggered by reaching his physical limits, rather than death. A single name echoed in his mind, Kaiser. He sat up, clutching his head, the throbbing pain a stark reminder of his ordeal. His surroundings were familiar yet strange, a damaged room within a crumbling structure. A large, dark crystal dominated one corner of the room, its presence adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The scene opens on a vast, ruined chamber. Dust motes dance in the faint light filtering through the shattered ceiling, illuminating a lone figure kneeling amidst the debris. The question hangs heavy in the air. Did he return to the spirit realm? He sits up, his expression one of exhaustion and contemplation. Zeke Draker, the failed dragon slayer, assesses his surroundings. He reflects on his recent actions, noting that he managed to use his water field ability with some success. A faint blue glow emanates from his hand, a lingering effect of his ability. Uncertainty clouds his features as he examines the residual energy. Suddenly, Zeke's vision is overwhelmed by a surge of blue light and data streams. His eyes widen in surprise. A notification appears, informing him that he has completed a linked quest. He is pleased with his success, feeling he has earned the reward through hard work. Further notifications detail additional rewards for completing an achievement quest, including an elevation in administrator rights and various items. The system upgrades are significant, unlocking new functions and improving his capabilities within the system. A system notification appeared before Zeke Draker, the newly reborn inheritor of the Terrican Draker lineage. The soul of Bahamut, an elder dragon, was partially unlocked within him, its seal at 90%. Zeke's status as an intermediate rank administrator was displayed, revealing his unique class, Immortal. His abilities included a potent healing factor, indomitable mental defense, infinite stamina, and battle sense. He possessed several skills, including Gale Arts, Elemental Sword, Mana Reflection, and various draconian abilities, though some remained locked. He sat amidst the opulence of his ancestral home, reviewing the extensive information presented to him. Reading through all of this is going to be a lot of work, he muttered, a hint of weariness in his voice. Zeke focused on the seal's percentage, noting that it had decreased from 95% to 90% since the absorption of Bahamut's heart. He mused that upon reaching 95%, his constitution would be modified to a divine body. A system message informed him that a power beyond his current capacity had been detected and sealed, compressed to prevent harm. He attempted to immediately unlock Terrican Draker's authority, but the system blocked his request due to his lack of rights as an heir. The system's rejection message detailed the concerns regarding the potential for mental and physical harm from a power exceeding his abilities. Zeke, however, acknowledged his prior experience with overwhelming power, stating that he understood the risks involved. Zeke, the young man with fiery orange hair, clutched his face, a troubled expression etched onto his features. He muttered to himself, "This must mean that, given my current abilities, I can only handle 10% of it." His gaze drifted to a dark, imposing structure in the distance. He continued his internal assessment, pondering whether it be incantation, which I couldn't unlock through points alone. The image of a reptilian figure, cloaked in shadow, filled his mind. He mused, or dragonic control, it might be related to the seal percentage. Zeke, now seated in a grand hall, examined a glowing object. He resolved, I'll have to keep an eye on this. Next is the random boxes. A message appeared before him. As a quest reward, he received administrator rights, 500 karma points, and 3 random boxes. 3 ornate boxes materialized before him, each promising an unknown reward. The first box revealed a pair of sturdy boots crafted from meteoric iron. Next, he found lower body armor, also made from meteoric iron, followed by a pair of elegant crystal earrings that promised improved mana recovery. Zeke grinned, holding up the earrings. He thought, I bet I could sell this to a mage for a good price. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, meticulously worked on his armor. He had managed to acquire boots and lower body armor to match his gauntlets. He surveyed his progress with a grim determination. Soon, he would have a full set, but there was something else he was anticipating: the random skill cards. Zeke carefully examined the 3 mysterious cards, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal glow. Intrigued, he prepared to unlock their potential. Judging by their name, he surmised that each card contained a skill. With a flourish, Zeke activated the cards. A burst of golden light erupted, illuminating the room. The results were immediately apparent. He had acquired 3 new skills: Static Discharge, Flashbang, and Dissonance, all rank C. The details of each skill were displayed before him. Static Discharge allowed him to generate electricity to shock an opponent. Flashbang shot condensed energy that exploded in a blinding flash. Dissonance created an unpleasant sound to disrupt hearing. He mused on his newfound abilities. They were all rank C, but he knew that with enough effort, he could acquire higher rank skills. This was just the beginning of his journey. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, focused intently. He muttered to himself about the hard work he'd invested, then activated his skill, Static Discharge. A surge of energy erupted, forming a sphere of crackling blue electricity. Zeke, surprised, questioned the power's rank. This is rank C? He examined the results, a thoughtful expression on his face. The power, he mused, was satisfactory for its rank. A self-satisfied smirk spread across Zeke's face. He found the skill's versatility appealing, and I can use it in several ways. Zeke considered a strategic combination. He envisioned the potential of Flashbang and Dissonance used together. He projected the outcome. The combined effect, he believed, would surpass even the artifact he'd used during his advancement exam. Zeke's confidence grew. He was certain he'd unlocked more system functions by raising his administrator level. A new interface appeared, displaying an item hotkey slot. The system message explained that items in the slot could be used like skills. Zeke pondered the implications, a thoughtful expression on his face. He found a new function useful, especially in emergencies. Use items like a skill. Huh? I'm sure it'll come in handy in an emergency. Zeke, the young man with blonde hair and piercing green eyes, mused aloud. But since I have healing factor and infinite stamina, I wouldn't need any healing potions. What should I put in it? He reviewed his inventory on a digital interface, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sudden realization struck him. No, wait. Zeke reflected on his past experiences. The skills he once considered all-powerful had proven to have significant drawbacks. The image of a formidable opponent, Kaiser, flashed in his mind. He acknowledged the inherent risks. However unlikely, the possibility of facing another opponent as powerful as Kaiser, someone whose strength couldn't be overcome with mere stamina, remained a concern. Despite his overwhelming abilities, Zeke admitted to himself that he still hadn't fully tested the limits of his healing factor. The image showed him seated amidst a battlefield strewn with fallen swords, a stark reminder of his past battles. He grimly acknowledged the ever-present possibility of unforeseen complications. Murphy's Law is a thing, after all. A detailed description of the Salvation Potion appeared, highlighting its creator, Javier Hassan, and its potent healing properties. It was capable of instantly recovering mortal wounds and stamina. Zeke acknowledged the significant cost, but justified the purchase, reasoning that its effectiveness as a replacement for his infinite stamina and healing factor was paramount. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, clutched a curious object. It was, he realized, the most important reward he had ever obtained. The intricate blue vial shimmered in his hands. He recognized it instantly, the Fairy Monarch's tears. A description of the Fairy Monarch's tears appeared before him, detailing their origin and singular use. These were the tears shed by the hero King Kaiser upon his betrayal, and they could summon the Fairy Monarch from the spirit realm. Zeke's eyes widened. The possibility of summoning the Fairy Monarch, a being known to grant wishes, filled him with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Could he really use this to change his fate? Legend spoke of the Fairy Monarch as a wish-granting entity. The tales were numerous, painting a picture of immense power. An ethereal figure, seemingly the Fairy Monarch herself, appeared in Zeke's mind's eye, holding a vial identical to the one he possessed. If the legends were true, Zeke pondered the implications. If summoning the Fairy Monarch worked, it meant his wish could be granted. But was it worth the risk? He reread the description. The Fairy Monarch's tears could only be used once. The weight of this single, irreversible action settled heavily upon him. He couldn't afford to test it out lightly. Zeke stared at the vial, his expression a mixture of determination and trepidation. The fate of his family, and perhaps the world, rested in his hands. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, clutched a glowing blue sword. He decided to hold on to it for now, certain that the right moment to use its power would eventually arrive. His conviction was unwavering. The time to unleash the sword's full potential would come. He stood before a massive, cracked doorway, the remnants of immense power still lingering in the air. The scene spoke of a recent cataclysmic event. Then, a shift in scenery. Zeke found himself in a tranquil forest, leaves gently falling around him, a stark contrast to the destruction he had just witnessed. A swirling vortex of energy erupted beneath his feet. From the chaos, Zeke emerged, seemingly unharmed, a look of mild surprise on his face. He recognized his surroundings immediately. This was an adventurer's outpost. Zeke realized, with a dawning understanding, that he had been transported. He identified the portal as a new system transportation function. A curious expression crossed his face as he pondered this unexpected development. A system interface appeared before Zeke, offering him the option to use a portal transportation function. The current location was identified as Argo's Kingdom's 8th adventure outpost. Zeke reviewed the options. He realized that by selecting a destination from the minimap, he could instantly travel there. The minimap displayed various locations, including the home of Kaiser, requiring 150 points, and Argo's Kingdom's 8th adventure outpost, requiring 0 points. He noted that aside from the distance-based point requirements, there were no other restrictions on his travel. Zeke, studying the minimap, concluded that as long as he possessed the necessary points, he could travel freely across the continent. This, he mused, would be invaluable in his future plans. He also realized the system allowed him to conceal his whereabouts. Having arrived at his destination, Zeke paused, noticing something unusual. He questioned the presence of flowers blooming in the midst of winter. Zeke turned, his gaze fixed on the unexpected sight. A sweeping vista of craggy peaks and autumnal valleys unfolded before the viewer. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Could this be possible? The scene shifted to a grand, imposing structure, Valhalla, the Central Continent's premier knight training academy. Students, clad in uniform, bustled across the expansive courtyard. Two figures stood out amongst the students. One, a young man with dark hair and a confident smile, and the other, a young woman with blonde hair, a mischievous glint in her eyes. They were clearly important. Inside the academy, a dean, a man of quiet authority, reflected on his years of service. He had never encountered a situation quite like this one. His hands carefully pruned a bonsai tree, a symbol of his meticulous nature and the careful balance he sought to maintain within the academy. Meanwhile, a young freshman, tears streaming down his face, lamented his predicament. He had been locked away for a month after missing the entrance ceremony. He held a letter of recommendation, a document that contained a clause he was now desperate to understand. The letter stipulated that failure to participate in the entrance ceremony granted the dean authority over the student's admission. His eyes burned with determination. He needed access to Terrakin's secret library, and time was running out. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, found himself in a desperate situation. He needed to concoct a believable excuse, and fast, to explain his absence to the dean. He began to formulate his explanation. He would claim, undergone intense training in unity, a technique that had left him unconscious for an extended period. The dean, a figure of imposing stature, questioned him skeptically. Unity? Dean Flaubert Borges, a knight renowned across the continent, was known for his unwavering adherence to honor and order. He found Zeke's explanation lacking. Is that all you could come up with to excuse your absence from the entrance ceremony? The image depicted Dean Flaubert Borges, a member of Thebia's royal guard, a testament to his esteemed position and the kingdom's long-standing traditions. The story of Patriarch Arthur Draker's 3 attempts to invite Dean Flaubert to the family was still recounted a decade later, highlighting the dean's reputation and influence. Zeke, however, remained unconcerned. He knew that his approach would only work if it directly contradicted the dean's values. He muttered to himself, "Tis." Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair, stood before a superior officer. He offered a sincere apology, stating that he had no excuses for his absence. He bowed deeply, emphasizing the truth of his words. His posture conveyed humility and remorse. The superior officer, a stern-looking man with blonde hair and a beard, listened intently, his expression unreadable. The officer cleared his throat, preparing to respond. He began to speak, commenting on the difficulty of achieving unity. He continued, explaining that he would have dismissed Zeke's request as absurd if not for a letter of recommendation from the academy's dean. The officer then stated that he would arrange a place for Zeke. He added that if Zeke's month-long training proved superior to Valhalla's, his enrollment would be permitted. Zeke, inwardly, expressed annoyance that his success was due to Howard's actions, thanking the dean nonetheless. Zeke, a young man dressed in the ornate uniform of the Draker family, stood resolute. His expression was grim, his shoulders slumped slightly under the weight of unspoken burdens. "But beggars can't be choosers," he muttered, a hint of defiance in his voice. He then pressed the call button, a sharp metallic click echoing in the otherwise silent hall. Moments later, a servant appeared, bowing respectfully. Zeke issued his instructions curtly. "Reserve an empty training room this instant, and tell the professors of each department that there will be an extra entrance exam." The servant, his face impassive, responded with a single word, "Understood." The vast hall of the Draker family's headquarters was eerily empty, save for a few distant figures. Zeke stood alone in the center of the expansive training grounds, a solitary figure against the grandeur of the architecture. He was preparing for something significant. He approached a large, imposing structure. The sign above the entrance read, "Valhalla Cadet Individual Training Room." A thought crossed Zeke's mind. Perhaps it's because it's Valhalla. Inside, Zeke found himself facing a group of imposing figures. He recognized them instantly. The professors are renowned knights that I've seen in the continent's news at least once. The great hall of the Draker family estate hummed with anticipation. Zeke, the prodigal son, stood alone at the foot of a grand staircase, his sword strapped to his hip. His posture was rigid, yet a quiet confidence emanated from him. From the shadows above, a stern-faced figure observed him, his gaze intense. A voice, deep and resonant, cut through the silence. The unseen speaker demanded proof of Zeke's claimed progress. The camera focused on the speaker, revealing a man of imposing stature, his face partially obscured by shadow. His eyes, however, burned with an icy blue light, reflecting the weight of his expectation. The scene opens in a grand hall, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight filtering through tall, arched windows. 3 men, their faces etched with seriousness, sit in solemn contemplation. They are members of the Draker family, the renowned dragon slayers, their posture reflecting the weight of their lineage and the gravity of the moment. Zeke Draker, the young man standing before them, a descendant of this prestigious family, but one deemed unworthy, finds himself wrestling with a difficult decision. He wonders what demonstration of power would suffice to impress these stern judges of his worth. He stands poised, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a magnificent weapon of gold and dark metal. The young man considers his options carefully. A moment of internal reflection reveals his dilemma. He cannot yet reveal the true extent of his power, his mastery over elemental swords. He prepares to demonstrate a different skill, one that will hopefully impress his family, despite not being the traditional dragon slayer prowess. As he begins his demonstration, a wave of intense energy radiates from him. The pressure is palpable, a testament to the power he is beginning to unleash. He acknowledges the formidable nature of his audience. These are the elite instructors of the greatest knights on the continent. Their judgment is known to be severe and unforgiving. With a determined expression, Zeke prepares to show them what he is truly capable of, a power that transcends the expectations of a traditional dragon slayer. Zeke Draker, the healer, stood defiant before his family. He had been cast out for his lack of swordsmanship, a failure in the eyes of the Draker lineage, renowned dragon slayers. But now, reborn with the power of an elder dragon, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd ever known. He declared, "I guess I'll have to show them just a bit of what I'm really capable of." With a fierce determination etched on his face, Zeke channeled his newfound power. A brilliant blue energy crackled around him, coalescing into a weapon of immense power. The energy solidified into a magnificent blade, radiating an ethereal glow. It was a weapon far beyond anything Zeke had ever imagined wielding. He swung the blade, a wave of pure energy slicing through the air. The sheer force of the attack sent tremors through the very foundations of the Draker Manor. A nearby family elder, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, watched in stunned silence as the power of Zeke's attack washed over him. The elder gasped, recognizing the technique. "That's Aura Blade, isn't it?" Zeke stood poised, the Aura Blade crackling with energy, a testament to his newfound power. He had proven himself, surpassing even the expectations of his own family. Two other Draker family members discussed Zeke's feat. One exclaimed, "He's reached the rank of Blue Knight at the age of 15. The other responded, "Wasn't the previous youngest record Sir Abel at the age of 19? A thought struck one of the observers. He could be a Golden Awakener. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, muttered, "Damn it," in frustration. His words were followed by a dismissive statement. "How you should think of Aura? It's a petty trick used by the weak." The scene shifted to reveal a regal figure, an elf-like man with silver hair and a crown, his expression one of disbelief. He exclaimed, after facing only Kaiser for so many months. The focus returned to the young man, now seen more clearly. He stood in a grand hall, a powerful, glowing blue sword at his side. He reflected, "I'd completely forgotten how to hold back my aura." In another part of the hall, a group of older men in formal attire engaged in an animated discussion. One of them offered a consoling remark. "Still, it's a relief that—" The young man's smirk deepened. He mused, "They only think of me as being at the level of a Blue Knight." A flashback sequence began, showing the young man in a previous battle. The narration clarified, "Before meeting Kaiser, my aura was at the level of a Blue Knight." The flashback continued, depicting a fierce battle where the young man mastered a new technique. The text explained, however, by learning Elemental Sword, including Water Field. The flashback concluded, showing the young man submerged in water, his aura radiating intensely. The narration stated, "My aura also broke through to a whole new level, and I'd managed to reach the next level of Red Knight." The key difference lies in the usage of Aura Blade. A close-up of a glowing blue sword, imbued with intense energy, filled the frame. The text defined, "Aura Blade is a technique that wraps your sword in a thin and sharp layer of aura to optimize deadliness." The image depicted a knight clad in blue armor, a radiant blue aura blade materializing and swirling around him. Only a knight of exceptional skill could manifest and sustain such a powerful weapon. In contrast, a red knight, wielding a similar aura blade, was shown. This knight, however, possessed the remarkable ability to freely change the blade's form while maintaining its lethal edge. The Red Knight's mastery over the aura blade was evident in his effortless control, showcasing a level of skill far surpassing that of his blue-armored counterpart. Within a grand hall, two figures observed a young man. One of them commented that stopping the young man's aura blade had been unexpectedly easy, implying that things could have been far more difficult. The other observer reacted with the single word, "Incredible." The young man, clearly surprised, looked on with wide eyes. An older man, addressing the young man, praised his achievements, stating that his progress surpassed that of a month's training at Valhalla. The older man continued, suggesting that even if the young man had been delayed for several months or years, it would have been acceptable given the significance of his awakening. One of the observers noted that the young man seemed to have changed, acting differently than before. The young man then offered a formal apology for missing the entrance ceremony due to his own perceived incompetence. Zeke Draker, clad in the ceremonial garb of a dragon slayer, stood before the council. His posture was stiff, his gaze fixed on the floor. He offered a formal apology for his tardiness to the entrance ceremony, attributing it to his own incompetence. The council members, seated at a long table, exchanged glances. Their leader, a stern-faced man, asked for their opinions on Zeke's admittance. He inquired if anyone opposed Zeke's entrance into the order. A murmur ran through the council. One member noted the council's leniency towards talented students. However, the overall consensus was clear and immediate. There was no opposition to Zeke's acceptance. The council recognized the exceptional manifestation of his aura blade, a rare feat even among experienced knights. Several council members voiced their agreement, emphasizing that further assessment was unnecessary. Their decision was final. The council leader confirmed their unanimous decision. He then turned to Zeke, his expression softening slightly. The council leader congratulated Zeke Draker on his acceptance into the order. The name Zeke Draker hung in the air, a declaration of his official entry into the Dragon Slayer family. A map of the Middle End was shown, highlighting Valhalla, the training facility for the continent's greatest knights, and the Draker family's Four Seasons Fortress, both located in a large city at the heart of the Middle End. This is where the greatest knights on the continent train. Valhalla and the Draker's Four Seasons Fortress are located here. The Four Seasons Fortress, the Draker family's main residence, stood imposing against the backdrop of a serene landscape. It was known as the true heart of the Draker's power, home to the patriarch and several key figures. A single, elegant boot landed softly on the stone ground, the sound barely audible above the wind. The camera panned upwards, revealing the grandeur of the Draker family's main residence in its entirety. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stood before the imposing structure. He murmured to himself, struck by its magnificence. From a distance, the sprawling city surrounding the fortress was visible, a testament to the Draker family's influence. The view shifted to focus on Atlas, Zeke's personal mansion, a smaller but still impressive building within the city walls. He mused internally, a hint of apprehension in his thoughts. Even with his newfound power, the scale of his situation felt overwhelming. Two figures, their faces obscured by shadow, stood before a grand, ornate door, awaiting his arrival. The doors swung open, revealing Zeke stepping into the light, confetti raining down around him. He looked slightly surprised but mostly composed. The ethereal glow of Valhalla's entrance ceremony enveloped Zeke. A celebratory message materialized before him. "Congratulations on your entrance to Valhalla." Confusion clouded his mind. A single word echoed in his thoughts. "Master." Zeke found himself in a lavish hall, amidst a boisterous celebration. Two figures, dressed as clowns, stood before him, one with a vibrant red wig and the other with a blonde one, both holding party supplies. The red-wigged clown, brimming with jovial energy, exclaimed, "You really are incredible, my disciple." Zeke, still bewildered, mumbled, "It's my first time ever seeing someone miss the Valhalla ceremony." The red-wigged clown, seemingly unfazed by Zeke's confusion, declared, "Well then, since the star of the show's arrived, how about we get started?" Zeke's confusion deepened. He could only utter, "What?" The scene shifted to a celebratory feast. The narration clarified. After arriving at the mansion in Atlas, a lavish spread was laid out on a grand table. The text explained, it turns out that Duke and Andre had prepared a surprise enrollment celebration party. Zeke, observing the scene, mused, "I was wondering why people that should have been at the academy were at Atlas." It had been a month since Duke Valhallan, summoned back to the Four Seasons Fortress by the Patriarch, had decided to become a housekeeper at the narrator's mansion. Meanwhile, the Duke had taken a position as an assistant professor at Valhalla. He found himself followed there by someone he recognized. The scene shifted to a celebratory dinner, where two figures in clownish attire were making merry with the mansion's owner. The mansion's owner angrily questioned why he had been excluded from the decision-making process. The aftermath of the party was a mess of spilled wine and discarded food. Two of the partygoers lay passed out on the table, exhausted from their revelry. The aftermath of a boisterous feast lay scattered across a richly decorated table. Empty wine bottles and overturned plates spoke of a night of revelry, now abruptly concluded. Outside, a full moon hung high in the inky sky, its pale light illuminating the ornate, golden bars of a window. Inside a dimly lit tavern, patrons nursed their drinks, their conversations a low hum against the backdrop of the establishment's opulent decor. One man, his face alight with anticipation, watched a figure in a dark cloak depart. He slid a coin across the bar. "One beer," he requested. The bartender, startled, reacted with alarm. He explained, "I'd like to meet Kay." A tense silence fell over the tavern as the man's words hung in the air. Suddenly, a flurry of motion erupted. Several figures, swords drawn, attacked. Chaos reigned as the tavern descended into a violent struggle. One man clutched his chest, a look of disbelief on his face. A young man, his face partially obscured by a purple hood, sat alone, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His eyes, though hidden in shadow, gleamed with an unsettling intensity. A sudden, crimson glow emanated from him, the air around him crackling with unseen energy. He lifted his hand, revealing a golden amulet adorned with a dragon emblem and crossed swords. The amulet pulsed with the same crimson light. A voice, laced with uncertainty, questioned him. "What? You want to go?" The young man stood, his presence causing a stir in the tavern. Several armed men, alerted to his arrival, approached cautiously. Whispers of Draker rippled through the room as patrons watched, a mixture of fear and curiosity in their eyes. A bartender, flustered and apologetic, explained that he should have stopped them, but the young man's sudden appearance had startled everyone. He then offered to guide the young man to the branch manager. The bartender, his demeanor now more composed, gestures toward the back room, offering to lead the hooded figure to the manager. A long, dimly lit corridor stretched before Zeke, the air thick with the scent of aged stone and flickering torchlight. The architecture hinted at a place of power, a fortress of some kind. He moved with a practiced grace, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. A secret door, protected by layers of powerful security magic, was his destination. Zeke mused on the similarities to Kay's methods. Before his regression, this was a familiar path. He recalled the intricate security measures, a testament to the Syndicate's power. Two organizations dominated the continent's intelligence landscape, the Draker's Order of Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But there was a third, far more clandestine. This third organization, known only as Syndicate, operated in the shadows, its true nature and extent unknown to most. Initially, the Syndicate was merely a collection of smugglers. However, its trajectory changed dramatically with the arrival of a key figure. Kay, leveraging their existing network, transformed the Syndicate into a formidable intelligence agency. In his past life, around this time, Zeke had been expelled from the academy and found himself seeking refuge with the Syndicate. He fought tooth and nail for survival, eventually rising through the ranks to become one of their most effective assassins. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, sat by a crackling campfire in the deepening twilight. The branch manager, Kay, had sought him out with a commission to secure an important transportation route. Kay's ambition extended beyond this immediate task. She aimed to transform her syndicate into a powerful intelligence organization, one that could rival both the Black Order and the Information Bureau, expanding their control over the secure transportation routes. Through sheer determination and skill, Kay had managed to wrest control of the syndicate from its previous leader, making it her own. This was a crucial step in her larger plan. A flashback revealed a younger Kay, heartbroken and despairing, amidst a desolate, snow-swept landscape. Everything she had built had been stolen by the Empire. Back in the present, the cloaked figure handed Kay a document. "This is information on the artifact the Emperor is after," he stated, his voice low and serious. His face, scarred and bandaged, was grim. "Be careful," he warned. "It won't be easy." He reflected on Kay's crucial role in his quest for revenge. She had actively cooperated, claiming it was repayment for his past assistance in building her syndicate. Without her help, however, he wouldn't have obtained the artifact, and his current position would be impossible. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be a man with short brown hair, approached a heavy, ornate wooden door. The words, "Information is a weapon," hung in the air, underscoring the significance of his mission. The scene opens on a cloaked figure, their back to the viewer. A voice, calm and measured, reflects on the unpredictable nature of the future, drawing a parallel to a past event involving someone named Abel and a blessing rite. The cloaked figure, now walking, reflects on their own abilities, deeming them excellent. They believe that maintaining a positive relationship through a current deal will greatly benefit them. The camera angle shifts to reveal a large, dimly lit warehouse. Boxes are stacked haphazardly, and a single figure sits at a small table in the center of the room, seemingly waiting. The cloaked figure approaches from a distant doorway. Close up on a hand striking a match. A small purple flame ignites. The match lights, illuminating a face partially obscured by shadow. A comment is made about someone named Kay and their unchanging tastes. The cloaked figure sits opposite another individual, a woman with striking red hair, who is lighting a cigarette with a match. A close-up on the woman's hands and the lit cigarette. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, the only light source being a large lamp hanging from the ceiling. A single word, "so," appears, suggesting a transition to a new phase of the interaction. The question hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation against the young man shrouded in purple. Why did the rising star of the Draker family, a lineage renowned for its dragon-slaying prowess, fail to awaken the expected power? A woman with vibrant pink hair, striking features, and a confident smirk leaned back, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She exuded an air of power and intrigue. Her gaze was sharp, assessing. She extended an invitation, a subtle challenge in her tone. "Want to meet with me?" A shadowed figure, cloaked and mysterious, held a dagger aloft. Their voice, though muffled, carried an air of command. "Don't beat around the bush. Tell me the key points." The camera angle shifted, revealing a wide, dimly lit chamber. Two individuals sat at a table, their faces partially obscured by shadow. One wore a dark cloak, the other a crimson dress. The cloaked figure's foot, clad in sturdy boots, entered the frame from the bottom. The cloaked figure spoke again, their words cutting through the silence. "I've made a deal with the syndicate." The woman in the crimson dress, her expression unreadable, let out a low hum of contemplation. She appeared relaxed, almost bored, as she listened. The woman explained, her voice smooth yet sharp. "For what reason does the prodigy who reached the level of blue at the age of 15, the high and noble, pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family, need to make a deal with a criminal organization like the syndicate?" The cloaked figure responded, his voice low and measured. "They should already be aware of what happened in Valhalla." He continued, a hint of impressed acknowledgement in his tone. "That's impressive. Seeing as you're playing games, it looks like you're not up to the idea. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in dark, ornate clothing, leaned back in her chair, a smirk playing on her lips. She gestured towards something unseen, her voice smooth yet commanding. Why don't you make a decision after you see what I have? A gloved hand delicately presented a pair of earrings. Their emerald gems shimmered with an inner light. The red-haired woman watched as the other party reacted to the earrings. Earring? They're not just earrings, it's an artifact. Try them on. You might be surprised. She smirked, a faint hint of amusement in her eyes, a cigarette dangling from her lips. A figure in a hooded cloak stood silently in the background, observing the interaction. The red-haired woman's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as a surge of energy emanated from her. She let out a small sigh. Unfortunate, but those are common enough. The cigarette in her hand disintegrated into sparks. Her eyes widened in shock. WH, what is this? My recovery rate improved by 10%. No, maybe even 15%. A series of glowing rings appeared, illustrating the point. Most artifacts have a mana recovery improvement of about 1%. Even the impressive ones are only at about 3%, but 5 times that. A cascade of glittering jewels, necklaces, and bracelets rained down, their brilliance momentarily eclipsing the surrounding darkness. A woman's voice, sharp and incredulous, cut through the air. There's no way I wouldn't know about something like this on the market. The woman, her crimson hair a striking contrast to her dark attire, narrowed her eyes in thought. She muttered to herself, her suspicion growing. Either he is a route that I don't know about, or he managed to get his hands on this on his own. Her gaze hardened, focusing on the mysterious individual who had procured these rare artifacts. A single word escaped her lips, laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. This guy. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, his face partially obscured but his confident smirk undeniable. He addressed the woman with a calm, almost taunting question. Are you down to talk now? The cloaked figure explained the process, his voice smooth and businesslike. You can open up a new account using the sealed personal statement you got. He continued, outlining the next steps. Since I already requested a representative, all you need to do is go to the Atlas Northern Bank and take care of the items. Although I expected the earrings. The woman listened intently as the man revealed the terms of their agreement. He proposed a commission structure. He wanted to work with me to sell unknown artifacts on his behalf. 10% for each item sold, and an additional bonus for every 10,000 that we sell. The woman, reviewing the documents, declared with satisfaction. This is the upper limit of the type of deal I had in mind. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in dark, elegant attire, sat languidly, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Her gaze was sharp, calculating. She mused on a certain individual, already aware of her magical abilities. She continued her assessment, concluding that he possessed access to vital information. A gloved hand carefully unfolded a piece of parchment, revealing its contents. The woman, extending the parchment to a young man, wished him luck. He was referred to as Young Master. The young man, seated across from the woman, politely stated he had a question. He was dressed in simple, dark robes. His question was direct. He inquired about the status of her ghost ship. A moment of tense silence hung in the air before. The woman's expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern. The woman walked through a shadowy alley, several cloaked figures following her from a distance. The scene opens on a shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, confronting a group of armed men. A question hangs heavy in the air. Where did you hear about that? The camera shifts to a different location. A man, seated regally, lets out a booming laugh. He remarks, "Are you so on edge?" He continues, his tone laced with a chilling confidence. "It's okay to threaten me, but are you sure you can handle the aftermath?" A close-up reveals the man's face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural, intense light. A sinister smile plays on his lips. A surge of energy erupts from him, a blinding flash of golden light and dark energy. The energy engulfs a woman, who is thrown back violently. The force of the blast is immense. She crashes to the ground, dazed and disoriented. The aftermath of the attack is shown, leaving a trail of destruction. The woman struggles to her feet, clearly injured and shaken. Her expression is one of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the men who were initially confronting the cloaked figure are now fleeing in terror, the scene consumed by a dark, ominous energy. A woman with fiery red hair, adorned in dark purple robes, slammed her fist on a table. Frustration etched itself onto her features as she exclaimed, "Damn it, I don't have enough information." Her frustration stemmed from a pressing question. Zeke Draker is the youngest Blue Knight? No, that's not right. If our branch of Atlas were to be attacked by the entire syndicate at once. A hooded figure, cloaked in purple, leaned forward, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes, a striking yellow, held a calculating glint. He gestured with a gloved hand, a golden sigil visible on his glove. He continued, his voice low and menacing. We would stand no chance against him. The scene shifted to the Syndicate Atlas branch's office of the branch manager. Inside, A man in formal attire stood before a woman with long, dark hair seated at a large desk. Papers and documents were scattered across the surface. A contract lay on the desk, its contents obscured. The words "a contract of oath" were clearly visible above it. The man, holding a contract, smiled subtly. He commented, "Such a common item for a magician to use." The contract, a contract of oath, was shown again, its details still hidden. The process was explained, a common method for magicians to ensure the integrity of their deals. Using one's own blood as ink, although a simple method, the effects were undeniable. Upon signing, a seal would appear on each party's arm. A grim-faced man, his features obscured by shadow, loomed over a younger, apprehensive one. The consequences of harming the other party were made chillingly clear. Death. Blood gushed from a wound inflicted on the man's arm, the magical seal already visible. Even if assassination or betrayal were attempted, the seals would vanish, but the resulting restrictions would make things incredibly difficult. A masked figure and the younger man stood tensely, a fiery energy crackling between them. The unending restriction was highlighted as a significant drawback. Inside, a man urged the other to hurry and sign the contract. A woman with fiery red hair voiced her concerns about the lack of insurance in case something were to happen. She questioned the wisdom of trusting the other party completely. The man, a smirk playing on his lips, prepared to sign the contract, a drop of blood already visible on his finger. With a flourish, he signed the contract. A brilliant, crimson pentagram pulsed with magical energy, signifying the completion of the pact. Zeke Draker, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination, stood before a swirling crimson magical sigil. A confident smirk played on his lips. He addressed an unseen individual, his voice calm yet resolute. He declared his willingness to sign any number of contracts if it secured their trust. A surge of crimson energy enveloped Zeke's arms, intricate runes glowing intensely as they pulsed with power. The transformation was complete. He announced to his partner that their partnership was now official. The scene shifted to a lavish office. A woman with vibrant red hair sat in a plush armchair behind a large desk, piles of documents scattered across its surface. Zeke suggested they continue their conversation, casually inquiring about the individual using a ghost ship for Soma distribution for Markin. The red-haired woman reacted with a mixture of surprise and amusement, a slight chuckle escaping her lips. She admitted to being unaware of how he knew about her boat, expressing a degree of intrigue. The perspective shifted to reveal a mysterious figure from behind, wearing a fedora and a long coat, a glowing emblazon on his back. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in elegant dark attire, reclined on a plush chair. She confirmed, "You're right. I'm using it for distributing Soma from Markin." The image showed a small pile of a bluish-white crystalline substance, labeled Soma. A caption explained, "Soma, a drug of sorts, is currently banned within the kingdom. With the fall of the kingdom after the Civil War, the southern continent has become a breeding ground for it." Meanwhile, a man with dark hair sat pensively on a couch. He mused, "It must be because of the message from the Transcendent household." The red-haired woman responded, "Yes, even if it's from Markin. I'm sure they would want to avoid conflict with the Transcendent household." A map showed the geographical layout. Text clarified, "The only land route that connects the central and southern regions of the continent, the desert region, is under control of the Transcendent household, Ishtar." The map highlighted Ishtar's territory, labeled as a lawless zone. Further text explained, "However, just a few years ago, Ishtar has denied any and all outsiders from entering, and as such, trade with the south has been completely restricted." She continued, with the land routes closed and most of the sea routes being under the control of the Pabella, who decided to take advantage of the syndicate's sea routes. The red-haired woman lit a cigarette, a thoughtful expression on her face. Markin and Pabella, two criminal organizations, controlled the lawless southern region, using the central forest as a boundary. A voice, seemingly pleased, remarked on their good fortune in having clients willing to pay the price. A map illustrated their territories. Markin controlled the north, Pabella the south. Markin, taking advantage of land routes, distributed Soma. The image showed a man in a suit handing a package to a younger woman. Lacking land access, Pabella developed sea routes. However, with Ishtar closing its borders, this presented a new challenge. Markin was forced to seek new sea routes, but by then, Pabella already commanded the seas. The image showed Pabella's powerful fleet. In a different scene, a woman, seemingly amused, questioned how someone learned about her ghost ship. She nonchalantly lit a cigarette while a man sat silently in the background. The syndicate's ghost ship was revealed, an invisible vessel used to avoid detection from pirates and navy. Its invisibility allowed for secure transport of funds, making it a crucial part of the syndicate's operations. The scene opens on a lavish, yet blood-soaked chamber. Two men, one with a sword and a triumphant grin, the other nursing a drink, stand amidst the carnage. A narration box reveals this location holds a resource jealously guarded to this day. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair sits calmly, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He reflects on recently acquired information. musing that an information broker is, ironically, seeking information. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression sharp and intense, sits in a richly decorated room. She is addressed, and the question of whether she should accept the Pabella's offer is posed. The woman responds, explaining that the Pabella offered double what was negotiated with Markin in exchange for severing trade relations with him. In a different location, a man and woman discuss the offer. The man suggests they're still reviewing it, while the woman advocates for rejecting it outright. The man explains that the syndicate could use this to slow down both the Pabella and Markin, and he believes they will think hard about the offer because of the consequences of accepting it. The red-haired woman is shown again, her eyes wide with a sudden realization. She is reminded that cutting ties with Markin means losing an important client, Soma. However, she is then questioned about the information she gave the Pabella regarding pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver. She vehemently denies the possibility, stating that the Pabella is known for upholding principles and is nothing like those pirates. The man calmly counters, stating that it was all a show. Zeke, his gaze intense, pondered the true purpose of the Pabella. A voice, sharp and calculating, explained that the syndicate was searching for his hidden treasure, the syndicate's hidden sea route. A woman with fiery red hair, Kay, scoffed. Unlike those who wanted to keep the goose that laid golden eggs alive, she would have bombed the ghost ship if she knew about it. Zeke challenged the notion that the southern pirates and the Pabella were separate entities. Kay, unimpressed, reminded him that he should pay for the information first. Zeke stated that all he wanted was one simple thing. He demanded to be taken to Don Juan, the boss of the Markin. Kay countered that if he succeeded, she would make him the boss of the syndicate. A young woman with fiery red hair, her expression etched with worry, sat at a dark wooden table. Her attire hinted at wealth and status, yet a nervous tremor betrayed her composure. The scene shifted to a moonlit cityscape, the full orb casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets and imposing buildings. A sense of quiet anticipation hung in the air. A cloaked figure, their face obscured, moved through the city's quieter streets, their steps deliberate and purposeful. The individual seemed to be heading towards a specific destination. The figure paused, their hood partially obscuring their face, as they reflected on their next move. Their thoughts were focused and determined. They mused on the most efficient method of accessing sensitive information from a powerful syndicate, a plan forming in their mind. The figure's thoughts shifted to a shadowy figure, Don Juan, a powerful and ruthless adversary. The cloaked individual vowed to level the playing field and absorb any opposing organizations in their path. A defiant message was sent to Don Juan, a clear warning of impending action. The narrator reflects on the small spark of rebellion ignited that day, a flame destined to grow. The woman from the beginning of the sequence, now seen smoking a cigarette, watches the city, a thoughtful expression on her face. The title card for a Dragon Slayer's Peerless Regression appeared, promising a tale of power and intensity. A young man with dark hair and glasses sat on a park bench, engrossed in a book. Nearby, a woman with bright orange hair relaxed on a blanket, seemingly enjoying the pleasant weather. The scene was idyllic, a picturesque park in a city with grand buildings in the background. The camera pulled back, revealing the name of the location, Night Nurturing Facility Valhalla. The text below, the title read, "It's definitely very different from the Cradle and the Academy. It has a really free atmosphere." The young man from the park bench, Zeke, stood in the same city, now looking more closely at his surroundings. He appeared thoughtful, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Zeke thought to himself, according to the dean, if he waited, a guide would come to get him. However, he seemed uncertain about this. He turned, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A voice called out, asking if he was Zeke, the person the dean had mentioned. The speaker, a man with dark, curly hair and dark skin, approached him. Zeke remained silent, his expression unreadable. The other man continued to approach. The man identified himself, confirming his presence. A chibi-style depiction of the two men showed Zeke looking unimpressed while the other man, full of energy, seemed eager to begin their interaction. A question mark floated above them. Two young men stood before the imposing gates of Valhalla Academy. One, with dark hair and a serious expression, listened as the other, Diego, a flamboyant figure with vibrant clothing and a playful demeanor, spoke. Diego suggested that a trip to the academy would be a good way to clear the serious-looking young man's head. The serious young man, his gaze sharp, questioned Diego, asking if he was indeed the guide sent by the dean. Diego, slightly taken aback by the formal tone, repeated the question. Diego, now slightly annoyed, exclaimed about the serious young man's stiff tone. He urged the young man to relax, explaining his role as the guide assigned by the dean to show him every corner of Valhalla. The young man noted Diego's incessant talking before Diego himself remembered to introduce himself properly. Diego introduced himself as an evangelist of New Age fusion music, blending Southern traditional percussion with Central melodies. Diego, emphasizing his introduction, reiterated his name and profession, inviting the young man to continue their journey. The young man, though still somewhat reserved, agreed to continue with Diego, a question mark hanging over his face. Zeke Draker, a young man with a pensive expression, stood amidst the manicured lawns of a grand estate. His gaze was fixed on a figure further away. Diego Vaya, a strikingly handsome man of color, dressed in ornate, almost flamboyant, aristocratic attire. Approaching Zeke, Diego casually remarked, "Oh, looks like you're starting to warm up to me. Ain't you, bro?" Zeke responded curtly, "That depends on my mood." The conversation continued. Zeke reflected on his unexpected encounter. "I didn't think I'd get to meet a man destined to be known as one of the 5 Divine Knights." A brief interlude described the 5 Divine Knights, legendary figures who played pivotal roles in the recent Continental War. The narration then listed the knights: Bishop Kastek, the Silent Knight; Jeffrick Salma, the Haze Knight; Asta Eladolf, the Illusory Knight; and Reyna Draker, the Lightning Knight. Each name was accompanied by a shadowy image, hinting at their power and mystery. The images of Reyna Draker and Diego Vaya were shown in more detail, emphasizing their dynamic poses and weaponry. Finally, Diego Vaya, the Meteor Knight, was highlighted, his powerful stance and unique weapon further emphasized. Returning to the conversation, Diego mused, "Now that I think about it, I wonder if all active Divine Knights were Valhalla alumni?" Zeke, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "I'll have to confirm whether or not this is true." Zeke continued his internal monologue. "If all goes well, I'll be able to strengthen my influence quickly." He added aloud, "I'm a little hungry now. I'm coming from a long way." 2 young men in uniform stood amidst a group of similarly dressed individuals. One of them, seemingly unconvinced, responded to the other's enthusiastic comments about the local cuisine with a dismissive remark about his lack of positive memories of Southern food. His companion countered, suggesting that his negative opinions stemmed from a lack of experience with truly good Southern fare. The scene shifted to a close-up of a young man taking a bite of what appeared to be a savory wrap. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. Seated at a richly appointed table laden with various dishes, the young man from the previous panel declared the food to be excellent. His companion enthusiastically agreed, emphasizing the superior quality of the Valhalla-only shark dragon food. The narrator highlighted the exceptional nature of the food, noting that even a native Southerner would acknowledge its quality. The camera focused on a selection of dishes, including tacos and various sauces. One of the young men commented that the food was superior to anything found in the South. His companion, surprised, inquired if he had ever been to the South. He replied that he had only heard about it. In a lavishly decorated chamber, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression sat upon an ornate chair. He was dressed in a military uniform, suggesting a position of authority. He addressed someone unseen, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. "Anyway," he began, "how did a Southern native like you end up coming to Valhalla, anyway?" He chuckled, a hint of nonchalance in his voice. "Yo, that's a real long story, but my mom and pops are the rulers of a small kingdom in the South. You know what I'm saying?" The conversation continued, the focus shifting to the young man's identity. The other person, whose face was partially obscured, inquired, "So the Meteored Knight is Southern royalty?" A map of a collection of islands appeared, illustrating the geographical context. A voiceover explained, "The Southern continent is a coalition of smaller kingdoms with the Cuzco Kingdom at the center. The majority of the residents there immigrated to it." The young man, now clearly visible, leaned back in his chair, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. "Simply put," he declared, "I'm a prince. I'm a real somebody. You know what I'm saying?" His companion responded with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. "That's why, honestly, that doesn't really matter at this point. But I can't believe royalty, this undignified, exists." The scene shifted to another individual, a young man wielding a pair of swords, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. He explained his situation with a hint of self-deprecation. "And because I was such a prodigy with the twin swords, I ended up getting sent to Valhalla." He continued, his tone shifting to one of defiance. "Well, not that I care about swordsmanship. I'm going to pursue music." The other young man pondered this unexpected revelation. "Then what are the people expecting great things of you? By the way, why don't you join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club too?" Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stood amidst a group of elegantly dressed students. He was flanked by 2 individuals in ornate uniforms, their faces partially obscured. One of them, a woman with vibrant red hair, seemed to be observing something in the distance, her gaze fixed and thoughtful. Inside a grand lecture hall, Zeke questioned the propriety of his presence amongst upperclassmen. A fellow student reassured him, emphasizing Valhalla's commitment to academic freedom and the permissiveness of its learning environment. Another student, excited, revealed that today's lecture was particularly special, hinting at significant preparations. 2 students whispered amongst themselves, confirming their suspicion that Zeke Draker was present. One of the students visibly reacted to the sight of Zeke, a mixture of awe and apprehension evident on his face. The student's thoughts were revealed. Zeke Draker, the youngest person ever to enroll in Valhalla, a direct descendant of the Draker family. The news of Zeke's Draker lineage spread amongst the students, causing a stir. One student, visibly surprised, questioned Zeke directly. Zeke, holding a mysterious golden amulet, responded with a question of his own, challenging the assumptions of those around him. The scene opens on two young men. One, with dark, curly hair and a piercing, exclaims in disbelief. The other, with neatly styled black hair, explains, "These are pureblood gloves? You idiot. They're the mark of a pure-blood Draker Awakener." The first young man's eyes widen in shock. He stammers, "What the hell? You didn't even take them off while eating, so I thought you were a real badass for sticking to your guns." He continues, his voice laced with disbelief, No, damn way. Those are the pureblood gloves. I had no clue." The second young man, a smirk playing on his lips, observes, "He came all the way to Valhalla without knowing about the pureblood gloves?" The first young man's face contorts in a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. He mutters, "I guess things will finally quiet down. I was wondering why you were such a hard ass. It all makes sense now." The second young man's eyes narrow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He thanks this guy. He then says with a playful tone, "You should have paid for our meal if you were a Draker." "Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding." Two other individuals, observing from a distance, comment on the situation. One of them remarks, "He's not quieting down. In fact, he's become even rowdier." A large auditorium, filled to capacity with students, buzzed with anticipation. From the stage, a distinguished-looking man with blonde hair and a neatly trimmed beard addressed the crowd, his hands clasped before him. The man, Dean Eldrin, exuded an air of authority. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces. Among the students, Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, sat attentively, his expression thoughtful. He observed the scene with a keen interest. Zeke mused on the unusual size of the gathering. He concluded that this was no ordinary lecture. It was a special event hosted by the dean himself. The sheer number of students present indicated a significant announcement was imminent. Meanwhile, nearby, two other students engaged in a whispered conversation. One, a young man with dark hair, commented on the unusual rhyme scheme of some lyrics he was reviewing. His companion, a young man with dark skin and curly hair, agreed that it was quite unique. Despite their initial distraction, they acknowledged the need to at least appear attentive during the lecture. Dean Eldrin, having concluded his introductory remarks, announced that he would proceed directly to the main event, noting the difficulty in bringing a particular individual to the event. A lone figure, clad in black armor, strode purposefully through a grand hall. The rhythmic thud of his boots echoed softly, each step measured and deliberate. An announcement cut through the quiet. A black knight of Draker, returning from the field. In a nearby chamber, two men observed the approaching knight. One, with dark, curly hair and intense eyes, leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. He chuckled. He's returned to the Four Seasons' stress-free splendor, if he'll begin international activities now. The Black Knight entered a large hall, his arrival causing a stir. A voice rang out, filled with awe and respect. "It's Sir Duke Draker." The Duke, a man of imposing stature with reddish-brown hair and a confident bearing, stood proudly before the assembled crowd. His attire was regal, a dark uniform with gold accents, and a crimson cape flowed behind him. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Two young officers, one with blonde hair and the other with fiery red, exchanged surprised glances. "It's Duke Draker, the Grey Knight," one exclaimed. The other responded, "That Black Knight that suddenly disappeared?" The blonde officer continued, recounting rumors of the Duke's recent sightings. He concluded, "I guess they were true after all." The Duke addressed the assembled group, stating, "To have all of you remember me after I've stepped back from the front lines is an honor." The Duke began a lecture, his words carrying weight and authority. He emphasized the importance of the information he was about to share. He explained his journey, revealing that he had become a Black Knight after completing his training at the academy. One of the officers whispered, "Huh? The contents are way better than I thought they would be." The officers listened intently, their expressions shifting between surprise and fascination as the Duke continued his lecture. Three young men slumped over a long table, exhaustion etched on their faces. They were clearly worn out. The scene shifted slightly, revealing three more young men in similar attire, though these three appeared more alert and amused by the previous scene. A man with fiery red hair and a neatly trimmed beard addressed the assembly. "He's been bragging nonstop for the past 2 hours now. Is he ever going to stop?" Another man, this one with blonde hair and a full beard, responded, "Yes, I'm sure this is a shame to all of you students listening intently, but we're out of time now." The blonde man continued, "The second speaker is someone that all of you no doubt know, so I don't believe any introductions are necessary." The blonde man gestured towards a podium, his hand elegantly resting upon it. A young man with dark hair listened intently. The narration box explained, "Despite being incredibly busy as a guardian knight, she has taken time out of her schedule to come all this way." A diagram appeared, illustrating the Draker family's knightly ranks: normal knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, and guardian knights, forming a pyramid structure with guardian knights at the apex. The pyramid diagram was further detailed, clearly showing the hierarchy of the Draker knights. Inside a lavishly decorated hall, a young man with dark hair and a distinguished air, dressed in ornate golden and black attire, leaned back in his chair. He mused, because there aren't even 10 Guardian Knights, I'm sure the second speaker will be a significant figure as well. The camera then panned to an older man with a worried expression, his blonde hair and beard streaked with gray. He seemed troubled by something. A close-up showed a wristwatch, its hands indicating the passage of time. The watch belonged to an unseen individual, suggesting a moment of anticipation or suspense. A woman's elegant, high-heeled boot clicked softly on the polished floor, a subtle sound in the otherwise quiet hall. The young man from earlier watched her approach, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The newcomer's appearance was described: platinum blonde hair and white, full plate armor. He noted her striking appearance, but admitted to not knowing her identity. Her attire certainly made her stand out. In a lavishly decorated room, two young men engaged in animated conversation. One, with neatly styled brown hair, exclaimed, "Valhalla!" The other, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief, responded with a simple, "Seriously." The young man with brown hair continued, his eyes wide with excitement. He couldn't believe he was meeting the White Silver Knight in person. Suddenly, his voice rose in surprise. A sharp "what?" escaped his lips. His gaze shifted, drawn to someone entering the room. A realization dawned on him. Then, that person is, the text declared, the first of the Draker's direct descendants. The revelation continued, the White Silver Knight. The identity was finally unveiled, Carly Draker. The port town of Isen is a vital sea trade hub in the central continent. Its excellent geographical location allows it to secure trade routes not only to the Dolta Republic, but also to the southern and eastern continents. However, this was not always the case. A few decades prior, the situation was drastically different. Southern pirates had overrun Isen, turning it into a lawless haven where all manner of felonies were committed. It was then that Carly Draker, a knight of the Draker family, began her campaign to rid Isen of these pirates. 5 years later, her efforts bore fruit. The pirates were eradicated from Isen, and under the protection of the Draker family, it flourished into the greatest port city in the region. However, the surviving pirates fled to the deadwaters south of the Dolta Republic. Carly Draker's exceptional achievement in securing vital trade routes in Isen was formally acknowledged. For her contributions, she was named the youngest Guardian Knight in the kingdom's history. This remarkable feat was even beyond the capabilities of Abel Draker before his supposed time regression, despite his considerable advantages and resources. The newly appointed Guardian Knight stood before a large assembly, addressing the assembled dignitaries. Meanwhile, Zeke, observing the proceedings from a distance, reflected that he had anticipated an important figure would emerge, but he never imagined that this important figure would be his own elder sister. Not only that, but she was also currently locked in a fierce power struggle for succession against Abel Draker himself. Zeke's initial failure to recognize his sister was simply due to the passage of time and the changes it wrought. Before his own time regression, Carly Draker had already. Carly, overwhelmed by the weight of her responsibilities and the intensity of the political maneuvering, felt a surge of frustration. She slammed her fist on the table, the sound echoing through the silent hall. Silence fell over the great hall. A hush descended upon the assembled crowd, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The hushed expectancy was broken only by the faintest of sounds, the rustle of fabric, the occasional nervous cough. Then, a sharp cry cut through the silence. Several individuals in the audience visibly flinched, their faces betraying their fear. They instantly trembled in fear. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their unease evident. What else are we to do when a Guardian Knight yells at us like that? From the elevated platform, a stern-faced figure addressed the assembly. His words carried the weight of authority. He continued, his voice ringing with disapproval. Your attitude and behavior in not keeping silent when a speaker has presented themselves is very different from the discipline Valhalla in which I graduated from. Our forefathers would click their tongues upon seeing you all as you are now. Amongst the audience, a young man with dark hair visibly reacted to the speaker's words. His expression shifted from apprehension to defiance. He muttered to himself, "No, it was brought about through the blood, sweat, and tears of those who came before you. There is no point in merely knowing this. It is only when you reflect this in your actions that such knowledge truly has any meaning." The speaker on the platform continued his address, his voice booming across the hall. It is only through rigorous training and strict adherence to rules that one can grow a healthy mindset as a knight and become a true knight. The scene opens with a young woman at a podium, addressing a large audience. Her speech, however, is met with less than enthusiastic reception. A voice, seemingly belonging to someone observing the event, comments, "She's a young boomer." The camera shifts to show two young men reacting to the speech. One exclaims, "Whoa, that was awful." The second young man, more composed, adds, "That's what I'm saying. I want to go back to listening to Sir Duke's speech. It was rather meaningful advice, but it doesn't seem like it had any effect on these young cadets." One of the young men sighs, "Well, that's that, but man." The other young man, seemingly unfazed, replies, "Sorry, bro. Those 5 hours of composition lit a fire in my soul. I've about finished the Valhalla tour, so I'll be off now." The first young man observes, "Just left after saying that." He continues, "No. Actually, isn't this for the better? I'll be busy hunting for talents and living my life at Valhalla, so searching for Tarakan's secret library during downtime like this would be good." The young man sets off, declaring, "Now then, I'll head off to look." He is then called by name. Draker, a young man with dark hair, dressed in elegant, though somewhat worn, attire, stood in a sun-drenched courtyard. He looked up as a woman in shining, ornate armor approached. She asked him for some of his time. The woman, tall and imposing, exuded an air of authority. Her armor gleamed, and a sword was strapped to her back. The young man observed her with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The scene shifted to a large, brightly lit training room within the Valhalla public training room. The armored woman from before was seen practicing swordsmanship, her movements precise and powerful. The young man from the courtyard watched her from a distance, his gaze fixed on her every move. He seemed both impressed and slightly intimidated. Suddenly, the woman unleashed a powerful attack, a brilliant blue energy surging from her sword. The sheer force of it was breathtaking. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the display of power. His expression shifted from awe to intense curiosity. He recognized the weapon. A thought struck him. Is that the mithril sword that the Holy Kingdom presented? A close-up of the sword in its display case revealed intricate details. A voiceover explained, "The Holy Kingdom was originally bordering Ison, so I'm sure the pirate problem was a big issue for them as well. As a token of goodwill, following the eradication of a pirate threat, the Holy Kingdom bestowed upon Carly a set of exquisite mithril armor and sword, both of 100% purity. The new equipment earned her the moniker White Silver Knight, a fitting title given her striking appearance when adorned in this gear." A figure then approached her, making a request. He wished to witness her abilities without any reservation. Initially, she questioned the nature of the request, believing it to be a mere duel. However, it seemed the rumors of her prowess, particularly her mastery of the Aura Blade, had preceded her, elevating her status to that of a Blue Knight. She had been asked to demonstrate her full capabilities without restraint. With a decisive movement, she unsheathed her weapon. The command to reveal her full potential resonated within her. A radiant, crystalline blade materialized before her, shimmering with ethereal energy. Zeke, the young man with dark hair, stood resolute. He had resolved to take action, but a grim realization settled upon him. He was unable to do so. His gaze hardened. Many were curious about the extent of his abilities. He mused, but he wouldn't put himself at a disadvantage. The Draker family, he recalled, operated under the brutal law of the jungle. This was a truth he couldn't ignore. A chilling image flashed before his eyes. A bound figure, presumably himself, surrounded by swords. The implications were clear. Reaching the level of a Blue Knight would trigger a deadly conflict with its Simon family, and the Patriarch would certainly intervene. Zeke's thoughts turned to strategy. He needed the protection that came with being from a powerful family, but he had no intention of following their dictates. He would forge his own path. The image of a powerful figure in shining armor appeared, likely a member of the Draker family. A fierce clash erupted. Zeke, his expression grim, faced off against a woman with silver hair, both wielding swords that crackled with energy. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself locked in a desperate duel. His opponent, a guardian knight clad in shining white armor, pressed her attack with blinding speed. Blue energy crackled around her sword as she forced Zeke back, his own blade barely deflecting the onslaught. A fierce clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. Sparks flew as the two swords met, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the eye to follow. The guardian knight's attack intensified, her movements precise and deadly. Zeke, despite his superior healing abilities, was struggling to keep up. He parried, dodged, and countered, but his defense was faltering. A swift, brutal blow landed, slicing through Zeke's defenses. Blood welled from a fresh wound on his cheek. Despite the injury, Zeke's passive healing factor kicked in, rapidly closing the wound. However, a message appeared before his eyes. The administrator's request had been confirmed, and his healing would be temporarily suspended. He realized his opponent was a skilled guardian knight, and there was a high chance she would notice his unusual healing abilities. A shadowy figure observed the fight from the darkness, his voice a low murmur. He questioned Zeke's instantaneous recovery from the previous injury. The figure vowed not to repeat the same mistake he made with the Duke. The battle resumed with renewed ferocity. The guardian knight unleashed a flurry of attacks, her movements a blur of light and steel. Zeke, his healing temporarily suppressed, fought with grim determination, his every parry and riposte a testament to his resilience. Zeke, the disgraced healer, now wielding a power beyond his comprehension, met his opponent in a clash of raw energy. A blinding flash of blue light erupted as their forces collided. His adversary, a figure clad in ornate, white gold armor, retaliated with a fierce counterattack. The impact sent tremors through the very air itself. Zeke's eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering. He gripped his sword, its edge shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, a stark contrast to the opponent's golden blade. With a surge of power, he unleashed a devastating blow, a torrent of blue energy tearing through the air. The force of the attack sent his opponent reeling, a whirlwind of blue energy engulfing them both. Amidst the chaos, a question formed in Zeke's mind. Was he truly ready for the challenges that lay ahead? He realized that his current power was insufficient. Limiting himself was hindering his ability to fight effectively. With a renewed determination, Zeke prepared for another attack. The ground trembled beneath the weight of his power. He launched a powerful strike, sending his opponent flying backward. The battle was far from over. The scene opens with a close-up on a sword, its blade shimmering with a faint blue energy. The angle suggests a swift, powerful downward strike. A figure, clad in ornate, light-colored armor, plummets from above. Below, a smaller figure, seemingly a young man in simpler white attire, barely manages to evade the attack. The young man, nimble and quick, narrowly avoids a devastating blow. The force of a near miss sends a shockwave rippling through the air. He counters with a swift movement of his own, his weapon a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes, a whirlwind of energy in motion. The two combatants exchange blows, their weapons meeting in a flurry of sparks and light. The armored figure is sent reeling backward, their momentum carrying them through the air. The young man watches his opponent fall, his breath catching in his throat. A powerful shockwave erupts from the point of impact, signifying the end of the confrontation. The earth trembled. A monstrous impact crater appeared, the result of a devastating blow. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the scene. A voice calm amidst the chaos observed, "Most swords would have been split in two by now." The camera focused on a sword, seemingly unscathed, glowing with an ethereal light. Its resilience was remarkable. A figure emerged from the dust cloud, wielding the extraordinary blade. He was a man with long, silver hair, clad in ornate, light-colored armor. He declared, "That is an excellent sword." He moved with impossible speed, the sword a blur of motion as he effortlessly deflected another blow. His opponent, a younger man with dark hair and a determined expression, gritted his teeth, clearly impressed by the display of skill. A blinding flash of light erupted as the two clashed again. The force of their blows shattered the surrounding area. The aftermath of the clash revealed a massive fissure in the ground, radiating outwards from the epicenter of the battle. The dark-haired man, panting heavily, admitted to himself, "I knew it, a full-on battle against a red aura, while limiting my aura to blue levels is..." Zeke Draker, his face etched with grim determination, stood amidst the opulent architecture of his family's manor. The weight of his past failures pressed heavily upon him. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the silence. Carly Draker, his cousin, questioned his apparent lapse in vigilance. "Are you letting your guard down just because you created this much distance between us?" Zeke's eyes widened, a chilling realization dawning on him. He had completely forgotten something crucial. Before Carly Draker earned the title of White Silver Knight, she was known by another, more fearsome name, the Giant's Blade, a moniker earned for the immense power she wielded. Carly launched a devastating attack, her blade a shimmering torrent of blue energy. Zeke, however, met her assault with a confident smirk. The sheer force of Carly's blow was breathtaking, a testament to her skill and power. Zeke countered with a move of his own, his eyes blazing with newfound power. The impact was earth-shattering. Carly reeled from the force of the blow, blood trickling from her lips. The resulting explosion shattered the surrounding stonework, leaving a scene of utter devastation in its wake. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of blue light erupting from his sword. The force of the attack sent tremors through the ancient stone floor, cracking the very foundation of the hall. His attack tore through the air, a devastating blow aimed at his unseen opponent. The weapon, a blur of motion, left a trail of dust and debris in its wake. The impact was earth-shattering. A violent explosion rocked the hall, sending shockwaves outwards. He breathed heavily, a grim expression on his face. "Damn, I didn't hold back enough," he muttered to himself, assessing the damage. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the situation. A cloud of dust and debris swirled around him, obscuring his vision momentarily. He surveyed the aftermath of his attack, a grim satisfaction settling over him. A thought crossed his mind. "With this, I think I've managed to put on a convincing act." Zeke Draker, his face a mask of grim satisfaction, surveyed the scene. Blood crusted his lips, a stark contrast to the pristine white of his uniform. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he addressed an unseen audience. He asked, with chilling amusement, "How was it? Did you like it?" The scene opens with a chaotic flurry of motion. Dust and debris fill the air, the remnants of a powerful struggle. The grand hall, once opulent, now lies in ruins, its marble floor cracked and strewn with shattered furniture. The camera angle shifts, revealing the extent of the destruction. Large chunks of the ceiling have collapsed, and the once ornate walls are now scarred and broken. Amidst the rubble, a figure stands, seemingly unharmed. A woman in shining armor addresses him. "You're incredible, Zeke." The woman, her face partially obscured by her helmet, stands poised, a weapon at her side. She seems both impressed and wary. Zeke, the young man she addressed, stands defiantly amidst the destruction. He is clearly exhausted but resolute. The woman continues, "I can't believe you blocked my strike. You've exceeded my expectations." The woman's expression shifts, a hint of concern replacing her initial surprise. She seems to be considering something. She speaks again, her tone more serious this time. "Zeke Draker, the truth is I have some business with." Before she can finish, Zeke lunges forward, his movement surprisingly swift and powerful, despite his apparent exhaustion. Zeke Draker, the young man, lay sprawled on the scorched earth, his body battered and broken. A figure, cloaked in dark blue and silver, rushed to his side, their silver hair a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. "Zeke." The cloaked figure knelt beside him, concern etched on their face. "Are you okay?" Zeke coughed, blood staining his lips. His breathing was ragged, shallow. The cloaked figure gently cradled Zeke's head, their expression grim. Damn it, his internal wounds are serious. A question formed in the cloaked figure's mind. Did he use his aura excessively? They reached into a pouch at their hip, their movements swift and practiced. A small, glass vial emerged, containing a shimmering, opalescent liquid. "This is the family's highest-tier recovery potion." The cloaked figure carefully helped Zeke drink it slowly. Zeke, his eyes closed, slowly began to recover, the potion's effects taking hold. The administrator's request was confirmed. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, lay on a bed. A notification appeared. His class skill, Healing Factor, had been temporarily activated. He mused, internally, that he wouldn't get caught this time. His thoughts shifted to the larger scheme. This entire situation, including the reactivation of his Healing Factor, was an elaborate act. Zeke's face was grim as he contemplated his actions. He was deliberately concealing his true strength, feigning the abilities of a mere Blue Knight. He continued his internal monologue, explaining that his plan was to hide his strength by appearing weaker than he actually was. The moment a giant's blade approached him, he received the blow with minimal defense, allowing himself to be hit. Despite this, the smallest of openings appeared right before the attack, allowing everything to go smoothly afterward. He reflected on this unexpected ease. Zeke's internal narration continued. He had absorbed Carly's aura, but his constitution prevented him from using it, leading to a natural resistance. Because Carly firmly believed in his ability to use aura, Zeke's actions were easily explained. His plan was working perfectly. Zeke, the young man, lay unconscious in Dame Carly's arms. His breathing was shallow, his face pale. Carly, a woman of imposing stature in gleaming white armor, watched over him with a mixture of concern and determination. She mused that he would attribute his injuries to overexertion. Zeke stirred, groaning softly as he slowly regained consciousness. A wave of nausea washed over him. Carly gently checked his pulse, her expression softening slightly as she saw the return of color to his cheeks. She leaned closer, her voice a soft murmur. He looked up at her, a grateful smile gracing his lips. He expressed his thanks, his voice still weak but filled with sincerity. Carly's gaze softened further. She seemed genuinely pleased by his recovery. She offered him a small, reassuring smile and extended her hand. She gave him permission to call her sister. The scene shifted. The location was now the outskirts of Atlas, a quiet alleyway. A carriage, drawn by 4 horses, waited patiently. A servant emerged, carrying a steaming cup. He explained that he had prepared some tea, imported from the eastern continent, knowing of Zeke's fondness for it. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, sat across from a matronly woman with silver hair, sipping tea. He offered a polite, "Yes, thank you very much." The woman, seemingly a servant of the Draker family, simply nodded and continued her duties. Meanwhile, in another room, a man with graying hair chuckled to himself. He mused, "The patriarch has said something similar as well. Just how far has the tale that I like tea spread?" Later, Zeke found himself in a carriage, marveling at the scenery. He exclaimed, "I can't believe we're inside a carriage. Looking at it from the outside, I could never imagine the inside would look like this. It's camouflage magic. A guardian knight's carriage stands out too much." Back inside the manor, Zeke pondered his situation. He thought, first she drags me to a training room. Next she takes me to the city's outskirts by carriage. Is this subject something that would cause trouble should other people hear about it? He continued his tea, a grim realization dawning on him. The butchering knight. His thoughts turned darker, more determined. He resolved, I require more power in order to stop Abel Draker. A dramatic close-up of Abel Draker, Zeke's older brother, filled the scene. His intense gaze and fiery red hair spoke volumes. The scene shifted back to Zeke, who sat across from the silver-haired woman, his expression unreadable. The tension was palpable. The scene opens in a lavishly decorated room, sunlight illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A young man, his features sharp and intense, sits across from a woman with striking silver hair, elegantly dressed in a high-collared blouse and a dark skirt. He inquires, his voice laced with urgency. "What do you mean by that?" "Sir Abel, you mean the second son of the Draker." The silver-haired woman, her expression serious, calmly replies, "I don't say this lightly. I'll explain from the beginning." The young man listens intently as the woman continues. She explains, "Currently, despite one of our family's tenets being the oath of neutrality, Abel has broken this creed to not get involved in national disputes." She takes a sip of tea, her gaze unwavering. He is currently siding with the Rome Empire against Hellenica in their dispute. The young man, his brow furrowed in concern, asks, "Is the Four Seasons Fortress unaware of this?" The woman shakes her head slightly. "No, they're overlooking it." She elaborates, "The Four Seasons Fortress is currently divided. It is because supporters of the Empire have appeared in the Elders' Assembly that Abel is receiving support." The young man's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks, "Do you mean to say that all the Elders are on the Empire's side?" The woman sighs. "Some of them are still maintaining neutrality. I can't believe that stuck-up Assembly of Elders is more concerned with political maneuvering instead of showing any dissent. It's only a matter of time before they all go over. It would be appropriate to view the current situation that way." Zeke, the protagonist, found himself in a familiar yet unsettling predicament. He was strategizing, his thoughts focused on a man named Abel. He knew he couldn't simply wait for Abel to be apprehended. A more proactive approach was necessary. Leaving Abel unchecked, Zeke realized, would inevitably lead to a devastating war. Zeke's gaze was intense, his expression grim. He confirmed Carly's predictions. They were accurate. A powerful image flashed before him, a reminder of the passage of time. 3 years had passed since his regression. The scene shifted to a vision of the future, 7 years hence. A continental war loomed, orchestrated by Abel and the Draker Empire. The vision intensified, depicting the horrific consequences of this conflict. Countless casualties, a sky darkened by smoke, and a land stained crimson with blood. The perspective changed again. A woman, presumably Carly, spoke, her voice firm and resolute. She had made a decision. Carly's determination was clear. She needed to amass sufficient power to stop Abel. Carly continued her assessment of the situation. Abel was manipulating the upper echelons of the Draker family, believing those beneath him were easily controlled. The final image showed Abel standing confidently before a group of Draker elites, his power and influence undeniable. Below him, a squadron of knights stood ready, a stark contrast to the impending doom. A declaration of principles resonated in the air. The words, though unspoken, hung heavy with meaning. A true knight does not blindly follow authority, but instead upholds justice and righteousness. Carly Draker, a woman with striking silver hair, sat calmly, her expression resolute. She resolved to remain true to her beliefs, even in the face of opposition. Carly's plan was clear. She intended to rally the knights stationed near the Four Seasons Fortress. However, she made it clear that she wouldn't force anyone's support. She acknowledged the young man's potential as a pure-blooded awakener, his future still uncertain. The young man, observing Carly, formed a judgment. He believed he understood the kind of person she was. Despite her unwavering resolve, a softer side was noted. Carly, sipping her tea, possessed an iron will, yet her actions revealed a surprising gentleness. Carly's flexibility and unwavering commitment to justice were evident. She was righteous and pure in her intentions. The young man reflected on a recent event, the appearance of an opening in Carly's giant blade. He suspected her concern for him might have been the cause. Although outwardly steadfast and strong, like any true Draker, Carly possessed a gentle soul. A woman with striking silver hair, her expression serene yet sharp, filled the frame. Her attire, a simple white blouse with an orange bow tie, belied a strength that radiated from her very being. She sat across from a young man, her voice calm but laced with warning. "In the worst case," she stated, "you could be branded a traitor. So think carefully." He replied, his tone respectful but firm. "Thank you for your concern, sister." The young man, Zeke, rose from his chair, his resolve evident. "However," he declared, "I've already made my decision." His sister watched him go, a thoughtful expression on her face as she sipped her tea. Zeke, despite his youth, spoke with quiet conviction. "Although I'm still inexperienced," he admitted. He continued, his gaze unwavering. "I wish to join you on your path of chivalry." A small smile played on his lips as he finished his statement. His sister responded softly, "Thank you, Zeke." Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, now 20 years younger, reviewed the information he had painstakingly gathered. He had spent his past life acquiring up-to-date information about the Draker family, but even he was shocked by the depth of their corruption, which extended back to before the Continental War. His gaze fell upon the Draker family crest, a fearsome dragon, wings outstretched, its claws gripping crossed swords. Chains, broken and burning, encircled the emblem, a visual representation of the constraints he sought to overcome. He had originally planned to leave the Draker family early to avoid Abel's interference as he gathered forces for the coming war. This was a calculated move to ensure his own survival and success. However, a new strategy presented itself. If he could find an ally with shared goals, remaining within the family would be advantageous. This was, in fact, an ideal situation. Staying within the family would allow him to easily monitor Abel's actions, and with Carly at the forefront, he wouldn't bear the brunt of any retaliation. To achieve this, Zeke realized he needed to become a knight and sway public opinion in Carly's favor. This was a crucial step in his revised plan. Even though Carly was the firstborn and a guardian knight, her lack of pure blood awakened her status, and her family's standing hindered her. In his past life, Abel had pushed her back, preventing her from gaining control of the Draker family. A symbolic scale appeared, representing the power balance within the family. On one side stood Abel, his power overwhelming. On the other, Carly and Zeke, their combined strength seemingly insufficient. But Zeke knew that if he, a pure blood awakener, became a knight and pledged his support to Carly, the scales would tip, albeit barely, in their favor. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, scoffed. His family, the esteemed dragon slayers, had forced him into a role he was ill-suited for. He'd been made to play the part of knight, a role that felt utterly foreign to him. He was, however, close to his destination. A complex, glowing map, projected before him, indicated his proximity to his goal. He arrived at Terrakin's Valhalla, a majestic building that housed the secret library. The architecture was breathtaking, a testament to the family's power and history. The interior was equally impressive, a vast hall filled with towering bookshelves. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating rows upon rows of ancient texts. A notification appeared, confirming his arrival at his destination. Zeke, however, was taken aback by the simplicity of the room. He had envisioned something far grander. This was not what he expected at all. The secret library was far less impressive than he'd imagined. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood amidst a library of ancient tomes. He dismissed the collection with a wave of his hand, muttering that nothing here held any special significance. Despite his initial assessment, Zeke acknowledged that his arrival was guided by a mysterious system. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from his hand. He had expected to find something of immense power, perhaps the heart of a legendary dragon, but his search proved fruitless. Disappointment washed over him. Zeke's face fell. He questioned whether his journey had been in vain. Suddenly, a message appeared before him. He had detected a data restoration point. A brilliant, ethereal pillar of light erupted from the floor, illuminating the room. Zeke reacted with surprise as the light intensified. He stared at the strange phenomenon, utterly bewildered. What is this? A look of dawning comprehension crossed Zeke's face as he examined a glowing blue interface. A notification appeared on Zeke Draker's interface. The secret library of another administrator, Terrakin Draker, had been detected and was connecting. Zeke questioned the implications, wondering if this meant Terrakin was another. Zeke, standing in a grand library, mused that the late discovery of Terrakin's library implied its existence had remained naturally hidden until now. The system then confirmed that Terrakin Draker's secret library had been linked and updated to Zeke's system, granting him permanent access. The system message continued, explaining that categories had been added for easier access to the information within. The categories listed were Organization Management Manual, Dragon Slaying Manual, Reference Materials, and collections of proverbs to improve growth. Zeke, examining the newly accessible library, commented that, judging by the titles, nothing seemed particularly special, deciding to investigate anything difficult later. Zeke's request was confirmed. A book matching his request was found. He located the book on a shelf. He exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. The book's title was revealed, Secret Technique of the True Dragon's Swordplay. Zeke, holding the book, admitted he had never heard of such a technique before. He began to check the author's name, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. Sheltern Draker, a close advisor to the hero King Kaiser, stood with his back to the viewer, his short, light gray hair catching the light. The air around him shimmered with an almost imperceptible golden aura. A voice, sharp with surprise, cut through the quiet. Sheltern Draker. The camera focuses on a young man's face, his brow furrowed in a mixture of shock and apprehension. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. He was clearly disturbed. The scene opens within a grand hall of the Draker family estate, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through tall, arched windows. A heavy, ornate double door stands slightly ajar, a beam of light illuminating the threshold. An inscription, seemingly etched into the very fabric of the hall, reads, Begin I pass on the true dragon's swordplay, I, Geltern Draker. The camera shifts to a dimly lit study. Shelton Draker, an elderly man with silver hair and sharp eyes, sits at a desk, surrounded by scattered papers. He begins to explain the history of the Dragon Slayers. He explains that the relationship between dragons and humans began with the great hero king, a legendary figure who forged contracts with these powerful beings. It is because of him that mere humans could form such alliances. However, Shelton continues, dragons do not typically aid humans without specific reasons. Their assistance stemmed from pity for humanity's inherent weakness compared to other races. The panel shows Shelton's hand, holding a fountain pen, writing diligently in a large journal. His words detail the history of the dragon slayers. The focus shifts to a map depicting the spread of human civilization after the increase in dragon contracts. The implication is that these contracts were instrumental in the growth and development of human societies. The number of contractors increased greatly, and they spread across the continent to create civilizations. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself grappling with an unsettling truth. His power, a healer's touch rather than a warrior's blade, was growing at an alarming rate. This rapid development, however, filled him with dread. The image of a fearsome dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent light, filled his mind. Its very presence was a terrifying reminder of the power he was up against. His fear stemmed from a chilling realization. If such powerful beings could be moved by human emotions like pity, they could just as easily turn against humanity. A vision of his homeland, a once thriving city, now reduced to ashes, flashed before his eyes. This was the consequence of his fear, a potential future he desperately sought to avoid. The horrifying vision continued, depicting the utter annihilation of humanity, powerless against the dragon's wrath. This was the stark reality he had to confront. Driven by this terrifying prospect, Zeke dedicated himself to finding a way to combat the dragons, to protect humanity from their devastating power. His thoughts turned to magic, the first gift bestowed upon humanity. Could this be the key to his quest? However, Zeke knew that magic was a double-edged sword. Dragons had inscribed circles into human hearts, making them inherently vulnerable. This vulnerability was a critical weakness he had to consider. It was long believed that only by harnessing mana could one wield magic. However, the reality was far more complex. This revelation led to a new line of thought. The legendary elemental sword, wielded by the Hero King, a weapon feared even by dragons themselves. But this power was exclusive to those of fairy monarch bloodline. A different path was needed. Driven by this, a deep dive into research began. The goal, to discover a power uniquely human. The research was exhaustive, encompassing various styles of swordsmanship from across the globe. Then, a surprising ally emerged. Kronos, the Hero King's contracted dragon, offered assistance. His reasons were unclear, but his determination was undeniable. The research continued, leading to the discovery of Aura. It was unlike anything seen before. A clue left by the Hero King, a path to the spirit world, further fueled the investigation. Soon, the breakthrough arrived. The theory and application of Aura were refined, culminating in a new style of swordsmanship. A revolutionary technique was born. However, in a world where power was readily accessible through dragon-made artifacts, a young man stood amidst a bustling city square, a smirk playing on his lips. Beside him, another young man held a glowing artifact. Yet, the true dragon's swordplay demanded arduous effort, and those who lacked it were cast aside. A sense of relief washed over the narrator as he reflected on how humanity and dragons had not betrayed each other. An older man with silver hair sat pensively, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. He held a pen, seemingly lost in contemplation. He believed that a time would come when true swordsmanship would be needed. A young man, seemingly the same one from the city square, stood in a library, a book in his hands. He was determined to learn the techniques within. A quest appeared before him, to learn the secret technique of Sheltron Draker, the true dragon's swordplay, within 3 months. The quest reward was the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. He was surprised by the immediate appearance of the quest. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood amidst towering bookshelves in a secret library. A confident smirk played on his lips as he examined a holographic display on a device in his hand. He declared, "I'm sure it'll be filled to the brim with incomparably powerful artifacts." He pondered the implications of his current situation, a thoughtful frown replacing his earlier confidence. His internal monologue reflected, "I mean to learn more than elemental swordplay." Zeke concluded his internal debate, a sense of resolve settling on his features. He muttered to himself, "I guess I'll have to focus on learning the true dragon's swordplay for now. Well, that's that. I guess Sheltron was right in the end." A sudden shift in the scene revealed a vision of a desolate landscape, scorched earth, and a monstrous silhouette of a dragon in the sky. The image was accompanied by Zeke's voiceover. I don't know how long after the era of the Hero King it was. The vision continued, showing a multitude of dragons descending upon the land. Zeke's narration continued, but just as he had predicted, the dragons betrayed mankind, and the Liberation War came about as a result of that. Back in the library, Zeke addressed his system, his voice laced with curiosity. He asked, "System, is there no more useful information in the secret library? Like Terrakin's journal, for example?" The system responded, initiating a holographic projection of Terrakin's journal. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise, a silent, escaping him. Zeke's face was a mask of intense focus as the holographic projection of the journal began to play. Zeke Draker, the failed dragon slayer, found himself in a disorienting space. The environment around him shifted and shimmered, a familiar sensation. A brilliant, ethereal circle of light pulsed above him, radiating energy that crackled with power. It resembled the initial stages of a system activation. He materialized in a desolate landscape, a vast expanse of sand and rock under a dark, brooding sky. His immediate thought was one of disorientation. Zeke recognized the artificial nature of his surroundings, a space seemingly constructed by some unseen force. However, a nagging uncertainty remained. A golden portal shimmered into existence, revealing a fleeting glimpse of his past self before vanishing. A surge of energy accompanied the event. With a determined stride, Zeke began to walk away from the portal, leaving the spectral image behind. He was ready to face whatever awaited him. A monstrous, distorted creature emerged from the swirling chaos, its form flickering and unstable. Zeke braced himself for the confrontation. Zeke Draker awoke with a jolt. The words, "The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated," still echoed in his mind. A surge of power coursed through him as his indomitable mental defense class skill activated. A smirk played on his lips. This felt intensely real. He felt this power, this reality, was far too intense to be mere fantasy. It was overwhelming. Then, a vision flooded his senses, a colossal, terrifying form, the very essence of destruction. It was the king of all creations. The vision solidified into a terrifying image, a dragon of immense size, its presence alone shaking the very ground. Zeke, from his vantage point, appeared minuscule. Dragons. He recognized the name whispered on the wind, Bahamut. Zeke turned, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He realized the identity of the monstrous creature before him, the evil dragon, Bahamut. And then, Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Draker family, stood firm. 20 years younger, yet the steely glint in his eyes betrayed the weight of his past life. His immaculate uniform, a stark contrast to the rags he'd worn in his previous existence, spoke volumes of his current standing within the family he once despised. A tremor ran through him, a phantom sensation from a memory yet to fully surface. He felt a presence, an overwhelming power that resonated deep within his soul. The words, etched into his very being at the moment of his death, echoed in his mind. He was a monster, different from the legendary dragon, Bahamut. A spectral figure materialized before him, a distorted echo of his past self. Fear, sharp and cold, pierced through Zeke's composure. The apparition passed right through him, a chilling confirmation of his newfound, otherworldly power. Zeke's breath hitched. He was changing, becoming something beyond human comprehension. The implications of this event sent a shiver down his spine. The recordings in Tarakan's journal. Could this be the decisive battle between Bahamut and Tarakan Draker, the legendary dragon slayer? The image of the epic clash between the mighty dragon and the legendary dragon slayer flashed before his eyes, a vision of power and destruction. A monstrous claw, impossibly large, descended from the heavens, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The earth trembled under the weight of its approach, a testament to the raw power about to be unleashed. A surge of incandescent energy crackled, a chaotic maelstrom of golden light and shadow. Zeke, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration, watched the spectacle unfold. It was beginning. The legendary battle, passed down through generations, was finally upon him. He stood, silhouetted against the ethereal glow, a lone figure amidst the approaching storm. The weight of legacy pressed upon his shoulders, yet his resolve remained unshaken. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he felt the power coursing through his veins. His vision blurred, the world around him dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors. A booming voice echoed in his mind, a challenge cutting through the chaos. "Why do you hesitate, Tarakan?" Zeke, his form flickering, seemed to crumble into dust. Below, another figure emerged, cloaked in shadow, their face obscured by a helmet. The voice, cold and dismissive, continued its judgment. "You disappoint me, contractor of mine." Zeke, now seemingly back to his normal self, felt a chill run down his spine. The weight of his failure pressed heavily on him. A gasp escaped Zeke's lips, a silent question hanging in the air. What? The revelation hit him like a thunderbolt. Tarakan, the legendary dragon slayer, had been Bahamut's contractor. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. Just like Kaiser and Kronos, he thought, his mind racing. He pondered the implications of Tarakan's legendary status and his subjugation of Bahamut. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Zeke's eyes darted around, searching for answers. A surge of chaotic energy erupted, a visual distortion of reality itself. He was falling, tumbling through a maelstrom of vibrant, fractured colors, a monstrous, shadowy form looming behind him. He landed hard, disoriented and confused. "What's going on?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, stood amidst the chaos of a training ground. His eyes, clouded with confusion, struggled to make sense of the blurred figures and the sounds of clashing steel. A fellow trainee, clad in pristine white uniform, moved with practiced grace, a stark contrast to Zeke's disoriented state. Frustration etched itself on Zeke's face. He couldn't understand the rapid-fire exchanges around him. His thoughts, however, were focused inward. He silently pleaded with his internal system for assistance. He turned his gaze towards a nearby, ornate blue screen, a flicker of hope in his eyes. It remained stubbornly blank. A sigh escaped Zeke's lips, a sound of quiet resignation. His disappointment was palpable. His expression shifted, a subtle change from disappointment to something akin to dawning horror. A new, unsettling realization washed over him. His eyes widened, reflecting the growing unease within. A surge of power, unexpected and intense, coursed through him. Zeke stumbled back, his body reacting instinctively to the sudden influx of energy. Behind him, a shadowy, distorted image flickered into existence. The image dissolved, leaving Zeke breathless and shaken. He was left to ponder the implications of what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, another young man, his features sharp and his expression skeptical, watched Zeke from distance. He scoffed at Zeke's apparent bewilderment. A regal figure, adorned in elaborate white robes and a crown, sat upon a throne. Their slender fingers gestured emphatically as they spoke. A dragon could betray a human. But the speaker continued, their tone shifting. Rather, what's likely is betrayal for the sake of betrayal. A figure, dark and imposing, fell to the ground. A voice, distant yet clear, stated, to come from the contractor. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer lineage, felt the searing pain of betrayal. His very essence fractured as he witnessed the horrifying truth. The source of his demise was not a dragon, but a far more insidious enemy. His dying thoughts were consumed by the realization that the attack came from a mysterious contractor, a hidden hand pulling the strings of his destruction. As his life ebbed away, a blinding light engulfed him. He plummeted into an abyss of chaotic energy. Then, a miraculous rebirth. Zeke found himself staring at the disintegrating remains of a colossal beast, its once mighty form reduced to ash. The legendary dragon, Bahamut, was no more. Before him stood the cryptic message, the soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. A profound shift in reality had occurred. Zeke, reborn with an immortal power, was ready to confront his past and forge a new destiny. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood amidst the chaotic scene. A surge of crimson energy, distorted and glitching, erupted around him, leaving him momentarily stunned. His eyes widened as a pulsating, dark purple organ materialized from the dissipating energy. It throbbed with an unnatural light. He recognized it instantly. That's the heart and fong of Bahamut that I got at the home of the Dragon Slayer? A question formed in his mind. But when a dragon dies, does it always turn to dust and leave behind a part of itself like this? He looked down at the remnants of the dragon's power, still swirling around him. The image of the powerful creature flickered in his mind. Then a thought struck him, but considering the pureblood gloves are made with dragon's leather. Zeke examined his glove, a symbol of his family's legacy. He realized something profound. It might be that Bahamut was a special case. A new wave of energy pulsed around him. The energy intensified, a brilliant white light engulfing him completely. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a chaotic scattering of books in a grand library. He gazed at a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the floor at his feet, a question forming on his lips. Does the video end here? He let out a weary sigh, slumping to the floor amongst the fallen tomes. His shoulders slumped, and he muttered to himself, just what's going on? Night had fallen. Zeke, having composed himself, declared, let's go back for now. He had just visited the Valhalla Great Library, a place of immense knowledge. A crucial detail emerged. Tarakan's secret library was linked to his system, granting him access to its records anytime, anywhere. Upon returning, Zeke immediately attempted to replay Tarakan's diary via a holographic interface. However, a significant portion of the recording was corrupted by noise. He was unable to hear the final exchange between the two individuals featured in the diary. Despite this setback, Zeke remained undeterred. By consistently reviewing the records in the secret library, he managed to learn something new. The tale begins with a foundational truth. The dragon-slaying arts originated from the true dragon's swordplay. A figure, cloaked in shadow, studies an ancient tome. The text reveals that Tarakan, a legendary figure, simplified the complex true dragon's swordplay, refining it into the dragon-slaying arts. However, this simplification came at a cost. The resulting technique, while easier to learn, lacked the raw power to deliver a fatal blow to even an unborn dragon. Yet, Tarakan's ingenuity shone through. By incorporating innate traits and raw power, The technique's practicality was significantly improved, even if raw power was sacrificed. The book lies open, displaying a stark contrast between the globally known legend of the Dragon Slayer and the details within Tarakan's diary. The commonly known legend of the Dragon Slayer is about to be revealed. The legend speaks of Tarakan slaying the mighty Behemoth, ushering in a golden age of prosperity, a typical hero's tale. While the broad strokes of the legend align with Tarakan's diary, a crucial detail is missing. The contract between the two, a pivotal event, remains unrecorded. A single candle flame flickered, casting a faint light on the swirling dust motes dancing in the air. The scene was one of quiet devastation, the remnants of something powerful and destructive still lingering. It wasn't a simple matter of being cast out. Something far more sinister had occurred. A white dove, carrying a small scroll, soared through the air, its wings beating rhythmically against the wind. Below, a dense forest stretched out, its canopy a sea of green. The dove descended, landing near a man who stood patiently, awaiting its arrival. He was impeccably dressed in dark attire, his expression serious as he carefully examined the message. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a woman sat at a desk, a half-smoked cigarette resting in an ashtray nearby. She looked up, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She spoke, her voice calm yet firm. "It's been a while, partner. I don't know why you suddenly gained an interest in folk tales, but I investigated every variation of the legend of the Dragon Slayer across the continent, just like you wanted." She continued, "Even including versions that weren't translated into the common tongue, of course. Well, it's a given, but..." A sprawling city came into view, dominated by a colossal tower that pierced the clouds. Dragons soared overhead, their silhouettes stark against the gray sky. Whether it be contracts between humans and dragons, or the dragons that Tarakan or the Kaiser of Legend were contracted with, no single book contained the information he sought. The words remained elusive, a mystery locked away from public knowledge. Yet, his investigation uncovered something peculiar. The same cryptic words echoed repeatedly, hinting at a hidden conspiracy. A warning arrived, a message delivered directly from the esteemed Draker family. A black-gloved hand presented a card bearing their crest to several men, one of whom appeared apprehensive. The syndicate, in response to this warning, chose to withdraw from their investigation. They had no intention of causing conflict with the powerful Draker family. He was certain the Draker family was actively suppressing information about Tarakan. But why? The answer was revealed. The Draker family, one of the three transcendent families, had built its reputation on Tarakan, the first Dragon Slayer. The crimson blood of slain dragon, still steaming, filled the cavern. Its immense, reptilian head lay submerged, a testament to the Draker family's prowess. But the question lingered. What secrets did this very same family conceal? The image of a crest, bearing crossed swords beneath a dragon's wings, emerged from the bloody water. It was clear the Draker family was actively suppressing information about Tarakan and Behemoth. Regardless of the reason, it was evident that there was more to this than met the eye. Zeke, the protagonist, stood before the imposing entrance to the Draker family's secret library. He mused that he might have overlooked something crucial during his previous research. He resolved to thoroughly examine the secret library once more. Zeke cautiously approached the library's entrance. His expression was one of intense focus, a hint of suspicion clouding his features. His eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning on him. He sensed something amiss. A low hum resonated within him, a subtle tremor that spoke of hidden power. He moved deeper into the library, the air growing heavy with anticipation. The towering shelves of ancient texts loomed before him, a labyrinth of knowledge waiting to be explored. Zeke began his search, his gaze sharp and determined. The scene opens on a dimly lit corner of a grand estate. Dark wood paneling and ornate furniture are visible, hinting at wealth and power. A man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, stands in a large room. He speaks, his voice calm yet authoritative. All employees, including Decker, should be off duty today. Duke Andre and his entourage should be late, as they have business to attend to. Then, the camera pans to a different part of the mansion, revealing a figure moving swiftly through the shadows. The figure is revealed to be a young man, his face obscured by a dark mask. He lies prone on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Elsewhere in the mansion, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes stands before a staircase. He mutters to himself, "System, turn on the minimap." A holographic minimap appears before him, displaying 2 points of interest, one outside and one inside the mansion. He observes, "Currently, I've only confirmed the presence of 2, one outside and one inside." The image shifts to show a group of figures in a dark forest, their faces obscured. A sense of unease washes over him as he realizes, it can't be. He stares intently at the mini-map, a grim expression settling on his face. The thought crosses his mind. Did the hunting dogs from the giant mountains track me down? Zeke, the young man, now disguised and alone in the shadows of his family's manor, reflected on the recent attack. He dismissed the notion that his pursuers were skilled in dragon-slaying arts. He hadn't even used a longsword, and they hadn't seemed to employ any techniques related to that. His focus shifted. Identifying his attackers was secondary. The crucial question was who had ordered the hit. He continued his silent deduction, his gaze sharp and calculating as he moved through the dimly lit corridors of the mansion. A figure in dark clothing, partially obscured by shadow, watched Zeke from a distance. Their thoughts turned to the most likely culprit. The scene shifted to a pair of imposing double doors, the only exit from this section of the manor. Zeke, his face partially concealed by a mask, peered around a corner, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. From his vantage point, he spotted a figure attempting to escape through a skylight. A chilling realization washed over him. His suspicion solidified into a grim certainty. He concluded that the assassin was sent by Abel, a figure from a past alliance, explaining the current situation. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, stood in a dimly lit hallway of the Draker family mansion. His posture was relaxed, yet his gaze held a hint of underlying tension. He was dressed in refined attire, a stark contrast to the rough-and-tumble image one might expect from a dragon slayer. A voice, calm yet firm, cut through the silence. It belonged to someone unseen, their words echoing in the stillness. They offered Zeke a choice, to answer or not. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Zeke's chest, a blinding flash of light that momentarily obscured the scene. The light subsided, revealing Zeke engaged in a fierce struggle. He faced an assailant, a masked figure wielding twin daggers with deadly precision. The masked figure lunged, their blades flashing. Zeke, despite the ferocity of the attack, moved with surprising agility, dodging the blows with ease. He seemed to anticipate each movement of his opponent. The masked figure, clearly surprised by Zeke's unexpected skill, revealed a hint of frustration. They boasted of having many methods to extract information. Their intention was clear, to force a confession from Zeke. The scene shifted. The grand, imposing architecture of the Draker mansion was visible from above, a testament to the family's power and influence. The sounds of the struggle were fading. Zeke, now seemingly in control, moved swiftly through the mansion, his movements precise and deadly. He was pursuing his attacker. Zeke Draker, a young man with fiery red hair partially obscured by a dark mask, unleashed a wave of potent healing magic. Multiple figures, clad in military attire, were sent flying backward by the force of his spell. He fought with the desperate grace of someone outnumbered and outmatched. One of his attackers, a dark-haired man in a dark, formal outfit, lunged forward, his blade aimed at Zeke's heart. The attack was swift and precise. But Zeke reacted even faster. He deflected the blow with a practiced ease, his movements suggesting years of honed skill, despite his family's rejection of his healing abilities. He countered with a swift strike of his own. The fight continued within the elegant confines of a grand hallway. Zeke, nimble and deadly, moved like a phantom, his blade a blur as he dispatched his opponents one by one. The clash of steel echoed through the opulent space. He found himself momentarily on the defensive, but his movements were fluid and controlled, a testament to his mastery of combat despite his unconventional path. Having subdued his attackers, Zeke stood panting slightly, his blade dripping with a faint, ethereal glow. He was surrounded by the fallen bodies of his assailants. A new figure emerged from the shadows, a man with reddish-brown hair, his face partially hidden by a similar dark mask. He observed Zeke with a mixture of curiosity and assessment. Zeke, catching his breath, reflected on the encounter. After crossing blades with him, I got a rough idea of his identity now. The newcomer addressed Zeke, his voice low and measured. Even if you can mask your appearance, it's difficult to hide your style of swordsmanship in the midst of battle. He continued, his gaze fixed on Zeke's weapon. This is a style of knifemanship from the Gorka Kingdom, which is in the northern regions of the continent. The Gorka Kingdom's rangers are renowned throughout the land. They are considered the strongest of rangers, the northern continent's very guardians. Their weapon of choice is the kukri, a distinctive dagger. Their exceptional skill makes them invaluable assets in the central continent, where they serve as special forces entrusted with critical missions. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a man observes a scene unfolding. He muses that if even a Gorkan ranger is struggling, the situation must be dire. Such highly skilled warriors aren't typically involved in simple assassinations. He notes something else unusual. The man draws his sword, his movements swift and precise. He finds the ranger's defensive posture excessive for someone of their caliber. Despite purposefully revealing openings during the battle, the ranger showed no intention of exploiting them. Zeke Draker, his face obscured by a dark mask, stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. His posture suggested both defiance and vulnerability. He analyzed the situation. Despite their considerable skill, his opponents had only managed to pressure him. They hadn't eliminated him. This led him to a chilling conclusion. Their goal wasn't to kill him, but to capture him. Zeke's eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed. He was trapped, but not defeated. Suddenly, a dark projectile hurtled towards him. He braced himself, recognizing the threat. The projectile struck, but instead of causing harm, it released a vapor. It was a sedative designed to neutralize him. He recognized the earthy scent of mandragora rootlets, a common sedative ingredient. A cough racked his body. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, now 20 years younger, examined the worn leather hilt of a dagger. It was a far cry from the legendary dragon slayer blades his family wielded, but it would have to do. He muttered to himself, a quiet resolve hardening his gaze. He would make use of anything and everything to survive, to become strong enough to reclaim his place. With a sudden, practiced movement, Zeke threw the dagger. It struck its target with deadly accuracy. A faint blue glow emanated from the fallen man. Zeke's newly awakened abilities identified the presence of mandrake root compounds in the victim's system. His poison resistance skill activated automatically, a testament to his unique, newly acquired power. The man, his target, lay dead on the polished floor. He checked the body quickly, then moved swiftly away. Leaving the scene of his silent kill, Zeke slipped out of the mansion, his movements fluid and silent. He carefully carried the unconscious body down the grand staircase, his movements betraying no sign of exertion. His expression was grim as he examined the victim's face, a mixture of determination and something akin to sorrow in his eyes. Night fell upon the quaint village, its timber-framed houses silhouetted against the darkening sky. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the nearby trees. Inside, Zeke Draker, a man of imposing stature with blonde hair partially obscured by sunglasses, sat alone. He wore a striking crimson coat, his hands clasped together. A quiet resolve hardened his features. He mused, but it will be good to resolve myself. The sun cast a warm glow over the farmlands surrounding Atlas, painting the quaint village in hues of gold and amber. A picturesque windmill stood tall against the horizon, its blades slowly turning in the gentle breeze. A heavy sigh escaped the lips of a young man, his body bound tightly by thick chains and a sturdy lock. He muttered to himself, expressing his clear displeasure at his current predicament. The chains remained, a stark contrast to the soft light filtering through the building's aged wood. The scene shifted to a dimly lit interior. Seated in a chair, the bound young man was surrounded by several figures cloaked in dark robes. One of them spoke, expressing surprise at the identity of their captive. The focus shifted to a group of men, their faces grim and serious. One, Cliff Lionheart, leader of the Reinhardt merchant group, was identified. Cliff addressed the captive, suggesting that cooperation would make the situation easier. His tone was one of control power. The captive's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. A symbol, that of the Reinhardt merchant group, was shown. A majestic castle loomed in the distance, a testament to the power and influence of the Reinhardt merchant group, one of the 10 great merchant groups in the Alenica kingdom. The crimson banner of the Alenica kingdom, emblazoned with the snarling image of a wolf, billowed in the wind. A stark warning was issued. If the current trajectory of the Continental War continued, the Empire would raze the kingdom to the ground. The imposing Alenica castle stood as a silent testament to the impending doom, dwarfed only by the seemingly endless sea of Imperial soldiers massing before its walls. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, scarred by war. A man, Cliff Reinhardt, stood amidst the ruins, his back to the viewer. He reflected on a past conflict, revealing that he and another had once fought against the Empire. He continued his recollection, explaining that after passing crucial information to his ally, Reinhardt returned to the Alenica kingdom only to find it collapsing. His ally vanished, leaving Reinhardt alone amidst the chaos. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, contemplated the past. He questioned his ally's motives, unsure if they were driven by patriotism or self-preservation, ultimately concluding that his decision to trust him had been foolish. The young man addressed another individual, a man with blonde hair and bandages on his face, offering an apology for the harsh methods employed. The blonde man responded with a gesture of understanding. The blonde man promised to apologize on behalf of his merchant group for any discourtesy. The young man impatiently urged the blonde man to get to the point, wanting to resolve the matter quickly. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, sat calmly, his gloved hands clasped together. The gloves themselves were intricately designed, bearing the insignia of the Draker family, a testament to his lineage despite his unconventional path. A surge of dark energy pulsed around him, highlighting his intense gaze. He demanded, "What do you want?" His hands, still clasped, revealed the intricate detail of the Draker family crest on his gloves once more, a symbol of his heritage and the power he now wielded. Across from him, an older man with a stern expression observed Zeke. He began, "I guess, however young he may be, a Draker is a Draker." The older man continued, his words emphasizing the inherent strength and resilience expected of the Draker bloodline. Even the most seasoned knights would find themselves anxious in this situation, he implied, but Zeke remained unfazed. The scene shifted to reveal a tense meeting. Several figures, including the older man and other Draker family members, sat around a table, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity as they watched Zeke. The older man's observation continued, highlighting Zeke's unwavering composure in the face of such pressure. He never faltered. Despite setting the stage to take control of the conversation, the older man admitted that Zeke had managed to regain the initiative. The older man, a man with blonde hair and an eye patch, let out a sound of annoyance. He sat with his hands clasped, his expression a mixture of surprise and grudging respect. A figure, shrouded in shadow, spoke, his voice low and measured. He stated his intentions before revealing his request. He then presented a proposition, his gaze intense and unwavering. The documents he held were clearly of great importance. Across a polished wooden table, a sealed package lay between the two men. One, dressed in dark attire, extended a gloved hand towards it. The man in dark clothing explained the contents, a record detailing those infected by a recent pandemic sweeping the southern regions of the central continent. He paused, a question forming on his lips. His curiosity was evident. His eyes widened in surprise as the implications of the document sank in. The scene shifted. A man with a striking eye patch sat across from the man in dark clothing. The tension between them was palpable. The man in dark clothing revealed a name from the documents, Elena Stone. He recognized the name, identifying her as the mother of his subordinate, Liam Stone. A physician's report lay on the table. The patient, suffering from the Rose disease, had made a full recovery, defying the disease's 100% mortality rate. This was due to the timely intervention of a healer who provided instructions on creating a cure. The report detailed the Rose disease, a horrific and invariably fatal illness. The physician continued to explain the nature of the Rose disease, emphasizing its 100% fatality rate. But then, a surprising detail emerged. The report highlighted the case of Elena Stone, who had not only survived the Rose disease, but had completely recovered. Even the attending physician found this inexplicable. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, studied the report with a grim expression. He seemed troubled. He questioned someone off-panel about the unusual recovery. The unseen individual explained that the man had been investigating the case from the beginning and remained persistent in his inquiries. A young man with dark hair and a knowing smile listened intently. He seemed to understand the implications of Elena Stone's survival. The question hung heavy in the air. Was the mysterious figure merely a merchant, or was something far more sinister at play? The sheer lethality of the Rose disease made a chilling possibility clear: the acquisition of a cure's monopoly. A man, his face obscured but his hands outstretched, displayed a single pill, radiating an ethereal glow. The potential wealth represented by such a cure was staggering, dwarfing even the riches of an entire continent. Yet, another man, observing the scene, offered a counterpoint. He believed the pill's owner, whoever he was, to be a man capable of looking beyond his own self-interest. The observer's logic was sharp. He reasoned that no one driven by greed would risk kidnapping a member of a powerful family to achieve their goals. A sudden revelation struck him. He was the one who had originally provided the cure. The man with the eye patch, a figure of imposing presence, smirked, his confidence unshaken. A chair crashed to the floor, the sound echoing the man's sudden outburst. He demanded the cure, offering any price for it. The scene shifted, focusing on a hand reaching for something hidden beneath a table. A tense atmosphere hung heavy in the air. A gloved hand, seemingly belonging to a powerful figure, partially obscured the view of a man with blonde hair and a stern expression. His face, etched with worry lines, was partially hidden by shadow, but his eyes betrayed a deep concern. The scene shifted to reveal a young man with dark hair, a sly smile playing on his lips. He addressed the blonde man, his tone laced with amusement. "What are you getting so excited about?" He continued, his words sharp and pointed. "You're not acting like a merchant." The blonde man's face tightened, his expression hardening. His eyes narrowed, conveying a mixture of suspicion and calculation. Undeterred, the dark-haired young man proposed a deal. "Let's do as merchants do and make a deal." A close-up on the young man's hands, forming a gesture suggesting a plan. The narration box revealed his intention. The young man's proposal was laid out. In exchange for providing the method for producing a cure, he wanted 3 requests fulfilled. The blonde man, intrigued, inquired about the specifics of these requests. The young man responded that he would reveal them only when needed. The scene then shifted to a distant view of a quaint town. A grizzled man with a striking eye patch, his face etched with the weariness of countless battles, sat deep in thought. He muttered to himself, "Well, I won't ask for anything a merchant group can't handle, so don't worry too much." His words trailed off, replaced by a thoughtful consideration. The weight of his unspoken concerns hung heavy in the air. A question formed in his mind. If only they could agree on the precise meaning of "can't handle," then perhaps. A young man with a sharp, almost predatory smile watched the merchant from across the room. His expression was one of quiet anticipation, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface. The young man's gaze shifted to the eye-patched merchant, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The merchant, seemingly oblivious, continued to ponder his earlier statement. A tense silence filled the room, broken only by the occasional nervous cough from the guard standing nearby. The young man produced a set of instructions, his movements precise and deliberate. He spoke, his voice low and controlled, Here, you just have to follow these instructions to make it. The eye-patched merchant examined the documents with growing surprise. His initial skepticism gave way to a dawning realization. He exclaimed, "Oh, so this is—" The young man paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He continued, but before that, there is something I'm personally curious about." With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, the young man snatched a document from the merchant's hand. The merchant reacted instantly, but it was too late. The young man held the document aloft, a smirk playing on his lips. He asked, "Who is it?" A gloved hand extended a sealed document toward a man with blonde hair, a striking eye patch, and a distressed expression. The man, dressed in a richly colored, ornate coat, appeared to be in considerable pain. A voice, sharp and inquisitive, cut through the air. "Who is the person in need of this medicine?" The eye-patched man, his face contorted in a grimace, responded curtly. He simply intended to procure a product of immense worth, acting as a merchant. A sharp rebuke followed. Not only had he used Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a transcendent family, but his explosive reaction demonstrated a shocking lack of composure. The scene shifted to show the blonde man seated at a grand piano, his posture slumping. This was not how the great Reinhardt Merchant Group should present itself. He remained silent, his head bowed low. The camera angle shifted, focusing on the man's arm and hand. A new speaker, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, revealed the identity of the kidnapped individual, a member of the Alenica royal family. Zeke, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, responded curtly to an unseen question. He couldn't bring himself to divulge the information. His interlocutor, whose hand was visible, expressed confusion. The question, implied by the gesture and the following words, concerned the number of people Zeke believed to be in Ale. Zeke's eye reflected the image of a man with blonde hair, a bandage over his eye, and a serious expression. The reflection hinted at a hidden truth. The scene shifted. A voice, filled with surprise, questioned Zeke's intentions, confirming his plan to return to the kingdom of Alenica. Another individual, appearing older and more serious, warned Zeke of the grave danger. He explained that both the kingdom of Alenica and the Reinhardt Merchant Group were actively seeking him, and a return would be fatal. The older man suggested seeking asylum in the north as the safest course of action. Zeke, though he appreciated the advice, felt too weary to flee. He resolved to face his fate in Alenica. The focus shifted to a close-up of the older man's face, his expression grim and resolute. He offered a simple, somber apology. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's face, his expression grim. One eye is covered by a dark patch, and his gaze is intense, conveying a sense of hidden power and barely contained fury. The camera angle shifts slightly, revealing the man from the neck down. He is dressed in a dark, formal-looking suit. He speaks, his voice low and measured. "I can't tell you anything more than this." Two men are shown in conversation. One, younger, observes the other intently. He comments on the older man's changed demeanor. That look in his eyes is completely different to how dead he looked before. Is it someone precious to him? The second man dismisses the observation, focusing on a larger geopolitical issue. Regardless, the Alenica kingdom is standing against the empire at this very moment. The conversation continues. The younger man is informed of the older man's current allegiance. He is currently siding with the Rome Empire against Alenica in their dispute. A map is displayed, showing the geographical locations of the Alenica kingdom, the Rome Empire, and various racial ghettos. The narrator explains the broader context. Even if it weren't, it's currently in a chaotic state due to disputes regarding the administration of various races' ghettos, and due to the weak power of the royal family, internal power disputes have led to a considerably difficult situation. The younger man considers the strategic implications. There's still time before the Continental War breaks out, so making connections with Alentian royalty now will surely pay off in the future. He extends a hand in a gesture of cooperation. His expression is confident and subtly manipulative. The younger man speaks again, his tone dismissive yet polite. "Okay, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine." A gloved hand, adorned with a frilled cuff, delicately held a sealed contract. The parchment, crisp and aged, hinted at the weight of the agreement within. Across the table sat a man, his blonde hair neatly styled, a weathered face partially obscured by an eye patch. He declared, with a hint of weariness, "Great. The contract has been established." He carefully examined the contract, his gloved fingers tracing the edges of the parchment. A subtle energy pulsed beneath his touch. A sigh escaped the man's lips, a mixture of relief and exhaustion evident in his posture. His shoulders slumped slightly. His hands, still gloved, rested on the table, the contract now folded neatly beside them. The weight of the agreement seemed to settle upon him. A younger man, his features sharp and intense, spoke. "I understand you need time to process this, but do you mind if I make my first request now?" The older man, though clearly still burdened, replied, "Of course not. You can ask for whatever you want as long as my merchant group can handle it." The younger man's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He thought, "Great. Then first." A predatory smile stretched across his lips, promising something significant. Zeke Draker, a young man with a determined glint in his eyes, extended a gloved hand toward a representative of a powerful merchant group. He made his intentions clear. He sought employment. Zeke Draker, once scorned by his family for his lack of aptitude in swordsmanship, now found himself in a surprisingly familiar setting, a dimly lit tavern, the air thick with the scent of ale and anticipation. He was here to hire mercenaries, a necessary step in his ambitious plan. His request, however, was met with raised eyebrows. The mercenaries, 3 hardened men, questioned the need for a fake identity. Zeke explained that his mission required discretion, a temporary persona, to navigate the treacherous southern continent. He elaborated on the dangers of the southern continent, a land rife with crime, emphasizing the need for thorough preparation. No half measures would suffice. One of the mercenaries, a man with shrewd eyes, pointed out the Reinhard merchant group's established presence and their willingness to work with even the most unsavory elements. Zeke acknowledged this, though he found the association less than ideal. The mercenary leader, a blond man with a stern expression, ultimately agreed to Zeke's terms. He understood the need for secrecy. A solution was presented, using the name of the leader's cousin to maintain a low profile. This would prevent unwanted attention. Zeke finalized the arrangements, requesting regular transport of goods from the south, along with a suitable residence. He emphasized the importance of large-scale cargo to avoid suspicion. With his first objective accomplished, Zeke turned his attention to his own safe return. He subtly reminded the mercenaries of their responsibility to ensure his safe passage back. A man with a scarred face and an eye patch grinned, his expression unsettling. He lacked any visible remorse. He scoffed, the thought clearly amusing him. He doesn't have a conscience, does he? The scene shifted to a bustling town square. A figure, presumably the one from the previous scene, spoke. Let's do that then. Contact me once the preparations are complete. The Rangers will provide a horse for you to return on. Another man, younger and with darker hair, reacted with surprise. He mused, I can't believe the Reinhardt would respond so meekly to this deal. It seems like that person is really important to him. The camera angle widened, showing a group of figures in dark cloaks waiting in a dimly lit hallway. Among them, the eye-patched man stood out. From the shadows, the younger man called out, You there. 2 figures emerged from the shadows, approaching the younger man. One of them instructed, Follow us this way. The younger man, flanked by 2 guards in dark armor, walked towards an unseen destination. A dark horse, saddled and ready, awaited him in the town square. The scene opens on a quaint, medieval town square. A dark-haired man in a dark, elegant suit observes a horse, commenting to himself, Oh, that's a pretty good horse. He stands before 2 guards flanking a horse. The man's expression is one of quiet appraisal. A slight smile plays on his lips as he declares, I'll make good use of it. Suddenly, a faint blue energy emanates from the man's feet. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, he kicks out, sending the guards reeling backward. One guard, recovering his balance, states, Our business is concluded here, so we'll be leaving. The other guard, clearly agitated, asks, Then does that mean I can consider your contract with Reinhardt as over? The guard with the scar on his face questions, Do the Drakers even learn things like this? The man smiles enigmatically and replies, Let's just say it's my hobby. A proposition was made. This time, I'd like to hire you for something. A voice declared, the words carrying a weight of unspoken purpose. The task was revealed, rescuing a prisoner held captive by the notorious McCain. A young man, his expression a mixture of contemplation and apprehension, stood amidst a quaint village setting. He appeared thoughtful, his arms crossed defensively. He remained silent, his gaze unwavering, as 2 others approached. The silence hung heavy with unspoken concerns. From atop a horse, a sharply dressed man questioned the group's hesitation. What's wrong? Is the reward too small? He asked, his tone suggesting impatience. One of the men responded, No, that's not the problem. We'd profit more, given the same conditions as with the Reinhardt merchant group. The elegantly dressed man explained, The problem lies with your identity. Our king refuses to make deals with transcendent households. The young man's face registered shock and disbelief at this unexpected obstacle. Zeke and his companion, Gorka, discussed their plan. Zeke explained that he had arranged a false identity through Reinhardt, and the commission request would be sent under that name. Gorka, though initially hesitant, agreed to the plan as long as they avoided detection. Before proceeding, however, Gorka reminded Zeke that they still had unfinished business to settle. Gorka's expression turned thoughtful as he considered their next move. Suddenly, a swift attack unfolded. A figure on horseback charged towards Gorka, wielding a weapon with deadly precision. The attack continued, leaving Gorka and his companion momentarily stunned. Fear etched itself onto their faces as they braced for the next blow. The narration box explained that the kukri, the weapon used in the attack, was a ceremonial blade granted only to fully recognized warriors of the Gorka kingdom. The weight of the bond between a ranger and their soulmate is immense. It's as significant as the ranger's very life. The fact that something so vital was stolen from them without their knowledge means their lives were easily taken from them. A man, riding a horse, sarcastically remarks, "This is my thanks for kidnapping me." He is surrounded by two other men, their expressions grim. One of the men, clearly distressed, whispers, "You monster." The kidnapper grins, amused. "You're pretty good at the common language, huh?" His eyes glow with an unnatural light as he lets out a sinister smile. A mysterious voice echoed, a promise hanging in the air. "Let's meet again, friends." Following his encounter with Reinhardt, Zeke Draker initiated a systematic search for potential allies. He sought comrades who could aid him in his quest for power. Zeke's gaze fell upon three figures, each marked by a golden star, symbols of exceptional prowess. He mused that forging bonds with them would prove invaluable. Fortuitously, Dean Flaubert offered his unwavering support to Zeke's endeavors. Zeke's investigation revealed that the three promising individuals were all graduates of the prestigious Valhalla Academy. However, a significant obstacle emerged. Bishop Kastek, known as the Silent Knight, had already graduated and joined the Thebia Kingdom's knightly order. Meanwhile, Jeffrick Salma, the Haze Knight, was still in the graduating class, actively participating in field training. Unfortunately, Asta Elolf was on leave, his participation hampered by severe insomnia. Zeke reflected that Reyna, a blood relative, would likely enroll in Valhalla the following year, providing ample opportunities for collaboration. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, sat alone on a park bench, his gaze distant and troubled. The weight of his past failures pressed heavily upon him. In the end, he reflected, his life had been a series of disappointments. His thoughts drifted to Diego, the only remaining member of his family who still held some semblance of warmth towards him. A faint smile touched Zeke's lips as he remembered their shared history. The scene shifted abruptly. Zeke, now transformed, pounded on a drum kit with ferocious energy, his face alight with passion. He was the lead drummer for a high-energy band. He belted out a powerful note into the microphone, his voice resonating with raw talent. His performance was electrifying. Meanwhile, one of his bandmates, startled by Zeke's sudden outburst, stared in disbelief. "Just what?" he muttered, his eyes wide with astonishment. Zeke's mind flashed back to a previous memory, his desperate attempt to win over Diego by visiting his club. He recalled the effort he had put into that endeavor. Suddenly, another band member approached, his face beaming. "Joe, bro, perfect timing. We just happen to be in need of a drummer," he exclaimed, extending a hand in greeting. A female bandmate looked on, a mixture of surprise and amusement on her face. "What? Another bandmate interrupted. "You just want to jam? Y todas understand." He then congratulated Zeke on joining their club. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, pounded the drums with furious energy. His movements were a blur, a whirlwind of controlled chaos. He was lost in the rhythm, his body a conduit for raw power. The drumsticks seemed to extend his will, each strike echoing his inner turmoil. A defiant shout escaped his lips, a battle cry against the constraints of his past. Screw it all. With a final, earth-shattering crash of cymbals, Zeke threw his head back, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He had found his release. The other members of the band, caught in the intensity of his performance, tumbled through the air, mirroring his unrestrained energy. Zeke landed gracefully, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had transcended his limitations, at least for this moment. He declared, with a newfound confidence, "Let's just have fun." But a flicker of concern crossed his features. He had been carried away by the moment. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him. "Damn it, I totally got caught up in Diego's pace." The legs of a young man, clad in elegant white boots and dark trousers, are shown. He stands before a grand mansion, the architecture hinting at wealth and power. A butler, impeccably dressed, bowed deeply before the young man. "Welcome back, young master," he stated, his voice respectful. The young man, his face now visible, responded curtly. He was determined. "I'm going to train immediately. Tell the servants not to disturb me." A close-up of an ancient, obsidian-like sword is shown. The text beside it reads, "And concentrate the flow of aura to pierce through your blood vessels." The young man is seen studying a book, the sword resting nearby. The text reads, "Leading you from microcosmic orbit to macrocosmic orbit." He frowned, clearly confused. "What does this even mean? I've never heard of these terminologies before," he muttered to himself. His thoughts continued. "Anyway, after seeing it for myself, I can understand why Terrican reformed this into the dragon-slaying arts." The young man's eyes widened as he focused intently on the book, a look of dawning understanding on his face. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer family, pored over ancient texts. The pages depicted intricate sword techniques, each requiring an unimaginable level of aura compression and decompression. He read that these techniques far surpassed anything found in typical dragon-slaying arts. A spectral image of a sword, imbued with immense power, shattered the stone floor. Its lethality rivaled that of an elemental weapon. Zeke, his eyes narrowed in concentration, watched the display with a thoughtful expression. He whispered to himself, intrigued. He carefully examined the spectral sword, his fingers tracing its ethereal form. He muttered, "Exaggerate the shape of the sword. I'm familiar with dragon slaying. The text instructed him to compress his aura to an unimaginable density. Only then, it claimed, could he unleash a single strike capable of cleaving a great dragon in two. Zeke, his eyes glowing with newfound determination, prepared to test this ancient technique. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up on the words, and swing, emblazoned across a dark background, hinting at an imminent action. A pair of elegant, dark shoes with gold buckles are shown, seemingly suspended in mid-air above a swirling, ethereal pattern on the ground. The perspective is from above, creating a sense of anticipation. The camera angle shifts to reveal a distinguished, older man with silver hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He stands confidently before a grand building, his expression unreadable. He is impeccably dressed in a dark suit and tie. Two figures engage in a fierce aerial duel. One, clad in dark clothing, moves with surprising agility, deflecting the attacks of his opponent, who wields a glowing blue blade. The fight continues, a blur of motion and energy as the combatants exchange blows. The dark-clad figure displays remarkable skill and speed, dodging and countering with precision. One of the combatants, the one in dark clothing, is shown taking a blow. A faint chuckle escapes him. He comments, "Haha, this divine body really is something." A detailed description of his new ability appears. Constitution, divine body. Your body is able to perform at the highest level, and the rate at which you learn combat and transfer ether within your body have been increased. The dark-clad figure reflects. It's like a map is being spread out in front of me, showing me the optimal, completed form of the technique so that I know where to go. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He was surrounded, his opponent's attacks a blur of motion. One, wielding a glowing blue blade, lunged, while another, armed with a crimson staff, prepared to counterattack. Amidst the chaos, a profound realization washed over him. He could feel it. A surge of power coursed through his veins, a power unlike anything he had ever known. His body glowed with an ethereal light, his past failures fading into the background as he embraced his newfound strength. He understood. The faster he learned, the stronger he would become. Zeke's eyes burned with determination as he grasped a weapon, its form shifting and reforming in his hands. A beam of light descended from above, piercing the darkness. Zeke looked up, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as he witnessed the celestial phenomenon. He had recently surpassed the Red Knight, but this was something else entirely. He wondered what it could be. Zeke Draker, the healer, the failure, lay submerged in an ethereal twilight. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and dawning understanding, reflected the swirling chaos around him. Then a shift. He crossed a threshold, stepping into a new reality. Before him stood a monolithic cliff face, a jagged fissure of blue energy splitting its dark surface. Zeke, now seemingly older and bearing a sword, stood before it. He had reached the Black Knight's wall, a formidable challenge he knew he must overcome. He reflected on a common wisdom. Hasty growth only raises the next barrier higher. But the heart of Bahamut, residing in the Ether Hall, resonated with the true dragon's swordplay, crying out. A flurry of motion. Zeke, in a blur of speed, engaged in a fierce duel, his movements a whirlwind of power. His opponent, a skilled swordsman, was no match for Zeke's newfound strength and determination. With a surge of resolve, Zeke knew he had to strike one final blow. The final moments of Zeke Draker's life were etched in arcane symbols, a swirling vortex of crimson and blue energy. Within this chaotic display, a monstrous sigil emerged, its form vaguely reptilian, radiating an ominous power. The sigil pulsed, its malevolent energy intensifying, as if a dormant beast was stirring within. Then Zeke awoke. He found himself changed, a fiery emblem burning on his chest, a mark of immense power. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the same ominous energy as the sigil he had witnessed moments before. A message appeared, clarifying the source of this transformation. Bahamut's heart had reacted to Zeke's latent power. The memories engraved within Bahamut's heart were being replayed, flooding Zeke's mind. Zeke, overwhelmed, struggled to comprehend the torrent of information. He found himself enveloped in a blinding green light, unable to see his surroundings. Zeke Draker, the healer, lay dying. A faint green light emanated from his body, swirling around him as if a storm raged within his soul. A shadowy figure loomed in the darkness behind him, its form vaguely reptilian and menacing. His fading consciousness registered a sense of approaching danger. A whisper, barely audible, formed his mind. Someone's coming. The shadowy figure revealed itself further, a cloaked individual whose face was mostly obscured. The voice, deep and resonant, announced its identity. Lord of Dusk, Bahamut, it declared, its tone formal yet ominous. I have a request to make of you. Bahamut's request was accompanied by a glimpse of immense power. A colossal, reptilian eye, filled with ancient wisdom and terrifying might, opened before Zeke. Zeke, though near death, felt a surge of awe and dread. He could only manage a silent response. Bahamut continued, his voice a low rumble. I would like to ask for you to safekeep. His eyes, glowing with an infernal light, fixed on Zeke. A book, bound in dark leather and adorned with intricate carvings, appeared in his hands. This true dragon's swordplay that I've created. Sheltern Draker, a name whispered with disdain, found himself facing his end. A colossal, demonic dragon loomed before him, its eyes burning with malevolent power. The dragon spoke, its voice a chilling echo in the cavernous space. I knew you were detestable, but I didn't know you were mad. Sheltron Draker. Sheltern braced himself for the final blow, the dragon's immense power threatening to obliterate him. But as the attack landed, a figure emerged from the ensuing chaos. A figure that recognized Sheltron, muttering, I knew it, so that's Sheltron Draker. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, stepped forward. This was no ordinary observer. This was someone with knowledge of Sheltron's fate. The cloaked figure confirmed, that's right, Kronos has also agreed. They continued, explaining, the reason, Bahamut, is that you would be better. The scene shifted, focusing on Sheltron's body as an intense, otherworldly energy surged through him. A shadowy chasm opened before Zeke, the air thick with an ancient, malevolent energy. Dark tendrils writhed and pulsed, hinting at the power contained within. From the depths emerged a terrifying visage, the head of an elder dragon, its eyes burning with an infernal light, its maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. A voice, ancient and echoing, boomed through the cavern. It spoke of a being named Kronos, a mediator corrupted by humanity's influence. Zeke, clad in dark attire, stood defiantly before the looming threat. He was young, but his posture spoke of unwavering resolve. From the darkness, countless spears materialized, each imbued with the same dark energy as the dragon's head. The dragon lunged, its massive form a blur of motion, the spears raining down upon Zeke. Zeke barely evaded the onslaught, his face a mask of grim determination. He dismissed the prophecies as mere ramblings. The dragon roared, its attack relentless. The battle had begun. A spectral glow emanated from a collection of ancient weapons, their forms blurred by an ethereal light. Swords and spears, relics of a bygone era, seemed to hum with latent power. The spectral glow intensified, the shapes of the weapons becoming clearer, though still indistinct. A sense of immense, barely contained energy filled the air. The ethereal light pulsed, the weapons seeming to writhe within it, their power growing palpable. The scene shifted, the focus moving to a figure emerging from the spectral haze. The figure was partially obscured, but a sense of immense power radiated from it. A powerful, almost violent energy surged outwards, pushing back the ethereal light. The figure was now clearly visible, a warrior clad in dark armor. The warrior moved with terrifying speed, his weapon a blur of motion as he struck out. The impact was devastating. He unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy that obliterated everything in its path. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. The warrior continued his relentless assault, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The ground itself cracked and crumbled under the sheer force of his power. The battle raged. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself overwhelmed. His opponents, skilled swordsmen of the Draker family, pressed their attack relentlessly. Despite his healing abilities, Zeke fought back with surprising ferocity, his movements a blur of desperate defense. He parried blow after blow, his resolve unwavering. But their numbers were too great. One by one, his defenses faltered. Each strike chipped away at his strength, leaving him vulnerable. A final, devastating blow landed, sending Zeke sprawling to the ground. His vision swam, the world fading into darkness. As darkness consumed him, a blinding light erupted, followed by a surge of immense power. Then silence. Only the faint whisper of ancient words echoed in his mind. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. He awoke. He was back in his family home, 20 years younger. The same family that had cast him out. But this time he was different. A newfound power coursed through his veins, a power he intended to use to his advantage. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. He would become strong. He would use anything and everything to achieve his goals. A storm of violet energy erupted from the ground, taking the form of numerous, razor-sharp spears. They shot towards a figure in the center of the chaos. The spears continued their relentless assault, each one imbued with immense power, leaving trails of purple destruction in their wake. Despite the onslaught, a figure, seemingly unharmed, floated amidst the deadly projectiles. The ethereal being seemed to be unaffected by the magical assault. Zeke Draker, the young man at the center of the maelstrom, watched in awe. He muttered to himself, "So this is the pinnacle of all creation, draconic magic." He continued his internal monologue. "The sheer force of it is unbelievable. If it were me, the most I would have been capable of is barely knocking down one or two." His thoughts turned to the sheer scale of the attack. But taking all of that head on, this man, Sheltern, a cloaked figure, Sheltern, stood defiantly amidst the fading purple energy, his sword raised. He seemed to be the source of the attack, his power immense. Zeke, still recovering from his astonishment, concluded, "Is a monster all on his own." Sheltern, his voice echoing with power, bellowed, "Get the hell out of my lair, Sheltern Draker!" A field of dark, obsidian spears materialized before the cloaked figure. The air crackled with ominous energy. "If you don't comply," a voice cold and menacing echoed, "my next attack will be directed at the Chronos." The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, responded with a chilling calm. "Is that really okay with you?" Their words hung heavy in the air. "If you do that, then you too will be subject to the karmic sanctions." A burst of laughter followed, laced with derision. "What a joke!" The cloaked figure's form shifted, a surge of dark energy enveloping them. Their voice, now laced with fury, boomed. "What is a human like you know to blabber on like this?" The cloaked figure revealed a monstrous visage, a terrifying blend of human and dragon. "No matter how many of you maggots I crush underfoot," they sneered, "such sanctions would never be applied to me." As the dust settled, a voiceover observed, "In the end, it all played out like Kronos predicted." Elsewhere, a figure in a white robe carefully examined a golden locket, its surface etched with intricate designs. The locket glowed, revealing a single, piercing golden eye within. The scene opens with a close-up of a colossal, shadowy figure, its form vaguely reptilian. Dark, jagged wings are partially visible, suggesting immense size and power. The creature's presence fills the frame, radiating an aura of immense, malevolent energy. The camera pulls back slightly to reveal more of the creature, its dark form now partially obscured by a violent, purple energy discharge. The energy seems to crack and shatter, leaving trails of dark, viscous substance in its wake. The perspective shifts, showing a clash between the monstrous creature and a figure wielding a glowing purple blade. The sword, imbued with immense power, meets the creature's clawed hand in a fierce collision. The impact sends shockwaves of energy outward. The creature, clearly enraged, speaks. "Do you think you can do anything to me just because you wield Kronos' power?" The wielder of the purple blade responds with a burst of blinding energy, a wave of power that dwarfs the creature's previous attack. The energy intensifies, forming a colossal, spiraling column of purple light that surges towards the creature. The attack connects, sending the creature reeling backward. The force of the blow is immense, creating a powerful gust of wind that whips around the battlefield. Meanwhile, a golden clock face, etched with arcane symbols, glows with an inner light. It appears to be a powerful magical artifact. The clock face continues to glow, its energy pulsing with a rhythmic beat. The scene ends with a close-up on the intricate details of the clock's design. Zeke Draker, clad in simple white under a dark cloak, stood poised within a glowing golden circle etched upon the ground. A long sword lay discarded beside him, its hilt gleaming faintly. He held a small, ornate clock in his hand, its face obscured by shadow. A wave of shock washed over Zeke's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. A green aura pulsed around him, mirroring the intensity of his surprise. He stared, speechless, as the realization dawned on him. The power emanating from the clock had stopped Behemoth's attack. The massive, dark blade of the dragon hung, suspended in midair, inches from Zeke. Zeke knew instantly this was no ordinary magic. The golden circle pulsed with renewed energy, its intricate runes glowing brighter. From its center, a colossal, reptilian form began to materialize. Behemoth, the elder dragon, emerged in all its terrifying glory. Its scales shimmered like molten gold, its eyes burning with an infernal light. The truth struck Zeke. Sheltron's magic, channeled through the clock, was restraining Behemoth. Zeke's eyes widened further, a mixture of awe and dawning understanding in their depths. He concluded that the unbelievable power he wielded stemmed from the ancient clock. A shadowy figure, its form vaguely reptilian, loomed over Zeke. The creature's voice echoed with ancient power, laced with disdain. "Do you think you can do anything to me just because you wield Kronos' power?" Zeke, however, remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed on the strange clock-like artifact in his hand. He carefully examined the intricate carvings on its surface, a thoughtful expression on his face. The faint glow emanating from the artifact pulsed rhythmically. A sudden realization struck him. That clock must be an artifact containing Kronos' power. The immense power of the dragon surged, threatening to overwhelm him. But Zeke stood firm, his eyes reflecting the intensity of the magical energy. A question formed in the minds of those observing him. Did he break the spell? The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled, a violent tremor shaking the very earth. The force of the impact sent shockwaves outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A colossal, reptilian figure, scales shimmering like molten gold, loomed over the battlefield. Its roars shook the very ground, sending tremors through the air. Below, a figure, small in comparison, held aloft a curious, ornate coin, its surface pulsing with faint light. The monstrous claw descended, earth cracking under its immense weight. A name, whispered on the wind, echoed through the devastation, Sheltern Draker. The dragon's head, crowned with wicked horns, turned. Its eyes, burning embers in the gloom, fixed upon the small figure. Was that vision you just showed me? It hissed a sound like grinding stones. A cloaked figure, their face partially obscured by shadow, emerged from the chaos. They addressed the dragon with a weary sigh. Now do you understand why I am entrusting you with the true dragon's swordplay? The cloaked figure continued, their voice laced with bitterness. They muttered, damn it all, the very concept of dragons forming contracts with humans was wrong to begin with. The cloaked figure's foot came down hard, sending a spray of water into the air. They agreed with the dragon's sentiment. I agree. Humans should rise up through their own power. A close-up revealed a terrifying maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, dripping with a viscous fluid. The cloaked figure spoke again, their tone now resolute. Very well then, hand it over to me. Give me the technique to kill dragons, the true dragon's swordplay. A surge of energy crackled, illuminating arcane symbols that swirled across a spectral book. The air thrummed with power. Then, a crystalline card materialized, its surface depicting two dragons flanking a sword, glowing faintly. A colossal, reptilian eye opened, its golden iris burning with an intense light. A voice, ancient and resonant, boomed, "You did quite a good job on this." A cloaked figure stood before the immense eye, a small, glowing blue cube held in their hand. They explained, it was all in order to protect the world. The eye's gaze intensified. A scornful voice echoed, "How laughable. You desire to protect mankind, not the world." The cloaked figure remained unmoved, their back to the viewer, silhouetted against the immense eye. The voice continued, "But as long as that prophecy doesn't come true, it will never see the light of day." The cloaked figure dismissed the concern, stating, "It doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't, humans will eventually learn to use aura." A colossal, reptilian head filled the frame, its jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl. The creature's eyes glowed with malevolent intensity, promising destruction. The elder dragon spoke, its voice echoing with ancient power, If that comes to pass, then I will personally exterminate all humans." The dragon's words were met with a low chuckle from a cloaked figure, only their mouth visible. It is not a power such insignificant beings can control. The cloaked figure continued, their tone surprisingly calm. "I may have created the true dragon's swordplay out of my fear of dragons, but, funnily enough, I trust both you and Kronos." The elder dragon loomed behind the cloaked figure, its presence filling the cavern. A single word hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with meaning. The cloaked figure responded, a hint of sadness in their voice. "Kronos always said it, that eventually, you'll find someone you can open your heart to." The elder dragon's eye, glowing intensely, focused on the cloaked figure. A single ominous statement, "You will find a contractor." A cloud of smoke obscured the dragon's form, leaving only the lingering sense of immense power. The scene shifted to a dark, damp cave, the entrance barely visible in the gloom. The air hung heavy with the scent of ancient earth and mystery. A question echoed in Zeke's mind, a desperate hope clinging to the edge of despair. Could he find someone to truly connect with? The immense form of the elder dragon, Bahamut, filled the space, its scales shimmering with an ancient power. Bahamut's single, malevolent eye opened, its gaze piercing the very fabric of reality. The dragon scoffed at the notion of companionship. The dragon's voice boomed, echoing the impossibility of such a bond. Meanwhile, back in the Draker family estate, Zeke found himself once more within its imposing walls. Zeke, observing a conversation he couldn't understand, sat on the steps, lost in thought. He focused on one certainty, Bahamut's deep distrust of humanity. Zeke's thoughts turned to Bahamut's inherent distrust of humankind. Having absorbed Bahamut's essence, Zeke felt a strange empathy for the dragon's isolation. Despite the setbacks, Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, remained resolute. His gaze drifted upwards, a pensive expression etched on his face. His thoughts turned to the recent events, specifically his dealings with Tarakan. He wondered what had prompted such an unusual alliance. Zeke, now in a grand library, meticulously examined ancient texts. His curiosity, piqued by Bahamut's memories, drove him to delve deeper into the mysteries of Tarakan's past. He already knew that the Draker family's manipulation of Tarakan was a historical fact. The implications were vast and disturbing. The current era presented a further complication. Tarakan, now known as the fearsome dragon Bahamut, was considered an evil entity. His search for useful documents proved fruitless. The records were either destroyed or deliberately obscured. Meanwhile, Zeke continued his rigorous training, honing his skills in the true art of dragon slaying, his body glistening with sweat after workout. He received word from Reinhardt that his preparations were complete. He had requested a new identity to avoid suspicion. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, now found himself in a position of unexpected power. He surveyed his reflection, a smirk playing on his lips as he held a golden card. But I didn't think I would end up being the deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's Southern Branch, he mused, a hint of disbelief in his tone. He paused, flexing his surprisingly well-defined muscles. A question lingered in his mind. Isn't this a little too grandiose? His eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. Something felt amiss. He casually adjusted his towel, a smirk returning to his lips. A low chuckle escaped him as he seemed to dismiss his concerns. Meanwhile, a messenger arrived, a rather unusual one, a pigeon carrying a small satchel. The message was brief, but significant. It spoke of someone else's progress. Kay seems to have resolved herself too. The Atlas branch of the syndicate's secret garden hotel loomed, a testament to opulence and clandestine dealings. Its imposing structure, a blend of Gothic architecture and modern skyscraper design, dominated the cityscape. Within its walls, a more discreet entrance hinted at even greater exclusivity. An ornate golden door, etched with arcane symbols, promised access to a world beyond the hotel's public facade. The interior matched the exterior's enigmatic nature. Dark wood paneling contrasted sharply with the glowing golden runes that adorned the door, creating an atmosphere of both luxury and mystery. Beyond the door, a lavish VIP lounge offered a breathtaking view of the city. A man with blonde hair, dressed in dark attire, greeted a woman with striking red hair, seated on a plush sofa. He extended a welcoming hand, addressing her as partner. The woman, clearly surprised by the term, questioned the blonde man's use of the word partner. He smirked, finding her reaction amusing. His response was cut short, leaving the meaning ambiguous. The blonde man's face was partially obscured by shadow, adding to his enigmatic aura. His expression hinted at a hidden agenda. The red-haired woman, her curiosity piqued, observed him intently, a question mark floating above her head. Zeke Draker, a young man with blonde hair, stood at a high vantage point, gazing out at the sprawling city of Atlas below. The sight, though familiar, felt profoundly different this time. Beside him, a woman with vibrant red hair also observed the cityscape. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation. Zeke commented that the view was unlike any he remembered. The familiar cityscape was now marred by the devastation of war. The woman, however, noted that the ruins were a natural consequence of the Continental War, a fact that Zeke found himself unable to dispute. Later, Zeke sat alone in a dimly lit room, lost in thought. He poured himself a drink. He admitted to himself that he had been unaware of such a place existing within Atlas. The woman from earlier reappeared, teasing Zeke about his apparent absorption in the view. She explained that the hotel was a discreet establishment owned by the syndicate. Zeke politely declined another drink, expressing his preference for tea instead. The woman chuckled, finding his aversion to alcohol endearing. Zeke explained that he simply didn't enjoy the sensation of drinking alcohol. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself in a most unpleasant situation. During the family's entrance celebration, he had unwittingly consumed a poisoned drink. He reflected on a peculiar fact. His inherent poison resistance treated alcohol as a poison, detoxifying it automatically. Before his death and subsequent rebirth, Zeke had occasionally used alcohol to get drunk. Now, however, his body's reaction to alcohol had changed completely. He found himself preferring tea. A woman, her crimson hair a striking contrast to her dark attire, spoke to him. She noted his aversion to alcohol and then changed the subject. Seated across from her was Zeke, his expression one of mild annoyance. He wondered if she truly cared about his preferences. The woman, whose name was revealed to be Pabella, presented Zeke with incriminating documents. The evidence was irrefutable. Pabella's organization was deeply involved in piracy. She explained that the sheer volume of evidence was shocking, especially considering how long it had gone unnoticed. Pabella continued, explaining that the evidence had been systematically erased by the White Silver Knight, a powerful figure who had previously interfered with their investigations. Despite this interference, Pabella's organization had experienced a period of significant growth, further obscured by undocumented profits. The name Joaquin Fernandez, alias El Menco, was written on a piece of paper. Despite being second in command to McLean, El Menco still maintained dealings with their rival Pabella. El Menco confided in someone, explaining that the situation was quite shocking and he hadn't yet informed his superiors, as it would cause chaos within the syndicate. He showed a photograph to Pabella, who responded that ignorance is bliss. Pabella then brought up the artifact that El Menco had inquired about a seller for. Her expression shifted to one of shock and alarm. A mysterious figure with green eyes appeared, stating, "From now on." He continued, explaining his plan to make her the boss of the syndicate. A dreary rain fell upon the industrial landscape. Rows of steam locomotives, their metallic bodies gleaming dully under the overcast sky, stood idle along the tracks. The downpour continued as the scene shifted to a narrow, cobbled street in a city. Ancient buildings loomed, their windows dark and reflecting the gloomy weather. A young man with blonde hair, shielding himself with a dark umbrella, stood at the street's edge. A blue rectangle appeared, glowing with arcane energy, indicating the activation of a portal. He observed a woman in a trench coat nearby, her back to him. He muttered to himself, satisfied with the progress. A surge of blue energy emanated from his chest, a small device glowing intensely. This was the source of his power. He reflected on the cost of using the portal function, acknowledging the significant expenditure of karma points. However, he deemed it necessary. He continued walking, his footsteps echoing on the wet pavement. The young man was acutely aware of the risks involved. His thoughts turned to the limitations of magic and the difficulties of intercity travel, highlighting the necessity of his clandestine method. He concluded that his actions could be easily disguised as an accident, ensuring plausible deniability. Zeke Draker, a young man with a mischievous glint in his eyes, chuckled to himself. He mused on the reactions of the elders of the Dragon Slayer family to his soon-to-be-revealed actions. He addressed someone named Don Juan, expressing his eagerness for nightfall. The scene shifted to a bustling town square. Zeke, easily identifiable by his distinctive attire, stood amidst a crowd of people, seemingly unconcerned by the events unfolding around him. Two men in dark coats watched him from a distance. Suddenly, a fire erupted nearby. Panic rippled through the crowd. Someone shouted that it was a fire and urged others to contact the fire brigade. The flames grew rapidly, threatening to spread to adjacent buildings. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Amidst the chaos, someone inquired whether anyone had contacted the building's owner. A bystander anxiously asked when the mages would arrive to help. The scene shifted to a close-up of an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, suggesting a deliberate act of arson. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in elegant yet dark attire, sat languidly, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers. She lit with a match, her expression one of disdain. "That brat," she muttered, the smoke curling around her face. The woman continued to watch, a thoughtful expression replacing her earlier contempt. She observed a figure engulfed in flames, a whirlwind of fire surrounding him. "I figured he was bold, as befitting of a Draker, but..." The scene shifted to show the source of the flames. A young man, his movements suggesting a desperate struggle against the inferno. He was clearly fighting back, his actions defying the intensity of the fire. "He's far more than just bold." The woman's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her face. She took another drag of her cigarette, her expression hardening. "He's completely insane." A sharp intake of breath followed her exclamation. "The word what?" echoed the woman's internal shock. The scene changed to a dimly lit room. A man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, spoke to the red-haired woman. "You're going to set fire to all of the Soma warehouses belonging to McCain within the central continent." The red-haired woman responded calmly. "That's right. As such, I'd like you to tell me their locations." The blonde man looked aghast. "That's confidential information that only McCain and executives of Syndicate have access to. If you do something like that, you'd be found out instant." The red-haired woman waved a dismissive hand. "Good. I have no intention to keep it under wraps anyway." She explained her plan further, a picture of a man named El Mencho on the table. "I'm planning on pinning all the blame on El Mencho. It's better to have a specific suspect." Two figures sat across from each other in what appeared to be a dimly lit, opulent room. One, cloaked in dark red and black, leaned back casually. The other, a woman with striking red hair and piercing eyes, stared intently. "Also," the cloaked figure began, "the Syndicate isn't yet aware that Pabella are pirates, right?" The woman's eyes widened in shock. "That's right," the cloaked figure confirmed. "I haven't reported it yet." Her gasp was audible, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. "Wait, you can't be." A smirk played on the lips of the cloaked figure as they watched the woman's reaction. "You really do catch on fast." The scene shifted slightly to reveal more of the room's lavish details and several glasses of amber liquid on a low table between them. The cloaked figure gestured towards a bottle of wine. "That's right. We don't even have to put any work in ourselves." Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the table, shattering the glasses and sending shards flying. The air crackled with power. The cloaked figure's voice, now colder and more commanding, cut through the chaos. "Wrap up all the Syndicate executives," weighing up McCain and Pabella with a neat little bow. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the malevolent intent behind their words. "And report them all to Don Joan." The red-haired woman, her face contorted in fear and desperation, could only watch as the cloaked figure's power manifested. A wave of dark energy washed over her, leaving her paralyzed with terror. A tense conversation unfolded. One voice questioned the other's sanity, expressing disbelief at the proposal. The other responded with unwavering confidence, asserting the plan's validity. The woman with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes vehemently rejected the plan, calling it utterly preposterous. Her anger intensified as she pointed out the risks involved, highlighting the consequences for those who betray the organization. The woman's retort was sharp and dismissive. She argued that the risk was irrelevant, as all executives would soon be eliminated anyway. Her hands clasped tightly together, a visible sign of her inner turmoil, despite her outwardly defiant stance. The conversation shifted. A challenge was issued. Would the other remain a low-ranking member forever? A defiant response followed, reminding the other of their prior agreement, to elevate the other to the head of the organization. The final ultimatum was delivered. There was no turning back, only advancement or defeat. A single word, choose, hung heavy in the air, underscoring the gravity of the decision. The tension in the room crackled. A woman with fiery red hair, her expression hard, nodded curtly to a man beside her. Yeah, he's right, she confirmed, her voice sharp. Another woman, this one with long pink hair, clasped her hands together, a look of distress on her face. She confessed, her voice laced with anguish. I didn't join this organization to do other people's dirty work. The scene shifted. Zeke Draker, his name starkly displayed, sat across a large desk from the red-haired woman. The room was dimly lit, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken implications. The red-haired woman continued, her voice low but filled with grudging admiration. She praised Zeke's exceptional intellect, noting his unique ability to uncover the true identity of someone known only as Pabella, a feat no one else had accomplished. She further highlighted his use of this intelligence to locate and secure countless high-quality artifacts from undiscovered ancient ruins. The camera focused on a vast, dimly lit chamber filled with ancient artifacts. Zeke stood in the center, surveying his surroundings. The red-haired woman's voiceover continued, emphasizing Zeke's skill in recovering these artifacts. The red-haired woman's perspective shifted. She described her reaction to Zeke's abilities, a resolute determination to fully support him, regardless of the risks. However, a moment of doubt flickered within her. She questioned her own resolve, wondering if she could maintain her courage after learning the full extent of Zeke's plans. The red-haired woman slammed a bottle of wine on the bar, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The question hung in the air. Could she possibly falter after hearing his plans? The scene opens on a dimly lit room, the air thick with anticipation. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in a revealing, dark-colored outfit, leans back, her eyes half-closed in pleasure as she drains a bottle of something potent. Across from her sits a young man with short, light brown hair, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. He watches her intently, his gaze unwavering. He is dressed in dark clothing, a red scarf adding a splash of color to his otherwise somber attire. The tension between them is palpable. The young man speaks, his voice firm despite the obvious risk. Do you think that's enough? I'm dead if I fail anyway, so I'll bet everything I have. The woman grins, a predatory gleam in her eyes. This table is no limit. She slams her hand down, a dramatic gesture that punctuates her next words. All in. The young man's eyes narrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Getting fired up, are we? His expression shifts to one of cold determination. He leans forward, his voice low and dangerous. I'll make sure you don't regret this bet. The panel fades to black, leaving the reader hanging on the edge of their seat. A gloved hand, ash clinging to its fingertips, extinguishes a cigarette in a crystal ashtray. The air hangs heavy with smoke. The same hand, now gripping a sharp object, makes a swift, precise movement. The camera focuses on a glowing blue circular emblem, the name Zeke Draker inscribed within. Meanwhile, a woman with long pink hair stands on a balcony, gazing out at the night. She whispers, I believed in you and put everything on the line. A news report details a series of fires across the central continent. The investigation is underway, but the possibility of arson is being considered. The camera pans to a large, imposing mansion at night. Inside, a figure sits at a large desk in a dimly lit office. They mutter, I don't know who it was, but... The figure reads the same news report about the fires. Their face is revealed, a man with graying hair, his expression grim. He thinks, I'll make you suffer a painful death. Don Juan, head of the McCain cartel, swirled the amber liquid in his glass, his expression unreadable. The dim light of his opulent study cast long shadows across his weathered face, highlighting the sharp lines etched by years of power and intrigue. The imposing Draker family estate stood tall against the twilight sky, its grandeur hinting at the power and legacy within. Inside, a gloved hand tapped impatiently on a polished mahogany table. A palpable tension filled the room. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and serious eyes, sat amidst towering bookshelves. He reflected, and it's almost been half a year since it was revealed that I've reached Blue Knight level. His fingers drummed a restless rhythm against the table. He mused, I thought it would be about time for it to come. A richly decorated box lay open, revealing a sealed invitation. Zeke's nervousness was evident. The invitation was for the promotion celebration banquet, a momentous occasion for young Draker Knights who had achieved the rank of Blue Knight. The image showed a scene of the ceremony, with a senior Draker Knight bestowing an honor upon a newly promoted one. Even within the prestigious Draker family, reaching Blue Knight status at Zeke's age was exceptional, considered a Draker-style debutante. Zeke, observing other family members, reflected on the time that had passed since his last encounter with the family patriarch, almost 3 years prior. A quiet wish for peace hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the events that are about to unfold. The camera pans to reveal the Four Seasons Fortress, a majestic stronghold overlooking a sprawling city nestled amidst rolling hills. This is the ancestral home of the Draker family, a place steeped in history and power. Inside the fortress, a young man walks through the opulent halls, his footsteps echoing softly on the polished floors. He is Zeke Draker, the prodigal son, returned after 2 decades. He approaches the central banquet hall of the Four Seasons Fortress Garden, the heart of the Draker family's gatherings. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The hall is bustling with activity. A man with silver hair and a sly smile holds a cocktail, surrounded by other members of the Draker family. His demeanor suggests a position of authority. A guest greets the silver-haired man, addressing him as the Lord of the Drakers. The weight of expectation is palpable. Suddenly, a young man with vibrant red hair appears, his arrival greeted with surprise. He is Abel, and his expression is one of pleasant anticipation. Abel approaches the patriarch, inquiring after his well-being with a respectful tone. A grand title card announced the beginning of the saga, a dragon slayer's peerless regression. The scene shifted to a lavish banquet hall. A young man, his face partially obscured, mused, "Anyway, it's my first time seeing so many important figures at a promotion celebration banquet." He held a cocktail glass, observing the assembled dignitaries. His thoughts continued, "Just what I was thinking." A woman, elegantly dressed, responded, "Well, given that he's now the youngest in the continent to reach the level of Blue Knight, I'm sure everyone's focus is on him." The camera focused on a young man with vibrant red hair, the subject of their conversation. He smiled subtly. The red-haired young man's internal monologue revealed. He's saying that, knowing that the youngest ever to do so before Zeke was me. The scene shifted to a conversation between the red-haired youth and an older, distinguished man. The youth said, "It seems like Zeke will be arriving soon. I'll go prepare for the rite." The older man replied, "Sorry that we couldn't speak for longer, even though we're meeting after so long." The young man responded politely, "Please pay it no mind, patriarch." The patriarch smiled and said, "Well then, enjoy yourself at today's banquet." The young man simply replied, "Understood." The grand hall buzzed with the hushed whispers of the assembled nobility. A figure, cloaked in white, moved purposefully through the crowd, his back to the viewer. In the foreground, a glimpse of crimson and gold hinted at the observer's attire. A young man, his face obscured, but his fiery red hair and intense posture suggesting a simmering discontent. His eyes, blazing with an unnatural, vibrant blue, snapped open. A silent, furious energy crackled around him. Elsewhere, in a more private setting, a young man in ornate, gold-trimmed attire adjusted his collar, a look of discomfort on his face. He muttered to himself about the suffocating atmosphere. He spoke to a companion, complaining about the difficulty of even seeing his master's face. His companion, dressed in dark, formal wear, responded that he shouldn't even bring it up, as his master was working him to the bone, leaving him no time to go home. The young man in gold continued, explaining that he was already busy thanks to Arthur, who had made him escort someone today. He grumbled about Arthur's justification for this task, calling it bullcrap. The dark-clad companion observed that Arthur's grumpiness was likely due to excessive overtime. A young man with dark hair, dressed in a vibrant red and gold outfit, tilted his head inquisitively. He addressed the taller, more formally dressed man beside him, his question hanging in the air. "Then are we headed to the spring garden right now?" The taller man, with reddish-pink hair neatly combed back, nodded. He confirmed, "Right? That's the only place in the Four Seasons Fortress where outsiders are allowed, after all." They continued walking down a long hallway, the younger man's expression thoughtful. The older man elaborated, explaining that the Four Seasons Fortress was divided into 4 main facilities. The scene shifted to a grand hall. The older man's words echoed. Like the Duke said, the only place where outsiders are allowed and the place where most ceremonies take place is the spring garden. The summer lock is the office where most businesses involving the Draker family are handled. The narration continued, describing the autumn fell, a hall used for internal ceremonies and rites, including the knighting ceremony for those affiliated with the household. Finally, the description turned to the Winter Keep, a repository for rare artifacts spanning over 1,000 years. The image showed a vast, high-tech storage facility filled with countless shelves of artifacts. The sheer scale of the collection was breathtaking. The younger man, observing the Winter Keep, remarked, "I've only ever heard of them, though. This is my first time seeing this place for myself. Before my regression, I had already been chased out of the academy around this point in time." The older man simply stated, "Well, this is the place." Zeke, the young dragon slayer, stood before a pair of imposing, ornate doors. A stern-faced man, his superior, delivered a curt dismissal. "You'll have to go by yourself from here on out." The man explained the strict protocol for entry to the banquet hall. Only those directly involved were permitted passage. Zeke, though excluded from the main festivities due to other pressing matters, received words of encouragement from his superior. "I have come to attend to other business, so I won't be able to participate in the banquet. But stand strong and do your best." A comforting hand rested on Zeke's shoulder as he was given one last piece of advice before being sent on his way. A subtle smile played on Zeke's lips. He reflected, It doesn't feel bad to have someone worry about me. As Zeke entered the grand hall, a familiar voice called out, "Geez, master, you sure are a worrywart. Well, as long as you don't cause a scene, I'll be happy." The scene shifted to reveal a grand hall, the sounds of trumpets heralding the start of the banquet. The banners of the Dragon Slayer family were prominently displayed. A man with fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes, holding a drink, observed the scene from a distance. Beside him stood another, more reserved figure. The camera panned to show a grand staircase leading to the main hall, flanked by rows of guards in ceremonial attire. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, strode confidently through a grand hall. His attire, a dark, ornate uniform with gold accents and a crimson cape, spoke of his noble lineage. The rhythmic thud of his boots echoed softly on the polished floor. Whispers followed him. Two onlookers, their faces partially obscured, commented on his youth and accomplishments. "Oh, that's Zeke Draker," one of them murmured, their tone a mixture of awe and disbelief. The other added, "A Blue Knight at 15? He really is a Golden Light Awakener. Even so, I didn't expect him to break Sir Abel's record of being the youngest Blue Knight." Zeke continued his advance, the red carpet stretching before him like a river of crimson. He walked towards a large gathering of people, their faces a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. In the foreground, two more onlookers exchanged excited comments. "Oh my, have you not heard?" One of them explained, "They say he surpassed all of Abel's Academy achievements as well." The other responded with wonder, "Oh ho, truly remarkable." The scene shifted. Arthur Draker, a man of imposing stature in elegant white and gold robes, stood before Zeke. Arthur, the leader of the Dragon Slayers, was about to bestow a great honor. Zeke knelt before him, head bowed in respect. Zeke received his sword, a symbol of his new rank. The weight of the blade, and the expectations it carried, settled upon his young shoulders. Arthur addressed the assembled crowd, his voice carrying across the hall. "Zeke Draker," he declared, "go forth as an honorable knight and bring glory to our name." The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers echoing the weight of Zeke's new responsibility. His journey as a knight had begun. The air crackled with anticipation. A hush fell over the assembled Draker family members. Zeke Draker, a young man barely into his teens, stood before them, his eyes wide, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He questioned the words he had just heard. In addition, the speaker, a high-ranking member of the family, continued, his voice ringing with authority. He declared, "I hereby declare Zeke Draker a formal knight of Draker." The announcement was met with a ripple of surprise. The speaker added, "And confer upon him the rank of knight." Whispers erupted amongst the onlookers. One voice, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "He's become a formal knight at the mere age of 15? Even those accustomed to the Draker family's exceptional talent were taken aback. A murmur of concern arose. Even if he's the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this too fast? Zeke, however, remained stoic. His thoughts were clear. The only condition to attain the formal rank of knight was real achievements. A voice, seemingly disembodied, explained the Draker family's tradition. The family, blessed by aura, typically awakened quickly and easily attained a rank of purple or Blue Knight. But Zeke's elevation was different. The narrator continued, emphasizing that real achievements, rather than innate aura proficiency, were given more weight in his case. The scene opens in a grand hall, dimly lit, where a young man with dark, flowing hair sits upon an ornate throne. He is dressed in a rich, dark burgundy and black uniform, befitting his status. He holds a sword, its hilt resting on his lap. The air is thick with unspoken tension. He speaks, his voice carrying an undercurrent of pride. Even the youngest Blue Knight, Abel, only gained a rank after 3 months of gathering achievements. This proves the importance of true accomplishments within the Draker household. The camera shifts to a different part of the hall. A man, Arthur, stands before a group of people, his declaration causing a stir. His words are a clear break from tradition. A magnificent sword, gleaming gold and dark metal, is displayed prominently. A young man, Zeke, stands before it, his thoughts a stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere. He muses, "The patriarch alone has the authority to confer ranks, so there won't be any opposition. But I can't fathom what he's thinking." The focus returns to Arthur, who addresses the gathering with a smile. His words are filled with paternal pride. Arthur continues, his voice ringing with pride. "Not only did Zeke have a golden light awakening unlike any other, but he is also the youngest ever to reach the level of Blue Knight. In the future, I believe Zeke will become a knight that will far surpass me." Arthur raises a glass, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He adds, "Since I don't want to come off as a coddling parent, I'll leave the bragging at that." He concludes the ceremony. "Now then, with this, the congratulation rite is over. May this talented young man's future be blessed, and prayers be toward the continent's peace and welfare." Arthur raises his glass in a final toast, the image fading to a bright, hopeful light. The patriarch of the Draker family, a man of imposing stature and silver hair, raised his glass high. His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, carrying across the opulent hall. The celebratory toast echoed through the hall. A sea of faces, mostly young men and women in formal attire, raised their glasses in unison. The air buzzed with the energy of a grand feast. Servants, dressed in dark livery, moved deftly through the crowd, replenishing glasses and maintaining the flow of the celebration. The scene was one of unrestrained joy and familial unity. The patriarch, his face relaxed in a rare moment of contentment, savored the wine. He seemed to be enjoying the spectacle unfolding before him. Nearby, younger members of the family, mirroring the patriarch's actions, also raised their glasses in a toast. The festive atmosphere was infectious. Zeke, observing the scene from a distance, a flicker of bitterness crossed his features. He recalled his past, a stark contrast to the current display of familial harmony. His thoughts turned to his father, Howard, whose indifference during Zeke's exile was a wound that still festered. Now, however, Howard was acting like a proud father, a role he never played before. Howard, noticing Zeke's pensive expression, approached him. He responded curtly to his father's request for a private conversation. The patriarch, his expression unreadable, made a similar request for privacy. The stage was set for a private conversation between father and son, heavy with unspoken tensions. A man with striking silver hair and piercing golden eyes smiled thinly. His expression was one of calculated amusement, a subtle hint of something colder lurking beneath the surface. His words hung in the air, a declaration of intent, as father and son. The scene shifted to an opulent hall, a grand space filled with ornate furniture and a glint of crystal glassware. A single martini glass, filled with a deep crimson liquid, sat on a polished mahogany tray. A young man with spectacles, Abel, addressed someone off-panel. He urged, "Hey, Abel, watch your expression a bit, would you?" The focus narrowed to a young man with fiery red hair, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. His expression was one of intense displeasure. He silently judged. That's not the expression an older brother congratulating his youngest brother would have. His lips tightened into a thin line, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The conversation continued. He asked, "What about the prince?" Receiving the reply, he said he'd show up after that trifling rite is over, so he should appear soon. The two men, the silver-haired man and the red-haired one, prepared to depart. "Let's hurry then," one said, to which the other agreed. The scene opens on an ornate, golden door, slightly ajar. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The door creaks open further, revealing a glimpse of polished marble flooring. Zeke Draker, a young man in a richly embroidered, dark uniform, strides confidently into the room. His expression is one of controlled impatience. He holds a small, golden token, intricately carved with a dragon and a sword. It is described as a token exchangeable for a single household report. Zeke examines the token, a question forming in his mind. Why would the patriarch give him such a thing? He runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident on his face. He admits to himself that he doesn't understand the patriarch's actions. More importantly, a thought strikes him. A man in formal attire explains that the banquet will last several days, not just one. Zeke looks around at the gathering crowd, anxiety etched on his features. The thought of enduring this extended event weighs heavily on him. Zeke Draker, the disgraced scion of the Dragon Slayer lineage, found himself in an unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar setting. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He was back in the family manor 20 years in the past. His internal monologue echoed the challenge ahead. How am I supposed to last several days here, while keeping my expressions under control? He observed the opulent ballroom, a scene of lavish aristocratic gatherings. A cynical thought crossed his mind as he subtly adjusted his attire. I'm telling you, being a noble isn't for everyone. His reflection in a nearby mirror confirmed his identity. The name, whispered by a passing servant, confirmed his return, Sir Zeke Draker. The weight of his past and the potential of his future settled heavily upon him. A regal figure approached, her presence commanding attention. Zeke, though internally apprehensive, maintained a composed exterior. He wondered silently, "It's my first time meeting you directly." The woman gracefully revealed herself. With a flourish, she unveiled her identity. The first princess of the Alentia Kingdom stood before him, her declaration clear and confident. "I am the first princess of the Alentia Kingdom." Her bearing spoke of power and grace. Her elegant attire and confident posture further emphasized her royal status. Princess Melissa of the Alentia Kingdom stood poised, her declaration echoing in the opulent chamber. "I am the first princess of the Alentia Kingdom." Her confident posture and elegant attire belied the weight of her words, hinting at the power she was about to wield. Melissa's hands rested gently on her chest, a serene smile gracing her lips. She exuded an aura of quiet strength. Meanwhile, in another room, a man observed a portrait of the princess, his expression thoughtful. He murmured, "Princess Melissa? She must be the Princess Melissa that will rise to power as the Alentia Kingdom's next monarch." The scene shifted to the ailing king, lying in his bed, a stark contrast to the princess's vibrant image. The narration continued. In contrast to the current sickly and ineffective king, she would set forth groundbreaking policies that would prioritize the people, leading to her gaining the overwhelming support of the people. As a result, she would garner friction with Helenika's aristocrats. The narrative then described the potential consequences of Melissa's ascension. But if she were to ascend to the throne officially, it would have only been a matter of time before they began trying to curry favor with her. However, a sudden turn of events was foreshadowed. However, before my regression, as tensions with the empire rose, this promising princess would suddenly cease all international activities before suddenly going missing. Articles speculating her assassination at the hands of the empire would spread across the continent, and as the Hellenica kingdom would fall to ruin through the war, the truth was forever lost. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, now 20 years younger, found himself observing a lavish banquet. His thoughts drifted to a woman whose life, until now, had been largely unknown to him. He mused that her public appearances were infrequent. Suddenly, a sharp realization pierced his contemplation. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural violet light, narrowed in focus. The scene shifted. A stern-faced man, flanked by guards, identified the woman as royalty, Princess Melissa of the Hellenica kingdom. Princess Melissa, radiant and serene, smiled gently. Zeke's internal response was one of disbelief. The perspective changed again, showing a man in regal attire approaching the princess. He expressed his honor at meeting her. He was impeccably dressed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He continued, mentioning her renown and the honor of her presence at his promotion ceremony. The man, still smiling, approached Princess Melissa. She looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Princess Melissa admitted her long-standing interest in his common-centric policies. The opulent hall buzzed with conversation. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and a thoughtful expression, listened patiently as someone voiced concerns about his policies, suggesting they lacked substance. Zeke, however, offered a reassuring smile. He acknowledged the concerns, implying that he had already considered the financial implications. Meanwhile, a young woman with striking blue hair watched Zeke from across the room, a mixture of curiosity and concern in her eyes. She then spoke to a companion, commenting on Zeke's unusual demeanor, noting that he seemed different from other knights. Approaching Zeke, she politely inquired if she had somehow offended him. Zeke replied that he was simply delighted to find someone who understood his frustrations. With a final polite exchange, the woman excused herself, expressing her pleasure at meeting him. Surprised by her sudden departure, Zeke questioned her hasty leave. The woman explained that she couldn't monopolize the attention of the banquet's guest of honor, but expressed a desire to speak with him at greater length later. Zeke found her reasoning fair. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, felt the weight of many eyes upon him. He stood amidst a throng of elegantly dressed nobles, their stares sharp and critical. It was, he admitted to himself, only natural to feel burdened by such obvious glares. Yet, a quiet resolve settled over him. He reminded himself that there was no reason to be disappointed. His expression remained calm, betraying none of the turmoil within. He silently vowed to himself that a better opportunity would present itself. His gaze held a steely determination. Meanwhile, a woman with striking blue hair watched him with a subtle, knowing smile. Her expression suggested amusement and perhaps a hint of anticipation. The scene shifted. Zeke now stood before two other figures, a woman in a crimson gown and a man in a dark green coat. They bowed deeply before him. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief. The formalities were almost over. He could finally relax, at least for a moment. A faint image flickered behind him, a ghostly echo of his past self, pale and defeated. He let out a soft chuckle, a stark contrast to the spectral figure. He took a step forward, leaving the past behind. His golden boots gleamed under the palace lights. The scene opens on a banquet hall, opulent and grand. A low, metallic clang echoes through the room, drawing the attention of several guests. One, a young man with dark hair, observes the sound with a furrowed brow, his thoughts turning to the unusual nature of the noise. He wonders aloud who would dare wear armor to such a formal gathering. The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. A figure, cloaked and armored, approaches. A wolf's head emblem is visible on their garment. They speak, their voice calm but firm, expressing relief at having finally found their target. The figure identifies the target as the guest of honor at the banquet. The glint of a sword is visible at their hip. The guest of honor is revealed, Zeke Draker, a young man with blonde hair, dressed in ornate armor. He is introduced as the youngest Blue Knight in history. He stands amidst a company of soldiers. Zeke's gaze is sharp, his expression curious as he identifies his visitor as Callus, the fourth Imperial Prince of Rome. Callus extends a hand towards Zeke, a gesture of uncertain intent. The fourth Imperial Prince of the Rome Empire made his intentions clear. He introduced himself as Callus Nerva Constantinus, extending a hand in greeting to a young man in a dark red and gold uniform, adorned with a crest featuring cross swords and a dragon's head. The young man appeared somewhat hesitant. The young man, seemingly uncomfortable with the prince's forwardness, shifted slightly, his gaze lowered. The young man offered his greetings to the prince, thanking him for attending his promotion ceremony. Prince Callus, however, dismissed formalities with a dismissive wave of his hand. He suggested they have a drink instead, his smile sharp and confident. The young man seemed relieved by the change in tone. Prince Callus then called for a servant to bring drinks, while simultaneously addressing the young man. He referred to the young man as Zeke, the continent's greatest knight, and proposed a toast to their historic first meeting. The scene opens in a lavish hall where Zeke, a young man with dark hair, sits across from a boisterous blonde prince. The prince, holding a goblet of wine, urges Zeke to drink deeply. Zeke, despite his reputation as an incredibly skilled blue knight, complies with the prince's playful demand, much to the amusement of onlookers. One observer notes that even a renowned knight can still be a bit of a child. Meanwhile, a woman observes the scene, commenting on the prince's inappropriate behavior and the potential repercussions of his actions given the influence of the Draker family. Undeterred, the prince declares his enjoyment of Zeke's company and proposes a drinking contest. The scene shifts slightly. Zeke addresses the prince formally, greeting him as Your Highness and expressing his respect for the empire. Abel, another man in regal attire, approaches. The prince invites him to join their festivities, but Abel declines, stating he has an important matter to discuss privately. The prince agrees that the current location is unsuitable for a private conversation, suggesting they move elsewhere. Abel accepts the prince's suggestion. A close-up reveals a bottle of wine with Zeke's image on the label. Zeke apologizes for having to leave, promising to enjoy a night of moonlight and drinks with the prince another time. The grand hall buzzed with hushed whispers. A figure, bathed in the warm glow of the chandeliers, commanded attention. Prince Abel, heir to the throne, stood tall in his gilded armor, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The air crackled with anticipation as the court awaited his pronouncements, their eyes reflecting the weight of his words, the great epics of the Dragon Slayer. From the grand staircase, Prince Abel and his retinue descended, their crimson cloaks billowing behind them. Two onlookers, a woman in mourning attire and an older man with a neatly trimmed mustache, observed the procession with varying degrees of apprehension and disdain. Their whispered comments revealed their skepticism. One of the onlookers voiced their disbelief at Abel's princely status, deeming it a testament to the empire's lack of legitimacy. Another commented on Abel's unexpected handling of a recent situation, acknowledging his impressive reputation. The scene shifted to a private conversation between two individuals. One, with dark hair, observed that Abel received nothing but praise. The other, offering a counterpoint, noted that Abel's actions were understandable, given his role as an older brother helping a younger sibling. The conversation concluded with a dismissive remark. The focus turned to a serious-faced individual, his expression hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. He reflected on the close relationship between the fourth imperial prince and Abel, a bond that extended far beyond what casual observation might suggest. He considered the prince's and Abel's interactions, noting their unusually close bond. The observation concluded with a statement about their remarkably close relationship. In the opulent Draker family estate, a young man with spiky blonde hair sat opposite a regal figure in a dark robe. A phalanx of armored guards stood silently behind the seated man, their presence a stark reminder of the family's power. The seated man, Zeke's father and the patriarch of the Draker family, sipped from a wine goblet, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His thoughts turned to the future. He mused that his plans might come to fruition sooner than anticipated. The camera pans to a view of the Draker family's imposing tower, a symbol of their influence and reach. Meanwhile, the patriarch held a coin, a token exchangeable for any of the family's possessions. The scene shifts to Zeke, dressed in a sharp, formal uniform, his expression serious. He walked with purpose, his footsteps echoing the weight of his ambition. The patriarch inquired about Zeke's plan to become the continent's strongest, noting that his current trajectory seemed exceptionally smooth. Zeke confirmed his progress, attributing it to the patriarch's support. He then politely requested to be addressed less formally. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, sat alone, a cup of tea warming his hands. His mind raced, replaying the cryptic words that had appeared at the moment of his death. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. He pondered the implications, a frown etching itself onto his face. His sister, Carly, had used similar words in the past. The unsettling familiarity of her phrase, "Feel free to call me sister," Zeke echoed in his memory. A sudden understanding washed over him. The discomfort he had felt then, he now recognized as a subtle warning. He placed his cup down, his gaze hardening. Zeke's thoughts turned to Abel, a family member making overt moves to gain the support of the elders. This was no longer a subtle maneuver. Carly had noticed it. Across the table, Arthur, the head of the family, sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious. This was significant. Zeke realized the gravity of the situation. Even with knowledge of Abel's scheme, Arthur was choosing to ignore it. Was Arthur's earlier conversation with Carly a deliberate attempt to pressure Zeke, or mere coincidence. Regardless, Zeke knew action was needed. He calmly addressed his father, acknowledging the situation and expressing his understanding. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. A regal figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed a young man lying on a plush, ornate surface. He spoke with a condescending air, promising a gift to motivate the youth's continued progress toward an unspecified goal. The young man, dressed in elaborate, dark attire with hints of gold and red, remained still. A question mark hovered above him, reflecting his uncertainty about the situation. The regal figure continued, explaining that the gift was a token exchangeable for a treasure stored within the Winter Keep, a place known for its incredibly rare artifacts. The young man, now holding a golden coin-like token depicting a dragon and crossed swords, listened intently. His expression shifted to one of curiosity and anticipation. The regal figure cautioned the young man, reminding him that while invaluable treasures were stored within the Winter Keep, there was also much that merely glittered. A close-up revealed the token in more detail, highlighting its intricate design. The regal figure's hand, adorned with a similar emblem, emphasized the warning. The young man, acknowledging the warning, responded respectfully, assuring his father that he would keep this in mind. A sudden shift in setting. The young man's foot is shown stepping onto a cold, metallic floor. Alone, the young man pondered the implications of the gift, uncertain of his father's intentions. The location. The treasury of the Dragon Slayers, nestled within the Winter Keep of the Four Seasons Fortress. A young man, his back to the viewer, stands before a large, intricately carved door, his posture suggesting contemplation. He turns, a confident smirk playing on his lips. His gaze is sharp, determined. The thought crosses his mind, but I'll make use of anything and everything at my disposal. The title card confirms the setting and the protagonist's resolve, a Dragon Slayer's peerless regression. The scene opens in a brightly lit chamber, the walls shimmering with an ethereal, turquoise glow. A voice, smooth and respectful, echoes through the space. "We've been waiting for you, Sir Zeke." A young woman, impeccably dressed in a sharp white and black uniform, gestures towards a large, intricately designed door. She explains the purpose of the location to Zeke, who stands patiently before her. "I will provide a brief explanation of the storage facility. Would you please come this way?" she says, her tone professional and polite. Zeke follows her as she continues, detailing the contents and security measures of the Draker Treasury. The Draker Treasury currently stores roughly 17,000 rare artifacts, and Zeke can exchange tokens for them. There is no limit to how long he may spend inside, but once he exits, re-entry is impossible. They arrive at the entrance to the treasury. Zeke observes the lack of guards, despite the immense value of the artifacts within. "That's because it is unnecessary," the woman explains, her expression calm and confident. She elaborates on the security measures, revealing that the security magic cast here is equivalent to that used to protect the Patriarch study. Furthermore, the relics are tracked with additional magic. The impossibility of stealing any relics was made clear by the sight of the ancient documents, secured within a complex system of chains. Appearances, however, could be deceiving. A man, his hand outstretched, gestured towards a small, unassuming slot in the wall. He instructed someone to place the token they had received into the receptacle. With practiced ease, a gloved hand inserted a small, coin-like object into the slot. The insertion of the token triggered a reaction. A young man, impeccably dressed in a military-style uniform, stood calmly amidst the ensuing chaos. He and another individual watched as a massive, intricately designed vault door began to open, revealing a vast chamber within. A nervous laugh escaped the young man's lips as he gazed upon the sight before him. The vault's interior was a breathtaking spectacle. Rows upon rows of artifacts and relics were meticulously arranged on shelves, a treasure trove of untold value. The camera sweeps across a vast, cavernous chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. Rows upon rows of intricate, metallic structures stretch into the distance, each holding countless artifacts. Two figures, barely visible in the gloom, move along a lower walkway. The perspective shifts, revealing the sheer scale of the storage system. Thousands of containers, neatly organized, ascend towards the unseen ceiling. The immensity of the collection is breathtaking. Within the chamber, a young man with dark hair and sharp features stands before a display case. He observes the artifacts with an air of quiet contemplation. The inside is far bigger than you'd think from the outside. "How very like the Drakers," he muses. He turns and addresses someone unseen. "Well then, I will now take my leave." The young man, now facing away from the viewer, addresses the system controlling the artifacts. System, are you able to organize the relics here according to my desired criteria? It would take me ages just to identify each relic's function." Two messages appear on a screen. The administrator's request has been confirmed, and the relevant functionality has been linked to Dragon Eyes. The young man's face is shown, a look of mild surprise crossing his features. Select using Dragon Eyes. A close-up on his mouth reveals a subtle, almost predatory smile. His expression shifts to one of understanding. "I get it now." Zeke Draker, a young man with striking dark hair and piercing eyes, stood poised, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He was dressed in the ornate uniform of the Draker family, his posture radiating confidence despite the slightly tattered state of his attire. "Time to get warmed up," he muttered, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The Draconian Eyes skill, a family heirloom, activated, granting him enhanced observation abilities. A detailed explanation of the Draconian Eyes skill appeared before him. It could not only enhance his vision, but also display information about detected objects, adapting to his needs. Then, a sudden violent tremor shook the very foundations of the building. A section of the floor gave way, plunging Zeke into darkness. He found himself falling through a seemingly endless void, the blurry shapes of the building receding rapidly. The disorientation was intense. The fall ended abruptly. Zeke landed lightly on his feet in a vast, high-tech storage facility, rows upon rows of neatly organized containers stretching into the distance. He surveyed his surroundings, his expression one of calm assessment. He moved with surprising agility, his movements fluid and precise. He questioned himself, a hint of uncertainty in his thoughts. This should be enough, right? Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood before a shimmering, blue interface. 17,138 items were displayed, a vast array of magical artifacts. He surveyed the options, a thoughtful expression on his face. There were far more items than he initially anticipated. With a decisive movement, Zeke instructed the system to exclude all non-artifacts, normal items, and consumables. The interface swiftly complied, sorting the remaining artifacts. 9,832 items remained. Even after the initial filtering, Zeke found the number of items overwhelming. He sighed, muttering that there were still too many. He then issued a further command: exclude all swords inferior to the Stygian blade. The system processed the new parameters. The remaining items were displayed. Zeke observed the results. It seemed that all swords had been excluded, confirming the Stygian blade's exceptional quality among artifacts. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face. He seemed surprised by something. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, found himself staring at a glowing, ethereal interface. Rows of cryptic symbols and icons filled the screen, each representing an item, but one remained stubbornly blank. He frowned, his gaze lingering on the empty space. A question formed in his mind. Why was this particular item's information not being displayed? Undeterred, Zeke continued his search through the vast archive, his steps echoing softly in the cavernous space. He was certain the item he sought was nearby. The interface confirmed his arrival at the designated coordinates. He stood before a seemingly ordinary shelf. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a simple, unassuming bracelet. Its information, however, remained hidden from the interface. Despite the lack of information, Zeke noted that the bracelet appeared perfectly normal. He carefully picked up the bracelet, examining it closely. The simple design belied a potential power. Zeke's expression turned thoughtful as he considered the implications of this mysterious artifact. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and disbelief. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, his pupils dilated, reflecting an inner turmoil. A message materialized before him, the words glowing with an ethereal light. The given item has reacted to the title, Heir to Terrakin Draker. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed the event with a knowing smirk. He mused, the fact that it responded to the heir title. He continued his silent observation, a glint of understanding in his eyes. His thoughts must mean that it once belonged to Terrakin. The man held a shimmering, emerald bracelet. Question marks swirled around it, hinting at its mysterious nature. Another informational box appeared, detailing the bracelet's properties. Sacred Guardian Stone. A bracelet with a Guardian Stone embedded in it that can call forth a summon. Properties. Call forth a summon suitable to the user's soul. Special notes. The Guardian Stone bears the Fairy Monarch's blessing. 2 more messages followed. The Sacred Guardian Stone has entered your possession, and you may now call forth a summon suitable to your soul using the Sacred Guardian Stone. Zeke reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, Hey, wait a second. My possession? Says who? Zeke, the young heir to the Draker family, struggled with a newfound bracelet. He desperately tried to remove it, muttering, Can I remove it from my possession? A system message appeared, confirming his request. The first message read, The administrator's request has been confirmed. The second message followed immediately. The given item has entered your possession due to its relation to the heir to Terrakin Draker title and can therefore not be removed. Zeke cursed his luck. Damn it, I hadn't even seen everything yet. He examined the bracelet, a dragon emblem etched into its dark surface. His thoughts raced. All my plans will go awry at this rate. A glimmer of hope appeared. He tried to remain optimistic. Let's think positively. If it's Terrakin's legacy, then it must be better than most artifacts. Zeke decided to activate the bracelet's properties. He commanded, System, please activate the bracelet's properties. The system responded with 2 messages. The administrator's request has been confirmed. and activating the sacred guardian stone and searching for a summon suitable for the user's soul. A surge of energy emanated from the bracelet. The energy intensified, swirling around Zeke's arm. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood amidst a swirling vortex of azure energy. His body, once frail, now pulsed with an unnatural light, a stark contrast to the turbulent waters beneath him. The vortex intensified, its ethereal glow illuminating the scene. It was a summoning, a ritual of immense power. Zeke's eyes widened as he witnessed the process unfold. The words, "Blessing of the Fairy Monarch, higher tier above summons, holy beasts," appear before him, clarifying the nature of the summoning. A message then flashed. Successfully found a suitable holy beast for the user's soul. The ritual was nearing its completion. The final stage of the summoning began. A surge of energy erupted from the vortex. Zeke braced himself as the power threatened to overwhelm him. He was being swept away by the force of the summoning. He felt a searing energy coursing through his veins, a power beyond anything he had ever known. A blinding column of light shot into the sky, marking the arrival of the summoned entity. From the light, a colossal, clawed appendage emerged, hinting at the immense power of the holy beast. A blinding flash of azure energy erupted, its raw power threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. Within its heart, a form began to coalesce. The energy intensified, swirling and twisting into a majestic, serpentine form. From the heart of the storm emerged a magnificent creature, a dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal blue light, its eyes burning with ancient power. This was no ordinary beast. The summoning complete, a draconic steed materialized before Zeke. The words, "Holy Beast, Draconic Steed, has been summoned," appeared, confirming the event. Zeke, awestruck, stared at the holy beast. He whispered, "This is a holy beast? Its presence is overwhelming." A triumphant grin spread across Zeke's face. He mused, Bahamut's heart and Fong, and now an artifact that can summon a holy beast. His thoughts turned to the implications of his discovery. He wondered aloud, just how many things like this did Tarakan possess? The insignia on Zeke's uniform, a winged sword, was clearly visible as he stood beside the draconic steed. He gazed intently at the creature, a mixture of awe and contemplation in his eyes. A single word unspoken hung in the air. Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, awoke to find himself inexplicably back in his family's estate 2 decades prior to his death. A powerful, ethereal presence enveloped him, a sensation both alien and strangely familiar. Before him stood a magnificent creature, a holy beast of immense power, its azure mane flowing like a river. A sense of profound connection washed over Zeke. It felt like a reunion with an old friend. The beast seemed to sense Zeke's feelings, a silent understanding passing between them. He expressed his affection, a simple affirmation of their bond. Zeke felt an undeniable sense of familiarity with the creature, a deep-seated recognition that transcended mere words. A mischievous glint appeared in Zeke's eyes as he pondered the implications of his newfound companion. He questioned the nature of their connection. A voice, ancient and wise, echoed in his mind, explaining the process of binding the holy beast to his will. Naming the creature was the key to summoning it at any time using a special artifact. Zeke, understanding the significance of this moment, considered a name for his new ally. He proposed a name steeped in history and legend. The beast reacted with a powerful surge of energy, accepting the name with a resounding affirmation. Zeke smiled, pleased with the successful bonding. He felt a surge of confidence, knowing he had gained a powerful and loyal companion. A description of Bucephalus appeared before Zeke. Bucephalus, a draconic steed with a holy presence. Its 2 horns can call forth the power of thunder. High-rank holy beast, king of the draconic steeds. Zeke Draker, the young man with striking blue eyes, regarded the information with a thoughtful expression. He seemed both intrigued and slightly apprehensive. Despite the description of Bucephalus as the king of the draconic steeds, Zeke admitted to himself that this was his first encounter with such a creature, leaving him uncertain about its implications. Zeke's uncertainty was palpable as he stared at the magnificent beast. Suddenly, Bucephalus nuzzled Zeke affectionately. Startled by the unexpected affection, Zeke exclaimed, questioning Bucephalus's sudden actions. Zeke's surprise turned to awe as he processed the reality of the situation. Zeke, now calmly seated atop Bucephalus, questioned whether the holy beast intended to give him a ride. Observing Bucephalus's powerful legs and majestic presence, Zeke confirmed to himself that it truly was a holy beast. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stood before a colossal, ethereal being. Its form resembled a majestic horse, its coat shimmering with an otherworldly light. A faint smile played on Zeke's lips as he felt the entity's power. He understood its nature. It had sensed his desire for power and offered its abilities. With a confident shout, Zeke summoned the creature's name. All right, Bucephalus. In a flash of blue energy, Bucephalus materialized, its form solidifying around Zeke. He mounted the magnificent beast, a grin spreading across his face. With a word, Zeke urged Bucephalus forward. Run like the wind. They exploded into motion, a blur of blue energy streaking across the landscape. The speed was incredible. A torrent of power propelled them forward. The world became a streak of light and shadow. Zeke and Bucephalus moved with impossible speed, a breathtaking display of power. Despite their incredible pace, Zeke noted something astonishing. He couldn't hear Bucephalus's hooves hitting the ground. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd ever experienced. A question formed in his mind. Did I manage to get my hands on something completely insane? His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the power coursing through him. A transformation was underway. A wave of energy erupted from him, a raw, untamed force. The energy coalesced into swirling patterns, crackling with power. He let out a triumphant laugh. Haha! Zeke stood amidst this swirling energy, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The power was his to command. He addressed the source of his newfound power, a being he called Bucephalus. Bucephalus, you're the best. Meanwhile, elsewhere a woman, likely a guide, spoke about a recent interaction. She commented on how reluctantly the guide responded when she chose the particular bracelet. In a grand carriage, Zeke, now radiating power and confidence, rode through the city. His return to the Draker family was underway. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, now a newly knighted member of the Draker family, sat upon an ornate chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that while many priceless treasures existed, there were also many things that merely appeared shiny. His gaze fell upon a bracelet. He realized this meant the bracelet was one of the worthless items Arthur had mentioned. Until it responded to his system's title check, the system hadn't even shown any information about it. The bracelet, a seemingly unremarkable piece of jewelry, was now the focus of Zeke's attention. He considered it reasonable that those who previously possessed it hadn't realized its true value. Zeke reflected on his expectations. He had thought only Terrakin's legendary locations would lead him to such power, but he had stumbled upon this incredible item by sheer luck. Regardless of how he obtained it, Zeke acknowledged that he had acquired something incredible. A self-satisfied smirk played on his lips. He decided to head back and relax, unwinding from the exhausting party. He felt great. Suddenly, Zeke was interrupted. Someone congratulated him on becoming a proper knight of the Draker family. Zeke found the sudden formality unsettling and admitted to feeling creeped out by it. A cloaked figure stood before a richly appointed chamber, their back to the viewer. A woman in formal attire could be seen in the background. The figure turned, revealing Cliff Reinhardt, his face partially obscured by a dark eye patch and a sly grin playing on his lips. He introduced himself. He explained that as a formal knight of the Draker family, he felt it only natural to be more reserved in their presence. His companion, seated regally on an ornate chair, responded curtly, expressing displeasure at the unexpected visit. He continued, explaining that his future plans could be jeopardized if their relationship were discovered. The scene shifted to show the two men in conversation. Cliff Reinhardt sat in his chair, while the cloaked figure stood before him. Cliff Reinhardt conceded that someone had demanded a meeting, forcing his hand. A new figure with vibrant blue hair appeared, addressing Zeke Draker. She introduced herself as the owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, extending her greetings once more. The image of a skull, adorned with scales and bearing two sets of balanced weights, glowed faintly. A single word, whispered as if in a sacred rite, hung in the air. Melissa. Melissa, the subject of the whispered name, was a striking figure. Her purple hair framed a face both beautiful and severe, her expression hinting at a hidden power. She stood with a hand resting on her chest, a crimson hoodie concealing much of her form. The opulent throne room of the Elencia kingdom shimmered under the soft glow of countless chandeliers. Princess Melissa Elencia, the first princess, sat regally upon her throne, her expression unreadable. Before her stood a man, his features obscured by shadow, addressing her with a respectful tone. He revealed that the true head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group was, in fact, the princess herself. A subtle smile played on the princess's lips as she thoughtfully touched her chin. She seemed amused by the revelation. The scene shifted. Princess Melissa, now in a more casual dress, explained that she had recently reduced her involvement in foreign affairs, choosing instead to attend a celebratory banquet for a recent promotion. The conversation turned serious. A man, his face partially hidden by sunglasses, pointed out that the timing of the princess's appearance coincided precisely with the complete recovery of a patient suffering from the rose disease, a recovery attributed to a new medicine. Another man, seated nearby, scoffed, implying that anyone who couldn't connect these events was an idiot. The man on the throne acknowledged the connection, confirming the implication. Princess Melissa, displaying a confident demeanor, suggested they skip pleasantries and proceed directly to the main point. A gloved hand moved across a map, pushing pins into place. The individual, whose face remained unseen, explained their urgent need for Zeke's presence. The reason for the summons was simple. They required Zeke's assistance. Zeke, seated opposite a formally dressed individual, inquired about the nature of this assistance. Before a full explanation, however, the individual requested Zeke examine the documents they had prepared. The individual revealed that the rose disease had appeared on the borders of the Hellenica kingdom. The individual presented documents detailing the results of the rose disease analysis conducted by the Nirvana family. Zeke carefully reviewed the documents. His eyes widened in disbelief. He questioned the veracity of the information before him. The gravity of the rose disease was emphasized. Zeke Draker, his brow furrowed in concentration, stared intently at something unseen. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, betraying the intensity of his focus. A chilling realization washed over him. Is this a pathogen created with magic? He examined a document, the analysis confirming his suspicions. The Nirvana family, renowned for their mastery of magic, had verified the nature of the disease. Zeke's gaze hardened. The revelation that the rose disease was man-made sent a fresh wave of unease through him. Who would have thought the rose disease was man-made? A grim thought struck him. The disease's spread was alarmingly rapid, exceeding even the rate he remembered from his past life. He wondered if his regression had somehow altered the course of events. The speed at which this disease is spreading is faster than my previous life. Did my regression change something? But there was more to uncover. His expression turned grimmer as he realized the full scope of the problem. That's not all. Zeke meticulously examined a map, placing red pins to mark the locations of the rose disease outbreaks. The documents provided further details on the disease's spread. The first cases he discovered had appeared in a village on the border of the Hellenica kingdom and the Rome Empire. The rose disease was first spotted in a village on the border of the Hellenica kingdom and the Rome Empire. A wave of destruction swept across the land, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The source of this calamity, however, was not directed at the Rome Empire. The force continued its relentless advance, its power seemingly unstoppable. Instead, it was heading towards a different target entirely, the Hellenica kingdom. A map confirmed the trajectory of the destructive force. Zeke, observing the map, let out a gasp of realization. He understood the implications immediately. His companion confirmed his suspicions. Yes, we're on the same page, Sir Zeke. The Rome Empire created the rose disease. The woman, with her striking purple hair, fixed a steely gaze upon him. Zeke pointed to a location on the map, his finger marking a specific area within the Hellenica kingdom. The map showed the disease's relentless spread, its tendrils reaching out to engulf more and more of the kingdom. A young man, dressed in fine attire befitting a nobleman, sat pensively. He reviewed documents, a thoughtful expression on his face. The words to Elencia on purpose floated above him, followed by the quiet affirmation. That makes sense. He was Zeke Draker, once cast out by his family for his lack of fighting prowess, now unexpectedly back in their midst, 20 years prior. His gaze was intense, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. Zeke reflected on his past life, the fall of the Elencia kingdom vividly depicted behind him. He mused, before I regressed, the reason why the Hellencia kingdom was so easily defeated by the Rome Empire. The image of a ruined city served as a stark reminder. His thoughts continued, the answer grim and clear, was because of the disease. He understood the urgency of the situation. A woman, her face partially obscured, sat before him. Zeke's internal monologue revealed his understanding. I understand why she needs my help. He looked down at the documents, his fingers tracing the edges of the papers. He silently acknowledged the request. So what you want from me, Your Highness, is... Zeke's thoughts continued, piecing together the request. He realized the task ahead. To mass-produce and distribute the treatment for the rose disease, yes? His expression hardened, a mixture of resolve and grim acceptance settling on his face. The weight of the task was evident. The woman, her face now fully visible, smiled serenely. Her long, dark blue hair cascaded down her shoulders. She seemed confident in Zeke's abilities. In a dimly lit room, two figures sat across a mahogany table. One, a man in elegant dark attire, explained, in the previous contract, my merchant group only acquired the rights to produce the treatment. To distribute it within the kingdom, an additional contract is needed. The other, a man with blonde hair and a stern expression, responded, you also wrote a very interesting condition. The blonde man continued, even if you say that, I have no plans to annul the contract. A woman with vibrant blue hair and piercing eyes entered the scene. She smirked, stating, oh, but of course, I wouldn't either if I were in your position. As a businesswoman, I know that those who reveal their motives are the ones with the shorter straw. The woman addressed the man in dark attire, her voice smooth yet sharp. However, since I was able to create an opportunity to strike a deal with you, I can't leave without reaping anything, Sir Zeke. Zeke, the man in dark attire, responded with a subtle, knowing smile. Zeke's thoughts, as expected of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's real head. He continued his internal monologue, observing the opulent surroundings. It seems like the Reinhardt Merchant Group did not become one of the top 10 merchant groups out of pure luck. Zeke, the young man who had been cast out from his family, now found himself back in their midst, 20 years younger. He explained his plan to distribute relief supplies to the citizens, assuring them that production and distribution were already handled. He further promised proper compensation for their efforts. Seated upon an ornate throne, Zeke contemplated his next move. A look of determination hardened his features. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he focused intently. His thoughts turned to the Reinhardt Merchant Group, one of the top 10 in the land. He knew their fate was intertwined with the coming war, a war he had witnessed in his past life. He calculated that converting 20% of their shares would net him millions. An image of a skull and scales, symbolizing justice and wealth, appeared before him, coins cascading from it. If he could prevent the war and the merchant group prospered, his gains would reach into the billions. The sheer magnitude of the potential wealth was staggering. Zeke sat calmly, a thoughtful expression on his face, plotting his next move. A young man, impeccably dressed in a nobleman's attire, sat before a regal figure. His expression was serious, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the other. He continued, his tone measured and polite, yet carrying an undercurrent of steel. The map spread before them depicted a vast, strategically important territory. The regal figure, a woman with striking blue hair and a captivating smile, listened patiently. Her eyes, however, held a hint of amusement. The woman, a princess, began her response, choosing to address his concerns systematically. Her smile remained, but her eyes sharpened, betraying a keen intellect and a calculating mind. She explained her insight, revealing a sharp observation skill honed through her business dealings. The scene shifted to a past event, a banquet. The princess had been subtly observing the young man from afar. She detailed her observations, noting his subtle but decisive actions towards those affiliated with the empire. Her explanation culminated in the revelation of a specific incident, his refusal to shake hands with a prince of the Rome Empire. The scene unfolded in a grand hall, where Zeke, the young man had been cast out from his family, stood before a regal figure. Zeke's posture, though seemingly respectful, was interpreted differently by the observer. It was noted that his refusal to shake hands, instead opting for a bow, was a subtle but clear sign of his aversion to the other. The observer, a woman with sharp eyes, continued her assessment. She stated that Zeke's actions revealed his lack of allegiance to the empire. Zeke, hearing this, silently agreed. He thought to himself, she's spot on. The regal woman, seated on an ornate throne, dismissed further explanation regarding a second question. The woman on the throne spoke, her voice carrying a weight of determination. She declared that saving her people was worth any cost, even sacrificing 20% of her merchant group's shares. Her words hung in the air, a testament to her unwavering resolve. A young woman with striking purple hair and intense eyes appeared, her expression unreadable. She spoke, her voice calm but firm. She declared that the sacrifice was worth every cent. Zeke, witnessing this exchange, was left speechless. The battle raged, a blizzard of steel and desperation. Zeke, amidst the chaos, urged Alicia to retreat. He insisted that continuing the fight was futile. Their queen's life was paramount, and any further losses would render their efforts meaningless. Alicia, though reluctant, acknowledged Zeke's assessment. His words resonated with her, confirming the grim reality of their situation. The scene shifted to a snow-covered street, the silence punctuated only by the gentle chime of a distant bell. Zeke explained that a strategic retreat was necessary to formulate a plan for the future. He then posed a question to Alicia, hinting at her awareness of a deeper, unspoken strategy. The two stood facing each other, silhouetted against the vast, snow-swept landscape. The weight of their shared burden was palpable. Alicia's thoughts turned inward. She reflected on the sacrifice she was willing to make. She resolved to use her life to buy time for the escape of her people. The wind whipped around Alicia, her face partially obscured by her cloak. She stood resolute, despite the harsh conditions. Zeke, witnessing her unwavering resolve, silently affirmed the value of her sacrifice. Zeke, the young man in the ornate military uniform, sat slumped in a chair, his head in his hands. Beside him, a woman with vibrant blue hair watched him with an expression of concern. He cursed under his breath. The woman's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of something Alicia had said before. A manic grin spread across Zeke's face as a sudden resolve hardened his features. He looked up at the blue-haired woman. Fine, he said, let's do it. The woman clasped her hands together, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Really? You won't regret this decision. The woman issued a final warning. Do be careful not to reveal my identity, though, please. Zeke dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Don't worry about that. 2 weeks passed. The imposing estate stood before him, a testament to wealth and power. He entered the estate's basement training hall, ready for his rigorous training. The imposing gates of the Draker family estate stood before Zeke, a stark reminder of the rejection he had endured. 20 years prior, he had been cast out, deemed unworthy by his own kin for his lack of the family's traditional fighting prowess. But now, he stood before them again, reborn. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, erupted from within him, shattering the very stones beneath his feet. His return was anything but subtle. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. His body, once frail and weak, now pulsed with a power that defied explanation. Zeke, the healer who had been deemed a failure, was now a force to be reckoned with. The power coursing through his veins was not merely strength. It was something ancient, something immortal. He unleashed a wave of energy, a torrent of blue light that ripped through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. His movements were precise, controlled, each strike imbued with the raw power of the Elder Dragon's soul, a power he now commanded. The force of his attack sent his opponents reeling, their bodies thrown back with brutal force. He had returned, not as the weak healer they had cast aside, but as a force of nature, a dragon slayer unlike any other. The power of the Elder Dragon surged within him, a testament to his unwavering resolve and the promise whispered at the moment of his death. A swirling vortex of dark blue and purple energy consumed Zeke's vision, the edges crackling with ethereal sparks. The chaotic maelstrom pulled him deeper, the colors intensifying as if he were falling into an abyss of raw power. He found himself standing, his body now imbued with an otherworldly energy, a colossal, glowing blue greatsword materializing in his hands. A translucent blue rectangle appeared before him, displaying a series of messages. The first message announced, "You have successfully learned True Dragon's Swordplay, S-Rank Beginner." Zeke, slightly surprised, muttered to himself, "I'm finally done. Did that take a month?" Another message popped up. "The conditions for the achievement quest Sheltern's Heir have been met. You have successfully completed the achievement quest. You have been rewarded a time bonus. You have been given Chronos Kingdom's report radar. Title, Sword Saint Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random boxes as quest rewards." A detailed status window appeared, revealing Zeke's new abilities and stats. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Title, the one who received the blessing of the Ancient Dragon. Authority, Terracan Control. Constitution, Divine Body. Poison Resistance, System Functions. Inventory, 100 slots. Minimap, Portal Transportation. Intermediate Quest Book, Class Skills. Healing Factor, Indomitable Mental Defense. Infinite Stamina, Battle Sense. Skills, Gale Sword A Rank, Expert. Elemental. Arts S Rank, Beginner. True Dragon's Swordplay S Rank, Beginner. Static Discharge S Rank, Expert. Flashbang S Rank, Expert. Dissonance S Rank, Expert. Draconian Skills Level 1. Dragon's Eyes, Expert. Dragon's Dignity, Expert. Incantation, Locked, will be unlocked upon meeting the conditions. Gluttony, Expert. Draconian Skills Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor, Expert. Dragon Claw, Expert. Draconian Skills Level 3. Not available. 300 points upon being unlocked. Current Karma. Points, 1095. Zeke stood proudly, his new greatsword held firmly in his grasp, a confident expression on his face. Zeke, the disgraced dragon slayer, surveyed his meager resources. 2 mysterious boxes sat before him. He mused aloud. 2 random boxes? Then explained to himself, "I can make up the points that I used to burn down McCain's storeroom." He decided on a course of action. "I'm going to check out." Zeke activated the device, a shower of blue energy particles erupting as he did so. The energy coalesced into a circular device in his hand. He focused the device, his intention clear. The Chronos Kingdom's report radar first. The device displayed an error message. The corresponding coordinates cannot be read. Zeke's brow furrowed in confusion. Further instructions appeared on the screen. He needed to find seals to activate the radar. The message explained that the seals were scattered and their locations were linked and visible on the minimap. The minimap showed the locations of the seals. The message clarified that the locations of the seals were linked and visible on the minimap. Examining the map, Zeke counted the seals. There's 2 in the middle and 1 each in the south and north. Zeke pondered the map, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, a while. Zeke Draker, the disgraced healer, stared blankly ahead, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension. A faint blue glow emanated from the object in his hands, a relic of immense power. He muttered to himself, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. The words, "The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists," echoed in his mind, a promise of power he couldn't quite grasp. A linked quest appeared before him, a challenge to restore the scattered seals of the legendary Chronos Kingdom. Zeke Draker, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood before a shimmering, azure interface. His expression was one of thoughtful consideration, a slight frown furrowing his brow as he studied the information displayed. He voiced his skepticism, a question hanging in the air. "Are you serious? The only reward is a title." The interface shifted, revealing the details of a quest. A linked quest titled The Treasure from the Legendary Kingdom. The objective was to locate scattered seals and restore the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke pondered the implications, wondering aloud if any treasures found after completing the quest would be considered additional rewards. He mused on his past experiences, noting that artifacts seemed to respond to titles. A thought occurred to him. Could this title have a special function? He examined a circular artifact, a low growl rumbling in his throat as he considered its potential. With a decisive movement, Zeke decided to put the quest on hold for the time being. He set the artifact down, a faint blue energy sparking as it settled onto a metallic surface. Zeke Draker, his back to the viewer, walked down a long hallway within the Draker family estate. The architecture was opulent, hinting at the family's wealth and power. News arrived. A messenger had contacted Kay, relaying information that altered the course of events. Zeke's face, now visible, revealed a cunning smile. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflected a calculating mind. He mused about the junkies from the south, his tone laced with a hint of disdain and anticipation. The scene shifted to a bustling port city, ships crowding the harbor, a vibrant hub of maritime activity. The camera focused on Port Galfa, a significant port city on the southern continent. A distinct smell hung in the air, the sharp tang of blood mingling with the salty sea breeze. This was a place where danger lurked. A voice, polite yet formal, greeted Zeke. It was the vice branch manager of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, extending a welcome. Zeke Draker, a young man with vibrant auburn hair and a confident smirk, stood on the deck of a large ship. He surveyed the scene. A group of soldiers, clad in dark blue armor, stood rigidly at attention before him, their faces solemn and respectful. The ocean stretched out behind them, a brilliant blue under a clear sky. He addressed them casually, his voice light despite the formality of the occasion. Yeah, let's work hard, you guys. One of the soldiers, emboldened by Zeke's relaxed demeanor, responded with excessive enthusiasm. Their words, though meant as a compliment, clearly irritated Zeke. He muttered to himself, "Cut it out already. You're making me stand out." Zeke continued his walk, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He reflected on the similarities between his current situation and his past life before his death and subsequent rebirth. The scene shifted, showing a group of men observing him from a distance. Among them, one man's face was clearly visible. A look of intense curiosity and perhaps a hint of malice was etched upon his features. The perspective changed, showing Zeke from a distance, surrounded by a group of people. The scene was bustling, with various individuals going about their business. The focus shifted to a man in a dark suit, his expression unreadable. The man in the dark suit spoke, his words hinting at a larger, more complex situation than Zeke's immediate surroundings suggested. His statement implied that the events unfolding were not limited to the simple matter of the sea's scent. Zeke, seemingly unfazed by the implications of the man's words, resolved to maintain his focus and vigilance. He knew he would need to keep his mind sharp to navigate the challenges ahead. Murray, a young man with blonde hair and a determined expression, walked along a bustling harbor. Large ships bobbed gently in the water, their sails billowing in the sea breeze. He was dressed in simple, yet well-maintained merchant clothing. From a shadowed alcove, a pair of intense green eyes watched his approach. The owner of the eyes, their face mostly obscured, murmured right on time. Murray was met by two figures cloaked in dark, practical garb. One of them, addressing Murray, identified themselves as Northern Rangers. The other commented on Murray's attire, noting that his merchant suit suited him well. Murray simply replied, "Thanks." The two Rangers stood, imposing figures flanking Murray. The tension was palpable. One of the Rangers, his face now visible, showing a scar across his eye, questioned Murray about the plan, asking if he had committed it to memory. The Ranger confirmed that the plan was memorized, explaining that they would use the upcoming chaos to rescue a girl imprisoned by McCain. His companion, however, cautioned that the target's protection was significant, urging vigilance until the operation's end. Murray acknowledged the warning, but expressed curiosity about something else. The other Ranger asked what it was. Murray explained that to reduce the risk of leaks, they needed to consider any coincidental events that might occur during the operation, specifically mentioning the possibility of festivities in the South. A predatory grin stretched across Zeke's lips, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. He mused, "I wouldn't call it festive, but it'll definitely be far more chaotic than a typical celebration." Zeke's smile widened, a glint of mischief in his emerald eyes. He continued his inner monologue. It'll be the day that McCain disappears, after all. A look of surprise washed over the vice branch manager's face as he was suddenly addressed. The vice branch manager exclaimed, "So you were here?" The vice branch manager apologized. "Ah, so you were in the middle of a conversation. I'll come again when you're done talking." He then asked, "No, it's fine. We're done now, so you can guide me." A guide from the merchant group. Three figures stood before the vice branch manager, their expressions serious. A young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, listened intently as a taller figure addressed him. The taller man, clad in dark, practical garb, explained, "I will lead you to the carriage we prepared. Please follow me." Following the taller man, the young man and his companion walked across a cobbled courtyard. The young man's gaze was fixed on the ground, but his companion, glancing back, voiced a question that hung heavy in the air. Are you planning to go to war with McCain? The young man's companion reacted with disbelief. No way. The taller man chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. He said, I was just joking, so don't think too hard about it. The young man, however, remained unconvinced. He muttered, I can't take anything he says as just a joke. His companion agreed, simply stating same. They arrived at a port city, bustling with activity. The taller man pointed out a large ship, saying, Of course. Although it appears worn on the outside, it has plenty of storage, and we've maintained the interior to the same degree as our hotels. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. A lavish carriage, drawn by 4 sturdy horses, rolled along a cobblestone path. Inside, a figure could be seen, though their features remained obscured. A voice, calm and collected, broke the quiet. Well, enough of that. Let's confirm the plan with a briefing. The voice continued, outlining the day's events. Since today is Don Juan's birthday, it is also the day on which all the executives will gather for business. As a result, the center of the deal, Kay, and her supporter, Zeke Murray, will also attend this meeting. Correct. Zeke, a young man with light brown hair, leaned back, a sigh escaping his lips. He muttered to himself, How many briefings are we going to have? This is already the 5th one. Even a Soma addict would have memorized it by now. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through Zeke's contemplation. Partner, I don't have nerves of steel like you do. It's only natural to be nervous. Don't tell me you can't at least do this for me after pulling me into this, Kay exclaimed, her frustration evident. Zeke observed Kay's unusual behavior. He reflected on her actions. I thought she was acting differently from normal, so it was because of that. What do we do if they find out we were behind the Soma warehouse burnings? McCain paralyzes traders and then leaves them for dead at a shock dragon swamp. Kay's anxiety escalated. Kay, a young woman with vibrant red hair, stared wide-eyed, a palpable sense of panic etched across her features. Her voice, though unspoken, echoed the question forming in her mind. Are we really going to get caught after all the cover-ups? A calm, almost amused voice cut through Kay's anxiety. It belonged to a man with blonde hair, who reassured her, Kay, since you're a mage, you'll be handled a little differently, so don't worry. Kay, however, remained unconvinced, her unspoken response a clear question. Handled differently? In the South, a peculiar belief was widespread. The blonde man continued, explaining that in the southern region, it was widely believed that keeping a mage's cadaver helped to block curses. Kay's eyes widened in horror. A look of sheer terror consumed her features as the implications of his words sunk in. Meanwhile, another man, this one with short brown hair, examined his own hands with a macabre curiosity. He chuckled darkly. Aren't these just finger-shaped, but are actual fingers? Ha! I wonder how much my fingers will sell for. His morbid musings continued. If that happens, then, partner, you better gather my body parts and bury me somewhere nice. The blonde man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He questioned, No, wait, how do you even know something like that? Zeke Draker, the disgraced dragon slayer, reflected on his past. He mused that his failure to awaken his family's inherent fighting abilities was impossible to avoid, given his upbringing and subsequent trajectory. He had been raised in the opulence of his family's property, only to see it crumble around him, ultimately leading him to the life of a hitman. His thoughts drifted to the toxic relationship he had developed with a man named McCain. This began after Zeke's expulsion from the academy and subsequent capture by slave traders. The narrative shifted to show a caravan of slaves, led by armed guards, moving across a desolate landscape. This was the beginning of Zeke's descent into darkness. Zeke was sold to McCain's Soma plantations, where he was forced to harvest Soma under harsh conditions. The scene depicted workers toiling in the fields. Zeke, however, found himself pressed in his service as a human shield in numerous battles. Remarkably, Zeke survived these encounters, each time emerging as the sole survivor. He attributed his survival to an unconscious activation of his healing abilities. After surviving 6 such ordeals, Don Juan, impressed by his resilience, decided to train Zeke as a hitman. Zeke proved to be exceptionally adept at his new profession. His skills were particularly well suited to assassination. He could easily dispatch Purple Knights by exploiting their vulnerabilities and using poison. However, the Blue Knights proved to be a far more formidable challenge. Zeke, cloaked in shadow, moved with lethal grace. Even with his presence concealed, he knew the Blue Knights would detect him. A poison-laden blade would be useless. They would manipulate their inner aura to purge the toxin. He understood their resilience. But even the elite Blue Knights were ultimately human. Zeke had mastered exploiting the smallest weaknesses. He was a predator, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This skill allowed him to overcome even the formidable Blue Knights, one by one. After eliminating over a dozen Blue Knights, Zeke's reputation preceded him. His prowess secured him a position within the notorious McCain cartel. His subsequent actions against the Pabella cartel solidified his standing within the McCain organization, paving the way for his rise. Ultimately, Zeke became Don Juan's adopted son and heir apparent. However, his ambition knew no bounds. On the day of the succession announcement, Zeke betrayed everyone, culminating in the deaths of all the cartel's top executives, including Don Juan himself. The scene opens on a large, ornate table, its pristine white tablecloth now stained crimson with a disturbingly precise pattern of blood splatters. The air hangs heavy with the lingering scent of violence. A stark black background, punctuated only by the faint suggestion of smoke and ash, serves as a backdrop to a single line of text. And then I left the McCain cartel. The setting shifts. A young man with light brown hair and striking green eyes sits comfortably on a plush couch, a relaxed expression on his face. He reflects, well, it's all in the past now. A gloved hand reaches out, interrupting his calm contemplation. The young man is addressed sharply. Look here, partner. You've been avoiding answering me for a while now. A woman with vibrant red hair and intense golden eyes confronts him, suspicion etched on her features. She accuses, but are you a McCain spy? She continues her pointed accusation. You're planning to use me in order to swallow the syndicate whole, aren't you? The young man, now depicted in a chibi style, sits calmly, seemingly unfazed by the woman's accusations. He maintains his composure, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers her words. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. You're not, right? The scene shifted to a grand mansion in the distance. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the quiet. Say something, partner. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage approached the mansion. A young man, K, mused internally, right now is rather clumsy unlike before my regression, so it's fun to tease her. The sprawling estate came into full view, its grandeur undeniable. A sign clearly marked the location, Don Juan's mansion. Inside, a lavish party was underway. Guests mingled, dressed in elegant attire. A young woman with fox-like features, serving drinks, poured a shimmering, purple liquid into a glass. The camera angle shifted, focusing on a man in a dark coat. He identified himself. I am an official from our side, K. Don Juan, a striking woman with fiery red hair and piercing eyes, stood confidently beside a younger man with auburn hair. Her dark attire contrasted sharply with his more subdued burgundy tones. A subtle smirk played on her lips. The auburn-haired young man, his expression one of quiet contemplation, mused to himself. The weight of his thoughts was evident in his posture. A serious-looking man with short, reddish-brown hair and a noticeable scar addressed a group of men in dark uniforms. He spoke of the threat they faced. He explained that their opposition included not only the notorious McCain hitmen, but also a diverse array of outlaws and rangers. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room. Several men in sharp suits sat around a large mahogany table, engaged in a clandestine meeting. The location was identified as the secret meeting room behind the mansion's banquet hall. An older man with graying hair and a distinguished mustache, puffing on a cigar, addressed another individual. He commented on the rarity of powerful female mages. The recipient of his words, unseen, expressed anticipation for his pronouncements. The older man, a glint in his eye, prepared to speak. Don Juan, the boss of the McCain cartel, a man whose very presence exudes power and danger, sat comfortably in his opulent office, a cigar clenched between his teeth, smoke curling around his imposing figure. Across the city, in a lavishly decorated room, Don Juan's associate, a woman named Hu, sat calmly, her hands clasped together, a serene expression on her face. Returning to Don Juan's office, a subordinate approached him, his face etched with concern. He asked his boss if he remembered the Soma warehouse fires from several months prior. Don Juan, exhaling a plume of cigar smoke, curtly replied that he certainly did. He added that it would be impossible for him to forget such a significant event. A shift in the atmosphere was palpable. A dark, ominous energy seemed to emanate from the shadows. Don Juan's expression hardened. His gaze was intense, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He questioned his subordinate's motives, wondering why he was bringing up the past. Who, witnessing the exchange from afar, visibly reacted with a mix of apprehension and unease. Her eyes widened, and a nervous tremor ran through her. A grave accusation hung in the air. The words, stark and undeniable, echoed the unspoken tension in the room. It is because there is a traitor here. The scene shifted to a long, ornate table where a council of stern-faced men sat, their expressions grim. At the head of the table, a figure of authority presided over the gathering. A lone figure stood apart, observing the scene from the shadows. The revelation continued, the weight of the betrayal heavy with implication, that conspired with Pabella in order to set fire to those warehouses. The scene opens with a tense meeting of the Draker family, seated around a long mahogany table. A single figure stands before them, their face obscured by a dark hood. The air crackles with unspoken accusations. The hooded figure declares that a traitor is among them. The accusation is followed by the revelation that someone conspired with a woman named Pabella to burn down several warehouses. Outrage erupts among the assembled family members. One man, his face contorted in fury, demands that Pabella be brought before them immediately. A powerful fist slams onto the table, shaking the room. The force of the blow is palpable. The camera focuses on a man seated at the head of the table, his expression unreadable despite the chaos around him. He remains calm and collected amidst the storm. The man at the head of the table addresses the outburst, questioning the speaker's accountability for their words. Don Juan, a woman with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes, sat at the head of a large mahogany table. Her expression was one of barely contained fury. She addressed the assembled men, her voice sharp and commanding. She granted permission for someone to speak, indicating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, chaos erupted. One of the men at the table gasped, clutching his chest. Another man's face contorted in shock and pain. A figure emerged from the shadows, a glint of steel flashing. A dagger plunged into the heart of one of the men, a cruel smile playing on the assassin's lips. The assassin, Zeke Murray, introduced himself to Don Juan, expressing his honor at the meeting. His tone was calm and collected despite the violence he had just committed. Zeke assured Don Juan that he would be able to provide aid regarding the matter she had just mentioned, his words hinting at his involvement in the unfolding events. The scene shifted to a grand room, where an older man with silver hair sat at a desk. Zeke and the assassin stood before him, their presence causing a palpable tension. The older man acknowledged Zeke's presence with a simple, polite greeting, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the gravity of the situation. A lavishly decorated room. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit, sits comfortably in an armchair, a cigar in hand. He addresses someone unseen, his tone laced with amusement. "It seems you brought a blade instead of a gift on my birthday." The scene shifts, revealing a tense confrontation. A younger man, his face a mask of fury, holds a dagger to the throat of the suited man. He snarls, "If you mean a present, then no, right?" The younger man continues, his voice dripping with contempt. "Do you suggest that my beloved brother is a traitor? Look here, Joaquin, or shall I say, El Mencho." The younger man, El Mencho, smiles cruelly. He taunts the suited man, Joaquin. "You should be well aware of what's going on. Why don't you confess with your own tongue?" Joaquin's face is a picture of shock and betrayal. His inner thoughts betray his fear. How did he notice? Even his boss wasn't able to. Joaquin shouts at his guards, his voice filled with rage. "What am I paying you a lot for? Stop staring and do something." His fury intensifies as he berates his incompetent guards. "You ungrateful wretches. Can you not even work to earn your pay?" Joaquin's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. One of the guards, his face pale with fear, stammers a weak protest. "Even if you say that, there's nothing that we can do." Two figures, one with fiery red hair and the other with blonde locks, stood tense, observing a lone man. The blonde man spoke, his voice laced with concern. "That man is a professional. There's no opening for us to make our approach. Even if we attack him from a distance, he'll simply use you as a shield, Sir Joaquin." The red-haired man, Sir Joaquin, frowned, a new thought crossing his mind. He muttered, his suspicion growing. He might be a spy sent by Pabella. The blonde man scoffed, revealing his own assessment of the situation. "Despite being the Pabella spy yourself, they're suspecting me instead." He then addressed the red-haired man with a sneer. "Are you spouting nonsense now that you've been found out, spy?" Sir Joaquin's eyes widened in disbelief. He was taken aback by the accusation, his internal thoughts echoing, "How bold. Do you think I'd be doing this without any proof at all?" The scene shifted. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression stern, stood in a lavish room, a magical symbol glowing in her hand. She spoke a single word, K. Meanwhile, in another opulent room, an older man with gray hair sat comfortably in an armchair, a cigar in his hand. Several axes adorned the wall behind him. A document rested on a table, surrounded by a glowing magical array. The scene suggested a magical means of transmitting or securing information. A hand reached for the document, preparing to take possession of it. The older man from the previous scene now held the document, his expression unreadable. He appeared to be reviewing its contents. Zeke Murray stood before a stern-faced elder, his bearing betraying a hint of apprehension. The elder, his eyes narrowed in assessment, spoke. "You've brought something quite interesting, Zeke Murray." The scene shifted to reveal three men, their faces etched with fury and betrayal. The elder continued, explaining the gravity of the situation. Not only had Joaquin joined forces with the syndicate, but they had also betrayed them. A young man with reddish-brown hair, his expression one of disbelief, muttered to himself, "Who would have thought those damn Pabel were pirates?" Another man, his features sharp and alert, reacted with a grim understanding. He stated, "I knew it." Right as the pirate story came up, the atmosphere shifted in an instant. The narrative turned to the broader implications of the pirate threat. A voiceover explained, "I doubt there's anyone who likes pirates, but Southerners in particular hold a grudge against them." The image showed a coastal scene, depicting the aftermath of a pirate raid. The voiceover continued, explaining the reason behind the Southerners' animosity. Their proximity to pirate outposts resulted in disproportionately high losses compared to other regions. The focus shifted to Don Juan, a man consumed by vengeance. The narration revealed his tragic past. He had lost his family to pirates, fueling his intense resentment. Meanwhile, the elder reviewed documents, his expression grim. The weight of the situation was clearly evident. The elder addressed Zeke directly, stating that even Don Juan could not ignore an incident involving pirates. He then posed a crucial question. Now, what will you do? A document lay open, its pages filled with illegible script. A small photograph was affixed to the page, depicting two men, one with a flamboyant pirate hat, the other in more refined attire. The image suggested a clandestine meeting. Zeke Murray, a man of sharp features and intense brown eyes, slammed his fist on a table. His face was contorted in a mask of frustration. Damn it all, he cursed. His companion, a younger man with light brown hair, watched him with a mixture of concern and apprehension. Just how'd he get that photo? He wondered aloud, his voice laced with disbelief. Zeke's gaze fell upon a report. He muttered, "In that report, it states that the deal I made with the Pabella and the Soma warehouse fires from several months ago were related." A half-smoked cigar rested in an ornate ashtray. The smoke curled lazily upwards. Zeke continued, his voice low and grim. "In this situation, suspicions against me will grow no matter what." The younger man spoke, his voice a quiet counterpoint to Zeke's rising anxiety. "Thank you, Zeke Murray. However, I don't know about Syndicate, but did you think this would be enough for me to grow suspicious of Joaquin, who is like a brother to me?" Zeke's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He admitted, "I knew it. It wasn't enough. I didn't want to use this method, but it can't be helped now." A close-up on a man's face, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. He whispered, "El Mencho." The scene opens with a close-up on Zeke, his face partially obscured by shadow, a hand gripping his throat. His expression is one of grim determination. In a richly appointed room, a stern-faced man with graying hair and a neatly trimmed mustache addresses someone unseen. His words carry the weight of authority. "If this is all, then for the crime of insulting my brother." A subordinate, his face partially visible, responds simply, "Boss." The camera focuses on a man with dark hair and intense eyes. His thoughts are revealed. It's as Zeke Murray said. He continues, his confession hanging heavy in the air. "I'm the traitor who joined hands with Pabella." The gray-haired man looks down, a large axe displayed prominently in the background. He sighs, "I see. I didn't think you would betray me." He remains silent for a moment, then states simply, "I have nothing to say." The man then walks away. His superior observes, "Since you've confessed, I will show you an adequate amount of respect." A close-up on a wide, terrified eye. A gasp escapes. Suddenly, the gray-haired man attacks, striking down the person whose eye we just saw. Blood splatters across the floor. The scene opens with a violent burst of energy, a chaotic maelstrom of crimson and black. A figure is engulfed in the explosion, the impact clearly devastating. The aftermath is a whirlwind of motion, the remnants of the attack fading into a hazy white light. The intensity of the previous moment lingers. The perspective shifts to an opulent room, the scene now calm in contrast to the previous violence. A large pool of blood stains the ornate carpet near a mahogany table. Several figures, dressed in formal attire, observe the gruesome scene with varying expressions of shock and concern. One, a young man with blonde hair, stands apart, his expression grim. The blonde young man, identified as El Mencho, the second-in-command of McCain, is shown in a close-up. He reflects on the situation, his thoughts revealing his assessment of the situation. This was the expected outcome for the second-in-command of McCain. The scene shifts again. El Mencho speaks, his words laced with a chilling assessment of the situation. He comments on the intriguing nature of the Southerners, before directly accusing another individual, only identified as El, of treachery. El responds, swearing on God that he will not harm the family's hidden members. His face is partially obscured, but his determination is palpable. El Mencho considers the oath, acknowledging its weight, but remains unconvinced. He reveals that he had no intention of interfering with the family's business. He concludes his thoughts, confirming his suspicion that El is the head of a large criminal organization. The focus shifts to a hand gripping a large, ornate axe, its blade stained with blood. The axe is raised, poised to strike. It was unlikely that Don Juan punished El Mencho because he truly believed El Mencho was the traitor. He simply had no other choice but to do so. The culprit behind the Soma warehouse fires from several months ago, which resulted in massive losses for McCain, was revealed. It was because a conspirator within the company had worked with Pabella in order to set fire to the warehouses. The Pabella spy, according to Kay's testimony, was the same traitor who caused the chaos. Furthermore, decisive actions to secure El Mencho and declare him the traitor were taken. A cunning smile played on the lips of a young man, his gaze sharp and knowing, as the shocking truth was revealed. The shocking revelation that the Pabella cartel were pirates was also brought to light. Despite these circumstances, Don Juan maintained his composure and calmly attempted to analyze the situation. The tension in the room was palpable as several figures reacted with anger and fear to the unfolding events. The situation was dire. While the leader remained outwardly calm, his subordinates were far from it. Amidst the chaos, El Mencho confessed to being the traitor. His face, etched with grim determination, spoke volumes. The weight of the betrayal pressed heavily upon him. But even if El Mincho's confession were false, the damage was done. A critical realization struck the leader. By leaving El Mincho alive, the organization's very foundation would crumble. A finely crafted axe, shattered into 1,000 pieces, lay on the ground, a stark symbol of the impending collapse. He understood the consequences of inaction. A young man, observing the scene, muttered to himself, "He's as calculating as ever." The young man, his face grim, watched as events unfolded. Suddenly, a bloody weapon appeared, wielded with deadly precision. A bloody spray erupted as the weapon struck its target. The scene was one of brutal efficiency. The attacker, his hands stained crimson, stood over his victim, the aftermath of his actions a grim testament to his resolve. The scene opens with a pair of feet, clad in dark boots, standing over a crimson stain spreading across a patterned floor. Dust and debris, remnants of a violent struggle, are scattered around the edges of the pool of blood. The camera focuses on an ornate weapon, its hilt bearing a prominent insignia. A voice, calm yet accusatory, cuts through the silence. "Since Joaquin was truly the traitor, as you said in your report, K?" The weapon's intricate details are highlighted, emphasizing its craftsmanship. A grim realization dawns on K. That must mean our dear folks from Syndicate are traitors as well. 3 men in suits, their faces etched with shock and fear, stand in a lavishly decorated room. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air. A large axe descends with brutal force, the sound of its impact implied by the visual effect. The scene is punctuated by a sharp exclamation. The narrative shifts to a written account, detailing the events leading up to the current crisis. It was written that your first step to moving away from McCain to Pabella was the burning of the Soma warehouses. A stern-faced man, his eyes burning with intensity, addresses K directly. His words are laced with menace. "If you confess, as my brother Joaquin did." The axe lies embedded in a stack of papers, blood staining the pages. The implication is clear. A confession has already been extracted through violence. A chilling ultimatum hung in the air. "Then I will grant you a painless death." The accused man sputtered, his eyes blazing with defiance. This is slander." A woman with fiery red hair vehemently denied the accusations. "We never planned or executed such a scheme." Another man, his face contorted in anger, scoffed. He insisted, "I'm sure this is all some kind of trick planned out by that spell-casting bitch. If you interrogate her, then you'll see." Suddenly, a violent attack, a flash of motion, and a crimson stain bloomed across the man's chest. A young woman with pink hair stared in horror, her eyes wide with shock and fear. She gasped, speechless. The red-haired woman clutched at her chest, a look of pained surprise on her face. A dagger lay on the floor near a fallen body. An older man, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, "What is this?" He finished his question, his gaze sharp and questioning. "Murray." The scene opens on a pair of legs clad in dark trousers, a hand gripping the hilt of a dagger. The individual's attire suggests a certain level of formality, perhaps a servant or a member of the household staff. In a richly appointed room, a young man with fiery orange hair addresses an older, more imposing figure with silver hair. He explains his actions, claiming he merely assisted in punishing a traitor. The older man, his face etched with lines of age and severity, counters that the young man personally punished Joaquin, a known traitor, and implies that others associated with him are also guilty. The older man's gaze sharpens, his thoughts turning to the young man's motives. He admits to wondering about the young man's plans. The older man acknowledges the justification for the actions, but then addresses the young man by name, Zeke Murray. The older man's suspicion grows. He questions whether Zeke is a divine messenger sent to help him, or an agent of the devil, sent to destroy him. The older man's face is partially obscured, but his eyes burn with a mixture of fear and suspicion. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, declared, "I am neither a messenger of God nor an agent of the devil." The camera then focuses on Zeke Draker, the protagonist. His expression is one of quiet confidence, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A bandage is wrapped around his hand, hinting at recent conflict. He stands in what appears to be a grand hall, the opulence of his surroundings at odds with his somewhat worn attire. Zeke continued, explaining his intentions. "I am a business partner, here to propose a new deal." In an opulent office, a man with silver hair and a distinguished air questioned a younger, blonde man. "Business partner?" The younger man, his expression serious, confirmed, "That's right." A third man, his face etched with grim determination, spoke. He shared the older man's view, stating his desire to exterminate the traitorous syndicate and restore order. However, the older man countered, noting the complications arising from the Ishitar's exile and Pabella's control over the ocean routes. He explained that the Soma distribution channel relied entirely on the syndicate. The younger man, having understood the implications of the situation, revealed that the older man's hesitation in punishing the organization stemmed from its collusion with a traitor. The panel shows the younger man lying dead on the floor. The older man, now alone, reflected on the younger man's insightful words, sensing a familiarity in his understanding. A red-haired woman appeared, reassuring him that all soma distribution within the syndicate had been handled by someone named Kay. A woman with vibrant red hair, her face marred by bloody wounds, let out a chilling laugh. Her dark attire, accented with gold, hinted at a position of power, now cruelly mocked by her state. The camera focuses on a hand, bandaged and stained, reaching out to touch the woman's body. A voice, cold and resolute, declared, "From now on, Kay and I will take charge of McCain's soma." A young man with bright green eyes and a cruel smile emerged, his reddish-brown hair neatly styled. Bloodstains speckled his brown tunic, a stark contrast to his confident demeanor. He continued, his words carrying the weight of authority. On behalf of the syndicate, an elderly man, his face etched with years of experience, sat slumped in a luxurious chair. His expression was one of weary resignation. The camera focuses on the legs of a man in dark clothing, his feet resting on a golden footrest. The scene suggests a position of power and comfort. The elderly man's voice, though low, held a hint of intrigue. He addressed the unseen figure. "It is quite the alluring offer, Zeke Murray." The elderly man's face, partially visible, shows a thoughtful expression. He adds, "If what you say is the truth, that is." The weight of tradition hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension between two figures locked in a silent negotiation. A weathered axe, etched with ancient runes, rested upon a stack of parchment, each sheet filled with arcane symbols. The words, "Any deal must be made on a foundation of trust," echoed the unspoken anxieties of the moment. One of the figures, a man whose features were obscured by shadow, voiced his reservations. He admitted to having little trust to offer, especially given this was their first meeting. The inherent risk of such an undertaking weighed heavily on him. The reflection of a young man, his face partially visible, appeared in the polished surface of the table. He was clad in dark attire, a sword strapped to his hip, his expression unreadable. This image served as a silent counterpoint to the ongoing discussion. The shadowed figure acknowledged the fairness of the young man's concern. He then proposed an alternative, a different approach to the agreement, a new proposition that seemed to shift the dynamics of their negotiation. With a sudden, swift movement, the young man reacted. He hurled two axes, their trajectory precise and deadly, aimed at the shadowed figure. The room erupted into chaos as the axes flew. The axes narrowly missed their target, embedding themselves in the ornate wooden desk. Papers scattered, adding to the escalating tension. The young man stood poised, his movements sharp and alert, ready for whatever might follow. He drew his sword, the polished steel gleaming under the light. His grip tightened, his focus unwavering. The young man prepared himself for a confrontation, his resolve hardening. The shadowed figure's response was swift and unexpected. A skull-like figure emerged from the shadows, its presence both chilling and ominous. The air crackled with dark energy. Zeke Draker, his gaze sharp despite the shadows, examined the ancient blade. The weight felt familiar, a comforting heft in his gloved hand. 20 years had passed since his death, yet the memory of the words that had appeared before his eyes remained as vivid as ever. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. An irreversible, promised power is being activated. His fingers traced the worn leather of an ancient tome, its pages filled with a meticulous script detailing the history of the Draker family and their legendary battles against dragons. He was a Draker, yet his path diverged sharply from his ancestors. He was a healer, not a warrior. A voice, cold and filled with barely suppressed rage, echoed in the room. "I will raze to the ground the lands under that coward's charge." The speaker's identity was revealed, Paulo Santos, or, as he was more commonly known, Cowardly Paulo. The name, a cruel mockery, was a testament to his reputation for avoiding risk. A man, his face obscured by shadow, spoke of Paulo's reputation. He was called cowardly because he always took action to reduce risk as much as possible. This caution, however, meant he was not well recognized within the organization. Meanwhile, an older man, seated regally in a plush chair, observed the conversation. He was aware not only of Paulo's existence, but also of his infamous nickname. Zeke, his expression unreadable, stated that as long as Paulo was of use to him, nothing else mattered. His focus was singular, power. The older man continued, suggesting that the successful elimination of Paulo would be enough to earn his trust. The older man deemed an attack on Paulo too dangerous for Zeke to undertake alone, and so he assigned McCain's elite assassination troop to assist him. Zeke, a young man with fiery orange hair, stood before a stern-faced figure in a dark suit. He questioned the man's request for assistance, suggesting it was more of an observation. The man continued, explaining that while Zeke proved his bravery, another individual, McCain, would be responsible for guarding a certain lady. The image showed McCain, a distinguished older gentleman, standing protectively beside a woman covered in blood. The woman's terror was palpable. Her wide eyes and blood-stained dress spoke volumes. McCain's hand reached out to her, a gesture that could be interpreted as either protection or control. McCain's action was swift and decisive. He firmly took the woman's arm. Zeke's expression shifted. He recognized the situation for what it was, a hostage situation. He simply stated his understanding and left the woman in McCain's care. The Pabella Cartel's Soma production factory, under the control of Paulo Santos, stood silhouetted against the night. Its imposing structure, a testament to industrial might, was surrounded by the dense, dark foliage of the surrounding forest. A gloved fist, tightly clenched, was shown, the knuckles white with tension. The hand was wrapped in bandages, hinting at recent injury or perhaps a deliberate precaution. The same bandaged hand, now partially visible, belonged to a figure concealed in shadow. The scene shifted to a dark forest path, where several figures in black cloaks moved with silent purpose. A figure, also cloaked, commanded the group. "Stop!" he ordered, his voice sharp and commanding, as the others halted their advance. The assassins remained motionless, their eyes fixed on their leader. The tension was palpable. One of the assassins, seemingly the squad commander, reflected internally. He didn't understand how it happened, but even he found himself waiting for his leader's command. Commander Manuel, leader of the assassination squad, was revealed. His face, partially obscured by a dark hood and mask, showed clear signs of strain and worry. Manuel and his squad observed the factory from their concealed position in the forest, their target clearly in sight. One of the assassins nervously gulped, admitting that anyone would be a fool not to follow Manuel's orders after witnessing his skill. A lone figure, cloaked and masked, moved with unnatural speed through the dense forest. 5 shadowy pursuers trailed him, their movements betraying a desperate attempt to keep pace. The leader of the pursuing group muttered to his companions, commenting on the target's stamina, far exceeding anything they had encountered before. His movements were precise and quick, as if he had completely memorized the layout of the vast southern lands. More than that, he effortlessly dispatched a monstrous werewolf, beams of energy erupting from his hands as the creature fell, its lifeblood staining the forest floor. The masked figure's skill in combat far surpassed that of even the most seasoned beastmen. He could easily take down werewolves, even in the toughest of encounters. One of the pursuers, witnessing the scene, could only whisper in awe, "What a monster!" The figure paused, addressing his pursuers. "All of you, wait here." He moved to a vantage point overlooking a large factory complex, leaving his pursuers behind. One of the pursuers protested, but the masked figure cut him short. He explained that their presence was purely for observation, and this was the only place to see the entire factory at once. He added, "So don't bother saying anything." A sprawling industrial complex hummed under the cloak of night, its many lights casting long, distorted shadows. A lone figure, cloaked and masked, stood on the edge of the forest, observing the scene with intense focus. He instructed his unseen companions, "I'm saying something you don't mean, and just focus on observing me properly." Suddenly, a tremor ran through the earth. The masked figure stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching out. A voice, filled with alarm, cried out from the darkness, "Sir Murray." The masked man, identified as Murray, gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain and exertion. He struggled to maintain his balance, the tremor intensifying. From a safe distance, Murray's companions watched, their concern evident. One of them asked, "What should we do, Commander?" Murray's commander responded calmly, "Let's just observe from here like he said. It's true, we're here to observe, so there's no need to put ourselves in harm's way." Despite the commander's caution, Murray was already acting. He directed his team, "Let's set up an outpost here. Focus on camouflaging it so we don't get caught." The commander watched in surprise as Murray's actions unfolded, muttering, "Is he already leaping into action?" Murray's face, partially obscured by his mask, showed intense concentration and determination. The flames from the industrial complex flickered in the background. Darkness consumed the scene, leaving only the glow of the distant fire. A cataclysmic eruption of fire engulfed the landscape. The very ground seemed to writhe in agony as the inferno spread. The flames pulsed with an unnatural energy, their intensity defying all known laws of nature. From a distance, the fiery chaos resembled a monstrous beast, its fiery breath consuming everything in its path. Buildings crumbled under the relentless assault of the inferno, their structures reduced to ash and debris. Amidst the devastation, a young man lay injured, his body scorched and broken. Another figure, his face contorted in terror, watched helplessly from above. A vortex of raw magical energy formed above the inferno, its power palpable even from afar. One of the onlookers, a man in simple clothing, cried out in alarm, "There's a mage among the intruders." Another man, his face etched with fear, urged his companion to summon reinforcements. "This is too much for us. Hurry up and call the magic weapons squad for reinforcements." Meanwhile, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, a sinister glint in their eyes. They wielded a dagger, its blade seemingly imbued with the same fiery energy as the inferno. It was a scene of chaos. Fire consumed the landscape, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning earth. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, shouted, "I found the intruder." He stood amidst the devastation, his eyes fixed on a lone figure in the distance. The intruder, cloaked in shadow, held a dagger aloft, seemingly unfazed by the inferno raging around him. The young man's breath hitched. This was no ordinary foe. Observing the scene from safer distance, another figure, partially obscured by a dark hood, muttered to himself, "I guess there's still the organization that caused a rift between McCain and the South." His assessment was quickly proven correct. From the shadows, several figures emerged, swiftly engaging the intruder in a fierce battle. "This is a rather quick response," the hooded figure observed, a hint of surprise in his tone. The battle raged. The intruder's allies fought with skill and ferocity, but they were clearly outnumbered. One of them stumbled, falling to the ground as the others continued their desperate struggle. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a wave of intense heat. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The aftermath of the explosion was a scene of fiery devastation. The ground was scorched, and the air crackled with residual energy. As the dust settled, 3 fiery orbs floated in the air, glowing ominously in the darkness. The fiery orbs pulsed with power, their intensity growing with each passing moment. A searing inferno consumed the landscape, the very air shimmering with intense heat. Within the heart of the blaze, a power stirred, ancient and immense. The flames coalesced, forming words of fire, elemental sword. The scene shifted, revealing a battlefield consumed by fire. A new inscription blazed into existence, Flame Field. Several figures, engulfed in flames, writhed in agony. Another inscription appeared, this one ominous and powerful, Hellfire. Zeke, the young man with blonde hair, moved with terrifying speed, his dark clothing barely visible amidst the inferno. He wielded a sword, its blade crackling with an ethereal blue energy, surrounded by a torrent of fire. The flames subsided, leaving behind only ash and the faint scent of brimstone. He stood amidst the devastation, a lone figure in dark clothing. He muttered to himself that the fight was hardly a warm-up. The aftermath of his power was clear. Dozens of bodies lay scattered across the ground, each consumed by small, persistent flames. Zeke Draker, his face partially obscured by shadow, glared with intense, emerald eyes. A fierce determination burned within him, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. He spat the words, his voice laced with contempt. "Cowardly Paolo, you madman." Zeke's face, now more visible, revealed a determined expression hidden behind a dark mask. The firelight glinted off his sharp features. A powerful explosion rocked the ground. Debris flew as a large vehicle careened, wildly out of control. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding the wreckage. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth. He scoffed, "You even called it a magic tank." The massive, technologically advanced tank, crackling with magical energy, loomed into view. Zeke continued, "You must be rotting away in all that money. Hiring a mage to fight for you would be far cheaper." The tank's cannon charged, a terrifying display of power. A blinding flash and a devastating explosion followed. The force of the blast was immense. A fiery, incandescent energy pulsed through the desolate landscape. Sparks, like dying embers, scattered across the cracked earth, painting a chaotic scene of recent destruction. The energy coalesced, forming a spiraling column of intense heat that reached towards the heavens. It pulsed with a raw, untamed power. The column intensified, taking the shape of a projectile, a fiery spear pointed towards the ground. Its descent was swift and merciless. Impact. The spear struck the earth, unleashing a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that ripped through the ground, sending up a geyser of pulverized rock and dust. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the blinding light. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. A sword, gleaming with an ethereal light, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. The force of the blow was immense. The attack concluded, leaving only lingering sparks and the lingering scent of ozone in the air. He stood poised on a crumbling precipice, the fiery aftermath of his attack still raging below. His form was obscured by the smoke and dust, but his power was undeniable. A tremendous explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves and debris flying. The force of the blast was immense, leaving behind a trail of destruction and fiery chaos. The aftermath of the explosion continued to rage, with flames still licking at the remnants of whatever had been there. The air itself seemed to crackle with residual energy. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, seemingly unscathed. He observed the destruction with a calm, almost amused expression. He mused, "Well, I guess if you're not a criminal." The figure's face was partially obscured by a dark mask, but his sharp eyes and confident smirk were clearly visible. He was a young man, his brown hair peeking out from beneath a dark hood. He continued his assessment, a subtle judgment in his tone. "A cartel wouldn't have bothered hiring you." A swirling vortex of turquoise energy materialized, its form shifting and growing more defined. The words "Elemental Sword Wind Field" appeared, illuminating the nature of the power. The young man, now revealed to be wielding a sword, was caught within the swirling vortex, seemingly effortlessly controlling its destructive power. The word tempest appeared, underscoring the intensity of the wind field. The sword itself seemed to hum with energy, a weapon of immense power. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the landscape, a maelstrom of teal energy obliterating everything in its path. Debris rained down as the force of the blast sent shockwaves through the earth. The camera pulled back, revealing the epicenter of the destruction, a colossal structure, now engulfed in flames and crumbling under the immense pressure. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged. He reflected, "In my past life, I would have run with my tail tucked between my legs at the mere sight of magic tanks. But this time was different. He moved with a newfound grace and power, his weapon a blur as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. He declared, "Things are different now." The intensity of his gaze spoke volumes. The scene shifted to a nearby building, now consumed by a raging inferno. The flames licked at the metal bars of a cage, threatening to consume whatever was inside. A trapdoor, recently forced open, revealed a dark passage leading downwards. Further down, a grim sight awaited. A long corridor was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, their blood staining the stone floor. A figure, their back to the viewer, stood amidst the carnage. The weight of the scene was palpable. Zeke, cloaked and masked, stood defiantly in a crumbling stone chamber. Blood, freshly spilled, trailed across the floor towards him, leading to two severed arms, still clutching at the air. His eyes, though hidden, held a grim determination. He stumbled back, clutching his head, the impact of the attack still echoing in his senses. Dust swirled around him as he fell to his knees. Despite his momentary weakness, Zeke rose, his gaze unwavering. He muttered to himself, confident that his opponent would soon reveal themselves. He moved swiftly, disappearing into a shadowed corridor. There he readied a small, dark dart, his movements precise and deadly. The dart found its mark, striking his unseen foe. A wave of purple and green energy erupted from the impact. A system notification appeared, confirming the presence of black mamba poison and Zeke's inherent resistance, neutralizing most of it. The dart shattered upon impact, its energy dissipating. Another system message confirmed the temporary deactivation of Zeke's healing factor, a class skill, at the administrator's request. His face, partially visible, showed a grim determination despite the pain. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, observed from within the depths of a clandestine location. Their voice, laced with a hint of impatience, echoed through the space. "You finally showed up," the figure continued, their words a low growl. "Just what are the men doing above ground?" For an intruder to make his way inside. The camera focused on a detail, a name, etched into the leather of a worn satchel. Paulo Santos.